Natural disasters were occurring all over the world, and darkness reigned supreme, controlled by demons and other servants of the devil. A nurse held Siegfried in her arms. He had been designated the hero of a new era, but he had been struck down and was now on his way to eternal rest. Michael, a 9th-level archmage, understood that the hero capable of opposing the demon had been killed, and wondered what to do next. His team understood that the only one who could resist the demon and win with the help of spells that increased strength had been killed. The demon possessed great abilities and powers, so resisting him was practically impossible and required a great deal of strength. All demons were controlled by the Demon King, who was the strongest enemy and could exert pressure on the entire world and all living beings. The Sister of Mercy was very perplexed because she understood that Sigmund could no longer be helped and could not be brought back to life. Michael understood that they had made a huge and irreparable mistake when they chose Siegfried as their leader and proclaimed him a hero. The archer of Siegfried's team asked the Archmage if there was even the slightest chance of somehow rectifying the situation and getting closer to victory. Other members of the team were also dissatisfied with the situation and asked the 9th Circle Mage to come up with something to improve their position. Mikhail understood that he had prepared many spells, but they were only effective if their leader was alive, and now they were useless. Initially, there were 2 candidates for the role of leader, but Mikhail was sure that he would not be able to cope with this role, so he gave it to the knight Siegfried. However, seeing that the knight was unable to cope with his task, Michael realized that he had made a huge and costly mistake that would be difficult to correct. Mikhail, Archmage of the 9th Magic Circle, recalled how he and Siegfried had been nominated as candidates for the role of hero of the new era, and how he himself had refused. Looking at Siegfried's lifeless body, he now understood that he should have acted differently back then, and taken the place of the hero of the new era himself. Meanwhile, the demons were not privy to their heartfelt conversation, and prepared for new massive attacks and strikes to achieve victory. Archmage Michael reported that he had prepared the most powerful spell in his arsenal, but he would need a little time to cast it. The team understood that they had no other options at the moment, so they agreed to distract the demons' attention. The archer also understood that all hope rested on the Archmage, so she agreed to distract some of the demons' attention to herself. As the battle began, each member of the team tried their best to buy some time for Mikhail and his spell. Meanwhile, the 9th Circle Mage tried to cast the most powerful spell he could as quickly as possible to protect the team members. Using magic arrows, the archer fired them from her bow and distracted the demons, who were too numerous to be dealt with individually. After some time, many demons suffered heavy damage and could no longer take part in the battle because they had no strength left. The archer put in a lot of effort, but she herself suffered many wounds and began to run out of not only strength but also arrows. There were too many demons and they kept coming, so resisting them became more difficult with every passing minute. The Demon King was very pleased with this turn of events. He enjoyed seeing his opponents grow weaker and unable to resist. The archer saw that the Demon King was already approaching her partner, so she immediately decided to come to his aid and help him. She fired a magic arrow imbued with a spell and managed to strike the Demon King, but it was too weak. Only a small scratch appeared on the Demon King's body, which made him laugh and nothing more. Sister Mercy, watching what was happening, realized that she couldn't just stand there and watch, so she thanked Michael and rushed forward. The Archmage smiled at her and thanked her for being a member of the team during all the difficult moments and hours. After that, Sister Mercy knelt down and began to recite a prayer that surrounded her with a fiery shield that kept the demons at bay. Michael understood that his time had come, and he was glad that he had managed to prepare the 9th Magic Circle spell to strike. All the demons froze and began to watch as a multitude of fiery meteors flew toward them, straight from the sky. Michael managed to finish preparing the spell of the 9th Magic Circle, Meteor Strike, which was the most powerful spell he knew. The 9th Magic Circle spell was indeed extremely powerful, leaving only craters and fiery holes on the surface of the earth. Large, thick columns of dust and dirt rose up around them, and the Archmage peered intently into the distance to assess the enemy's condition. However, when the clouds of dust and thick smoke cleared, he discovered that the Demon King and many of his subordinates remained unharmed. The Archmage of the 9th Magic Circle saw that some demons had been wounded, but their injuries were minor and did not prevent them from continuing their attacks. Looking around, Michael realized that he had expected this outcome, but his magic was now completely powerless and he no longer knew what to do. After thinking for a moment, he realized what his comrades would think of him if he simply gave up and stopped taking any action. Therefore, summoning all his willpower, Michael decided to come up with a clear plan for his next steps and follow it strictly. Mikhail understood that if he were an Archmage of the 10th Magic Circle, he would have been able to change the course of events and prevent such a mistake. Mana began to flow uncontrollably through his body, causing him pain, but he endured it in order to break the magic circles and raise his level. Despite the pain that pierced him, Mikhail tried to endure because he understood that this was his only chance to survive the battle. Mikhail knew that the return spell existed only in theory, and he wanted to use it no matter what. In those moments, he thought of all the members of his team who had stood by him until the last minute of their lives to help him in his time of need. A large pillar of light shot into the sky, and Mikhail tried to do everything right so that he could finish the spell he had started. The Archmage of the 9th Magic Circle understood that the price of his return spell was too high, and he did not want to give up. The Demon King was heading towards him at that moment and was already very close, preparing to launch another attack. Mikhail understood that the Demon King was already very close to him, and hoped only for a miracle and that his spell would still work and help him. Seeing that the Demon King's hand was already above him, Michael closed his eyes and thought only of never repeating his mistakes. Suddenly, Mikhail heard a familiar voice and, trying to open his eyes, did not immediately understand where he was or what had happened. The butler, Mortar, was very frightened by his master's condition and sat by his bed, praying that he would come to his senses. Looking around, Michael began to realize that everything around him was very familiar, which meant that he was in his own chambers. After thinking for a moment, Mikhail asked the butler, Mortar, to tell him what year it was and the date of the current day so that he could understand what had happened. The butler was very surprised by this question from his young master and began to worry even more about his well-being and state of health. Mikhail reassured the butler and told him that he was feeling fine and asked him to tell him the year after all. Mortar said that it was now the 32nd year. The Archmage realized that he had returned 20 years in the past, and that the return spell, which had been considered impossible magic, had worked after all. Mikhail was very happy that he had finally managed to successfully use such a powerful spell that was considered completely inaccessible to magicians. Afterward, he decided to test his current skills and abilities, and realized with regret that he only had access to the 3rd level of magic circles. The Archmage understood that this was too low a level for the heir to the Valfurki family, which was renowned for its magical arts. Touching his forehead, he felt a medical bandage and asked the butler what had happened and why it was there. The butler was very upset that the young master remembered nothing and tried to assess the heir's condition. Mikhail asked for some time to try to remember what he had done that could have caused the injury. Then he suggested that he had probably hurt himself because he considered himself too weak and unworthy. When he received a negative response from Mortar, Mikhail realized that he had most likely been injured by Eileen when he came to her to discuss their engagement. Judging by the butler's reaction, Mikhail realized that he had hit the nail on the head, and that he really did have a bandage on his head from Eileen's hands. The Archmage remembered that Eileen Rindle was the girl he had been engaged to 20 years ago, but their wedding never took place. After checking his appearance in the mirror, Mikhail decided to find out if the Duke's family had responded to the news of the engagement's cancellation. Mortar reported that the Duke's family had not yet commented on the cancellation of the engagement between Eileen and Michael. The Archmage understood that the Duke's family had not commented solely because they were in a position that was disadvantageous to them. Fragments of the past began to surface in his memory, and he recalled Eileen Rindle and how he had humiliated himself before her so that she would stay with them. Eileen Rindle was the only daughter of the Duke and heir to the Rindell family, which belonged to a great line of knights. Thinking about all this, Michael realized that thanks to his magical abilities and powers, he had managed to overcome his regression. The butler, Mortar, was puzzled by his young master's strange behavior, but Michael asked to be left alone. So Mikhail asked the butler to attend to his current affairs and informed him that he would invite him to join him a little later. As he was leaving, Mordred asked his master if he understood that now was not the time to meet with Eileen again. Mikhail closed the door and said that he understood everything, and remembered that his reputation had been very low 20 years ago. Left alone, Mikhail remembered that he had entrusted Siegfried with being the hero of a new era, but Siegfried had failed in his role. He remembered how the church had proclaimed Siegfried a hero of the new era, and how he had made promises that he was unable to keep. Siegfried's actions were spontaneous and ill-considered, which led to the awakening of the Wyvern, who was too powerful an enemy. Mikhail was very angry with Siegfried because, under the guise of his noble deeds, a large number of estates had been destroyed. Analyzing everything that had happened before the regression, Michael realized that he had to come up with a plan and start implementing it. Meanwhile, Marquis Valfurgius was glad that his son had regained consciousness, but he did not understand why he wanted to visit Princess Eileen again. The butler, Mortar, reported that if the young master intended to visit Princess Rindle again, he would be sure to report it. Marquis Valfurgius looked closely at the butler and realized that he was hiding some important information from him, so he decided to clarify the matter. Mortar thought for a moment because he did not know whether it was worth reporting everything to his master, but he said that he had seen anger in Michael's eyes for the first time. Meanwhile, Michael realized that he had a chance to return with the help of the most powerful spell, Return. The Archmage understood that a confrontation with the Demon King was inevitable, and that he should start preparing for this event right away. At the very beginning, he decided to stabilize the flow of mana inside his body, which was supposed to move forward. He knew that when moving clockwise, the streams of mana concentrated in one place and formed magical circles, but he acted differently. Michael developed a method that allowed him to concentrate the mana flows in 12 different points inside his body. This method caused a lot of pain and suffering, but it allowed him to expand his magical abilities and develop his potential. Thinking about what might happen in the future, Michael understood that he had to endure everything and persevere in order to become stronger. After connecting several magic circles created from mana, Mikhail realized that this was enough for his first attempt. After testing his strength and abilities again, he realized that he could create a 4th circle with the remaining mana, which meant he had reached the 4th level. Continuing his training, the Archmage decided to activate the Ice and Fire Spear so that he could use different types of magic. Mixed magic was only available to 7th level mages, but the Archmage succeeded because he used free circulation. He understood that he currently had too little free mana to use mixed magic for a long time. The Archmage understood that the most important of his current tasks had already been completed, so he wanted to rest a little. However, his peace was interrupted by his father, Marquis Valfurgius, who burst into his chambers and immediately began shouting. Mikhail understood that his actions had brought trouble and disgraced his family's honor. The Marquis was very surprised that his son truly realized and understood the consequences of his rash actions. However, his son's confession made him even angrier because he did not understand why Mikhail was pursuing the princess of the Rindle family. Mikhail asked his father to calm down and explained that he had acted that way solely because he was following his plan. He explained that the Duke's request to break off the engagement had puzzled him, which is why he had gone to talk to him. The Marquis thought about it because his son's actions were indeed too presumptuous and rash. He decided to give his son a chance to explain his actions, so he sat down in a chair and prepared to listen. Mikhail was very pleased that he had managed to calm his father down a little, and told him that he had a lot to tell him. The Archmage understood that he had had a poor reputation until he turned 23. It was during this period that he met Eileen Rindell, who also treated him very badly and did not respect him. He understood that the princess considered him weak-willed, which is why she had broken off their engagement. Analyzing his past life, Mikhail realized that this was not surprising at all because that was exactly how he was back then. Princess Eileen Rindell considered him too weak and therefore had no desire to tie her life to him in marriage. However, it was only after undergoing regression that Mikhail was able to understand that the real reason for the breakup of the engagement was deception on the part of the Duke's family. Mikhail reminded his father that there was only one condition for the engagement to take place. Marquis Valfurgius understood that the only condition was not to use other types of mana circulation to produce a pure heir. Mikhail understood that this was very important for the knights and magicians, but he knew that Eileen had violated this one condition. Marquis Valfurgius was puzzled by his son's remarks because he did not fully understand what had happened in the Rindle family. The young Archmage was very pleased that he had managed to interest his father, who had visibly changed and was listening to him attentively. Analyzing his son's words, Marquis Valfurgius was puzzled that Eileen Rindell could have deceived them and violated the requirement. Mikhail reported that even before the engagement, Eileen had been using other methods of circulating mana to develop her knightly abilities. The Marquis was very surprised because, as an 8th Circle mage, he could not have failed to notice such changes in the Duke's family. Mikhail reported that he had been present at Eileen's training sessions several times and felt that her mana was unstable. The Marquis couldn't understand how he, as an 8th Circle magician, could have missed this, and Michael said that there could only be one explanation. Marquis Valfurgius couldn't believe his ears and that the Rindell family possessed an ancient magical item. Mikhail understood that he had to resort to trickery and deceive his own father a little, but he was glad that they had managed to talk. Meanwhile, Eileen Rindell was training to improve her knightly abilities and skills. She felt that after each training session, her strength became more powerful and effective. During training, her father, the Duke, approached her and asked if Mikhail had noticed anything suspicious about her manner. Eileen reported that when Michael had come to see her 2 days earlier, she had not noticed that he was aware of anything. She understood that Archmage Michael could never be her true soulmate, so she had no plans to marry him. The Duke completely agreed with his daughter, but he understood that if the information reached Marquis Valfurgius, they could face great difficulties. Eileen informed her father that she was able to control the magical mana, so the Valfurgias would not be able to learn about the ancient artifact. She understood that her talent was too good to waste on a marriage of convenience and asked about a candidate from the Pavlov family. The Duke replied that a delegation from their family was due to arrive today, along with Liam Pavlov. Liam Pavlov was the only heir to the Pavlov family and was a brilliant swordsman of the new generation. Eileen was very pleased with this suitor and considered him a more suitable candidate than Mikhail. Their conversation was interrupted by a knight who had arrived to announce the arrival of the delegation. The Duke was surprised that the Pavlov family had arrived so early, but the knight objected to the Duke. Duke Rindell was very puzzled because they had not invited anyone except the Pavlov family. Bowing his head, the knight announced that a young gentleman from the Valfurgi family had arrived on their territory for a conversation. Mikhail Valfurgius was very pleased that his father trusted him and listened to his words. The butler Mortar, who had arrived with the young gentleman, was very worried and did not like what was happening. However, the Archmage asked him to keep his head up and not worry about anything, because he had everything under control. He remembered how his father believed that Eileen had decided to break off the engagement because she felt that the Archmage had found out about her deception. Mikhail explained that after the engagement was broken off, Eileen would be able to come up with many reasons, and they just needed time. The Marquis understood that if his son had deceived him, their family and reputation would be completely ruined. Mikhail knew that if his father trusted him now and they went against the Duke, the situation could take a completely different turn. After fully assessing the situation, Marquis Valfurgius asked his son if he was ready to take responsibility for his words and actions. Despite the strong pressure from his father, Mikhail said that he understood everything and was ready to prove the truth of his words on his own. The Marquis replied that he was willing to believe him, but if he was deceiving him, his son would have to renounce his title as heir and leave the Valfurgi castle. Without a shred of doubt in his words or actions, Mikhail said that he understood everything and was ready to take responsibility for his words and actions. Mortar asked the young gentleman to stop because the reputation of the Valfurgi family had already been seriously damaged. Mikhail tried not to pay much attention to the butler's words, considering him a mere chatterbox. Mortar tried to explain that if the Archmage made a mistake now, there would be no turning back, and it could all end badly. However, Mikhail informed the butler that he had a reliable plan, which he was sticking to. A knight of the Rindell family reported that Mikhail Valfurgi had arrived on their territory and was requesting permission to meet. The Duke did not understand why Mikhail had come to them again, since they had already discussed everything just 2 days ago. The Duke was greatly saddened by this news because he had no plans to meet with the younger member of the Valfurgi family again. After thinking for a moment, he asked the knight to convey the message that they could not meet today because they were expecting another family. The Duke's knight immediately went to Mikhail and apologized, saying that perhaps the meeting would take place another day. Hearing this, the Archmage turned around and headed in the opposite direction, much to the surprise of the knight and the butler. Mortar did not understand why the young gentleman did not argue with the knight and simply decided to leave since they had come such a long way. Michael reminded the butler that he had a clear plan, so he simply asked him to follow him. After that, the heir to the Valfurgi family of magicians calmly sat down under a tree that cast a large shadow protecting him from the sun. The Duke's knight was very surprised by this strange behavior and asked Mikhail what he was going to do. Putting his hands behind his head, Mikhail replied that he had sat down to rest because they had a long way to go. The knight knew that the Pavlov family delegation was due to arrive very soon and wanted to send Valfurgius home as quickly as possible. Therefore, he took the young gentleman by the hand and informed him that he would assist him and escort him to the exit. Mikhail was very angry at the knight's behavior, so he reminded him that a servant had no right to treat an heir that way. Knight McCain immediately sensed Mikhail's power and let him go, not understanding how such a thing could be possible. Shaking his hands, Mikhail asked McCain to explain his actions and behavior. Mikhail asked if McCain considered himself such an important person that he could grab the heir and even touch him. The knight immediately bowed his head and knelt down because he understood that there was really no justification for his actions. McCain did not understand how the boy's strength could have changed so much in just a couple of days while he was undergoing treatment. Mikhail looked at the knight and said that the only way for him to leave quickly was to meet with Evelyn. Upon hearing the knight's report, Duke McCain did not immediately believe that they were really talking about the same person from the Walfurgis family. The knight apologized to the Duke for the unpleasant news, knowing that their time was limited by the arrival of the Pavlovs. McCain asked for permission to use force because that was the only way he could get Valfurgius to leave. Eileen interrupted their conversation and said that she was ready to come out for a short talk, as she had done during their last meeting. Knight McCain was very puzzled by the young duchess's decision because he understood that this conversation could be dangerous. Passing by the knight, Eileen asked him to accompany her to the place where she was to meet with a representative of the Valfurgi family of magicians. McCain began to worry about the duchess and asked her to think about her decision before taking any action. However, Eileen was confident and asked the knight if he had any personal difficulties in accompanying her. After thinking for a moment, the knight put on his helmet and told the young lady that he would accompany her to the place where she was to meet with the Archmaid. Meanwhile, Mortar wondered why the young gentleman was in such a hurry since only 2 days had passed since the scandal. However, to the butler's surprise, Mikhail said that he was confident in his decisions and actions and asked him to simply trust him. Mikhail could not admit to the butler that he knew that Count Liam Pavlov was arriving today. He understood that before the regression, the Pavlov family had united with the Duke's family, and Liam was a true master of the sword and swordplay. The Archmage knew that Liam was one of those with whom he had been in close contact before the regression, so it was imperative that they meet. He could not have expected that different families with whom they had had relations before the regression could gather in one place like this. Mortar looked closely at the young gentleman and did not understand his silence or what he might be thinking at that moment. Mikhail decided to brush it off and said that he really had everything under control and that everything was fine. However, to his surprise, Mortar became interested in whether Mikhail had been training his mana in other ways without the Marquise's knowledge. Mikhail was surprised by this question and did not understand, so the butler explained that his power was greater than that of a third circle mage. Mortar said that although he was not a mage, he had learned to recognize such things well because he had served the Marquis for a long time. Mikhail decided to rephrase the question and asked if the butler wanted to know if the Archmage had broken the rules to obtain the fourth circle of magic. The butler, Mortar, looked intently into the young master's eyes and replied that this was exactly what he wanted to know at that moment. Mikhail's first reaction was disappointment that he was still being suspected and that he did not have the trust and respect he deserved. After thinking for a moment, he held out his hand to Mortar and offered to let him check for himself whether he had violated his father's requirements. Butler Mortar was surprised that the young master voluntarily offered to let him test his skills and abilities. Therefore, he immediately took the young master by the hand to check the source of his increased strength. Mortar concentrated fully on testing the young master's strength to determine his current level of ability. At one point, Mortar managed to determine that there were more magic circles in Mikhail's body, and there were already 4 of them. He became curious about when the Archmage had managed to obtain the 4th magic circle, and Michael said that it had been a couple of days ago. The butler Mortar understood that in just a couple of days, the young master's power had not yet had time to fully strengthen and become truly powerful. Mikhail asked the butler to give a more detailed answer regarding the analysis of his strengths and abilities. The butler admitted that he had not noticed any violations of the rules or outside influences, so he decided to end the analysis. Assessing his own feelings, Mortar realized that the young master had been able to increase his magical level solely through talent. However, Mortar was very interested in how the young master had managed to increase his magical level in such a short time. Mikhail was amused by the butler's surprise and asked if he really wanted to know the whole truth. The butler was alarmed by the young gentleman's behavior and admitted that he was really interested in how it was possible to increase one's magical level. Positioning himself at eye level with the young gentleman, the butler was all ears and prepared to hear the story. Mikhail, heir to the Valfurgi family, said that his increase in magical level was due to his rejection. Mortar was confused because he had not expected such an answer from an archmage. Mikhail confessed that immediately after Eileen rejected his marriage proposal, he was struck by a sudden insight. Mortar emitted negative salgi because he did not understand how it was possible to increase one's magical level after being rejected. Mortar began to worry that the young gentleman had come to the Duke only to be rejected again and raise his skill level. Mikhail said that he was not ready to just leave the Rindel family, so he planned to expose them. He understood that before the regression, the Rindel family had fallen, which led to great chaos, and now he could not allow that to happen. The Archmage realized that he had gone too far, so he couldn't afford to abandon what he had started. He understood that he could change the course of events, but to do so, he had to start with the very first person. Duchess Eileen and Knight McKay were already approaching him and interrupted his thoughts. Eileen did not understand why Michael had come back, as she was sure that they had already decided everything at their last meeting. Smiling slightly, Michael informed her that she had indeed said everything during their meeting, but he had not said everything he needed to. Eileen replied that their engagement had been broken off by mutual agreement between their families, so the Archmage's intervention was no longer necessary. Fixing her hair, the Duchess asked Mikhail to end the conversation and go home, because they both had things to do. However, Mikhail understood that Eileen was in a hurry only because she was expecting a special guest, and he had not yet finished what he had to say. Inside, the young Duchess began to worry, but she tried not to show her anxiety about it. Michael knew that Liam Pavlov had many principles, and had honed his skills despite his family and political disputes. The Archmage understood that Liam currently knew absolutely nothing about the family he was heading to as a groom. He understood that Liam Pavlov was very sensitive to morality and respected that, so he would be careful in his choice. However, if Liam found out that the girl he had come to marry had broken off the engagement without the other party's consent, he would not tolerate it. Assessing the situation, Mikhail wondered if what was happening would be an additional cause for concern for his guest. Eileen thought about Mikhail's words because she understood that the situation could indeed cause unnecessary mistrust on the part of the Pavlov family. Mikhail understood that the Duke also realized how absurd the situation was, which is why they avoided meeting and talking to him. To Mikhail's surprise, Eileen replied firmly and confidently that there would be no problems with the engagement, and that he would not be able to influence her choice. Seeing that Eileen was starting to worry and beads of sweat were rolling down her face, Mikhail moved closer to her. He then asked her if she was sure about this and if he could consider it an official answer from her family. Suddenly, Knight McCain interrupted their conversation and pushed the young gentleman aside. Mikhail stood obediently by the tree, feeling the knight's hand on his shoulder and listening attentively. McCain said that he did not care about the lineage of someone who allowed such behavior toward the young duchess. Smiling, Mikhail turned to Eileen and asked if this was how the knights of the Rindel family should behave towards guests. McCain understood that he had indeed crossed the line several times, but he was completely confident that his actions were correct. However, Mikhail continued to address Eileen, asking why the knights of her family did not know what they could and could not do. Eileen understood that the Archmage was absolutely right, so she asked Knight McCain to stop what he was doing. Turning around, McCain did not understand why the young lady had given him such an order, as he had only wanted to protect her from the guest's attack. Raising her voice, Eileen asked the knight to stop immediately and not make her repeat herself. Lowering her eyes, she informed him that the knight's main task was to uphold the honor of the Rindel family. Knight McCain was very upset because he was confident in his actions and did not want to be reprimanded by the lady. Mikhail Valfergius, sensing his small victory, was very pleased and amused to watch from the sidelines. Coming closer, he said that it didn't matter what the Duchess was thinking because he had other plans. Looking around, he suggested moving to another place because talking on the lawn in front of the house was not very proper. After that, he gave Eileen some time and an opportunity to think about her next steps. After thinking for a moment, Eileen Rindel agreed to go inside the house to negotiate. McCain tried to stop her, reminding her that she had an appointment soon and should get ready for it. However, Eileen, realizing the seriousness of the situation, said she would return to the matter a little later. Looking at the Archmage, she said that she did not plan on having lengthy negotiations, so it would not take much time. McCain, Eileen, Mikhail, and the butler Mortar entered the Rindel family castle and walked down the corridor. Looking around carefully, Mikhail smiled and said that everything was just as he remembered it. Mortar did not understand Mikhail's remarks because the young gentleman had been to this castle too few times. The young gentleman began to get very angry because he did not understand why the butler was constantly commenting on his words and actions. Mikhail was even more enraged by the fact that Mortar dared to compare him to an old man in terms of grumpiness. Pulling himself together, the young gentleman calmed down, realizing that his butler was indeed right in his reasoning. Mortar was very upset about what was happening and decided to ask the young heir what exactly they were going to do. He also reminded the young man that they had come here alone and that the Marquis was not with them, which meant that they could not count on his support. Turning around, Mikhail smiled and said that he had a butler whom he relied on greatly in this matter. The butler was puzzled by his young master's answer and thought about all his abilities and skills. After assessing all his strengths, Mortar said that he was not sure he could really cope with the task before him. Encouraging the butler with a pat on the shoulder, Mikhail asked him to be more confident in himself and his abilities. When they reached a certain room, Eileen stopped and said that they had arrived at the room where the negotiations would take place. Mikhail said he understood that the young duchess had limited time, so he suggested they begin the conversation. Eileen understood that Varfugi wanted to talk to her alone, so she asked Knight McCain to wait outside. At the same time, Mikhail asked the butler to wait outside as the conversation was of a delicate nature. Eileen was confident in herself and in the rightness of her actions, so upon entering the meeting room, she asked Mikhail to clarify what he wanted. Sitting down in a chair, Mikhail firmly stated that Eileen had lied to him and broken the agreement between their families. Eileen was upset inside but tried to keep her composure, so she said that she had not broken anything and that he could check. She also added that it was he who had told everyone that she was his fiancée, putting her in an awkward position. Analyzing her behavior, Mikhail realized that Eileen was sure that he was bluffing and knew nothing at all. Standing up from her chair, Eileen said that he could check right now if he wanted to. Mikhail said that her family had indeed treated him fairly and that conducting a check would be an excellent idea. However, to Eileen's surprise, he said that since things had gone so far, he would prefer to have the check done in front of witnesses. Watching and assessing Mikhail's confident behavior, Eileen couldn't believe that he really had information about her deception. Approaching the window, Mikhail paused and said that they should be judged fairly by people who really knew them. That was why he believed that the Pavlov family was best suited to act as witnesses. At that moment, the carriage stopped, and Knight Maxim informed the young gentleman that they had arrived at their destination. Leaving the carriage, Liam Pavlov began to look around carefully to assess the condition of the Rindel family. Looking at the Duke's castle, Liam said that it was indeed very different from their estate and much larger. Maxim reminded the young gentleman that they had arrived at the Duke's estate, so there was no need to be surprised by the size of the castle. Knowing Liam's character, Maxim asked him not to pick fights with the Duke's knights to test his own abilities. Liam Pavlov smiled and said that he had no such plans because he was a very polite person. Maxim was not satisfied with the young gentleman's answer because he understood that Liam would still get into a fight with the knights. Realizing this, Liam decided to calm Maximus down and told him that he was just joking and really intended to behave seriously. The heir to the Pavlov family did not understand why all this was so important and necessary for his father. Maxim explained that these actions were inevitable because Count Pavlov was in a state of despair. Liam Pavlov understood that Maxim was right because there was nothing worse for the nobility than to be completely ignored. He understood that the emperor granted the right of inheritance only to those who participated and did not pay attention to families that remained on the sideline. Knight Liam Pavlov understood that now was his chance and he had to take it. After thinking for a moment, the young knight wondered why the Duchess had recently broken off her engagement. Maxim informed him that the candidate for the role of groom was the well-known younger Marquis Valfurgius. Then Liam became curious about what exactly had happened between them and whether there were any problems with the Duchess herself. Maxim replied that nothing unusual could have happened, simply that magicians and the Order of Holy Knights could not be together. Liam Pavlov understood that if Marquis Valfurgius had noticed something wrong, he would not have left just like that. Maxim suggested that the Valfurgi family had a very bad heir and that the marriage was purely for convenience. Liam thought about it because he understood that the Valfurgi family held an honorable place in the empire, but Maxim said that the heir was very different from the rest of the family. Liam Pavlov realized that there were indeed details missing from this story and that it was all too suspicious. Meanwhile, Yelin continued to talk to Mikhail in the meeting room, not understanding what he wanted. Mikhail calmly repeated his intention to test her abilities in front of the Pavlov family. Coming closer, he said that Count Pavlov's arrival would be an excellent opportunity to resolve such an unfair decision. Eileen replied that she did not agree to the test, especially since he had come to her without an official visit from the Valfurgi family. However, to her great surprise, Mikhail showed her a badge confirming the official nature of his visit. Continuing to show her his badge, Mikhail informed her that it was confirmation of his official visit on behalf of the entire family. The Archmage understood that from that moment on, the entire Valfurgi family would be responsible for all his words. However, there was a downside to this badge. If Eileen lied, she would cease to be a friend to all members of his family. Overflowing with confidence, Mikhail said that Eileen had nothing to fear if she was telling the truth. The young Duchess was indignant, not understanding why Mikhail allowed himself to accuse her of anything. Trying to reason with Mikhail, she told him that his mistake would come at a high price, and that his entire family would bear the responsibility. However, the Archmage was completely confident in his decisions and actions, and was ready for anything. Eileen was really scared by how sure Michael was of his words and actions, and it was hard for her to hide it. However, at that very moment, the Duke decided to intervene in their conversation in order to protect his own daughter. Eileen was very surprised that her father had decided to support her and intervene in their conversation at such a timely moment. The Archmage smiled and asked how long the Duke had been eavesdropping on their conversation from behind the door. The Duke was very serious and ordered his daughter not to negotiate with the representative of the Valfurgi family anymore. Mikhail was very pleased with this turn of events and the Duke's intervention because now they could really talk. He felt no fear toward the Duke of Rindel because he knew everything that had happened to their family before the regression. The Archmage knew that he was facing the 5th knight in the Empire and one of the 12 great masters of the sword who would fail after meeting the demon. Duke Rindel looked closely at Michael and could not recognize the ignorant and weak-willed young man he had seen before. He continued to examine Michael closely, realizing that outwardly nothing had changed, but inwardly there were definitely changes. The Duke suggested that the Marquis had given him the heart of the dragon, but Michael said he had not even seen it. The head of the Rindel family was very surprised because the Valfurgi family was one of the few who possessed a dragon's heart. The Archmage smiled and said that his father was a bit stingy, so he didn't even show what it looked like. The Duke agreed that Edward was very petty, but was surprised that he had not shown such a trophy even to his heir. Mikhail said he agreed that a man with the status of a marquis could be more generous and open. Suddenly, Duke Rindel laughed very loudly because he did not expect that he and the Archmage would have similar thoughts and worldviews. Eileen watched her father's behavior closely and did not understand why he was laughing so loudly at Mikhail's words. Mikhail was pleased that he had managed to win the Duke over a little so that he could continue the negotiations. The Duke did not understand what exactly Mikhail wanted to talk about, and the Archmage informed him that it was about the engagement between him and Eileen. Eileen also decided to sit down to hear what her father had to say about everything that had happened in recent days. The head of the Rindle family calmly announced that Mikhail was not suitable as a groom, so they had decided to call off the engagement. Mikhail was curious to observe the Duke's behavior and decided to clarify whether this was really a valid reason for the cancellation. Duke Rindle began to laugh, believing that this reason was sufficient to announce the cancellation of the engagement. Mikhail was prepared for such statements from the Rindle family, so he said that he did not intend to waste any more time and was ready to speak frankly. He then revealed that during the entire time they were engaged, Eileen had been secretly training her mana and aura using forbidden methods. This statement made the Duke laugh even harder, and he found it difficult to control his emotions. After calming down, the Duke said that as the 5th Knight of the Empire, he could not have failed to notice that his own daughter was training her aura. However, Michael calmly agreed with him and said that the head of the family really couldn't have been unaware of it. This remark hurt Duke Rindle's feelings, and he decided to clarify whether the Archmage believed he was being deceived. Mikhail sensed the high level of tension in the air and realized that the Duke probably had no intention of deceiving him. Then the Archmage realized that Eileen had most likely trained her aura herself and kept it a secret from everyone. When her father accidentally found out about it, he probably weighed all the pros and cons of what might happen. Most likely, it was at that moment that the Duke realized that his daughter's skill was much more important than her engagement to an ignorant man. Seeing Michael's excitement, the Duke said that he understood his upset feelings over the cancellation of the engagement, but that such behavior was still unacceptable. The Archmage understood that the Duke was completely sincere in his words and did not suspect that the ancient magical item could have been noticed. The head of the Rindel family pressed his aura on the heir to Varfurgi to show him that he did not belong there. Mikhail tried to concentrate and reported that Eileen had made one small, barely noticeable mistake during training. Eileen could no longer hide her emotions and did not understand how Michael could have noticed anything during her training. As the awkward pause dragged on, Mikhail decided to ask the Duke if he understood what they were talking about. The head of the Rindel family tried his best to control his emotions, so he told Mikhail that he was greatly mistaken in his reasoning. Realizing that the conversation had indeed reached an impasse, Mikhail said he was ready to end it and headed for the exit. Before leaving, he said that according to his calculations, Liam Pavlov was already on his way to the Rindel castle. Turning around, the heir to Valfurgia said that he very much hoped to meet the Pavlov heir on his way back. The Duke was completely unprepared for this turn of events, so he abruptly ordered the Archmage to stop. Mikhail, on the contrary, had expected this, so he immediately asked if the Duke was ready to admit that he was right and that his words were correct. The head of the Rindel family sighed deeply and said that he was ready to clarify some circumstances. Mikhail was very pleased that the Duke had decided to reconsider his opinion and attitude, so he was ready to listen to him carefully. After thinking for a moment, the Duke suggested that Michael find some kind of compromise in the current situation. Mikhail was a little disappointed because he had expected to hear anything but a proposal for compromise. However, looking at the emotionally reserved Duke, Mikhail understood that it was typical for him to resolve issues in this way. Mikhail was very pleased that he and the Duke had managed to find common ground, so he said he would visit them later. Eileen looked very sad because she did not expect the Archmage to notice the changes in her aura. The Duchess understood that Mikhail had demonstrated to her several times that he knew something, but she thought it was a bluff. She understood that if things continued this way, Mikhail would do anything to make her pay for deceiving his family. Eileen was very upset because she had no idea what to do in this situation and how to preserve her family's honor. The Duke asked his daughter to calm down because he himself was surprised that the young Varfurgi understood how the world worked. Looking out the window, the Duke continued to be surprised because he was sure that he was really good at understanding people. Eileen said that she was ready to take full responsibility because everything had happened because of her carelessness and negligence. To Eileen's surprise, the Duke said that they were one family, so it didn't really matter who took responsibility. He understood that he had given his daughter permission to develop her aura, and if he had noticed it earlier, there would not have been such consequences. Eileen was very ashamed after her father told her that he would take responsibility for his daughter's actions. The Duke looked closely at his daughter and remembered how everything had happened while thinking about what conditions Mikhail might offer. He remembered how happy Eileen had been when she first managed to activate her aura and feel it. The Duke understood that no one could have even imagined that his daughter would be able to develop her aura on her own. He remembered how happy his daughter was and how proud he was to realize that she could become a brilliant swordsman. The head of the Rindel family understood that he was wrong, but he only wanted to protect his daughter's talent. The Duke understood that the Valfurgi family would still take what was theirs, because they were the ones who had broken the Knight's Code of Honor. Eileen understood that her father was absolutely right, but she felt very uneasy because she was to blame for the situation. To her surprise, her father informed her that the Valfurgi family did not plan to destroy their family, and would therefore ask for something simple. The Duke understood that the Archmage was much smarter than Eileen had imagined. Patting his daughter on the head, he asked her to simply observe what was happening, so that she could understand everything. Meanwhile, Liam Pavlov approached the Rindel family estate, curious to find out everything for himself. However, his path was blocked by an unknown young man who had no intention of moving aside. Realizing that Liam Pavlov had questions about who was standing in front of him, Mikhail Valfurgius decided to introduce himself. Liam asked Mikhail for an explanation because he had a meeting with Duchess Rindel scheduled for today. Mikhail decided to calm Liam down and told him that he had been forced to meet with Eileen due to extraordinary circumstances. Liam Pavlov was not satisfied with this answer, so he decided that Mikhail was simply mocking him. He was very angry at Mikhail's strange behavior, so Liam began to use his knightly strength. Mikhail Valfurgi was well aware of Liam Pavlov's strength and abilities, even before his regression. Mikhail knew the origin of the shockwave of the best swordsman of the new generation, so he simply pushed it away. Liam was very surprised because no one had ever managed to push back his shockwave, which he had been developing for many years. The Archmage calmly replied to Liam that he would have time for anger later, but now they had something to discuss. Liam remained in a state of surprise because he had heard a lot about Mikhail Valfurgi, and the person in front of him was completely different. Mikhail understood that arguing was pointless because everyone really did consider him ignorant, but that wasn't important right now. He understood that his main goal at the moment was to take the place of Siegfried, who had failed to repel the demon attack. Even the slightest memory of Siegfried filled Mikhail with horror and rage that he found difficult to control. Feeling a powerful negative energy from his companion, Liam Pavlov automatically placed his hand on his sword. Mikhail was surprised by this action and asked what was wrong with him that Pavlov had decided to grab his sword in his presence. Liam replied that Mikhail looked as if he wanted to attack immediately. Deciding to listen to Mikhail after all, Liam Pavlov pulled himself together and asked him to start the conversation, as he had other things to do. Mikhail liked this suggestion and immediately recognized the old Liam, who had always been quite impulsive. However, Mikhail knew very well that before his regression, Liam Pavlov had always been a cold and level-headed person. He also knew that Liam had problems controlling his anger, but he managed to keep his emotions under complete control. Therefore, Mikhail looked at Liam with friendly love and concern, understanding that he had always been a pillar of support for everyone. Liam, however, did not understand Mikhail's reaction at all and thought that he simply regretted breaking into Duke Rindel's house. To his great surprise, the Archmage said that he was not interested in Eileen at all because it was Liam Pavlov who interested him. After these remarks, an awkward silence hung in the air because Liam had no idea what Mikhail meant. Realizing why there was an awkward silence, Mikhail immediately pointed out that he liked girls and that he meant something else. Liam Pavlov was even more confused as to why the heir to the Valfurgi family needed him. To his great surprise, Mikhail told him that he was offering him to become his partner, and Liam stopped understanding what was going on at all. Mikhail didn't want to listen to Liam because he remembered his last day of life before his regression. At that time, Liam knew that he had failed to win his last decisive battle. It was then that he confessed to Mikhail that if he had started training his aura a year earlier, there would not have been such consequences. The Archmage was very sad that day because Liam had managed to defeat the commander of the 3rd Demon Squad, the fierce Alzem. At the same time, Siegfried brought a large squad to fight the commander of the 2nd Squad, so no one was able to support Liam. Mikhail understood that that day was a great victory and achievement for Liam Pavlov, but the price was his own life. It was Mikhail who was with Liam in his last seconds and asked him not to think about anything and not to suffer. The Archmage found Liam's last question very difficult because he was interested in why he could not become a candidate for hero of the new era. Meanwhile, Mikhail and Mortar went to the gazebo where Liam Pavlov was waiting for negotiation. Mikhail understood that Liam had always behaved like a peacock and talked in a similar manner, so this was not big news to him. The Archmage reported that there had been a lot of rumors circulating in the church lately that could be related to the Pavlov family. Liam was very distant from the church, so he did not immediately understand what rumors were being referred to. Liam admitted that he had heard about the prophecy of a new hero who was supposed to prevent a catastrophe, but he considered it only a legend. Mikhail understood that people still knew nothing about the demon invasion, and that the prophecy was only the first sign. Cassandra voiced the prophecy about the invasion of demons and the coming of a hero of a new era who would be able to prevent the catastrophe. Mikhail knew that her prophecy had spread throughout the world, but people treated it with great skepticism. Liam smiled and said that many considered the Valfurgi family to be the kings of demons because they possessed magic. Michael understood that no one believed in the prophecy and that everyone was just closing their eyes until the invasion began. Therefore, he replied to Liam that it didn't matter whether they believed in the prophecy or not. Liam's support was what mattered most to him. Liam believed that Michael Valfurgius simply hadn't gotten over their broken engagement, so he didn't really want to listen to any of it. After informing everyone that the invasion was just a rumor, Liam began to get up, wanting to end the conversation. Then suddenly Mikhail uttered a significant sentence about aura training using Miller's methodology. Liam immediately stopped, not understanding what Mikhail was talking about, who said that even geniuses can reach a dead end in their training. The Archmage remembered that around this time before the regression, all of Liam's aura development training had completely stalled. Mikhail understood that this information was reliable because he had received it from Liam Pavlov himself. The two of them knew that Miller was the most skilled swordsman and possessed a large number of his own techniques. Mikhail reported that Miller was one of the 5 most talented swordsmen in the entire history of sword development. Liam began to get angry, not understanding how a mage could possibly understand the art of sword fighting. Ignoring Liam's remark, Mikhail said that if he accepted his offer, he would help him develop his aura based on Miller's knowledge. Liam was very angry because he was completely convinced that Mikhail was just deceiving him through manipulation. This was because the heir to the Pavlov family knew very well that Miller had left nothing behind except a single recording. Fully understanding and accepting Liam's anger, Mikhail said that the recording was indeed the only one and that it was unfinished. He understood that all this time Liam Pavlov had been training his aura based on a single unfinished recording. Mikhail calmly informed him that he had the remaining notes from Miller's book of teachings and that he only wanted one thing in return. Liam listened attentively to Valfurgius's heir and understood that he only needed to become his partner to prevent the prophecy from coming true. Mikhail looked closely at Liam and asked him how he had finally decided to act in this situation. Liam thought about it, not understanding why Michael was willing to risk his own life just for some myths. However, according to rumors, the Rindle family had broken off the engagement only because Michael was too ill-mannered. Michael said that he didn't care about his engagement to Eileen and that this event had no effect on his family. Liam noticed that Mikhail was indeed speaking confidently, paying no attention to what others thought of him. Therefore, Liam decided to admit that his initial attitude toward Michael had not been very good, but now it had changed. Mikhail considered this to be completely normal since they had been friends before, but Liam did not understand his words at all. Liam asked for proof that Mikhail really had Miller's teachings, and Mikhail asked him to follow him. Mikhail went to the training ground located on the grounds of the Rindell family castle and asked Liam to stay close. Liam didn't think it was a good idea because it was unacceptable to intrude on someone else's training ground like that. Examining the blade of the sword, Mikhail reassured Liam, saying that he had already received permission. Swinging the sword, Mikhail noticed that it was indeed heavy, so he cast a strengthening spell. Strengthening was a 4th-level magic spell that temporarily strengthened muscles and increased physical strength. Liam Pavlov had no idea what Mikhail was planning to do, so Mikhail asked him to pay close attention. Realizing that Liam was waiting for proof, the Archmage asked him to pay close attention so he could see everything with his own eyes. Liam had no idea how Mikhail intended to prove to him that he had access to Miller's teachings. He did not understand how a magician could demonstrate the principle of aura training according to the teachings of the outstanding swordsman Miller. Mikhail explained that this method was several times more effective for aura training, which is why Miller was able to achieve such high results. He knew that Miller's method consisted of special engravings on the body that allowed the use of not 40, but 70 units of mana. To begin with, Mikhail asked Liam to awaken his own aura in order to demonstrate the truth of his words. Liam understood that arguing could take time that he did not want to waste, so he decided to awaken his aura. Mikhail noticed that the engravings were only vaguely similar to Miller's teachings, but were still too far off. He realized that Pavlov had only studied half of the method, even though the description itself had been given in an abridged form. Mikhail noted that the very fact that Liam had found part of Miller's teachings was already an amazing phenomenon. Liam admitted that he had spent a lot of effort on it, but he had only managed to obtain it thanks to his father. The heir to the Pavlov family was very angry that despite all his efforts, he had only managed to find half of the teaching. Mikhail understood that nothing could be done about it because Miller really did not leave behind a detailed description of the aura. At the same time, it was Liam Pavlov who became the first to study this method in any way and tried to develop it. Mikhail remembered that before his regression, Liam had foreseen that everything would end badly, which is why he passed on all his knowledge to the Archmage. Of course, Mikhail could not have imagined that something like this could happen, but now it was time to return Liam's knowledge to him. Mikhail warned Liam that he would only show him a few times, so he asked him to be very attentive. Liam didn't believe him at first, but he decided to watch closely to make sure Mikhail wasn't tricking him. Looking at Michael and his aura, he couldn't believe that he had really managed to master Miller's method, considering that he was only a mage. Liam was very surprised, especially since the rumors about Mikhail were completely different, and he couldn't even imagine such a thing. Mikhail felt a lot of tension because he knew he wouldn't be able to hold out for even 30 seconds. Deciding to end the demonstration due to lack of strength, he asked Liam if he had enough proof. Liam couldn't believe it and began to think that he wasn't a mage, but Mikhail assured him that he was 100% a mage. Mikhail said that none of that mattered and asked if it was enough for Pavlov to believe him. Liam thought about it, unable to understand how this could be possible and why a magician could master Miller's teachings. Realizing that none of this mattered, he asked why Mikhail couldn't teach him right now, and then he would also fulfill his promises. Liam understood that Mikhail would most likely refuse, so he was prepared to hear a negative answer. However, to his great surprise, Michael replied that he was ready to begin training right away. Liam couldn't believe his ears, so he asked Michael to repeat his answer and clarify what he meant. Mikhail replied that he was ready to start training, but on his family's property, as the training ground was not his. Liam Pavlov didn't get why Mikhail agreed to do the training so easily and why he decided to leave right now. Mikhail calmly replied that he had finished all his business here and was simply heading back home. Liam asked Mikhail to confirm once again that he would indeed begin the training if Pavlov came to the Valfurgi family home. However, Mikhail did not plan to answer any more questions because he was sure he had already said enough. Passing by the entrance to the Rindell family's castle, Mikhail felt someone's gaze on him, so he decided to stop. The Duke came out into the hall and called Mikhail because he had decided to talk to him after all. Mikhail said that he had simply decided to say goodbye before leaving, and the Duke said that it was obvious that Mikhail had already gotten everything he really wanted. The Archmage understood that the Duke had been watching his training, and said that this method would be too simple for the Duke. The head of the Rindell family said that he had indeed seen their training with Liam Pavlov. Bowing, the Duke apologized to the entire Valfurgi family and asked how he could make up for his guilt. Mikhail was surprised by the Duke's confession, especially since he was sure that the Duke was fully aware of his desires. The Duke understood that he had behaved unworthily, which he decided to admit to Mikhail and apologize again. In turn, Mikhail also decided to apologize for breaking into their home uninvited and causing such a commotion. Mikhail understood that Eileen and Liam's engagement was already doomed and made no sense. The Duke smiled because he understood that this was exactly what Mikhail wanted, which is why he was able to break off the engagement so easily. Mikhail pretended that he had no idea what the Duke was talking about because he only wanted to give Liam Pavlov a choice. The Duke was sure that until today, Liam believed that the engagement had been broken off on Rindal's initiative. However, after meeting Mikhail in person, Liam realized that all the rumors surrounding the engagement were just rumors. After thinking for a moment, the Duke asked if they could make amends and regain the trust of the Walfurgi family. Mikhail replied that if the Rindals truly wanted this, the doors of his family would always be open to them. Mikhail decided to ask the Duke how he would feel about Eileen having a really good mentor. The Duke was surprised by this question and asked Michael to clarify what exactly he wanted to offer in this regard. So he decided to clarify whether the Archmage meant that they could receive better training. Mikhail replied that he meant considering whether their current education was the best possible. Observing the Duke's behavior, the Archmage realized that he was probably trying to discern his plans. Suddenly, the Duke decided to ask what the nature of the darkness imprisoned in Mikhail's soul was. Mikhail was a little surprised and even amused by such an insensitive question, so he said that there was no darkness inside him at all. Upon returning home, the head of the Walfurgi family immediately praised his son for uncovering the evil plans of the Rindal family. Michael asked his father to be more calm and not to say such heartless things. Seeing the smile on his father's face, Michael did not understand why he was so pleased that he had managed to prove the evil intentions of the Rindal family. Marquis Walfurgius was very unhappy that his son contradicted his every word and did not even allow him to praise him. He announced that he had received a letter from the Duke stating that he planned to visit their home in person and offer his apologies. The Marquis was glad that they had won because he really didn't like the Duke's arrogance. Mikhail reported that the Duke had asked him whether his family could regain the trust of the Walfurgi family. His father asked what his answer was, and Mikhail replied that he had said their doors were open if their intentions were truly pure and sincere. Marquis Walfurgi praised him because it was indeed important not to reveal one's true feeling. Mikhail asked his father for permission to see the matter through to the end because he had already achieved great success. Seeing doubt in his father's eyes, Michael asked him not to be deceitful and reminded him that although his father had a high level of magic, he had not noticed the deception. Marquis Walfurgi listened attentively to his son and warned him that the Duke was not only an experienced swordsman, but also a very cunning man. Mikhail understood his father's warnings, so he said that he understood and knew all this, and that was why he wanted to finish what he had started. The head of the Walfurgi family understood that his son would have to face this anyway, so he decided to let him continue with his plan. Michael was pleased with his father's positive decision and said that he would do everything in his power not to let him down. The head of the Walfurgi family did not understand why his son had changed so much, but decided to praise him for a job well done. Mikhail was a little surprised because his father was usually very stingy with positive and approving words. Left alone, Marquis Walfurgius did not understand what had happened in such a short time to cause his son to change so much. Recalling Mikhail's childhood, he realized that his son had always had a rather weak character. Marquis Walfurgius understood that even though he had entrusted everything to his son, he did not want to remain on the sidelines. Therefore, he decided to think about how to meet and surprise the Duke so much that he himself would spread the rumors. Mikhail remembered that before the decline of their family's reputation, they had been the most powerful magicians. At the same time, he firmly understood that there was only one reason for the development of such sad events. Mikhail understood that the main problem was internal conflict, because many people wanted to take the place of the head of the Walfurgi family. The butler, Mortar, followed his young master and could only guess at the depth of his thoughts. Suddenly, Michael decided to check whether Viscount Nostra had arrived to find him, as he had done 3 days before his supposed engagement. Mortar did not quite understand why the young master suddenly needed Viscount Nostra, but confirmed his presence. The butler clarified that his arrival was not unexpected because Mikhail was the only direct heir to the throne. Mikhail knew that Viscount Nostra was a 7th Circle mage and one of the most influential vassals of the Walfurgi family. It was the Viscount who, from a very young age, had tried to help the head of the family and was held in very high regard. Mikhail knew that the Viscount had one flaw, which was that he wanted power within the family too much. The butler was only beginning to understand what the young master was talking about and what he meant. Mikhail replied that this was not entirely the case, but that the Viscount did indeed need to be watched. Mortar admitted that he would have to think about the young master's words, as he had always been on the side of Viscount Nostra. Mikhail decided to tell the truth and revealed that it was the Viscount who had taught him the magic of the 3rd Circle. For the butler, this news was unexpected, and he did not understand how Viscount Nostra could have allowed himself to conduct secret training. Mikhail remembered that the unstable 3rd Circle he had after his regression was given to him by the Viscount. He remembered that at that moment he was very happy that the magic circles really worked as a whole. Mikhail was even a little ashamed because he understood that the Viscount posed a great threat to the entire Walfurgi family. He remembered how everything had happened before the regression, and how and why the family of outstanding magicians had fallen. That is why he firmly decided that he would not allow the events that led to the downfall of his family to happen again. Therefore, Mikhail turned to the butler and requested a meeting with the Viscount as soon as possible. Mortar was surprised because he understood that Viscount Nostra was not the kind of man who would come to the heir's chambers at the first call. Mikhail smiled and asked the butler not to worry because he was sure that the Viscount was only waiting to be summoned to the heir's chambers. A few minutes later, Viscount Nostra knocked on Mikhail's door. He was very happy to see him and said that he had come immediately. The Viscount was curious to know if Mikhail wanted to become his student and what decision he had made on the matter. Mikhail was very confident in the correctness of his decisions and actions, so he said that he had a counter-proposal. Viscount Nostra was very surprised and did not understand what kind of proposal the heir to the Valfurgi family wanted to make. Seeing the confusion in the Viscount's eyes, Mikhail said that they should hold a competition without using magic circles. Mikhail clearly remembered how his family had fallen apart before the regression, and how it was all connected to Viscount Nostra. At the same time, the small part of the family that had managed to survive was on the verge of attack and eternal rest. It was at that moment that followers of demons began to actively appear, carrying out any orders of the Demon King. Mikhail remembered that his father was confined to bed, while other powerful magicians simply left and refused to offer any support. He understood that in those difficult moments, their last hope was Viscount Nostra. At that time, Viscount Nostra was the only powerful magician of the 8 magical circles. That is why the remaining members of the Valfurgi family watched his actions with bated breath. Mikhail remembered that he himself had placed great hopes on the Viscount and was therefore watching his actions. He was very interested to find out what spell the most powerful mage would use against the followers of demons. When Viscount Nostra approached the demon followers face to face, all the Valfurgi looked at him with hope. Unfortunately, in front of everyone, the Viscount threw down his staff, fell to his knees before the demon followers, and announced that they were surrendering. At that moment, all hope was lost, and that was how the story of the powerful Valfurgi family of magicians ended. Analyzing everything that had happened and the reasons for his family's downfall, Michael decided to reveal the true identity of the Viscount. Viscount Nostra was very surprised when Mikhail told him that he would not mind becoming his student, but wanted to make sure that he was a good teacher. Mikhail explained that he wanted to personally test his strength and not take his word for it because magic is a rather complex subject. The Viscount was surprised by such distrust and did not understand why it was not enough for the heir that he had taught him the magic of the 3rd magic circle. He was very angry at such distrust because he had taught Mikhail everything he knew. Mikhail, on the other hand, looked completely calm and said that he simply wanted to dispel all doubt. He also said that he believed it was right to back up his words with actions, so he did not see any particular difficulty in his request. Viscount Nostra thought for a moment, realizing that it was better not to argue with the only heir to the Valfurgi family. Mikhail said that he only wanted to test his own strength without using magic circles to assess his true power. Viscount Nostra thought even harder about this strange proposal and asked what would happen if the Archmage were to win. Mikhail replied that it was quite simple. If he won, he would become the Viscount's teacher. The Viscount agreed to accept the terms of this strange bet and went to his chambers to think about what was happening. He was confident that he could win even without using magic circles because he surpassed Michael in experience and knowledge. Viscount Nostra understood that he was several steps above Mikhail, and that was his limit. He was sure that despite being the heir to the Valfurgi genes, he was still too young and lacked life experience. That is why the Viscount was sure that the young lord lived in a world of his own illusions, considering himself a fairy tale hero. He was even glad to receive such an offer because if he became the heir's official teacher, even the head of the family would not be able to influence him. These thoughts delighted the Viscount because he was already anticipating victory. The next day, the butler Mortar rushed into Michael's chambers to report some information. Mortar said that he couldn't believe his ears when he heard that the young master had invited the Viscount to a magic contest. Mikhail admitted that it was indeed true and that he had indeed invited the Viscount to a magical contest to compare their levels. Mortar did not understand the young master's actions at all and asked why he had chosen the Viscount of Nostra. He tried to explain that if the Viscount won, Mikhail would personally grant him even greater power within the family. However, the young master was completely calm, which surprised Mordred, and he did not understand his master's plans. Mikhail admitted that he understood everything perfectly, but without this event, he would not be able to catch the Viscount on the hook. Therefore, he decided to ask the butler if he knew why the Viscount was still in the family after everything he had done. The butler, Mortar, suggested that it was directly related to the fact that the Viscount was close to the Marquise of Valfurgi. Mikhail said that Edward had indeed been very close to the Viscount in his youth. They had been both friends and colleagues. It was precisely because of these fond memories that Edward was unable to bring himself to expel the Viscount. Mikhail added that this was precisely why he wanted to hold a competition, so that everyone could learn about the true strength of Viscount North. He understood that the stakes were very high because all words were backed by magic. That is why Mikhail understood that if he won, he would be able to dominate the Viscount and keep him under his control. After thinking for a moment, Mortar agreed that the plan was indeed a good one, but he did not rule out the possibility that the Viscount could win. The butler was very worried about such a magical contest, so he asked the young gentleman if he was sure of himself. Mikhail winked and promised the butler that Viscount Nostra would never be able to defeat him. Mortar was still very nervous, so he asked how confident the young master was in himself and his abilities. Mikhail explained that he had set a condition so that he and the Viscount would be on completely equal footing. Mortar understood that the Viscount and Mikhail would have the same level of strength during the competition, but he was not sure about Mikhail's experience. After thinking it over, he took a resignation letter out of his jacket pocket and said that he couldn't take it anymore. However, Mikhail waved his hand and cast a fire spell, simply dissolving the butler's statement. Seeing his statement completely dissolve into tiny particles, the butler was terrified. He tried to explain to Mikhail that a 4th circle mage could never defeat a 7th circle mage. Mikhail asked the butler to trust him and not to worry because he would not have challenged him if he was not confident in his abilities. Mortar, trying to comprehend the situation, decided to ask the young master where he got such strong confidence in his own abilities. Mikhail smiled and said that the 7 magic circles of Viscount Nostra were nothing more than an illusion. Mortar once again began to take out a new resignation letter, but Mikhail said that he would not accept it under any circumstances. He then explained that Viscount Nostra had violated the sequence of opening the magic circles. Mikhail said that for this reason, the Viscount could not be considered a true magician of the 7th magic circle, because he only imitated his power but did not actually possess it, which made him weak. Therefore, Michael was curious to see how Viscount Nostra would behave when he needed to use his real power. The Archmage understood that a battle where attacks were launched every second could not compare to the illusory powers of Viscount Nostra. Edward Valfurgius was horrified when he heard about the magical competition from his son and decided to ask him to repeat his conditions. Mikhail informed his father that a truly interesting spectacle awaited him, in which he and Viscount Nostra would compete in magic. Edward began to get angry, not understanding why his son had decided to start such a strange magical competition. He said that not even a day had passed since his son promised to sort things out with the Duke, and now he was already making such statements. Edward continued to be angry and even slammed his fist on the table, not understanding what had happened to his own son. Mikhail was confident in himself and his abilities, so he told his father that he was not joking. Edward understood that this was not why he had taught his son magic, so he did not understand why the Archmage had come up with all this. Mikhail firmly stated that he had no intention of losing and, on the contrary, wanted to make Viscount Nostra his own student. Taking a large club, Edward said that it was a textbook and that he now planned to teach his son some sense. Mikhail did not expect to see such a strange tool in his father's hands, so he asked him to calm down and not to act rashly. Edward, in turn, did not understand how his sensible son could say such nonsense with such a serious expression on his face. Mikhail decided to remind his father that Viscount Nostra was only a vassal of their family, so he had no intention of doing as he was told. Edward pondered his son's words and couldn't understand where a young man with only the 4th magic circle could get so much self-confidence. Mikhail said that if he lost, he would become Viscount Nostra's apprentice, as he had been before. Edward continued to be very angry, not understanding why Mikhail was so calm at such a crucial moment. Mikhail remembered that his father had always threatened to take his legs away if he put himself in danger. Therefore, he promised his father that he would voluntarily give up his legs for the benefit of the Valfurgi family. Having received his father's approval, Mikhail realized that all that remained was to settle the matter with the Viscount himself. He understood that the Viscount was completely confident of his victory, and was therefore surely thinking about how to use Mikhail in the future. Mikhail knew that even before his regression, Viscount Nostra had never been a real magician. After thinking it over, he went to the Valfurgi family's special training hall, where a special magical shield had been installed. It was in the training hall that Michael decided to test his strength and develop tactics for his predicted attack. As a warm-up, he used the first magic circle spell, Flash, which was the basis of all circles. Mikhail knew that many magicians overlook this spell because of its simplicity, but it could be used in a different way. Therefore, with precise calculation of the energy directed at a specific target, this spell became more complex. Mikhail understood that with the correct calculations of the angles of reflection, Flash became comparable to the 5th level of magic. By using precise calculations and controlling the direction of the energy, the Flash spell could easily be transformed into the Explosion spell. For the attacks to be accurate, precise control of the directed mana and its quantity was required. Mikhail understood that it was this knowledge that distinguished a low-level mage from a high-ranking one. Realizing that there was still about an hour left before the competition, Mikhail decided to spend his time wisely and try out other spells. Mikhail was certain that all of Viscount's circles were just a trick, so he wanted to expose his lie. He knew that if he did not have an innate talent for restoring mana, he would not have been able to achieve such heights. The Viscount walked to the training hall, realizing that Edward had no idea that by starting to train his son, he would become a pillar of the Valfurgians. Suddenly, he was seized by a heart attack and fell to his knees right in the hallway. Hearing footsteps approaching, Viscount Nostra immediately turned around and saw that the head of the Valfurgi family had arrived at the event. Edward helped him up and decided to clarify whether he and his son had indeed made a bet. Viscount Nostra confirmed his agreement and said that Mikhail had always needed a worthy mentor. Edward said that he remembered all the good times they had had together, so he had decided to just watch. The Viscount smiled and said that he would always remember Edward's care for him and would never forget it. Edward was a little surprised by the Viscount's response because he thought he was just being given a chance. The Viscount wanted to ask what the head of the family thought about all this, but Edward did not wish to continue the conversation. Viscount Nostra was not very pleased with this attitude from his old friend, but he decided not to dwell on it. In the training hall, Mikhail finished all his preparations and was ready for the competition to begin. When he saw Edward, he was very surprised that his father had decided to attend their magical event after all. Edward informed him that he would be the only one who would know the outcome of the competition, and the only one who would evaluate their actions. The head of the Valfurgi family warned that the consequences could be severe, so he asked the participants to think everything over once more. The Viscount said that being the heir to the Valfurgi family was not an easy burden, so he was ready to accept any decision made by the young gentleman. Mikhail, in turn, decided not to comment on what was happening, because he understood that he himself was the initiator. Realizing that everyone had agreed, Edward cast a spell and sealed the Viscount Nostra's magic circles. Thus, the participants could use any spells within the 5 magic circles. Viscount Nostra smiled and said that he understood the rules of the competition perfectly and was ready to begin. Mikhail looked completely calm and confirmed his readiness to begin the competition to measure magical power. Viscount Nostra immediately took up an attacking position and cast a slow spell. Mikhail understood that his opponent had used a cunning spell because it was easier to control the situation with a slow opponent. That is why the Archmage decided to use the confusion spell to make it more difficult for the Viscount to stay grounded in reality. The Viscount was very surprised that such a young gentleman was familiar with such a complex spell. The effect of the spell immediately gave the Viscount a headache, and he found it very difficult to assess reality. Mikhail, however, despite the effects of the slowdown spell, continued to advance confidently. The Viscount still did not understand how Mikhail had managed to learn how to use the most complex spell of the 4th magic circle. Mikhail had no desire to reveal his secrets, so he told Nostra that he didn't need to know about it. The Viscount was very angry at this attitude, so he used 2 opposing spells of fire and air. He really wanted to teach Mikhail a lesson, so everything around them was mixed up and consisted of fragments of ice and fireball. To enhance the effect and effectiveness of the previous spell, the Viscount used Earth Ring. Since Michael was under the effect of the slow spell, he was unable to immediately begin blocking the attacks. Gathering some strength, the Archmage immediately activated the barrier spell for his own safety. He understood that, logically speaking, the Viscount was right because it was not the number of circles that mattered, but the number of spells. However, to the Viscount's surprise, the young heir easily managed to block attacks from such complex spells. Mikhail understood that in magic, the most important thing was to have a clear head and be able to control one's own aura. Seeing that Mikhail had activated the first magic circle spell, Flash, the Viscount was surprised and even laughed. Mikhail warned that he had used the multi-shot flash spell of the first magical level. He understood that with a correct assessment of the situation and accurate calculations, it was possible to achieve the impossible. Viscount Nostra was very surprised by the unattainable skills demonstrated by the young gentleman. Mikhail confidently controlled the inexhaustible streams of mana, which allowed him to expand his attack zones. Viscount Nostra understood that this magic was far beyond the magic of the 1st magic circle, and he did not understand how it was possible. Looking at the young gentleman, the sole heir to the Valfurgi family, he did not understand how he had achieved such mastery. In response, Michael smiled slightly and said that he was ready to demonstrate real magic. The Viscount realized that he had no time to think about how Mikhail had achieved such skills. Therefore, he immediately began to set up a magic shield to protect himself from the heir's attacks. Seeing that the shield completely protected him, the Viscount began to laugh, saying that it was impossible to defeat him with such primitive methods. Mikhail, on the other hand, was completely confident in his strength and abilities, so he decided to activate the explosion spell. The magic shield was completely destroyed, and the Viscount did not understand how it was possible to control mana so confidently. Viscount Nostra believed that such mastery of mana was completely unfair and therefore violated the rules of the competition. Mikhail was angered by the Viscount's behavior and asked him to watch his words and not cross the line. He also stated that he was participating as a member of the Valfurgi family and therefore requested proof of the rule violation. Viscount Nostra realized that he was wrong and had made a mistake, so he knelt down and said that his words were a lie. Activating a new spell, Mikhail smiled and said that he accepted his opponent's response. A new wave of controlled flashes from the 1st magic circle was again directed at Viscount Nostra. The Viscount immediately rushed to set up a magical protective shield, and Mikhail simply watched the situation unfold. However, the shield was completely destroyed again, and the Viscount, almost losing consciousness, was already lying on the floor of the training hall. Mikhail ordered him to get up immediately because he was sure that they were not finished yet. The Viscount was very angry and understood that today Mikhail had revealed himself to him in a completely new light. Afterwards, he said that he would definitely prove himself in action because he was, after all, a 7th circle mage. Using each spell, Mikhail analyzed the situation and realized that the Viscount had managed to cast 2 magic shields at once. The Viscount prepared to use a multi-shot spell to increase the effectiveness of his attacks. Edward was confused because 4th level magic had been improved to 7th level. The head of the Valfurgi family understood that a normal 7th circle mage could only slightly improve the performance of this spell. Covering his face with his hands, Edward was very upset because he began to understand what Viscount Nostra had been hiding from them all this time. Viscount Nostra decided to use 3 fire spears at once, realizing that the young lord would not be able to withstand such power. He found it very funny and could not contain his emotions because he understood that he was one small step away from unconditional victory. Eduardo became very sad because he understood that the Viscount was right and was indeed one step away from victory. A smile spread across the Viscount's face because he was sure that victory would be his, which meant he would become the heir's teacher. Suddenly, Viscount Nostra's face changed dramatically because he couldn't understand how what was happening could be real. To everyone's surprise, Mikhail easily blocked the attack and announced that now it was his turn to demonstrate his strength. Edward even opened his mouth slightly in surprise because he could not even imagine that his son was capable of stopping such an attack. Viscount Nostra still couldn't believe his eyes and senses, so he decided to ask how the heir had managed to stop his attack. Mikhail dispelled the Viscount's magic and replied that he had blocked the attack easily and simply because it had required no effort at all. Viscount Nostra couldn't understand how a man who had reached the 4th circle of magic could stop the attack of a 7th circle mage. Mikhail reminded the Viscount of his words that the ability to control magic is much more important than magic itself and its manifestation. He also said that talent is actually the most important thing in magic because without it, it is impossible to develop skills and abilities. Viscount Nostra was very angry, realizing that the heir was trying to say that he was more talented than a 7th circle magician. Mikhail smiled proudly, saying that no one was stopping the Viscount from proving the opposite and demonstrating his talent. Throwing aside his staff, the Viscount decided to use the spells of the Ice Spear, Magic Spikes, and Demonic Hand. To the Viscount's surprise, Michael easily countered his spells with a flash of the first magic circle. Mikhail replied that it was only so easy for him because he used calculations and calculations. He then activated multi-shot flash against his enemies and turned them toward the Viscount. Viscount Nostra stared mesmerized at the large number of flashes, which exceeded all previous ones in power. Mikhail reported that Viscount had managed to put up a protective shield last time, so he was curious to see how he would fare this time. Viscount Nostra was very frightened by such a large number of flashes, so he tried his best to set up a magic shield. Despite spending a great deal of energy on his own defense, Viscount Nostra still suffered significant damage. However, Mikhail did not want to stop and, using the confusion spell, struck again. He immediately followed up with the flash spell and dealt repeated damage to the 7th circle mage. Viscount Nostra was in very bad shape and asked the young lord to give him some time to catch his breath. But Mikhail had no desire to listen to him because he remembered everything that had happened before the regression. That is why, grabbing the Viscount, Mikhail began to strike him in the face to punish him in some way for what he had done. Even before the regression, the young gentleman had made a list of things he really wanted to do. However, his father grabbed him by the arm and asked him to stop because Viscount Nostra could no longer utter a word. Mikhail did not understand why he should stop because he had not heard the Viscount ask for mercy. Showing his fist, Edward reminded his son that violence provokes even more violence, so he ordered him to stop. He then asked Viscount Nostra if he officially accepted his defeat in this magical contest. Receiving silent consent, Edward immediately teleported the Viscount to the medical room, while Michael asked permission to deliver the final blow. Edward and Mikhail remained alone in the training hall, and the father admitted that he was surprised by his son's skills. Edward said that a long time ago there was a magician who was called the Apostle, and it was he who had such knowledge of magic. Mikhail said that it was just a coincidence because he had learned everything on his own and with his own mind. Edward looked intently into the eyes of his only son and asked if he was telling the truth. Mikhail replied with complete confidence that he was telling the truth because he understood perfectly well who his father was talking about. That apostle was the Twilight Mage who had been expelled from every community and then disappeared without a trace. Mikhail was upset by such distrust, so he decided to ask his father why he underestimated him so much. Edward explained that although such magic spells were simple, their interpretation required great talent. Mikhail smiled and said that he was born with such talent because he was the son of the head of a family of powerful magicians. He was pleased that his father agreed to believe him after these words, but he continued to ask about the purpose of the competition. Edward understood that everyone knew that the Viscount was his childhood friend, but the heir would never allow him to become his student. Mikhail understood that his father was completely right in everything he said, and he really did not want such a teacher. Therefore, bowing his head, he said that he did not want to prove anything, but had simply given in to his inner feelings and emotion. Mikhail decided to ask a counter question. Would his father be willing to banish Viscount Nostra from the Valfurgi family for his deception? He explained that he understood his father, who sometimes felt lonely as the head of a large family, and that the Viscount had become a friend to him. Edward realized that he was much weaker than his son, and was surprised by his actions. Michael said that from now on he would always keep an eye on Viscount Nostra's actions. Edward was very surprised by his son's awareness, who said that he was doing everything to prevent the destruction of what had been built for so long. Coming to his senses, Viscount Nostra thought about everything that had happened during the magic competition. He couldn't understand how he could have allowed himself to lose to a young gentleman who had only recently received his 4th magic circle. He understood that Edward Valfurgius had seen everything with his own eyes and was a witness, which meant that nothing could be changed. His thoughts were interrupted by Michael, who unexpectedly entered his chambers and asked if he remembered what they had agreed upon. Viscount Nostra understood that now he was simply obliged to become a student of the heir to the Valfurgi family, which did not give him any status. He found it very strange that Mikhail had known from the very beginning that he would win, so he did not understand why the condition of defeat was to become a student. The Viscount began to think that the magical competition had been planned with the sole purpose of humiliating him. He understood that he still had a chance for redemption, so he assumed that all this was done to take revenge on the Duke. Mikhail became interested in hearing the 7th Circle Magician's version, so he decided to listen to him until the end. Viscount Nostra was ecstatic because he was sure that Michael had done all this to get revenge on Duke Rindel. Michael decided to pause for a moment so that Viscount Nostra could enjoy his ideas a little. Viscount Nostra looked closely at Michael, realizing that he was right and that he would be able to gain power in the Valfurgi family. A few minutes later, Michael replied that this was not part of his plan, and that he did not like his student talking so much about irrelevant matters. Viscount Nostra was astonished when he heard Mikhail ask him to be quiet and call him only teacher. He couldn't believe that Mikhail really wanted to be his teacher and conduct training sessions with him. Looking at Mikhail's serious face, the Viscount tried to find even the slightest hint that what was happening was not true. The Viscount decided to clarify whether Mikhail understood that he was a close friend of Edward and a magician of the 7th Magic Circle. The Archmage was very tired of listening to all the nonsense and excuses that the Viscount was trying to come up with. Mikhail informed the Viscount that he must understand that a promise made by a mage must be kept, otherwise there could be serious consequences. The Viscount understood that if the promise was broken, all the magic circles would be destroyed, but he did not understand how he could be a student. Mikhail said that none of that mattered, and that age and the number of circles were irrelevant. Only the fulfillment of the promise was important. He was very determined and asked his student to go to the training ground to begin his training. Viscount Nostra set off to carry out Michael's orders, knowing that otherwise all his magic circles would be destroyed. He was very worried about this because if the 7 magic circles were destroyed, he would lose all his power. Michael paid no attention to his anxiety because he wanted to teach him some things. Remembering everything that had happened before the regression, Michael realized that he should help Nostra instead. He knew that if he managed to teach Viscount Nostra, he could be very useful in the future. This was because the Viscount had the 7th level of magic and great potential that he could not unlock on his own. Mikhail decided to ask the Viscount where he would like to start his training and what exactly interested him. The Viscount couldn't wrap his head around the fact that he had to become the heir to the throne's apprentice, and he said he didn't want to learn anything. Mikhail said that first they should deal with the Viscount's unstable circles because they were preventing him from fully using his magic. He understood that this confirmation proved the reaction of the Viscount's heart, which began to ache at the slightest exertion. It was indeed very difficult for Viscount Nostra to hide the instability of his magic circles from those around him. Mikhail understood that magic circles could not be stable unless they were preceded by enlightenment, according to all the laws of magic. However, there was a shortcut to obtaining magic circles, which was called the Path of the Twilight Mage. Most likely, the Viscount used this method to get closer to Edward Valfurgius. By following the path of the Apostle, it was possible to obtain a high level of magic circles, but in return, the energy was weak and unstable. The young gentleman understood that the circles could be stabilized, and he wanted to help Viscount Nostra become stronger. To do this, the magician of 7 magic circles had to give all his mana to Michael. The Viscount understood that no one could know that he had touched the Apostle's hands except for Edward, who had apparently told his son everything. He was terrified, realizing that the magical competition was Edward's usual plan. Michael asked the Viscount not to jump to conclusions, saying that he himself had felt something strange when his opponent had made a triple strike. He explained that he had seen the Viscount constantly clutching his heart because his magic circles were unstable. The young gentleman was very surprised that the Viscount thought that the heir to the Valfurgi family would not notice this. The Viscount became very sad and hurt when he realized that his life and career as a magician had been destroyed. Mikhail explained that it was not about the magician's career at all, but that he simply did not have the health to endure all this. He explained that the only way to change everything was to destroy the magic circles that had been obtained by deception. Viscount Nostra was completely unprepared for this, both mentally and physically. He did not want to agree because he had come a long way, having started out with only 5 magic circles. Mikhail reminded him that obtaining unstable magic circles through deception had a very negative effect on his health. He remembered that before his regression, the Viscount was 1 step away from eternal rest as a result of his deception. Mikhail tried to explain that these circles did not bring any benefit or power, but only created the appearance of authority. Looking at Viscount Nostra, Michael was very surprised that he believed this would bring him closer to his father's level. It was then that Viscount Nostra realized that Edward had probably understood and known about this from the very beginning. Edward Valfurgius was indeed aware of this, but he preferred not to interfere and to remain silent about everything. Viscount Nostra felt very ashamed of his actions and began to remember the time he had spent with Edward. He remembered how, standing on the cliff, Edward thanked him for his help and support during difficult times for their family. How he confessed that he believed strongly in the Viscount, considering him a talented man capable of achieving great heights. Then Edward confessed that the Viscount would always be the only person he could trust. Mikhail did not understand what was going on in his student's mind, but he decided to give him some time to think about everything. Suddenly, Viscount turned to his teacher and said that he was ready to destroy the circles, so he asked him to take back his mana. After completing all the steps, Mikhail received the 5th magic circle, which made him very happy. Viscount Nostra, however, thought every day about the fact that he was no longer a magician of the 7th magic circle, which upset him greatly. Mikhail was also sad every day to see the Viscount suffering from the circles, but he managed to cope with the task. He understood that he had only managed to extinguish a small spark of what he had to do in the near future. He understood that according to Cassandra's prophecy, the invasion of demons would begin in exactly 7 years. However, everything turned into a disaster only because no one believed in her prophecy and people did not have time to prepare. Despite the fact that the demons were unable to replenish their ranks, there was not a single living creature capable of standing up to them. The church hastily tried to gather heroes in order to somehow influence the situation. This is how Arto's squad was formed, which included Michael with Siegfried as their captain and leader. Michael understood that the most important thing now was the prophecy because no one in the world believed the prophetess, which was a mistake. He wanted to find her and knew that she was about 2 years younger than him, around 18 years old. Unfortunately, Cassandra tried to warn everyone with her predictions, but no one would even listen to her. Mikhail understood that a prophecy that no one believed in could not exist for long, and that this had to be changed. He understood that all this had to be changed first and foremost, because he personally planned to participate in the selection of candidates for heroes of the new era. Thinking through his plan, Michael first sent an invitation to Liam Pavlov to become his assistant in this matter. Then he began to think about what to do with Cassandra and how to find her, since she was no longer in the church. The Archmage was very concerned that he knew nothing about the prophet's whereabouts and wanted to rectify the situation. His thoughts were interrupted by the butler, Mortar, who did not understand what the young master was doing and why he was pulling his hair. Mikhail, fixing his hair, explained that he was not busy and asked why the butler had come to him. The butler informed him that an important guest had arrived from a distant estate, and Michael immediately realized that it was Liam. Liam Pavlov was very happy to see Mikhail because he had traveled a long way to his estate. He couldn't wait to find out how soon they could start training their auras using Miller's method to increase their strength. Mikhail informed him that Liam had arrived much sooner than planned because he was supposed to be busy preparing for his engagement. Liam replied that training was much more important to him, and that he had never wanted to be engaged to Eileen Rindle. Mikhail understood that he had to keep his promise to Liam Pavlov, so he agreed to conduct the training. Liam Pavlov was very angry when Mikhail told him that he had to add one more small condition. He didn't understand what additional conditions could be involved since he had already agreed to go with him to the temple. Mikhail asked him to calm down and listen to what he had to say about the problems in the Pavlov family's estate. Liam was a little frightened by Mikhail's knowledge of the dungeon and began to pretend that he knew nothing about it. Mikhail continued to look calmly at Liam and said that he was completely incapable of lying or deceiving anyone. Liam Pavlov said that he really couldn't deceive or lie, but he had no idea what Mikhail was talking about. The Archmage said that he knew that a year ago they had found a dungeon with a large amount of mana and that Pavlov had sent a research team there. These words stunned Liam because no one else knew about this except him and Count Pavlov. Mikhail tried to control his words because he only had all the information until the moment of regression. He knew that 5 research teams had been sent to this dungeon, and almost none of them had returned. At the same time, the Pavlov family planned to marry Rindle to improve their financial situation. Liam Pavlov clutched his head because he was sure that no one knew about this, which meant that there was a spy within the family. The Archmage tried to reassure Pavlov that it was only his assumption based on rumors from various members of the research groups. Mikhail understood that the dungeon was actually a tomb, which is why its guards would not let the Count enter it. He told Liam that he was personally interested in the dungeon because he had very high hopes for it. Liam Pavlov was very surprised and did not understand why Mikhail was so interested in their dungeon. He tried to explain to Mikhail that the dungeon was too dangerous because many research teams had simply never returned. However, Mikhail said that he planned to tackle the dungeon on his own without the help of a research team. Liam did not understand how the young heir could handle it alone since even experienced experts had failed. Upon learning that basic knowledge of magic was required to pass through the dungeon, Liam began to understand that Mikhail was perfectly suited for the task. The Archmage tried to explain that his admission to the dungeon would not affect his family or his status in any way. Liam Pavlov thought about it because he understood that Mikhail was absolutely right, but he was very worried about his training. Fortunately for Liam, Mikhail said that he would be happy to teach him everything he knew, both in theory and in practice. Liam understood that his promise to get access to the dungeon was no guarantee, because the final decision was up to his father. Mikhail said that since they had managed to resolve everything, he planned to visit his father right away. Upon hearing this news, Edward was horrified because Mikhail had already taken in the Rindles and now the Pavlovs as well. The Archmage tried to explain to his father that all these events were closely connected. Edward suggested that his son, realizing that Pavlov was Eileen's new fiancé, had decided to stir up trouble in his enemy's family. Mikhail told his father that he did not plan to make any more mistakes, and had already given his word to Liam. Edward was furious because he was very worried that his son could cause a lot of irreparable damage. Mikhail decided to ask his father to put away the stick he used for discipline, explaining that he hadn't done anything wrong yet. Edward in turn had no intention of changing anything and said that what he was holding in his hands was not a stick for discipline, but a magic staff. Mikhail was surprised by his father's statement because the object in his hands looked more like a club for hunting orcs. He was even a little moved by his father's story that everything in the wizard's hands became a magic staff. Despite being very angry, Edward put down the disciplinary staff and asked if he could trust the Archmage. Bowing his head, Michael smiled and said that his father could always rely on him and that he always believed in him. Edward understood that his son was absolutely right because he had always believed in him and was confident in him. Michael remembered that before his regression, after his father left, he always blamed himself for not paying enough attention to him. The head of the Valfurgi family was very worried about his son and did not understand his strong confidence that he would be able to cope. Mikhail replied that he had a clear plan of what he had done and what needed to be done, and that was why he was so confident of success. Realizing that it was useless to argue with his grown son, Edward said that Mikhail could do as he saw fit. Mikhail bowed to his father, thanked him, and said that he would definitely do as he wished. Suddenly, the Archmage sensed that someone else was present in the room where he was negotiating with his father, but was hiding. He was very surprised by the aura of the other person, so he decided to ask his father if he had any guests. Edward replied that there were no guests and asked what Mikhail had noticed, to which Mikhail replied that it was probably just his imagination. When Mikhail left the room, Edward realized that his son reminded him very much of himself. Edward became curious whether he had really been like that, and Mortar said that he had been like that only in his youth, but later he had become more level-headed. Head Valfurgius did not understand whether Mikhail had recognized his butler, or if it was just his imagination. The butler replied that it could be either way because he really did have unusual features that were difficult to hide. Mortar admitted that he was constantly watching the young master, who had indeed changed a lot recently. The butler explained to Edward that Mikhail had become bolder, and that his magical abilities had indeed reached a completely different level. Eduardo became curious whether these changes in Mikhail were really only due to the development of his magic. Mortar said that most likely Mikhail was indeed a very talented young man, who had been able to unlock his own potential. Bowing his head, the butler said that this was not surprising because only true Valfurgians could unlock their potential. Edward understood that Mortar was absolutely right because this had indeed happened and been seen in different generations of his family. He pondered the butler's words, realizing that his talent was passed down from generation to generation. At one point, Edward said that he would like to ask him for a small favor that needed to be done in the near future. Mortar said he was ready to fulfill any request because they had already agreed on everything from the start. Edward took a deep breath and wondered if the time had really come. Meanwhile, Liam and Mikhail were finishing preparing the carriage to set off for the Pavlov family estate. However, Mikhail saw Mortar running towards them and did not understand why he had come if he had been unwell all day. Wiping the sweat from his face, the butler reported that Marquis Edward had ordered him to go with them to keep an eye on things. Mikhail understood that it sounded quite plausible, but he had come to know his father's true nature. Liam decided to ask why his grandfather was going with them, and Mikhail explained that he was his butler and was replacing his nanny. The Archmage thought for a moment because he understood that Mortar was not at all like the kind of person who would spread rumors. The carriage was fully prepared, and the team consisting of Mordor, Mikhail, and Liam got ready to leave for the Pavlovs' estate. After some time, the carriage arrived at the Pavlovs' estate, which was large and had a lot of land. Mikhail looked around the Count Pavlov's estate with interest because he remembered it being completely destroyed before the regression. Mikhail's thoughts were interrupted by a question from Liam, who did not understand why the Archmage was silent and looking at everything so intently. Mikhail replied that he was surprised that they invested so much in everything and kept such careful watch over everything, yet the estate did not look very wealthy. He also noted that the residents of the estate looked happy and cheerful, which meant that nothing was really troubling them. The Archmage said that he really liked it when the wealth of an estate and family was demonstrated not by expensive decorations, but by satisfied and grateful residents. Liam Pavlov was very pleased to hear such warm words from Valfurgius himself, and he became even more proud of his father. He admitted that everything they had seen was the result of his father's long work, so he was very proud of him. Liam Pavlov was very pleased that even his distinguished guest had noticed the efforts and hard work of his beloved father. Mikhail smiled because he knew that this was exactly how it was and had been familiar with it even before the regression. He knew that Liam Pavlov had always been proud of belonging to this family, even when he was completely alone. Meanwhile, the carriage approached the main building of the estate where the head of the Pavlov family resided. Dagir Pavlov, hearing from his son that Mikhail Valfurgi had arrived, had no idea why he had come to their estate, which was so far away. Dagir began to get very nervous because he was completely unprepared to receive guests and started nervously drinking sedatives. After calming down a little from the sedatives, he asked his son to continue his report on who had arrived. Liam asked his father to calm down and informed him that Archmage Mikhail Valfurgi had arrived at the estate. Dagir calmed down and said that they could start preparing to receive the guest right away, and asked where exactly the guest was. However, upon hearing that the guest was in their living room, Dagir became very nervous again and took more sedatives. Dagir realized that he was very tired from his work and asked what else he needed to know besides the fact that there was a guest in the living room. Liam Pavlov tried to correct his statements and said that there was a small problem with the dungeon on their property. Hearing about the dungeon again, Dagir began to laugh, then took out a pen and began to write very quickly on a piece of paper. Liam asked what was going on, and his father replied that he was ready to hand over all his affairs to his son for the sake of his own health. Liam Pavlov did not understand his father's actions and hasty conclusions because he had not even had time to tell him everything. Putting down his pen, Dagir said he was ready to listen to his son and reminded him that the Valfurgi family was much higher in status than them. He understood that if the family, which was one of the most powerful in the empire, found out about the dungeon, they would definitely take it away from them. Liam said that he was not so stupid as to not understand this, but Mikhail had offered a really good deal, which was why he had come to them. Dagir decided to listen to his son's story to the end and asked him on what terms he had made the deal with Edward's heir. Liam said that the main condition of the deal was to pass on the full training of aura control using Miller's method. Dagir asked if Liam was sure, and he said that Mikhail had demonstrated some of his power, and it was truly impressive. Dagir was even more surprised that Mikhail had made a promise, which was very significant for a magician of any level. Dagir Pavlov understood that Miller's teachings were invaluable, and he became very interested in finding out what exactly was in that underground chamber. After thinking for a moment, Count Pavlov told his son that he must personally negotiate with Mikhail Valfurgius. Meanwhile, the butler Mortar began to worry greatly and fret that nothing would come of it. Mikhail noticed his anxiety and decided to ask the butler what exactly was troubling him so much. Mortar was very surprised by this strange question and began to think that Mikhail really did not understand anything. Then he began to shout and tried to convey to the young master that the Pavlov family had never been simple. Mortar understood that if there really was something valuable in the basement, the other aristocrats could react very violently to everything. Mikhail did not understand why an ordinary butler was so concerned about the opinion of the aristocrats, since he himself was not a lord. He understood that he knew much more than the others about how Miller's teachings were important to the Pavlovs, and that the dungeon was a burden. Mikhail asked Mortar to be more calm because he was sure that Count Dagir himself would rush to them in a minute. The butler began to think that Mikhail was simply losing his mind, because such behavior was completely out of character for the Count. However, exactly 1 minute later, Mortar's expression changed dramatically because he saw Count Dagir Pavlov himself. The head of the family of the best swordsmen looked very serious and was completely ready for negotiation. The butler was very surprised that the young gentleman had managed to calculate the event so precisely, down to the minute. Mikhail looked closely at Dagir Pavlov and remembered that even before his regression, he had always been known for his ability to make quick decisions. Dagir decided to ask directly what exactly could be valuable in the dungeon of their estate for magicians. He understood that Mikhail most likely already knew what might be in the dungeon, which is why Miller's life was the price. Listening to the Count, Mikhail realized that he was indeed different from his son and understood more about life. The Archmage believed that Miller's teachings on aura training might not be enough to gain access to the dungeon. However, Mikhail had an advantage, so he said that he did not know what might be in the dungeon and wanted to explore it. Therefore, looking at Count Pavlov, he decided to clarify whether their family could currently explore the dungeon on their own. Dagir was a very honest and frank ruler, so he admitted that they really had no way of exploring the dungeon. Realizing that Pavlov did not want the Valfurgi family as partners, Mikhail offered only his own candidacy. Dagir was surprised and intrigued by this proposal because he really did not want to involve the entire Valfurgi family. The Archmage confirmed that he really did not need an escort and that the investigation would only take 1 day. He also promised that if he failed, he would simply give the Pavlov family Miller's teachings. Mikhail added that if he succeeded, they would simply split the spoils in half. Standing at the entrance to the dungeon, Liam Pavlov couldn't believe that Mikhail was offering them to enter such an unexplored place in a group of 3. Mikhail told Liam that he could stand at the entrance to the dungeon if he was really that scared. A little upset, Liam proudly walked forward, saying that the Pavlovs never stop in the face of obstacles. However, when he approached the entrance to the dungeon, Mikhail immediately cast a freeze spell on him. Liam turned to the Archmage because he had no idea why he had stopped him with magic. Mikhail asked him not to rush because the entrance to the dungeon was a trap in itself and required preparation. Butler Mortar immediately understood that this dungeon had a simple but very effective way of protecting itself from uninvited guests. Mikhail tried to explain that there were living creatures inside the dungeon, which was why it did not allow visitors. Liam realized that if they simply entered the dungeon, they would disappear just like all the other research teams. Using the fireball spell, Mikhail decided to immediately give the dungeon the energy from the mana it was expecting to receive. Then he asked everyone to get ready and be more careful because the doors to the dungeon were starting to open. He knew that they were at the very first tomb of Asura and that they had to be very careful. He remembered how before the regression, he and his team had visited tombs with ruins and ancient sacred objects. It was in this dungeon that Siegfried and his team found one of the items from the storm set for protection against demons. A holy woman who was a member of the team said that this item should be used when the owner has maximum strength. Before the regression, this item was in Siegfried's possession and was supposed to reveal its full potential. However, to Michael's horror, Siegfried destroyed the ancient item a week later, and the magical item simply shattered. Michael understood that part of the storm element was kept in Asari's first tomb, which is why he wanted to get it. The Archmage could not allow a repeat of everything that had happened before the regression, so he decided to take the relic for himself. Looking around the dungeon, Liam realized that it looked very strange and did not match the descriptions of the research teams. Liam was very surprised when he realized that time had completely stopped inside the dungeon and was not flowing as it was outside. Mikhail said that only divine magical beings who had mastered the spell of stopping time could do this. Liam was very surprised, especially by the fact that such a dungeon was located on their territory. At one point, Mikhail completely blocked the team's path, and Liam didn't understand why, so he asked what was ahead. Looking closer, they saw a large number of goblins sleeping peacefully, unaware that there was someone else in the tomb. Assessing the situation, Liam suggested going back and inviting the knights to help clear the way. Mikhail informed him that they had only passed through the first gate, and Liam did not understand how the 3 of them would be able to handle so many enemies. Michael decided to tell Liam that they were not in a dungeon but in a tomb, and that this place did not tolerate uninvited visitors. Smiling, he added that once upon a time only one person had been able to completely clear this place. No one could understand what Mikhail was talking about because no one had ever managed to return from the dungeon. Seeing that Mikhail had begun to collect some kind of dust, Liam Pavlov looked on in surprise, not understanding what his partner was doing. Mikhail said that he was collecting dust from precious stones, which consisted entirely of precious particles. Liam replied that he could see perfectly well what the Archmage was doing, but he had no idea why it might be needed. Mikhail said that goblins loved this dust and that it had the same effect on them as valerian extract on cats. The butler listened attentively to the young master because he did not understand how he was so knowledgeable about goblin preferences. Mikhail explained that these crystals caused goblins to have some problems perceiving reality. Liam didn't understand a thing, but Mikhail continued to explain how these crystals could help them. After finishing his preparations, Michael asked everyone to get ready because he was ready to confront the goblins. One of the goblins noticed small objects sparkling like real jewels at his feet. The light emanating from them was too bright, and the butler and Liam covered their faces with their hands. Liam Pavlov tried to look through the light because he was curious to see and evaluate the effectiveness of Mikhail's action. Before the team's eyes, the goblins began to show their greed and attack each other to get the jewels. Assessing the situation, Mikhail began to move forward past the goblins, realizing that they had actually managed to overcome the first gate. Mikhail Valfurgius was an experienced mage, so he sensed something magical about some of the goblins. One of the goblins actually had a very rare artifact in the form of a spatial bag, which greatly surprised Mikhail. Realizing that he had never seen anything like this in the dungeons before, he began to recall Siegfried's actions before the regression. Then he remembered how the hero of the new era had used the divine light before his regression, which was the same spatial bag. Realizing this, Mikhail's head began to ache badly, and understanding that Siegfried had betrayed them from the very beginning, he began to scream in realization. Liam did not understand what was happening to the Archmage, and the butler said that this sometimes happened to him, and that it was not worth paying attention to. Coming closer, Liam realized that they had managed to find the spatial bag right at the entrance, and he was curious to see what else they would find. The Archmage said that this artifact was very complex, and that finding another one would be very difficult. Mikhail did not understand how he had managed to find such an artifact, because before the regression, such items were extremely rare. Realizing that there was a special meaning to this, he decided to examine the pouch, at the bottom of which was written, "Give up your greed." Butler Mortar suggested that this clue might refer to the next gate they had to go through. Mikhail understood that it was impossible to get out of where they were, which meant that greed was inside the dungeon. After thinking and evaluating all the possible options, Michael realized that it was about the Goblin Chief, because he was closest to greed. Mortar did not quite understand how the Goblin Chief could be connected to greed, which was mentioned at the bottom of the bag. Mikhail said that they should extract the magic stone from the leader's body, clean it, and put it in the bag. Liam said that he was the best candidate for extracting the stone because he had a sword and was a skilled swordsman. Seeing Mikhail's resistance, Liam said that there were 2 chiefs and 2 magic stones on the territory. Pavlov decided to bet a spatial bag on who could extract the magic stone better and faster than the other. Mikhail, realizing that Liam was too stubborn, decided to agree to the bet so that he could see for himself. Using the acceleration spell, Liam began to extract the magic stone from the body of the left leader. Assessing the condition of the magic stone, Liam was confident of victory because there were not even small scratches or scuffs on the stone. Therefore, he decided to ask Michael how things were going and if he could show off his magic stone. Turning around, Mikhail showed his magic stone, which he had also quickly extracted from the body of the second chief. After examining Mikhail's stone, Liam saw a glow, which meant that the mana and the power of its owner were completely preserved inside the stone. Realizing this, Liam was very upset because he understood that he had made a mistake and lost. Mikhail was calm and said that one way or another he had managed to win, so the artifact, the pouch, belonged to him. When he put the magic stone into the bag, a key appeared from it, and a gate immediately formed in front of the team. Mikhail thought for a moment because this place was completely different from the one he had seen before the regression. Realizing that they had to pass through about 4 more gates, he understood that they had found a shorter way. Opening the magical doors with the key they had received from the bag, a passageway with a large staircase appeared before them. Liam decided to ask Mortar who Mikhail Valfurgi was because he didn't seem to be the same age as him. The butler sighed deeply and said that he only knew that most of the rumors about the young master were true. Liam Pavlov was very surprised by this answer and thought that the old man was probably just joking with him. Mortar said he was telling the absolute truth because the gentleman really lacked charisma and insight in the past. Liam found this very strange because people usually tried to hide or avoid mistakes from their past. After thinking for a moment, the butler Mortar admitted that the young master had indeed changed beyond recognition in a short period of time. Interrupting his journey, Michael noticed that he had a feeling they had missed something while climbing the stairs. He understood that they were now facing the final 4th gate, which could only be reached after passing through all the other gates. The Archmage thought about what would happen next because before his regression, he had only managed to pass through them twice and not so quickly. After carefully examining the gate, he managed to read the inscription, "Do not try to predict," and then he confidently moved forward. Liam tried to stop the Archmage because anything could be behind the gate, and he was very worried about it. Mikhail replied that they had absolutely no clues as to what might be waiting for them inside, so he didn't want to waste time thinking about it. Just in case, he cast a spell on Liam and Mortar that would protect them from psychological and physical shocks. Then Michael smiled and asked everyone to follow him confidently through the 4th gate. Upon entering, Michael noticed that it was too dark inside and difficult to understand where exactly he was. Using a spell of light, Michael realized that the room was too dark, and it was difficult for him to determine the location of the others. He realized that he wasn't as worried about the butler as he was about Liam, so he planned to quickly figure out where they were. Unexpectedly, he heard a familiar voice calling him from the darkness and decided to turn around. Looking around, he saw Liam Pavlov, whom he had known before his regression. Mikhail realized that it was most likely just an illusion, so he rated it at 8 points. He didn't really want to waste time on illusory communication, so he decided to find out where the real Liam was. However, the illusion had no intention of letting him go and told him that they should sit down and talk about their past. Mikhail began to resist because he had no desire to waste his time on mirages. The illusion informed him that he was the only one who had managed to escape such a fate, so he really wanted to talk to the Archmage. He believed that Mikhail was not worthy of life because he had simply run away and left them all in the hands and clutches of demons. Mikhail remained completely calm and said that the real Liam Pavlov would never allow himself to make such statements. Becoming angry and indignant, he asked the mirage not to spoil the impression of his real close friend. Gathering his magical power, Mikhail ordered the illusions to simply disappear, and they began to dissolve. Mikhail understood that the magic of illusions was very powerful and could harm even the one who created it. The Archmage's thoughts were interrupted again by a familiar voice, and he decided to pay close attention to determine whether it was a mirage or a real person. The butler, Mortar, reported that he had been searching for the young master for a very long time and was glad that he had finally found him. Mortar admitted that the magic used by the young master had been quite effective and had helped him pass the test. Looking around, they saw large reserves of crystals with mana and realized that Count Pavlov would be able to improve his condition. Moving forward a little, they saw Liam Pavlov, who did not look very well and was frightened. Cold sweat was pouring down Liam's face, and he covered his ears so he wouldn't have to listen to what the mirages were saying to him. Butler Mortar didn't know what to do in this situation or how to help Liam. However, Mikhail smiled and said that the problem had a simple solution and that they should just bring their friend to his senses. Liam felt a great illusory pressure that his father had high hopes for him, and now he had many tasks to complete. Pavlov understood that he had spent his entire conscious life listening to his father and acting in a way that would make him truly proud. He understood that he had trained constantly and relentlessly to become a master swordsman of the new era. The illusory pressure exerted on Liam from outside contributed to his loss of sense of reality. Mikhail, examining Liam Pavlov, noticed that his eyes were completely filled with darkness. The darkness told Liam that if Mikhail remained in the tomb, he would not have to share all the treasures they had found. Under the influence of the magic of illusions, Liam understood that he really had to protect the honor of his family by any means necessary. Realizing that his actions could benefit the Pavlov family, he drew his sword and prepared to attack. Realizing that his partner was under the control of illusions, Mikhail decided to use the flash spell because he saw no other way out. Liam did not understand what was happening, especially why there were so many flashes from the magical structures. He understood that Mikhail knew his entire training program, which meant he had no chance of defeating him. Seeing that Liam had indeed come to his senses, Mikhail said that they shouldn't waste time and suggested they move on. Liam caught himself thinking that Mikhail was a little intimidating with his wisdom and awareness, since they were the same age. Mikhail, however, noticed that the fog was getting thicker and denser. Realizing that he was already having trouble distinguishing his own hands, Mikhail thought that there must be some explanation for this. In the distance, he could hear the voices of Mortar and Liam, who couldn't see him or find him because of the fog. The Archmage decided to continue moving forward confidently because he understood that most likely all of this had been planned. Peering ahead, he began to make out the outline of the gazebo where the table and the sorceress were. The Guardian, Breeze, asked Michael to come to her quickly because she had been waiting for him for a long time. Michael was surprised to see such a mythical creature in front of him, so he decided to ask if she was the guardian of this place. Veterok did not expect such a question, so she thought that the tomb had probably frightened the guest, which is why he decided to talk about it. Climbing the steps, the Archmage replied that he was not particularly frightened by what was happening inside the tomb. Veterok thought for a moment and said that it didn't matter to her whether he was scared or not. She wanted to introduce herself, but the Archmage knew that she was the guardian of the first element, Storm of the Great Asari. Veterok was very surprised and did not understand how the guest could know so much, but Mikhail did not want to answer that question. The Guardian was even more surprised that Mikhail was also aware of the reward she had prepared for him. Looking closely at the guest's face, the Guardian began to think that she had already had this feeling before, which meant that he had been in the tomb before. Mikhail asked her not to worry because he really wanted to fulfill the Keeper's most secret desire. Veterok was very surprised because she had not yet had a chance to tell him anything about herself or her desires. Realizing that the guest was truly worthy, she decided not to waste any time and immediately presented the award to the young gentleman. Veterok showed him the pendant and told him that she had put all her power into it, and that it could be used as both a shield and a weapon. To Mikhail's great surprise, this item was very different in appearance and content from the storm he had seen before his regression. This confused him greatly because before his regression, the storm had been much larger and resembled a snail shell. Veterok assured him that it was a genuine relic, because her conscience would not allow her to deceive someone who had passed through the last gate. Mikhail was still very concerned about whether the pendant was real. Then he decided to ask the Keeper if it was possible to obtain such an item while passing through the third gate. Veterok replied that this was completely impossible because only a special potion was prepared at the third gate. The Archmage decided to trust the Keeper and put on the Storm Pendant to activate it. Mikhail felt magical power spreading around his body and forming a closed capsule. The Guardian explained that this relic created a barrier against everything in the world, but only once a day. Mikhail was very surprised that this magical item could only protect him once a day. Suddenly, the breeze began to disappear, and when Mikhail asked her, she said that her time had come, so she would simply cease to exist. Mikhail began to understand that time inside the dungeon was no longer standing still, which meant that the spell must have already disappeared. The Guardian said that she would have stayed, but restoring the barrier would require 9th level magic, which the Archmage did not possess. However, she admitted that she would very much like to see how the world would change with her own eyes. Mikhail said he understood and that as soon as the magic returned to normal, the Guardian would be able to continue to exist. So he rushed to the control panel to figure out how it all worked. Vedorok ran after him because she had no idea what Mikhail was up to or how he planned to help her. Mikhail smiled mysteriously and said that he was ready to show her how the world would change. Vedorok looked a little scared because she didn't understand why her body had suddenly started to glow. Mikhail began to use crystals filled with free mana to increase his power in order to cast the advanced spell. Looking closely at the magical mechanisms of time, Mikhail realized that everything was working perfectly and normally. However, his thoughts were interrupted by the voice of the Guardian, who was not sure that everything was really going perfectly. The breeze was cursing loudly because her beautiful body had become very small, and she looked more like a flying fairy. Looking at the Guardian, he did not understand her dissatisfaction at all because she looked very cute. Vedorok said that she was a Guardian who served the ancient gods and did not understand how anyone could treat her this way. She did not understand who Mikhail Valfurgius thought he was, since he was not a magician of the 9th magic circle. Mikhail replied that all her words were untrue and that he was only a magician of the 5th magic circle. The Guardian Vitechka cried out that she was very surprised because she had never seen anything like this before. Mikhail smiled and replied that he was simply a very talented genius, which was why he had been able to restore the barrier. Vedorok couldn't believe that a mage of such a low level could perform such manipulations just because he was very talented. Remaining completely calm, Mikhail said that this was indeed the case and admitted that his talent greatly helped him in all his endeavors. Meanwhile, Count Pavlov began to worry because a lot of time had passed and there was still no news. He even thought that he shouldn't have accepted such an absurd proposal because the chances of success were too slim. His thoughts were interrupted by the heavy footsteps of the knight approaching, and he waited for news. Entering the chambers of the head of the Pavlov family, the knight knelt down and asked for permission to report. To Dagir's surprise, the knight reported that Mikhail had just begun his return from the dungeon and had completed his task. Count Pavlov immediately went to see for himself and noticed that he had never before seen crystals with such pure energy in such quantities. Dagir could only guess at the real value of everything they had managed to obtain from the dungeon thanks to Mikhail Valfurgius. Mikhail reported that it had been a somewhat difficult task for him, but he had managed to accomplish it. Dagir couldn't believe it, because he had sent a large number of professional workers to the underground, but they had returned empty-handed. He realized that he had trusted the rumors about the young master too much and forgotten his true origins. Mikhail said that he would gladly take half, as they had agreed before going to the dungeon. Dagir Pavlov regretted not knowing about such wealth earlier, as he would not have agreed to take half of it. Mikhail understood and shared the Count's feelings, but he was still in a good position. He knew that Dagir Pavlov was getting more and more stuck every day because he had spent a fortune on unsuccessful exploration of the dungeon. Mikhail knew that he had become a ray of light in the darkness for Dagir Pavlov. He was a little surprised when he heard that Dagir was very interested in knowing why he had decided to share his knowledge with them. Dagir asked Mikhail to start training using Miller's method as soon as possible, so that he could be sure of the safety of his only son. Mikhail smiled and said that if they had free time, he was ready to start training today. 4 days later, the knights and guards were discussing a rumor that Liam had a teacher who was teaching him sword skills. The knight was very surprised that a swordsman had been found who was able to teach Liam Pavlov something new. The second guard reported that Liam was not being taught by a knight or even a swordsman, but by an ordinary magician. Meanwhile, Liam tried to take an active part in the training, but it was very difficult for him to resist the flashes. He did not understand why the Archmage was treating him this way, since he had promised to train him using the Miller method. Mikhail continued to add flashes and said that this was what they were doing, and that it was basic knowledge. Vedorok watched what was happening from the Archmage's shoulder, and was surprised that the word base had taken on a different meaning. The Guardian admitted that the training was quite interesting and unusual, and she found it fascinating to watch. She noticed that the knight Liam not only used the free mana but also tried to control it. It was very difficult for Liam to block the magical flashes that flew off in different, unpredictable directions when they came into contact with the sword. Mikhail remained completely calm as he watched Liam's efforts and even praised him. Liam missed one of the flashes and was hit in the stomach, causing him to fall to the floor for a moment. Mikhail told him not to worry because he had been taught this method by a trusted person. The Archmage was a little angry because, until the moment of regression, Liam had taught him basic sword skills in exactly this way. Calm down, he asked his student to transfer all his mana as he had learned to do earlier. As he transferred the mana, Liam was very surprised because he felt the weight on his body begin to decrease. Mikhail pointed out that the process of transferring mana during an attack was part of Miller's method. Liam listened carefully to Michael and tried to remember the feeling of moving mana so that he could gain control over his own body. Mikhail said that if he always remembered this feeling, he would be able to achieve very good and high results. Liam Pavlov was very attentive and focused, and Mikhail tried to guide him along a shorter path. The Archmage understood that sooner or later Liam would realize everything on his own, and all he had to do was wait for that result. After training, Mikhail and Vitek remained alone, and Vitek noticed that there was no one else around. Mikhail said that he had discussed everything with the Count in advance, and that this was the only time he could be here completely alone. The Guardian felt shy, realizing that Mikhail wanted to train alone, so she asked if she should leave. However, Mikhail stopped her and told her that she could stay and watch him train. Then the Guardian realized that he wanted to test the effect of the storm artifact, which could be used not only for defense. Mikhail explained to her that he wanted to study this item until the moment when he really needed it. The Keeper Breeze said that she could teach him how to use the artifact because she had created it herself. Mikhail said that her knowledge was useless, and Vetek shouted that she had created it herself with her own powers, so she knew everything about it. To her great surprise, Mikhail said that storm was the rotation of magic circles, so it could be used in any way. After these words, Mikhail began to activate the artifact in order to fully study it and understand its possible uses. He completely trusted Storm's power, suppressing his inner energy to scan all possibilities. The Archmage remembered that before his regression, this item did not belong to him, and he had observed it with interest from the sidelines. It was at that moment that he had the idea that the Storm could be an excellent conduit for organizing independent mana circulation. The Keeper watched in amazement, and the bright green light prevented her from assessing the situation. Watching closely, she couldn't understand what the Archmage was trying to do. Mikhail paid no attention to the Guardian and continued his experiment, adding his own mana. Veterok was terrified and begged Mikhail to stop because this magical divine object could not be used to circulate flows. Seeing that the magical field around Mikhail had stabilized, she did not understand how he could have dealt with it so easily. Mikhail knew that before his regression, he had tried everything to study the storm's effects and realized that it could be controlled. Looking at the surprised expression on the face of the Guardian, the Archmage said that he wanted to test everything in practice. Then he began to activate the expansion of the magic circles in order to temporarily create another magic circle. After casting the spell, he decided to start with the 6th magic circle and use the Fire Field spell. The Guardian Breeze did not understand how the young gentleman could have achieved 6th circle magic in such a short period of time. Mikhail paid no attention to her and decided to use 7th circle magic by casting the gravity spell. The ground around him immediately began to split into particles and rise toward the sky. The Guardian Breeze couldn't understand how this was possible and why everything came so easily to the Archmage. After a week of daily training according to Miller's teachings, Liam Pavlov began to notice that his strength and aura had indeed changed. The results were clear, and Mikhail was glad that Liam was finally satisfied with himself. Mikhail understood that learning Miller's method at such an early stage should allow Liam to reach great heights in his sword mastery. Liam Pavlov was very pleased that the Archmage had kindly agreed to share his teachings with him and train him. He was curious to know what Mikhail planned to do next and what he intended to do with the dungeon. Then Mikhail realized that Liam was talking about the prophecy because they were supposed to go select candidates to visit the dungeon. Veterok watched the young gentleman closely and was surprised that he had so many thoughts in his head. Mikhail, meanwhile, was thinking about Cassandra because he understood that before they went to the dungeon, he had to find her. However, this was a great mystery to him because he had no idea how to find a prophet who had run away. His thoughts were interrupted by the rapid approaching footsteps of Knight Maxim, who was heading towards Liam. Maxim apologized to Michael and informed him that a guest had arrived for Liam Pavlov and was waiting for him in the conference room. When Liam asked who exactly had arrived at the estate, Maxim was a little confused, not knowing how to respond. Mikhail immediately considered all the possible options and realized that the only guest could be Eileen Rindell. While waiting, Eileen looked around the Pavlovs' small estate and realized that it was just like their influence. Eileen understood that she had to prove to her father that she was worthy of the title of knight, especially since she and Mikhail had no future together. She remembered her father telling her that she had the right to do as she saw fit and should trust her mind and heart. Eileen understood that her father loved her too much, which was why he supported her in such difficult times for their family. After all, she alone was to blame for the dishonor brought upon part of the Rindell family, and she wanted to restore her family's honor. Eileen wanted to become stronger than Liam Pavlov, who was called the sword genius of the new era, to prove that she was worthy of being a knight. Her thoughts were interrupted by the appearance of Mikhail, who entered the room and greeted her. Eileen even opened her mouth in surprise and couldn't control her emotions because she hadn't expected to see him at all. She had no idea what Mikhail Valfergius was doing in the Pavlov family home. Mikhail replied that he was an invited guest at the Pavlovs' house, so he was much more interested in why Miss Eileen had come without an invitation. Eileen was very confused because she had no idea how to answer such a direct question from her former fiancé. Mikhail reminded her that he had no hard feelings because their breakup had been mutual. He understood that after the official announcement of the breakup, too many rumors had surfaced about Count Rindell's family. This was due to the fact that the letter stated that the breakup was mutual and not due to Mikhail's incompetence. It was this wording that removed all suspicion from the Valfergi family, which greatly pleased Mikhail. Eileen had no desire to get into an argument and said that she had come to talk to Count Liam Pavlov, not him. Mikhail replied that Liam was washing up, so he would be her interlocutor for the time being, and asked why she had come after all. Eileen replied that she had come to learn about the sword skills of another family because she wanted to expand her knowledge in this area. Mikhail understood that Eileen was already quite skilled with a sword, but on the other hand, she really lacked experience. He understood that he had no reason to stand in her way, so he wanted her to learn and become stronger. On the other hand, the Archmage began to worry a little, realizing that there was a possibility that Eileen simply would not be able to cope with the new knowledge. Anticipating what might happen, Mikhail began to smile broadly and, after a short pause, turned to Eileen. Eileen began to worry greatly because she had no idea why Michael's eyes had lit up so suddenly. Mikhail told her that he understood that she had come here to learn and said that if she really wanted to, he was willing to give her a chance. Eileen Rindle was very surprised to hear this, and had no idea what kind of chance he was talking about. To her surprise, Michael said that Liam was a rather impulsive guy and might not like Eileen's sudden appearance. A little later, Liam arrived at the training ground, completely confused as to why Mikhail had called him back. Mikhail was very glad that Liam had arrived on time, and he and Eileen looked at each other with confusion. Mikhail smiled, which began to scare Liam Pavlov very much, because after that he usually unleashed his magic spells on him. Liam even began to worry because he realized that Mikhail was probably planning something crazy. Mikhail asked Liam not to upset him because he couldn't find another teacher like him anywhere else, which surprised Eileen. Liam didn't understand why Lady Rindle was with Mikhail or why they had called him to the training ground. A couple of hours later, Liam and Eileen were actively participating in the confrontation against Mikhail's attacks, who was using magical flashes. Veterok watched what was happening and thought it was too much, but it looked very funny and interesting. Archmage Mikhail explained to the Guardian that he had promised to give Lady Rindle a chance, and she had accepted it herself. Liam held his ground and deflected all of his teacher's magical flashes. Eileen, however, was completely powerless against it, and at some point she simply lost her balance and fell to the ground. She admitted that she felt Liam was several levels above her in skill and ability. Mikhail replied that this was not the case at all, and admitted that Liam had virtually no technical flaws in his swordplay. Eileen looked very sad, realizing that she had probably overestimated her abilities. The Duchess compared herself to Liam and realized that he had not tired at all during the fight, unlike her. Mikhail understood that despite all her shortcomings and flaws, Eileen Rindle truly had a natural talent. Eileen, however, was convinced that Mikhail had done it all just for his own amusement and entertainment. However, Mikhail reached out to her and told her that the Duchess could become much better and even surpass him. He understood that this might not happen right away, but a little later, so he asked permission to introduce her to his new teacher. Eileen was very surprised to see Mikhail extend his hand to her and did not quite understand what he meant. Pushing his hand away, she said that she had not come here for that and did not need his help. Eileen did not understand how a magician could teach her the art of sword fighting, and Mikhail said that she was not in a position to adequately assess his skills. Liam decided to intervene in their argument and told the Duchess that Mikhail's teaching abilities were trustworthy. To Eileen Rindle's great surprise, Liam Pavlov informed her that everything she had just seen was thanks to Mikhail. She looked at Mikhail and realized that the mage could not have taught the swordsman to train his own aura. Liam said that Mikhail could not use the aura himself, but he understood the principle behind it, and could therefore teach others how to use it correctly. Realizing that even Liam confirmed Mikhail's words, Eileen bowed and decided to apologize for her prejudiced attitude. Mikhail did not understand why she had suddenly become so polite, and the Duchess replied that it was gratitude for his wisdom. He was very surprised by this behavior because he was sure that the Rindle family was completely incapable of admitting their mistakes. Eileen raised her head after apologizing and did not understand why Mikhail was looking at her so strangely. Mikhail admitted that he was very surprised by her honesty and directness in such a matter, which is why he was looking at her with astonishment. The Duchess said that she had already apologized and was ready to start training right away. Mikhail said that he had not planned to share such valuable information for free, so he intended to get something in return. Eileen thought about his words and suggested that she would simply remain indebted to him. Realizing that Mikhail was not ready to agree, she took out a flawless mana stone and asked if that would be enough for him. Such an action and such a magical item in the hands of the Duchess came as a great surprise to the Archmage. Eileen explained that the stone could reduce the difficulty of navigating the dungeons and that she planned to give it to Liam. Mikhail understood that this stone was very valuable, which meant that the Rindle family knew about the dungeon on the Pavlov's territory. He then concluded that the head of the Rindle family was not as simple as he had imagined. After thinking it over, Mikhail decided to agree to the terms of the deal and took the stone from Eileen, then asked if they knew who Judge Beziconia was. Liam was very surprised to hear the name of the man who was a free swordsman of the entire continent. Mikhail was indeed talking about the Holy Sword of the West, which was known throughout all the continents of their empire. This knight was named Milium Ariaron, and it was he who had defeated many commanders of the Demon Squad. Michael informed them that this was the very teacher he had planned to introduce them to in order to improve their skills and abilities. Eileen did not understand what Michael had in mind, but she was completely sure that it was not in line with his abilities. Michael had no desire to answer Rindle and explain his connections, so he replied that she should not know too much. Liam Pavlov said that he remembered their agreement about the temple and that he was ready to go there today. After that, Mikhail turned to Eileen and asked her to be ready because she had to go with them to the capital tomorrow. Duchess Eileen Rindle was very surprised and did not understand why she had to go with them to the capital. Mikhail informed her that if she planned to begin her training sooner, she should stop arguing with them. Mikhail understood that Cassandra was most likely on the western border right now, having not received approval from society. The Archmage also understood that the Judge of Lawlessness was currently at the western border. Mikhail understood that this was an excellent opportunity to catch two people who were important and significant to him in one place at the same time. Eileen was angry because all of this was too unexpected for her, and she did not understand why they needed to go to the capital so urgently. After he explained to her that they were going to the capital to find a better swordsman, she calmed down a little and they parted ways. Veterok confessed to Mikhail that they were all very different to her, even though she understood that they were all the same age. She didn't understand why Mikhail didn't want to live as carefree as the others, and he replied that he was happy with his life. Veterok decided to ask him what exactly he planned to do with such a shiny and pure magic stone. Mikhail said that he planned to work on his own artifact and create it from what he had already obtained. The guardian Vitechka sighed and closed her eyes because she realized that the Archmage never ceased to amaze her. She watched Mikhail closely and couldn't understand how he planned to create his own artifact from such a small number of items. To the Guardian's surprise, Mikhail replied that he had enough magical items because he planned to use the stone. Smiling, the Archmage added that he planned to create a special magic staff to help him in the future. The Guardian Vitechka wondered if there was another way to use such a valuable and rare magical stone. She understood that Mikhail already knew how to create mana on his own, using his own powerful mana flow. Mikhail asked her not to worry about anything because he had some ideas. Breeze had no idea where such a young gentleman got so much confidence in the correctness of his actions. However, Mikhail replied that it was none of her concern and Vetek did not understand what he meant. Then Michael smiled a little and told her that he planned to find a branch of the holy tree, which he would need in the future. The Guardian did not understand how Mikhail even knew about the tree, and he said that he had his own sources of information. To begin with, Mikhail planned to clean the mana stone, and this task required great skill and ability. The Keeper watched with interest as Mikhail carefully cleaned every piece of the magical stone. Mikhail also knew that he could engrave special symbols on the stone that would allow certain spells to be activated at any time. The Guardian did not understand how he managed to constantly use spells that were only available to the highest magicians. Mikhail calmly replied that it was only his perseverance and talent that helped him, and nothing else. Then he pricked his finger and explained that in order to succeed, he needed to become one with the stone. The stone turned black and the Keeper did not understand why, because usually the nature of magic could be determined by the stone. Mikhail explained that this concept did not apply to him because he possessed every type of magical art. The Guardian Vitechka was so surprised that she opened her mouth in amazement because she understood that possessing every type of magic was unattainable. Mikhail decided to prove the truth of his words and used fire magic on the ball. The ball immediately turned red, and Mikhail explained that he could color the stone any color he wanted. Looking at the ball, the Archmage realized that he had used much less mana than usual, which meant that the effect was effective. Mikhail decided to test all his powers to the maximum, so he thought about where he could do it. In the morning, Liam approached Michael and asked him if he had heard about what had happened last night. When he received a negative answer, he told him that last night, an entire orc settlement at the foot of the mountains had been wiped out. Liam admitted that his father, Dagir, had been racking his brains since morning, trying to figure out how it could have happened, and who could have done it. Mikhail really wanted to sleep, so he replied indifferently that anything could have happened there. Liam was very surprised by this reaction and got the impression that Mikhail already knew about the event. After thinking for a moment, Liam grabbed Mikhail and realized that it was most likely him who had arranged it. Mikhail understood that Liam was very impulsive, so he decided to keep quiet and just smiled a little. Then Liam Pavlov realized that Mikhail had dealt with the orcs, but he had no idea how he could have done it alone. Meanwhile, in the sacred church, the Holy Father was awaiting a report from his subjects. Saint Archbishop Naren reported that he had done everything as he had been instructed regarding the prophecy. The Holy Father asked if everything had gone well with the prophecy and how the community had reacted to it. Naren reported that everything had gone well and that the community had not paid any attention to the prophecy, but that he planned to act according to the situation in the future. However, he also reported the bad news that he had not been able to find Cassandra. Naren also noted that, in his opinion, searching for Cassandra was not the best or most appropriate idea. Father Alexander said that even though no one believed in her prophecy, they should not deny its existence. Therefore, he suggested that Naren wait a little longer so that they might be able to find the answers themselves later. Meanwhile, Eileen approached the guys and did not understand what prophecy they were talking about. Mikhail explained that it was because of Cassandra's prophecy that they were on such a difficult journey to the capital. Eileen did not understand how one could trust prophecies and accept them as reliable sources of information. Mikhail understood why everyone was skeptical about the prophecy since nothing foreshadowed trouble. Eileen Rindle did not understand why they needed to establish relations with the church and why Michael believed so strongly in the prophecy. Mikhail said that he knew what to do and had a fairly reliable plan, so he asked everyone not to worry. He also told his team that it was in the capital that they would be able to resolve some of the issues that were troubling them. He then turned to the butler, Mortar, to find out if he had managed to obtain the information he had asked for. Mortar reported that he had asked all the temple servants, but none of them had any idea where Cassandra might be. Mikhail was very surprised that even the Holy Church was unaware of the location of the prophet Cassandra. He was very surprised when Mortar said that Cassandra had been seen at the border with a knight and had left her last message there. Mortar reported that Cassandra had only said that she would wait, but had not said anything else to anyone. Michael immediately used the teleportation spell so as not to waste time traveling. Liam felt very sick during the spell and realized that he did not like magic and its effects. He didn't understand why Mikhail had used the teleport spell without warning or preparation. Mikhail pointed ahead and said that they were already in the capital and hadn't spent much time on the journey. Looking around, Liam Pavlov realized that this was a completely different level and was nothing like what they had in their village. Eileen said that the capital was indeed luxurious, but luxury and beauty were completely different concepts. Liam was a little upset because he realized that his family was not at all on the same level as the Rindles. Mikhail looked around and realized that there was a completely different energy and aura here. He looked at the guardian, Vetek, and told her that they needed to go to the temple immediately. Vedorok asked Mikhail to pay attention to an unfamiliar man in a dark corner who was severely mistreating a young girl. The girl begged her to let her go, saying that the man would then face great problems and difficulties. Staring at the girl's face, which was slightly visible from under her hood, Mikhail thought she looked familiar. He understood that something was wrong with her and had a strange, uneasy feeling. Seeing that the stranger was about to attack the girl, Mikhail immediately put up a magic shield. Suddenly, the unknown man was attacked by a knight who was difficult to recognize due to his heavy armor. The stranger did not understand what had happened, or why the knight had started to defend the girl. Mikhail decided to intervene and asked why the knight had dared to draw his sword in the central square. The Archmage asked the knight to be more careful in the future and try not to attract such attention to himself. Mikhail was very angry and ordered the knight to immediately put away his weapon, because they were in the central square of the Empire's capital. Lady Cassandra ordered the knight Arena to immediately hide his sword and listen to the young lord. After the prophetess, Cassandra approached Michael and greeted him because she was very happy to see him. Michael was very surprised because he was sure that he would have to spend a lot of time looking for Cassandra. Liam approached Michael, patted him on the shoulder, and suggested finding a more secluded place to hold negotiations. He drew their attention to the fact that too many people had gathered in the square and were watching them intently. Looking around and seeing the large crowd, Mikhail realized that Liam was absolutely right. The unfamiliar man who had attacked Cassandra was in a state of shock. Mikhail approached the man lying on the ground and began to search his pockets. Taking a small bag, Mikhail said that he only wanted to return the stolen item to its owner and nothing more. The unfamiliar man, realizing that too many people were watching them, began to say that this item belonged only to him. Taking a sacred cross out of the bag, the Archmage asked how long the bald man had served the church as a priest. Bending down to the pickpocket, the Archmage asked him to tell his superiors that Valfurgius had already begun searching for them. When the pickpocket wanted to scream in fear, Michael simply covered his mouth and asked him to be quiet and calm. Taking back her bag with the cross from Michael, Cassandra realized that she didn't need to introduce herself at all. Liam and Eileen had no idea what was going on or who all these people were, including the knight in armor. Only Mortar and Mikhail realized that the prophet Cassandra they had been searching for was standing before them. Then Cassandra took off her hood and told them that they had understood correctly and that she was indeed the prophet whom no one had believed. Meanwhile, the pickpocket went through the sewer hatch and walked down the passage to his lair. His boss, the Ugly King, was very surprised to learn that Mikhail Valfurgius was looking for him. The pickpocket reported that Michael was not what he had been rumored to be because he had resisted. The Ugly King had no desire to get involved in the situation, so he simply sent his employee to his eternal rest. At that moment, the pickpocket realized that he had caught the prophet because she had said that if he did not let her go, she would go to eternal rest. The Ugly King understood that they had to hurry because they really had too much to do. Then he invited the Knight of Justice, who was the most skilled swordsman on the continent, to talk. The knight looked closely at his master and asked how exactly they should deal with Walpurgis. The Ugly King looked closely at the knight and realized that he had even forgotten that he was the best swordsman. The knight turned his sword toward him and asked him to speak plainly and not waste his precious time. The Ugly King replied that the knight must first deal with his problem, and only then would he grant him his wish. The best swordsman on the continent knew that he would have to do whatever the Ugly King wanted. Therefore, he asked the knight to intervene and to prevent Valfurgius from interfering in his personal affairs. Meanwhile, Cassandra looked intently at Archmage Michael and said that she had been waiting for him. She confessed that after seeing her prophecy, she wanted to talk to him specifically. Cassandra looked at Mordred, Liam, and Eileen and informed them that their conversation with Michael was not for prying ears. After thinking for a moment, Liam Pavlov sighed and said that he would go to the temple so as not to disturb them. Eileen Rindle realized that she had nowhere else to go, so she decided to go to the temple as well. Suddenly, Michael stopped Eileen and asked her to wait a moment, which surprised her greatly. He leaned toward her and whispered in her ear that she should remember one name in case they were ever in danger. Then, very quietly, Michael told Eileen the name Koryaman and asked her to remember it. Eileen was very surprised but remembered Mikhail's words, and the butler bowed to him before leaving. After that, Mikhail waved his hand and watched them go to make sure they were really heading toward the temple. Cassandra looked closely at Michael and said that she had only one question for him. Raising her voice slightly, Cassandra asked if he had received her prophecy, as she had addressed it specifically to him. The prophet recalled that since childhood she had been able to see the future and analyze it in order to help others. She remembered that prophecies always came to her in the form of images, including the carriage disaster. Cassandra always tried to prevent the disasters she saw in her prophecies, but she had never succeeded. She understood that the more she tried to prevent something bad from happening, the more she realized her own helplessness and hopelessness. Cassandra understood that the prophecy about the invasion of demons caused her the same horror. After seeing it several times, the prophet begged the Holy Father to believe her and try to prevent these terrible events. However, no one believed her prophecy, and no matter how hard she tried, everyone just laughed at her. Therefore, Cassandra had to bear this burden alone and had no one with whom to share it. She confessed to Michael that this burden was much heavier than it might seem at first glance. Cassandra confessed that later her visions changed and she began to see Michael Valfurgius in them. Therefore, she confessed that the Archmage was her last hope, that something could still be changed and corrected. Bowing his head slightly, Michael apologized because he really hadn't seen any prophecy. Cassandra became very sad because she began to think that society was right after all, and that she had been seeing false visions. Michael said that he had no idea how he could help Cassandra with all of this. However, stroking her head, he smiled and said that he believed in her prophecy no matter what. Cassandra began to cry and could not stop the flow of her tears, not understanding why Michael had decided to believe her. Michael laughed and said that he was just a curious wizard who was interested in whether he could change the world or not. With eyes burning with thought, Michael said that he was very interested in learning about demons and what might happen. Cassandra listened attentively and realized that this was a good chance to prove that predestination did not exist and that anything was possible. She thought about it because she was sure that Mikhail Valfurgi would just laugh at her like everyone else had done. She thought for a moment and covered her face with her hands, realizing that Mikhail's answers had taken her completely by surprise. Cassandra calmed down and, wiping away her tears, told Mikhail that he was very funny and that she was ready to trust him. Taking him by the hands, the prophet said that if he believed her, she was ready to believe in him and trust him. Meanwhile, in the temple, the priest had no idea why the gentleman had come to them or what he wanted from the church. Liam tried to explain that he had come as a candidate for the role of hero of the new era and asked him to drop all formalities. The priest still did not understand the purpose of their visit and did not know where Michael was. Liam was very angry because he didn't understand why it took so long to register. He was very angry that Mikhail, who was really good at negotiating, had not yet returned. Suddenly, someone entered the temple, and Liam was sure it was the Archmage who was supposed to settle all the issues. However, instead of Mikhail, a knight appeared at the threshold wearing an iron mask, so it was impossible to tell who it was. Everyone looked closely at the knight to understand her intentions and what she was after. The lady knight with the iron mask on her face said that she had come for a boy and asked for his whereabouts to be revealed immediately. Liam and Eileen were a little frightened and, as representatives of knightly families, immediately drew their swords in defense. Liam Pavlov said that he couldn't even imagine who was hiding under the mask, but that it was definitely a master swordsman. Suddenly, the lady in the iron mask asked again where the man who could see the future was. Liam realized that she was probably talking about a prophet, but he didn't understand why he should answer. Then the lady grabbed him by the head and replied that he would have no choice because she would force him to answer. Eileen Rindle was completely confused and had no idea what to do in such a situation. The swordmaster began to demonstrate her strength, knocking Eileen away with a powerful blow. Eileen tried to make her opponent understand that they were on temple grounds, and that such actions were too rash. The lady with the iron mask on her face said that she didn't care because no one knew who she was. Continuing to hold Liam Pavlov, the enemy said that she had nothing to fear because no one knew her identity. Eileen Rindle had no idea what to do in this situation. Then she remembered that when they first arrived in the capital, Mikhail had warned her to be more careful. Lost in thought, she tried to remember what name Mikhail had asked her to remember and say in case of danger. After thinking and remembering everything Mikhail had said, Eileen suddenly remembered and said, Karyaman. The lady with the iron mask on her face immediately turned her attention to Eileen Rindle. After a brief deliberation, the knight with the iron mask on her face immediately grabbed Duchess Rindle. She demanded that Eileen immediately reveal where she had learned the name, and Eileen realized that this had not saved her as Mikhail had promised. At that moment, Mikhail appeared and said that he knew much more than the knight did. The knight with the iron mask immediately shifted his attention to the new guest who had caught his eye. Mikhail said that he was the heir to Valfurgi and had information, so he suggested they just talk first. The knight with the iron mask on his face began to laugh loudly because it was too funny for him, and he found it difficult to control his emotions. The guardian, Vetek, realized that they were facing a dangerous enemy and asked Mikhail to be more careful. Mikhail immediately used a magical circle expansion spell to enable him to use more complex spells. The knight in the iron mask was a great master of the sword, so she immediately activated her aura. Mikhail had no desire to attack her, so he set up a magical reinforced shield for protection. The Archmage shouted that he just wanted to talk to her first to offer her assistance in the future. He understood that he didn't have much choice because the spell's effect only lasted 5 minutes. Therefore, he used Eagle Eye, Acceleration, and Massive Gravity as 4th-level magic spells. The Archmage knew he only had a few minutes, so every moment of the confrontation could be decisive. However, the lady with the iron mask on her face was much stronger than an ordinary mage and took a superior position. Liam Pavlov was terrified because he realized that they were not even facing a knight, as she had a very strange magical aura. Summoning more powerful forces, the lady in the iron mask announced that Mikhail had made his choice. Mikhail watched closely and understood that these were exactly the actions he had expected. The Guardian Breeze understood what Mikhail was planning and began to activate the Storm artifact. The Storm began to envelop Mikhail's body, completely hiding him from any kind of attack. After withstanding the attack, Vetek was worried about Mikhail's condition because he had to endure too much mana. The lady with the iron mask on her face was confused and did not understand what her opponent had done. Mikhail calmly replied that he preferred to keep his actions a secret because each of them had secrets. The lady in the iron mask said that Mikhail was completely useless, just as useless as his father had been. However, to her surprise, Mikhail replied that he was completely different and had just proven his words. Then the lady asked how he knew the man, and Mikhail replied that he had met him by chance. He explained that this was the name of the boy who was very ill, so he gave him water and got to know him. The lady in the iron mask asked him to tell her where the boy named Carillium had gone. Mikhail replied that he didn't understand why he should share such important information with her after she had attacked him. So he decided to ask her how she could feel calm helping someone who was responsible for the misfortunes of this poor boy. Knight Milliam was confused because she had no idea how Mikhail knew her name. Meanwhile, the Ugly King descended even deeper underground and began to search the cells where the children were being held. In one of the cells sat a boy who was very frightened, with iron bracelets on his legs. The Ugly King walked around his domain and looked closely at all the remaining children with a critical eye. He couldn't understand what was wrong with these children and why they hadn't been sold for a high price. His assistant replied that buyers preferred docile children, after which he was immediately punched in the stomach. The ugly king was dissatisfied with this answer because he was sure that all the children he had captured were good enough. He also did not understand why they had not yet sold the old people, as they could make excellent servants for the nobility. The ugly king was in a very good mood because he liked that the great swordmaster was completely under his control. He understood that the swordmaster was ready to provide him with any information, but every piece of information had its price. What pleased the ugly king even more was that Carriaman, whom Judge Lawlessness had been searching for, was in his hands. His thoughts were interrupted by the appearance of an assistant who was trying to report urgent and important information to his master. The assistant reported that, according to the latest information, the girl prophet they were looking for was in the temple. Meanwhile, in the church, Michael decided to negotiate with the archbishop to organize the selection of a new hero. The archbishop was very surprised to hear that all the criminals in the city were targeting the prophet and hunting her down. Archmage Michael Valfergius tried to explain that the criminals planned to monopolize Cassandra's prophecies. The archbishop did not understand how criminals and other people involved in these illegal activities could go against the temple. Michael reported that the situation was much worse because one of the prophet's enemies was a man who served at the temple. Milliam reported that she had direct evidence to back up Michael's words because such statements always require proof. She also reported that the criminals had attempted to kidnap the prophet, but Michael had prevented them. The archbishop was very depressed by this news and decided to find out where the knight Milliam had obtained this information. Milliam confessed that she herself had helped the ugly king of shadows in organizing the capture of the prophet. The archbishop was confused because he had not expected the appearance and activation of the king of shadows. Michael drew their attention to the fact that the ugly lord was one of the 12 kings who served the god of demons. The archbishop was very frightened and had no intention of hearing about the king of shadows again, nor was he sure of the truth of his guest's words. Realizing that the guest had no desire to deceive him, he understood that the followers of demons did indeed exist. Michael said that the prophet had spoken more than once about the invasion of demons, but her prophecy had simply been ignored. The archbishop tried to say something in response, but he couldn't find the right words to defend himself. Michael understood this because if the archbishop began to object, it would mean that he had decided to go against the will of the temple. This situation was due to the fact that the particles of demons that had survived until now were still in the basements of the capital. Michael said that together with the knight Milliam, they could defeat the king of shadows, but they would need a little help. Michael said that he would need a signature, so he asked that he be appointed the hero of the new era. The archbishop understood that the elimination of the ugly king was a heroic feat. To Michael's surprise, the archbishop agreed to sign, but warned that the competition between the candidates had not yet taken place. After that, Michael, Milliam, Liam, and Eileen left the temple to think about their next steps. Milliam thanked Michael because she understood that thanks to him, she was no longer a hostage to the plans of the king of shadows. She understood that if he had revealed her son's name to Duchess Rindle, he must have been aware of all the details. Michael reported that Kariyama had been captured and made a slave to the aristocrats, so he was just a pawn to be manipulated. Knight Milliam bowed and asked him to tell her if she could find the boy and restore her honor. In exchange for an answer, she offered a very high price, namely her knight's sword. Mikhail understood that Knight Milia was serious, so he gave her a magical promise that she would be able to find the boy. The Archmage was fully aware of the woman's story. She had lost her husband, and her entire family had been sent to their eternal rest. Of course, she managed to avenge everything, but the hatred that had accumulated in her soul did not disappear. When Milia fully realized that her husband was no longer alive, she understood that lawlessness was the cause of his death. It was at that moment that she realized that all the people on the planet had divided themselves into camps of beasts and their prey. Milliam put on an iron mask so that no one would recognize her, and became the judge of lawlessness. Meanwhile, the King of Shadows was furious because he could not imagine that Michael could hinder him so much. He wanted to leave as soon as possible, but the shadow on the wall would not let him, and told him that he must catch the prophet. The King of Shadows said that it was too dangerous now and that they should wait for a more convenient moment. The shadow grabbed him and told him that he had no right to break the agreement and must give his life. Their conversation was interrupted by the ugly king's assistant, who reported that a misfortune had befallen them and that they had been attacked. The shadow completely controlled the situation and decided to absorb the Shadow King to obtain his body. The ugly king resisted with all his might, but he was much weaker than the shadow and was defeated. All of the Shadow King's subordinates begged for help, but Milia showed no mercy and confidently pushed forward through them all. She was a true master of the sword, so such actions were very easy for her and caused her no inconvenience. Liam Pavlov and Eileen Rindle followed closely behind her, trying to watch her actions carefully. Liam was amazed by Milia's movements, and Eileen also wanted to learn how to wield a sword and defend her family's honor. The Guardian Breeze told Michael that she was also impressed by the abilities of the Milia Knights. Mikhail said that people always spread rumors when they see a sword, so he told them to wait upstairs. Veterok was very surprised by Michael's decision because she thought he had lost his way and forgotten their main goal. She asked Mikhail not to look at her with such distrust because she was sure that they had become friends during this time. Mikhail understood that Vetek was right and that dealing with local criminals was not their priority. He knew that their most important goal now was the Ugly Lord. Meanwhile, the Shadow King was thinking about how to obtain the prophet's body in order to gain power over the people. However, he suddenly sensed the energy of Asar's servant and was very surprised because he had never felt his energy before. The Ugly Lord really wanted to get his hands on Asar's servant's energy, but he had a plan. He understood that people by their very nature always cared for the younger generation, so he decided to use this to his advantage. Meanwhile, Eileen Rindle walked forward confidently, because she wanted to show Milio that she was also a highly skilled swordsman. The Duchess understood that her power was still very unstable, which is why it was so difficult and challenging for her to overcome obstacles. She understood that all of this contradicted her family's teachings, but she had no choice, so she decided to activate her aura. After bringing her aura in order and stabilizing her condition, Eileen began to move forward confidently. However, at some point her sword simply shattered because she was so nervous that the blade could not withstand her aura. Milliam praised Eileen because she noticed that Pavlov was a good swordsman, but Eileen was completely different. Eileen immediately bowed and asked Milliam not to doubt her and to become her teacher for a while. Milliam was delighted by this recognition from the Duchess and asked her to follow her to begin training. Eileen didn't understand how she could leave and start training when her most important opponent was waiting for her. Milliam asked the Duchess not to worry, saying that Michael would take care of everything else on his own. Vedorok was surprised by Mikhail's actions and thought it was wrong for him to go down instead of Milam the knight. Mikhail said that everything was under control and he was doing everything right, so he asked Vitechka to trust him. Suddenly, Michael stopped and did not understand why the King of Shadows was where he had hidden the children. Mikhail quickly analyzed the situation and realized that the King of Shadows had decided to set a trap for him using innocent children. The Guardian Vatek began to hear numerous cries for help and realized that the children were being used as human shields. The Ugly Lord just laughed because he was very pleased with himself and his idea. Having completed all his planned tasks, the Ugly Lord calmly waited on his throne for the appearance of Mikhail Vadfurgi. As he expected, after a while, the Archmage really did appear at the door of the room where he was. Michael decided to ask how long the King of Shadows had been waiting for him, and whether he had grown bored during the long wait. The Ugly Lord admitted that he had greatly enjoyed watching the children take part in the battle, and that it had moved him. Mikhail tried to keep his emotions under control and looked closely at the Ugly Lord. The latter decided to confess that he had planned to satisfy himself only with the energy of the Prophet's daughter, whom no one believed in at all. Looking at the Archmage, the King of Shadows said that he could not even imagine that he would have such a wonderful young mage for dessert. Mikhail Valfurgius continued to remain calm, and suggested that his opponent begin the meal if he wanted it so badly. The King of Shadows did not understand where the young gentleman got so much self-confidence, since he had already dealt with the deity Asari. After thinking about it, he realized that the young magician was simply deceiving him and had greatly simplified his task by coming to his lair on his own. Michael noticed that the King of Shadows had begun to direct his negative energy toward the children. The Ugly Lord really wanted to distract the Archmage, so he turned his shadow powers on the children. Michael did not want to allow this, so he immediately cast a spell of the magical shield. All the shadow demons began to gather in the magic shield, which completely absorbed them inside. The Ugly Lord was very pleased because, seeing the enemy's strength, he realized that he could become his main course. Seeing the Guardian Breeze, Michael asked her not to interfere and to direct all her powers to protecting the children. Vedorok was very worried about Mikhail's condition, but he said that he had everything under control and would manage on his own. The Ugly Lord was beside himself with joy when he realized that Michael had voluntarily renounced the protection of the deity Asari. Therefore, he immediately directed all his negative forces and shadows toward Mikhail to obtain his energy and mana reserves. Mikhail Valfurgi immediately used the magic spell Flicker to make it more difficult for his enemy to direct his forces. He understood that the shadow attack could take various forms, but it was significantly weaker than he remembered before his regression. The Ugly Lord was very surprised by Mikhail's strength and asked him not to worry because he was confident in his powers and victory. Michael decided to use the Storm Amplification spell to expand his magic circles. After that, he used the Wind Slash spell to quickly deal with all the transforming shadows. The Ugly Lord opened his mouth in surprise because he couldn't even imagine that his attack could be blocked. Meanwhile, Guardian Breeze used her magic shield to ensure the children's safety. The Shadow King was very interested in Michael's actions and was curious to see what he would do without the protection of a deity. Therefore, he intensified his attack and sent a large number of shadow monsters toward Michael to surround him. Michael used the spells Flicker and Acceleration, and within a few seconds, he was right next to his enemy. The Ugly Lord managed to wound Michael, but he endured the pain and grabbed his enemy. Then he began to recite a prayer that humans should be kinder and more humane, and then all the shadows would immediately leave him. Mikhail knew that the Demon King always watched over the world, so the only way to oppose him was to use the message from the afterlife. He remembered that even before the regression, each hero had engraved their own message on the heart of the Demon King. Michael understood that he had made many mistakes before the regression, but now he was ready to correct them and defeat Beelzebub. After finishing reading the message, the Archmage announced that he was releasing the demon's soul, and the King of Shadows began to transform into a dark, thick slime. The Guardian Breeze watched closely, unable to understand how the King of Shadows could simply disappear. Michael paid no attention to her questions because he was only interested in how the children were feeling. Vedorok reported that the children were fine, but she was curious how the Archmage had been able to defeat such a powerful enemy without preparation. Michael said that there could be big problems and began to watch as the slime transformed into a large heart with eyes. The Shadow King told Mikhail that he was the creator of chaos, so he should not have confronted him. Mikhail smiled and said that in the current situation, nothing was stopping him from finally ending Beelzebub's existence. Seeing the spell drawn, the King of Shadows began to laugh, saying that only a magician of the 8th magic circle could do that. Rubbing his neck, Mikhail Valfurgi replied that the King of Shadows did not need to know all the details. Vedorok was very worried about the Archmage because the spell he planned to use was very different from those he had already used. Sitting down in the circle, Mikhail replied that this spell was the only one capable of defeating the Demon King and his servants. Activating his aura, Mikhail began to smile, saying that he was very skilled at using this spell. Watching what was happening, Vitechka couldn't understand how the young lord had managed to learn magic of such a high level. Mikhail knew that each spell was a mathematical formula in which certain data had to be changed. Using his skills of quick analysis and calculation, Mikhail decided to change the magic and return it to its initial level. Mikhail smiled because he understood that he had changed the enemy's magic level and greatly reduced it to its initial source. Now, Knight Million could easily deal with the ugly lord and defeat him. Mikhail asked the Guardian to activate the Storm Artifact to fully secure his results. After activating the Storm Artifact, the Shadow King began to completely transform into a shadow and dissolve into it. The Guardian Breeze watched with great interest and was amazed by the powers and abilities of her young master. However, to her surprise, Mikhail turned around and headed in a completely different direction, and she became curious about where he was going. Mikhail replied that he wanted to check something personally because it was not every day that he had the opportunity to see a follower of demons. He also explained that it was precisely because the King of Shadows had not yet disappeared that he wanted to visit someone. Seeing that Mikhail was about to enter the darkness, the Guardian Vitechka began to worry greatly and tried to stop him. Meanwhile, Millennium watched what was happening from the roof and decided to talk to the butler, Mortar. The butler, Mortar, confessed to her that Michael was hiding too much from him and that he understood he could never be his equal. Millennium was curious to know if the young master knew anything about Mortar, but the butler said that he himself was not aware of this. He said they could continue their conversation once all the problems had been resolved and asked Millennium to share her aura. Millium was surprised that the butler was so honest and straightforward with her. After sharing her aura, she said that she immediately began to remember the past. The next day, the Archbishop thanked Michael for resolving the situation and solving the main problem. Michael understood that now the capital could enjoy a period of peace and prosperity, so he reminded the priest of his promise. The Archbishop said he was ready to accept any decision Mikhail made, but had to warn him that they had already chosen a candidate. Mikhail immediately understood that they were talking about Siegfried, who was to become the hero of the new era. Siegfried Sigurd was very well known to Michael, because it was because of him that he had returned to the past to correct his mistakes. Mikhail was glad that at least one person was on his side, after which he decided to leave the temple and go out into the street. On the street, he was approached by Eileen, who did not understand why they had to go so far, since they had already completed many tasks. Mikhail replied that she could simply follow him if she considered him her teacher, or return home if she was not yet ready. Eileen apologized to him and said that she would understand him if they hadn't had a relationship in the past. Mikhail was very pleased to hear Eileen Rindle's apology and her hopes for restoring their relationship. Eileen became very embarrassed because she did not understand Mikhail's irony and why he found it funny. Mikhail reminded her that there were no feelings between them, so she was free to do as she saw fit. Eileen smiled and said that they were just at the beginning of their journey, and that she would look forward to growing up as a swordsman. After Eileen left, Mikhail remained alone and planned to think about how he should proceed. His thoughts were interrupted by the Knight Million, who asked if he had finished talking to his student. Mikhail replied that he had finished and wanted to keep his promise to Eileen, even though she was planning to leave. Then he looked Million straight in the eyes and asked her if she now knew where her son was. Meanwhile, a priest came to the chief priest in the temple to report everything that had happened. Saint Alexander was horrified that the ugly lord was in the capital and they knew nothing about it. The priest began to worry about the state of his eminence and asked him to be more calm and not react so strongly to what was happening. Father Alexander could not calm down because he understood that if the monster revealed himself, a catastrophe could occur. The priest agreed with him because he understood that if the ugly lord revealed himself, everyone would be doomed. The Holy Father was confused and did not understand what could happen if the demon decided to come out into the open. The priest said that, according to legend, it would take the Demon King less than a day to wipe everything off the face of the earth. He also said that, according to Archbishop Ali, everything that had happened was the feat of one man alone. Father Alexander read the contents of the letter from Alea and was surprised that Valfurgius had managed to accomplish everything on his own. The letter also contained testimony from the prophet Cassandra and the judge of lawlessness, the knight Milium. It was very difficult for St. Alexander to believe this, so he decided to reread the letter several times. Meanwhile, Michael continued his conversation with Milium and said that Kaliam did not want to listen to his advice. Knight Milium listened attentively to Michael's story because it was about the only person she had ever known. Mikhail explained that Kaliam had decided to become a defender, and that it was very difficult for him to escape from the ugly lord. The Archmage said that he had only been able to do so because he had joined the Condor's workers on his own. Knight Milium was very surprised by such awareness and responsibility in her very young son. She was very curious to understand why her son had decided to join the Defenders of Freedom, and how he had managed to get to them. Milium knew that the Freedom Squad was very famous and was even accepted in the Empire, but it was very difficult to get there. Mikhail explained that once you joined Condor's squad, you renounced your name and past and received a new name. Milium wondered whether she should continue searching for her son and whether he would be able to understand and forgive her for his childhood without a mother. Mikhail was very surprised by her thoughts because she had already spent so much time and effort searching for him. Milium turned away and said that the time when her son needed her help was over and that he was now independent. Mikhail listened to her carefully because she said that her son had chosen his own path and did not want to be like her. Knight Milliam admitted that it upset her greatly that she had not been able to be the mother she wanted to be for her child. That was why she didn't know whether she should continue searching for him and keep hoping that Kalliam would understand her. Mikhail took her by the hand and told her that she needed to meet with her own son and talk to him about everything that was troubling her. He was sure that Milio needed to talk to his mother and give him a choice about his future. After that, Mikhail gave her the medicine and told her to either use it herself if the opportunity arose or give it to someone who needed it. Knight Milliam looked at Mikhail and understood that he was right and that she couldn't just give up, so she thanked him for his help. As she left, she said that if she ever had the opportunity, she would repay him, and then she and Eileen left the capital. Turning around, Michael noticed that Liam Pavlov looked very depressed and asked him what was bothering him. Liam replied that he was upset that he hadn't even been able to put up a proper fight because Milliam was too strong. He also admitted that he was very upset that he hadn't been able to help in any way because Milliam was too fast and accurate. Liam Pavlov was still very sad because the knight Milia, whom he admired so much, hadn't even said anything to him. He was upset because Judge of Lawlessness didn't even mention how much he had disappointed her with his skills and abilities. Mikhail was very surprised because he never thought that Liam was the type of person who could be hurt by something like that. Then he decided to give Liam Pavlov a small gift and threw a golden pendant that sparkled in the sunlight into his hands. Mikhail told him that the temple was only their first destination, and Liam didn't understand what he meant because they were only supposed to find the prophet. The Archmage said that Liam should go with him because a master swordsman of the new generation should not give up in the face of adversity. Liam was truly ashamed of his thoughts and reasoning, and he said that he had no intention of giving up. The butler interrupted their conversation and told Liam that Michael was right and that they should stick together on such a difficult path. When asked where he had been all this time, Mortar said that he had had the opportunity to talk to an old friend. Cassandra joined them, happy that they had managed to gain the Archbishop's trust. After thinking for a moment, the prophetess said that she would also like to help them if the others did not object. She understood that it was time to put everything back in its place, so she was sure that the help of the chief prophet of the church would not be superfluous. 3 days later, Michael was recovering and diligently dressing all his wounds. Breeze explained to him that the storm's effect had worn off, so his body was beginning to return to its usual form. The Guardian Vetek admitted that one question had been bothering her for a long time, and she really wanted to clarify it. Mikhail did not understand what exactly interested her, and thought about the fact that he needed to increase the number of magic circles to the 6th level. Veterok said that she wanted to know the true origin of his skills and abilities because she did not understand who he was. She explained that she was a deity, so in order for her to trust him, he had no right to hide anything from her. Mikhail understood that the Guardian was completely right about everything, but he couldn't tell her that he had regressed. Looking at her, he realized that even the storm set couldn't determine his abilities, which meant he could hide his abilities from the entire world. The Guardian Breeze was very surprised when Michael told her that she was not the only one who knew about the existence of Asari's tombs. Then Mikhail told her that he was familiar with Thoth's records, which is why he had behaved so confidently inside the tomb. The Guardian of the Breeze was very surprised because she was sure that the records could not have been preserved. Mikhail calmly told her that Thoth's records had been preserved, which is why he had so much information. He knew he wasn't lying to the Guardian because he had been very familiar with Thoth's records before his regression. Veterok thought about it because there really could have been a data leak, which is why Mikhail had passed through the gate so easily. Then she realized that Mikhail must have had information about other tombs containing divine objects. On the other hand, she was very glad that Mikhail had a plan of action because then what she feared would not happen. Mikhail decided to confess to her that he had never managed to find out which deity they had been worshipping all this time. The Guardian Breeze began to worry greatly because she knew she had no right to answer such a question. Mikhail knew that the currently recognized deity on their continent was Gekawada the Wise. He asked the Guardian if there could be two deities and why no one remembered the great Asari. Veterok explained that she could not tell him everything because it was a secret, but she said that Asari had been forgotten because of an accident. Then Mikhail understood that everything related to the deities was kept secret from the people, which is why the Keeper remained silent. After getting dressed and going outside, the Archmage realized that this information was enough for him at the moment. Liam Pavlov asked if they were going straight to the temple as they needed to finish all their business quickly. Mikhail understood that Liam was absolutely right, but he planned to stay a little longer. Mikhail decided to tell them that the Ugly Lord was important to the Demon King, and that news of his defeat could spread quickly. Rumors also spread quickly throughout the kingdom, which could lead to real chaos and confusion. Mikhail understood that the essence of Cassandra's prophecy, which no one believed, lay precisely in him. Liam Pavlov was a little scared because he understood that in this situation, the news would reach Edward Valfergius. Mikhail replied that the news had most likely reached the Marquise, as it was quite obvious. Liam did not understand how all this could have happened, because Edward was the greatest magician and held a leading position in the entire empire. He was very angry about everything that was happening because he realized that his father might also know about everything that was going on, which worried him greatly. Liam Pavlov planned to return home immediately, but Mikhail just smiled and said it was too late. Then, unexpectedly for Liam, he used a magical multi-shot shield to save them. Liam Pavlov looked up at the sky and had no idea what was happening, or why someone had decided to attack them in broad daylight. Mikhail just smiled mysteriously and said that it was his father sending him a family greeting. Then they really did see Edward Valfergius, who was unhappy with his own son's actions. Meanwhile, the priest drank tea and thought that while Mikhail was in the capital, they couldn't just stand by and do nothing. The priest understood that they had to choose a hero for the new era and saw no one better than Mikhail. His thoughts were interrupted by a clergyman who ran up to him and shouted, which greatly frightened the archbishop. The archbishop even had time to think that the demon invasion had begun and worried that they had not chosen a hero. However, the priest, trying to catch his breath, reported that Marquis Edward Valfergius was in the capital. He also reported that Edward had cast a magic spell on Michael. The archbishop was very surprised by this news and did not understand why the Marquis had used magic on his own son. Meanwhile, Michael tried to escape from the magical electric discharges that his father was unleashing on him. Mikhail understood that his father was only attacking him because he did not want to hurt his own son. Edward Valfergius was very dissatisfied with his son's actions, and therefore did not understand his goals and objectives at all. Mikhail greeted his father, which only angered him even more, and he realized that he would receive another blast of magical electricity. To stabilize his own health, the Archmage used the magic spell Flicker to confuse his father. The guardian, Breeze, immediately used her powers to protect the young lord and began blocking the attacks. Marquis Edward was very surprised that his son was under the protection of a divine guardian with Asari energy. Mikhail tried to explain that he had not planned to become a hero of the new era, and that he simply had no other choice. Edward Valfergius decided to calm down and listen to his son because he didn't understand what he was talking about. He also admitted that he had heard many rumors about the appearance of demons, and that the Demon King might invade. However, he was very surprised by Mikhail's question, who said that everything that was happening was not just rumors. Michael decided to tell his father everything about the prophecy, and that he had managed to find a prophet who confirmed the information. Edward was very surprised that everyone was talking again about the Ugly Lord, who was a follower of demons. Michael also told him about his victory over the Ugly Lord, and that the Demon King himself had appeared for a while. Edward did not want to believe his son, but the Archbishop joined their conversation and confirmed the information. The Marquis was puzzled because he could not help but trust the words of the Archbishop, whom they had not seen for over a year. After thinking for a moment, Edward decided to clarify who exactly his son meant when he spoke of the hero of the new era. To his great surprise, the Archbishop immediately pointed to Michael and said that he was the best candidate for the role. Edward Valfergius was very puzzled because he could see only his son, who was completely incapable of doing anything. Then Mikhail bared his neck and showed a sign confirming that he was under the protection of a deity. Edward opened a magical teleport and decided to simply leave because he did not understand what was happening. The Archbishop did not understand the Marquis's actions, and the young gentleman informed him that his father would return shortly. Upon his return, Edward reported that he had checked the concentration of mana over the capital and realized that a large demon was indeed present. Michael understood his father's feelings because the Valfergi had never been associated with religion, and the appearance of a hero in the family seemed strange. Edward listened to his son and realized that if the prophecy was to be believed, one hero would not be enough to save humanity. Then Mikhail decided to demonstrate his power, and the Archbishop fell to the ground in surprise. Michael activated the storm set, and a large concentration of aura filled with divine power began to swirl around him. The guardian Breeze watched Edward, who believed that on such a large scale, everything was useless. Michael, remaining calm, said that God himself was with them, so all he had to do was wait for confirmation from the church. Calming down a little, Edward decided to ask if his son had found a worthy candidate to be his partner. Mikhail smiled and said that he had long since found a worthy candidate, pointing to Liam Pavlov, who was standing aside watching them. The Marquis looked at Liam's questioning face and said that he didn't think the young man was really ready for this. Mikhail looked at Liam and said that he was completely confident in him because he had promised him something incredible in return. Remembering Miller's teachings on aura training, Liam immediately recalled all the agreements and decided to approach the others. Liam said that Mikhail always kept his word and acted confidently because he had a clear plan. Edward was Mikhail's father, and watching what was happening, he couldn't understand why his son had grown up so quickly. He recalled his son's words and actions, especially with Rindle and Viscount, and realized that he should start trusting his son. Then he decided to ask the Archbishop if his son could do something like that if he was not a parishioner of the church. The Archbishop rose from the ground and said that he was ready to swear by God himself because he was truly convinced of the power of Michael Valfergius. After thinking about it, Edward replied that Michael should do as he had decided, and he admitted that he had no right to stop him. Mikhail was very happy that he had managed to get his father's blessing, who had probably decided to believe in him. Upon returning home, Liam Pavlov began shouting at Mikhail that it was probably time for him to give up his award. Liam Pavlov was very persistent and wanted to master Miller's teachings to improve his skills as a swordsman. Mikhail understood this well, so he asked Liam to lie down for a while, which greatly surprised the swordsman. Using a magic spell, Mikhail told Liam Pavlov that he needed to get some sleep. The young gentleman planned to show Liam something because he was sure he would not disappoint the swordsman. Plunging into the realm of Morpheus, Liam did not understand what was happening and began to look around carefully. It was very dark around him, and there were many destroyed buildings, so he did not understand where he was. Suddenly, he heard a voice behind him that greeted him, which surprised Liam even more. Turning around, Liam began to stare at his interlocutor because he couldn't understand who was talking to him. Liam couldn't make out the face of the person speaking to him, and his voice was very strange, but the man said he was ready to show him another world. Suddenly, the stranger quickly descended and asked Liam Pavlov to get his sword. Liam had no idea what was going on, but he immediately took out his sword because he realized that the man was his enemy. Within seconds, his sword was knocked out of his hand, and Liam realized that his opponent was several times his match. Having lost his life in the first battle, Liam Pavlov began to get angry that he had been unable to defend himself. A moment later, Liam was completely unharmed again and heard the stranger greet him once more. Count Pavlov couldn't understand what was happening, but decided to immediately prepare his sword for defense. The The stranger praised him for his quick preparation and immediately began to attack. Liam didn't understand what was happening, but he wasn't ready to suffer defeat so easily, so he activated his aura. Using the first technique from Miller's teachings, Liam watched his opponent's actions to assess his level of training. Liam was confident in his abilities, but his opponent held his ground and was already close enough to be frightening. While inflicting damage, the stranger said that he was not overconfident and assumed that Liam understood what he had gotten himself into. After that, the stranger delivered the decisive blow and told Liam that he should be more careful during training. Mikhail, who had been sitting by Liam's bedside the whole time, saw him wake up and congratulated him on his return. Mikhail was very surprised that Liam demanded to be taken back immediately and realized that everything had not gone so badly after all. The Archmage informed him that he would send him back only when the time was right, because there was also a reality there. Liam's head began to ache a little because he couldn't understand where he had been during his sleep. Mikhail understood that it was not yet time for explanations and told the Count that he would find out everything later. Only the Archmage understood that Liam was inside his future and saw himself there. Liam asked where they were going tomorrow and if it had anything to do with the temple they were heading for. Mikhail said that the temple was their final destination, but he planned to stop at one more place along the way. After gathering the entire team, Michael Valfurgius informed them that they should visit a magical forest before reaching the temple. The prophet Cassandra was very surprised that the team planned to go to the most precious tree of life. The knight said that the elves would be very stubborn because the only thing that mattered to them was their king's opinion. Mikhail agreed with the knight and asked how to address him, and the knight asked him to call him Aaron. The butler Mortar was very surprised because no one had ever believed in Cassandra's prophecies. Aaron said that he was not sure that people would believe the prophecies even after seeing the evidence. After these conclusions, the steward Mortar and the knight Aaron shook hands. Watching them closely, Michael realized that they had found a common language. Then he waved his hand and asked them to stop because their most important task now was the tree. Surveying the magical forest, Liam Pavlov decided to ask what they planned to do next. Mikhail smiled and said that it was a very stupid question because he planned to break off the branches of the sacred tree of life. The whole team was confused by what they heard because none of them had expected such a strange answer. They also did not understand how they had ended up in a real magical forest, and Mikhail said that he would now show them the way. After walking a little further, the young gentleman began to examine the ground and said that even here there were roots of the great tree. The team watched the Archmage's actions closely and did not understand what he planned to do with the roots. Mikhail explained that the tree of life had spread its roots throughout the world, and each of them led to the heart of the tree. The prophet Cassandra noticed that the tree was feeling unwell because it had never exposed its roots before. Michael understood that this tree was very powerful and that he needed to block all of its magic for a while. He remembered how, before the regression, he had asked King Jihad to focus because he was to become the new king of the elves. Jihad thanked Mikhail for his strong belief in his abilities, but he was very worried that he would not be able to cope with such a task. Jihad was very upset because he understood that he needed to put in much more effort. Michael remembered that before the regression, the Tree of Life had completely dried up and could no longer grant power. At that time, even the King of the Elves could not save the tree and lost his life at the hands of demons. The Archmage understood then that Jihad had nowhere else to go, so he invited the 8th King of the Elves to go with him. He understood that he had to communicate with many creatures because of the information stored in his memory. Suddenly, he saw the guardian Vitechka next to him and was very surprised to see her, not understanding why she was with him again. Veterok began to get angry, saying that she was bound to him forever by a seal and was obliged to protect him from any danger. Mikhail understood that it was pointless to argue with the guardian, so he agreed to go with her. At one point, the Archmage became curious to know if the Guardian knew anything about the tree they were heading towards. Veterok sighed and said that all the gods knew about the World Tree and that some of its roots went back to Asari. With sadness, she said that the tomb's guardians were useless and that Asari was a being similar to the World Tree. When they reached the World Tree, Michael saw a beautiful girl inside the tree. Yggdrasil greeted the guests and informed them that she was the World Tree they had come to see. Yggdrasil asked everyone to sit down for negotiations, and suddenly her attention was drawn to the Guardian. Yggdrasil greeted her sister and said that she had not seen her for a very long time. Veterok sighed because she did not like this meeting at all, and she understood that Yugi had always been like this. Yugi greeted Mikhail and said that she was surprised that there were people in this era who knew about the morning message. She was also surprised that the man was so young and yet already under the protection of a deity. Veterok said that the young gentleman even had access to the records of Thoth, which were considered lost. Mikhail said that he had an idea of what kind of position he was in and understood that everything was connected to the Demon King. Yggdrasil, listening to Michael, realized that he really did have the records of Thoth, which had caused a great deal of trouble. After that, the representative of the mighty tree began to demonstrate what was happening to her, and her hand began to disintegrate. The guardian, Breeze, had no idea what was happening, and began to worry greatly about Yugi's condition. Michael understood that there were traces of the Demon King inside his interlocutor, and it was then that he understood why the tree had withered. Yggdrasil admitted that she had been trying to deal with all of this alone, but the Demon King's power was like a slow-acting poison. The Guardian of the Wind realized that Yugi had been in terrible pain for such a long time. Mikhail asked how much longer Yggdrasil could hold out, and she said about 4 days, but no more. To Yugi's surprise, Michael realized that her essence had not yet been completely taken over by the demon, which meant they had a chance to fix everything. Mikhail knew that before her regression, Yggdrasil had lost her life protecting the tree, but unfortunately she had not been able to protect it completely, and since the Demon King was still able to gain access to the world, Yugi's choice turned out to be wrong and futile. That is why Mikhail began to think about how exactly he could cleanse Yugi of the demonic energy and heal her. He knew they still had 4 days and a chance to fix everything, which he planned to take advantage of. The Guardian Breeze understood that Michael was honest and serious, so she asked Yugi to trust him. She told Yugi that the young gentleman was very talented and persistent, so there was a chance he could help. To everyone's surprise, Michael suddenly declared that before taking any action, he would like to receive his reward. Yggdrasil was completely taken aback to hear this from the young gentleman who had just been so highly praised by the deity. Vedarok tried to stop Mikhail, but he said that he wanted to receive his reward after healing the World Tree. Mikhail said that he would need the best that the World Tree and Yggdrasil herself had to offer. Yugi was intrigued by this proposal and decided to ask Mikhail what he considered to be the best thing about her. Mikhail confidently pointed upward and said that the best things were the old branches of the World Magic Tree. Meanwhile, Jihad stood at the foot of the great tree and asked for an answer as to how he could help her feel better. He was very sad to see the tree withering away and understood that it would not answer him because it had been silent for a very long time. Jihad thought that the tree was silent because it was trying to protect them in this way. Suddenly, he heard his mother's voice coming from the World Tree and began to listen carefully to every word. The World Tree told him that darkness was trying to completely engulf it, but there was still a little time left before that moment. Jihad asked what he could do to save and help, and the tree replied that there was only one person capable of doing so. His mother told him that he should help this person, and then hope would shine upon them once again. Jihad did not understand how he was supposed to find this person, and suddenly Mikhail of Alfergius appeared behind him. Mikhail introduced himself as a trusted representative of the World Tree, and Jihad decided to go with him. Jihad asked Mikhail if he knew what exactly needed to be done, and if his mother had informed him. Mikhail replied that he knew a little about what needed to be done, but asked to be guided on the right path. He knew that before the regression, even when the entire forest had been completely destroyed, much could still be repaired. However, he also understood that first of all, he needed to change the fate of the former king of the fairies. Mikhail knew that the Elf King was too weak, but it was enough that he was still alive. The Archmage could not allow the Elf King to go to his eternal rest before the Demon King appeared. Suddenly, Jihad decided to ask if the young gentleman was alone in their magical forest. To Jihad's surprise, Michael replied that he had nothing to worry about because he already knew everything. Mikhail also said that there were a few people who had stayed outside, but that it no longer made sense. Suddenly, an elf knight approached them and reported that there were intruders on their territory. The elf prince Jihad was very surprised to hear that people who could fly had arrived. The people watched the flying people closely and realized that they were priests of destruction, so they began to attack them. Mikhail watched the situation closely and found his team's ideas somewhat amusing. He informed the prince that he lacked allies in the current situation and asked for time to talk to the people. All the members of the team bowed to Michael and had no idea what they were supposed to do now. Michael approached them and told them that they should not have created such strange chaos in the magical forest. The butler, Mortar, reported that the young master had left without saying a word, and they had no idea what to do. Mikhail thought about the butler's words for a while to figure out what he should do now. The butler began to say that the rotten fruit could only be the fault of the gardener himself. Mikhail did not want to argue with the butler and asked for him to be arrested, after which Jihad ordered him to be taken away. The prophet Cassandra did not understand what was happening, but admitted that riding flying horses was very fun and exciting. Liam Pavlov looked closely at Mikhail because he was very interested in understanding what their plan of action was now. Mikhail reported that he had managed to obtain branches from the World Tree and had paid the price for them, so he asked for assistance. Knight Alan, Cassandra, and Liam prepared to listen carefully to Mikhail in order to understand how exactly they could help him. After that, Jihad invited everyone to the fairy palace because that was where his father, the king of the elves, was. Mikhail wondered why the king of the elves was in the fairy palace and began to recall the history. Then he realized that since time immemorial, elves and fairies had lived in complete harmony with each other. Michael knew that the fairy king had been chosen and accepted by the elves and fairies. The fairies immediately began to fly toward Mikhail because they rarely had the opportunity to see a human on their territory. Jihad noted that fairies were rarely so friendly to humans, but they felt that he was blessed by the mother. Seeing how attentive the fairies were to Michael, Jihad hoped that they would take care of the young gentleman. Approaching a very tall door, Jihad announced that the Elf King was in those very chambers. The Elf King greeted the guests and noted that no human had set foot in the magical forest for a very long time. Looking closely at Mikhail, who was standing next to his son, the king of the elves wished them good health. Michael immediately bowed and thanked the Elf King for his hospitality and for protecting the fairies. The Elf King was surprised that a human was aware of their rules of etiquette and asked what had brought them to him. Jihad asked his father not to be afraid and said that for a moment the World Tree had made itself known. The Elf King could not believe what he heard and asked if his son's words were true. Jihad was confused when his father asked him to provide proof of his words because they were talking about the World Tree. Michael placed his hand on Jihad's shoulder and said that they did indeed have proof that their mother had sent a message. The king of the elves and fairies began to listen carefully and watch Michael's actions. Then Michael showed him a branch of the World Tree and asked the king of the elves to examine it closely as proof. Then the Elf King realized that he was not just a man standing before him, but a trusted representative of the World Tree. King Jiren Haddas immediately fell to his knees and began to greet the messenger of the World Tree, begging him to save them. Michael listened carefully to the Elf King because he understood that they now needed to cooperate. Prince Jihad was very surprised that his father had gotten out of bed for the first time in such a long period of time. Michael said there was only one way to solve this problem, and Jiren Haddas was interested. Michael explained that with the help of a branch, all the miasma could be removed, but to do so, the branch of the World Tree itself would have to be altered. Therefore, the young gentleman decided to ask if he could use the workshop located on their territory. Seeing that the Elf King did not understand what workshop he was talking about, Mikhail replied that he meant the source of Urda. Urda was a great elven blacksmith who in the past had made weapons only for kings. King Jirenhadas was surprised by Michael's knowledge and said that he would not waste any time and would take his guest to the spring immediately. To the king's surprise, Michael asked him to wait a moment because he wanted to discuss the presence of the Demon King's energy. Michael explained that the Demon King was their greatest enemy and that they must be prepared to face him. He explained that no one could sense the demonic energy because the spirit of the tree was trying to resolve the situation on its own and did not want to show weakness. Jirenhadas began to understand why the tree had started to look worse and was very worried about his mother's condition. Michael reported that the spirit of the tree had already done everything in its power, and that the rest was up to them. The Archmage said that while he was in the workshop, the demon particles would continue their attacks. Liam Pavlov listened attentively to Mikhail and began to understand that he should then defend the World Tree in Mikhail's absence. The Elf King began to understand that the protection of the World Tree had been greatly weakened because the spirit had been trying to protect them from the demon. Mikhail reported that the magical forest was actually in great danger. The Elf King thought hard because he began to understand that they had no time at all, and that everyone had to do something. After thinking for a moment, he asked his son Jihad to accompany the trusted representative of the World Tree to the source of Urda. Michael understood that this was exactly what he had expected from the Elf King and the defenders of the fairies. Jirenhada said he would protect the magical forest at any cost, and by any means necessary to prevent further disaster. Then Archmage Michael Valfurgius decided to turn to the prophet Cassandra. Cassandra said that she knew what he wanted to ask her and agreed to defend the forest alongside the Knight Alan. Michael then turned to Liam Pavlov and asked him to help as well, to which the swordsman replied that he could count on him. Michael was very happy that all the members of his team completely trusted him and his decisions, and that he could really count on them. So he asked everyone to prepare to defend the magical forest and begin the rescue of the World Tree. After some time, Jihad led Mikhail to the source of Urda, which was located in the deepest part of the forest. The prince admitted that no one knew exactly how the blacksmith used the source to make magical tools, and he had no idea himself. Michael remembered that before his regression, he had managed to use the source once to create magical items. He was sure that Urda did not want anyone to know his secret because his ability to use the spring was genius. Throwing away the branch of the World Tree, Mikhail cast the spell Salvation because he knew that Urda was not a true craftsman. Jihad, who was watching the process, was very surprised that a mage could control the power of the source so easily. Mikhail, however, understood that now was the time to reveal the truth because Urda was indeed a mage. The legendary craftsman and master of weapon and item crafting was actually an ordinary mage. Urda was not an outstanding or particularly talented mage, and his skills were quite mediocre. Mikhail knew that this was why Urda had decided to succeed in another field and had chosen to study blacksmithing and become a craftsman. With a lot of effort and hard work, Urda eventually became a master craftsman of magical weapons. Mikhail understood that the source consisted entirely of pure mana, which was similar to ordinary water. Then the young lord began to use magic spells that allowed him to structure waves and control water. He knew that the branch of the World Tree was a special material because it had inherited the power of the tree itself. Mikhail understood that the most difficult part of his task was to find the exact materials that would be suitable for this. Jihad watched Michael's actions closely and did not understand what he would do after selecting the necessary materials. Mikhail replied that after that he would be able to use the tree branch for protection, and said that it would take about 4 days. Prince Jihad was very worried because he understood that the situation in the magical forest was not the most favorable. Mikhail asked him to trust him, saying that it was so quick because it usually took about a year to process. Turning to Jihad, Mikhail did not understand why he was still standing there, since they had already reached the source. Jihad did not understand what he was talking about, especially after Mikhail said that other gifts from Urd were hidden here. Mikhail smiled and explained that the weapons of the kings of the past were also here. Jihad couldn't believe that somewhere near them could be weapons that Urda had created for the kings themselves. He didn't understand where they could find the weapons, and Michael replied that he had to focus on processing them. Then Prince Jihad realized that he would have to find Urda's gifts on his own to protect the magical forest. Michael understood that he had only 4 days, so he said goodbye to the prince and told him that everything would work out. After that, he began to control the flow of mana in order to completely cleanse the core of the World Tree's branch. Meanwhile, in the magical forest, the best archers had been gathered to defend it. The commanders of the squads formed a line of defense and tried to completely control all flanks. Liam noticed that everything was in order and that nothing had happened in 3 days. Cassandra was not so sure because many details of the future were hidden from her, but she was receiving visions. Looking closely at the World Tree, the prophet admitted that overall she could not see anything good. On the other hand, Cassandra admitted that she was confident that Michael would be able to take care of everything. Knight Alan turned to the prophet and asked her not to place such high hopes on anyone. Suddenly, Liam Pavlov began to feel the ground beneath his feet crack, and he did not understand what was happening. Knight Alan immediately hid Cassandra behind him because he realized that something bad was probably happening. Suddenly, all the flowers and everything living around them began to quickly wither and dry up before their eyes. The knight realized that the worst thing they had feared was happening. A huge, 3-eyed demonic snake with a large mouth began to appear around the tree trunk. The prophet Cassandra immediately ordered Liam and Alan to get as far away from that place as possible. Liam Pavlov was confused because he did not understand how they could leave the prophet all alone in the face of danger. Cassandra shouted that it was too dangerous and that they would not be able to defeat it, so she asked everyone to run away. Liam looked into the demonic eyes of the snake and began to feel fear and realized that he would never defeat it. He didn't understand why fear was paralyzing him and why he felt so helpless, and then he remembered his dream. Then Liam Pavlov began to think about Michael and when he would return to help them. Meanwhile, Mikhail knew nothing about what was happening because he was completely immersed in purifying the brand. In the elven magical forest, the snake controlled by the Demon King was growing larger and stronger. Liam began to worry a little because he realized that their forces might not be enough to fight back. The Elf King and Protector of the Fairies stood at the head of his best soldiers and ordered them to attack. The snake was indeed hurt by the magical arrows that rained down on it in a volley. The Elf King noticed that the item given to him by Michael was indeed proving very effective. However, they knew they couldn't hold out for long and were really hoping that Michael, who had made the magical item, would return. Meanwhile, Michael realized that he had finished crafting the magic staff, which was based on a branch of the world tree. The guardian, Breeze, who had been watching the process, reported that only 3 days had passed, which was much less than he had planned. Mikhail said that he could now connect the staff to the core he had prepared earlier, and was glad that he had managed to create the staff. The guardian and faithful servant of the deity Asari asked Michael not to doubt himself and to begin connecting the elements. Then Mikhail joined the magical purified core with the staff and watched the further events closely. Meanwhile, in the magical elven forest, the demonic snake had almost broken through the magical defense. The Elf King and Protector of the Fairies realized that this was not the end, and began to worry that they would not be able to defeat their enemy. The magical sphere began to crack before everyone's eyes, and Jiren Hades began to pray for salvation. Liam Pavlov asked everyone to get ready immediately, because the sphere separating them from the monster was about to collapse in seconds. Suddenly, the demonic snake began to fall rapidly to the ground from the action of the divine powerful beam. Turning around, the prophet Cassandra was very happy to see Michael, who had come to help them. Michael, holding a new, freshly made magic staff in his hands, was glad that he had not arrived too late. The demonic snake stared intently at Michael and began to hiss loudly as it prepared to attack. Michael understood that if he had delayed the preparation of the magical item as he had originally planned, he would now be looking at nothing but ruins. The Elf King began to search for his son, Jihid, and the messenger of the World Tree reported that there was no need to worry about him. After that, Mikhail activated the magic spell flight and swiftly headed toward the demonic snake. He knew that in a normal situation, the magic of the 5th magic circle would not be enough, but he had the staff made from a branch of the world tree in his hands. Michael carefully examined the demonic snake and realized that only a couple of years had passed since the particles of darkness had joined together. That was why he was not entirely sure whether he was facing the Demon King or just transforming particles of darkness. He understood that if one blow with the staff could change everything, the World Tree would not have had to suffer for so long. The Archmage understood that not only he but also his opponent had been preparing for this confrontation, so he tried to choose a more convenient moment. Michael watched the snake closely and waited for it to open its huge, toothy mouth. Seeing a bright light, Michael realized that an arrow created by Urda, possessing the greatest divine power, had flown past him. Turning around and looking at the ground, he saw Jihad showing off his new bow. Mikhail Valfergius was very happy to see him, because he understood that Jihad had really come to his aid at the right moment. However, to everyone's surprise, the demonic snake began to actively shed its skin. Then Michael turned to the guardian Vidarok and asked her to fulfill his request. After that, he activated his power and the power of the storm set to launch a powerful attack on the enemy. As soon as the demonic snake opened its mouth again, Michael immediately rushed inside it. The guardian Veterok followed Mikhail down the snake's esophagus and thought that everything around her looked too terrible. Mikhail was surprised by her reaction because he didn't understand what Breeze expected to see inside the huge demonic snake. At one point, Michael decided to stop because he noticed that there were other demons nearby. Breeze realized that they were facing the souls of the demon's followers who lived inside the demonic snake. Mikhail looked closely at the followers and realized that he should be careful because the monsters were appearing very quickly. After analyzing the situation, he decided to use a magical expansion of circles to increase his own magic. After that, Michael decided to use the magical spell Divine Gates to free the souls of the followers. The Divine Gate did indeed begin to open, but it took too much of Mikhail's strength. But he persevered because he had developed this spell himself before his regression. The execution and application of this spell was far from easy because it was very different from the basic level. This spell was very effective against demons, and the particles of darkness were completely absorbed by the light. The Guardian Breeze watched in amazement and did not understand how this could be possible. She did not understand why the demons simply disappeared and why Michael did not spare his strength, asking him to stop and come up with another way. Michael understood that this spell consumed a lot of mana, and if he used it together with others, he would simply have no strength left. This meant he had only 5 minutes to catch and eliminate all the demons. Running through the insides of the demonic snake, they managed to find the eye of the Demon King, which was the heart of the snake itself. The Guardian Breeze realized that before them was the only thing that had been tormenting the World Tree so much. The Demon King's eye stared intently at his opponents to assess his chances of victory. Michael realized that he had about 3 minutes left before he would collapse from exhaustion, and the eye had already begun its attack. Having fully assessed his chances of success, Michael realized that there was no time to waste, so he prepared to attack. After casting the flicker spell, Michael realized that he had only a minute left, so he decided to speed up. Flying up to the very center of the Demon King's pupil, the Archmage began to actively take an item out of his pocket. The Guardian Breeze was very surprised and did not understand why the Archmage had taken out a signal stone at such a moment. Clenching the stone in his hands, Michael realized that he had only 30 seconds left before his strength would simply abandon him. A few seconds later, Urda's magical arrow, filled with divine power, flew past Michael. Seeing the arrow, the Guardian Vetek had no idea what was happening or why the arrow had hit its target so accurately. Prince Jihad, having released the magical arrow from Urda's gift, watched the actions of the demonic arrow closely. Mikhail looked into the eyes of the Demon King and said that he would not allow him to simply take and destroy the World Tree. Therefore, he pointed his staff at his enemy and began to recite the spell of the 7th magic circle, Yggdrasil. Mikhail knew that even before the regression, the World Tree had not given up and had left seeds of life in the hope that they would be found before they were consumed. The Archmage knew that this was Yugi's last wish, so he was fully prepared to fulfill it. He understood that if he could rid Jihad of all his regrets, he would be able to create a completely different reality. Mikhail knew that this was the way he could give the World Tree a new beginning. Everyone watched intently as the World Tree began to crumble into particles of darkness and light. Prince Jihad noticed that the World Tree was indeed beginning to recover, and the darkness inside it was disappearing. Rays of light penetrated other trees, which began to regain their strength, and leaves appeared on their branches. The Elf King could not believe his eyes, for before him, nature, which had completely withered away, was beginning to awaken again. Jihad also watched in amazement because he had never seen such beauty before. Michael announced that the World Tree would surely be reborn and blossom again after casting off all that was demonic. Then he turned his gaze to Prince Jihad and said that now was the time for him to fulfill his role. The heir to the King of the Elves looked closely at his magical bow, which was a gift from Urd. Then Jihad looked at Mikhail and said that now he must move forward. Michael himself was interested in watching the magical forest recover and be reborn. The Archmage understood that this was what the primordial world of Yggdrasil had looked like when it tried to protect its work. Yugi thanked Michael for his help because now she could restore the forest and protect all her children. Mikhail replied that he had only fulfilled his promise and was now waiting for the spirit of the World Tree to fulfill its promise. Yugi smiled and said that this would not be enough because she understood that he needed her essence. So she asked Mikhail if he wanted to increase the number of his magic circles and expand his abilities. Receiving a positive answer, Yggdrasil realized that she was the one who could help him with this. Continuing to smile proudly, the spirit of the World Tree announced that she was ready to give Michael a part of herself. The Guardian Vetek was confused and did not understand what Yugi meant. She did not understand how Yugi would be able to maintain harmony, since she had only just gained her freedom and already wanted to complicate her life. However, Breeze was confused when Yugi told her that she herself had chosen this gentleman for the same reasons. Mikhail also couldn't understand what had happened to Breeze, but she, sulking with resentment, decided to just keep quiet. Yggdrasil informed Michael that he would now be able to absorb not only mana, but also other types of energy. After receiving a lock of Yugi's hair, Mikhail realized that her essence as a spirit was in her hair, just as the essence of a tree is in its branches. Mikhail did not understand what to do with this hair, and Yugi told him that he should tie it around his wrist and that would be enough. Tying the lock of hair from the spirit of the World Tree to his wrist, Mikhail felt the energy of the whole world begin to flow through him. He felt all his wounds begin to heal and his energy begin to recover, and the feeling was very pleasant. Michael noticed how mana rapidly filled his body and felt a surge of strength. He really liked all the changes happening inside his body and really wanted to understand the principle behind this process. Mikhail Valfurgius was amazed at the speed with which all his indicators were recovering simultaneously inside him. Feeling a surge of strength, he realized that he had already risen one step and managed to open the 6th magic circle. In the evening, he watched the elves hold a festive feast and rejoice in their victory. Mikhail also decided to join their celebration, but he had no idea that elves could be so noisy. Liam also decided to have some fun and celebrated the victory with one of the elf swordsmen. Cassandra met Jihad and had a vision that his life would turn out much better than it could have been. Michael watched everyone with joy because they felt much better than he remembered them before the regression. His thoughts were interrupted by the Elf King, who was very happy that Michael had been chosen by the World Tree and that he had been able to help them. The Elf King knew that he had a great responsibility and he began to feel much better. Mikhail informed him that King Jihad was indeed a very talented elf. Michael recommended that the Elf King train his son and arrange a meeting with the spirit to sign the contract. The Elf King was very pleased to hear such warm words about his son, whom he was very proud of. Mikhail remembered that before his regression, Jihad often talked about how his father was a very good elf. Looking at the Elf King now, Mikhail began to understand that Jihad had been completely right. The Elf King apologized and said that he would like to interrupt their conversation, after which he addressed all the elves and fairies. To Mikhail's surprise, the King of the Elves said that they had managed to defend their honor and the World Tree, but that it was not their doing. Realizing that the messenger had saved them all, the King of the Elves declared them allies of Michael Valfurgius. The elves began to cheer the Archmage and shout that the messenger was now their hero, and that they would be his loyal allies forever. Michael was very pleased because he had not expected this at all, but he had a feeling that he had forgotten something. Meanwhile, in the temple, Father Alexander was conducting morning prayers and asking God to protect them from demons. He waited for the meeting of all the clergy to begin so that negotiations could take place. After a short time, everyone gathered around the table and was ready for internal negotiations. One of the ministers decided to clarify whether another candidate had indeed been selected for the role of hero of the new era. Alexander felt uncomfortable answering such questions and said that Archbishop Aaliyah had confirmed that the young man deserved such a title. Other clergymen said that Valfurgius was from a family of magicians and could not be approved by the church itself. Father Alexander said that they had not yet approved anything, but he himself did not understand why the priest would contradict him. Therefore, he turned to the table and reminded them that they served God's will and had no right to decide for God who would be what. Father Alexander reminded them that their task was only to prepare the hero of the new era for the catastrophe that was already too close. Archbishop Killian was indignant and did not understand how such a statement could be made, since they already had a candidate for this role. Saint Father Alexander did not like Archbishop Killian's behavior at all, as he was allowing himself too much. Killian watched everyone closely because he understood that they had already spent too much time preparing the best candidate. Father Alexander said that if Michael surpassed the previous candidate, he would take his place. Killian was very dissatisfied with this response and understood that only time would tell. After the Holy Father, Alexander turned to all the members of the assembly and announced that they were finished and could continue with their spiritual affairs. Father Alexander understood that it was all useless and hoped very much that Michael would be able to buy some time. Meanwhile, Jihad thanked Michael and his team for their assistance and help in protecting the magical forest. Prince Jihad understood that their paths were diverging, but he really wanted to thank Michael somehow and offer him his help. Mikhail smiled and said that he was sure that such an opportunity would soon present itself. Jihad was surprised that Mikhail asked him to practice more with his bow, so that the confrontation with the Spirit King would be successful. Mikhail looked at the prince and was very happy that he had managed to change his fate and turn it for the better. Jihad decided to clarify whether Mikhail had really decided to become a hero of the new era and gain the approval of the church. Receiving a positive answer, Jihad smiled because he was sure that such a gentleman was truly capable of it. Mikhail understood that not all religions were so complicated that they made the elves hostages of the forest. He knew very well how much lies the servants of the church could bring to the masses and immediately began to remember Siegfried. Remembering his life before his regression and everything that had led to it, Mikhail knew that he now knew exactly what he was doing. Jihad wished all the travelers a safe journey and was sure that the world tree would bless them all. Mikhail also wished them well and told them that he would always believe in them and their people. Before leaving, Mikhail reminded Jihad that he should not carry the entire burden alone. This was because it often only caused harm, and Mikhail hoped that Jihad had learned this lesson well. Mikhail remembered that before his regression, Jihad had always helped others and performed many heroic deeds. However, he himself was a hostage to his past, which greatly hindered his ability to move forward calmly. Mikhail understood that Prince Jihad had always been very fair, but the burden of the past weighed too heavily on him. Jihad smiled and replied that he was sure Mikhail knew much more about him than he knew about himself. The Archmage understood that this was the most important thing he could do for Jihad, who was destined to become the 8th Elf King. He knew that Jihad was his partner because he too had fought fairly to save the world, and that was why he wanted so much to send him to a better world so that they could defeat the Demon King in the future. During the journey, Knight Allen decided to ask Michael who he really was because his wisdom greatly surprised him. Michael did not understand the question at all and replied that he was the son of the Valfurgi family and had nothing else to say about himself. The guardian Vetachok laughed and said that she had immediately understood that the young gentleman was special. Mikhail realized that people really impressed him, and he said that it was time to tell the whole truth, so he asked them to listen to him. Knight Allen stopped because he was sure that a real revelation was about to happen. Liam Pavlov also stopped, hoping to understand where Mikhail got so much faith in the correctness of his decisions and actions. Butler Mortar also stopped because he wanted to understand the reasons for such drastic changes in the young master's behavior. Mikhail said that he could do the impossible only because he heard the voice of God and followed all his instructions. All the team members who wanted to know the truth had no intention of hearing such nonsense. Mikhail remembered his first meeting with Siegfried, which had not been very pleasant and which he had not wanted at all. He remembered how his hair shone like rays of sunlight and how he looked like a typical hero from a brave fairy tale. Mikhail remembered that there was one very bad thing, because Siegfried's intelligence was comparable to that of an ordinary stool. He remembered how many times Siegfried fell into the same traps because he was very impulsive and inattentive. Mikhail perceived him as a smug type who cared more about looking good in the eyes of others than acting effectively. Mikhail was even more surprised by the fact that Siegfried did not admit his guilt until the very end. Meanwhile, Liam Pavlov was curious why Mikhail had access to the saints at a time when they were not receiving revelations. The guardian Vatek admitted that she completely agreed with Liam Pavlov's question because she too was surprised by the revelation. The prophet Cassandra was also very surprised and asked Michael to immediately reveal what revelation he had received. Michael smiled slyly and said that he had received a revelation that everything should be sent away immediately. Cassandra was very surprised by this statement and asked Mikhail to immediately explain his words. Michael said that the temple had begun to rot from within and that the time of the old temple had come to an end. He then made a gesture and said that the old temple must completely cease to exist. The prophet Cassandra did not understand Michael's logic, so she asked him to explain better. Then the Archmage smiled and said that they needed to break the system built by the elders of the temple, which had ceased to function. A short time later, they arrived in the capital of Nut, where a spire of the saint had been erected at the very top. Liam noticed that the spire was glowing, and Michael replied that it only meant that a guest had arrived in the capital. The team began to approach the temple, where they saw holy knights guarding the entrance. After a while, a priest came out to the team and greeted the guests who had decided to visit Nut. He asked the guests to state their names and the purpose of their visit, but Michael simply handed him a scroll bearing the Archbishop's seal. Unfolding the scroll, the priest began to examine its contents, but the letters blurred before his eyes. Seeing this, Mikhail said that he had a letter of recommendation from Archbishop Alia. The saint began to read the letter, which suddenly lit up in his hands, and he saw the trace of a magical signature. After verifying the authenticity of the letter, the priest let all the guests in and wished them God's blessing. As he walked forward, Mikhail realized that the high-ranking officials of the kingdom were very skeptical about the choice of the hero of the new era. However, he knew that people were prone to changing their minds, and he heard how strangers immediately began discussing his character. Liam Pavlov also noticed this and suggested that he demonstrate his abilities and attract the attention of others. However, Liam was very surprised when Mikhail replied that it would be best to show everyone his true colors. After making his proposal, Mikhail Valfurgius turned to the Guardian Vetek to ask her to help them prove themselves. The Guardian Vetirok smiled and said that she understood what Mikhail was getting at, and began to activate her divine energy. All the people and clergymen in the temple stopped because they couldn't believe their eyes. The priest also stopped and opened his mouth in surprise because he had never seen anything like this before. Michael closed his eyes and, maintaining absolute calm, demonstrated his divine power so that the followers of the demons would notice him. He knew that there must be people in the crowd who were informants for the old men who had been devoured by demons. The butler, Mortar, noticed this and informed his young master that there was a suspicious man in the crowd. Mikhail asked the butler if he would like to take an unscheduled vacation for a few days. He explained that the butler had been working very hard, so he was letting him take a vacation to either solve mysteries or count flies. The butler, Mortar, was very surprised by this offer from his young master, but decided not to argue with him. After thinking about it for a moment, he said that since that was the case, he would indeed take a few days off to catch his breath. Liam and Cassandra were very surprised that the Archmage had decided to let the butler take a vacation at such a time. However, Michael turned to them and informed them that it was time for them all to set off and that there was still much to be done. Meanwhile, the priest went to report to Killiam and informed him that Mikhail Valfurgius had demonstrated pure divine power. Archbishop Killiam could not believe it because he believed that magicians could not use divine power in any way. Michael also understood that according to all the laws of nature, mana and divine power could not exist together. That is why Archbishop Killiam believed that there was no logic in this, and he did not understand how a magician could be a hero of the new era. The priest also reported that they had received confirmation that the prophet Cassandra had arrived at the temple with Michael Valfurgius. Archbishop Killiam was very surprised because he had not planned for the return of the prophet, whom no one believed in. The mid-level priest Cian greeted Michael and informed him that he would serve him during his stay at the temple. Michael thought that Cian looked quite young for a mid-level priest, which seemed very strange to him. Cian informed Michael that the Holy Father Alexander was already waiting for him, but he did not know what to do with Michael's friends. Michael turned to Liam and Cassandra and told them that they knew what to do, but thought that he should talk to the prophet after all. So he invited Cassandra aside for a word and told her that Archbishop Killiam probably already knew about her presence. The prophet Cassandra admitted that he was one of those who feared and worried most about her prophecy. Thinking for a moment, she looked hopefully at the 6th level Archmage and asked what she should do now. However, to her great surprise, Michael replied calmly that she should decide for herself what to do next. He told her that she herself knew what to do, and also noted that he would accept any decision she made as the only correct one. The prophet Cassandra understood that he was absolutely right, so she asked him to trust her and promised to make the right decision. Mikhail was very glad that the prophet had understood him correctly and was ready to show independence, after which he followed Siam. The Archmage of the 6th Magic Circle understood that he was in for a very difficult, serious, and completely unpleasant conversation. However, he was suddenly stopped by Cassandra, who said that now she could finally tell him the reason why she had left the temple. Michael was ready to listen to her and understand what had made the prophet who served God make such a difficult decision. Knight Allen was worried about Cassandra's choice, but she said she completely trusted Michael because she believed in him. Liam Pavlov surveyed the surroundings and noticed that everything looked simply magnificent. Cassandra reminded Pavlov that they were in the most important temple in the entire country, which was why everything was so luxurious and beautiful. Then the prophetess admitted that she was also very impressed by everything in the temple because she had spent her entire childhood in a disadvantaged neighborhood. Knight Allen urged Cassandra to be sensible because he believed that she should not tell strangers about her childhood and past. Cassandra said that it had been too long ago, but the temple had been a real light at the end of the tunnel for her. She admitted that she clearly remembered how the priests had taken her in from the cold and hungry. At the time, she was truly grateful for their actions because she had no idea how to go on living. Cassandra admitted that she wanted the temple to always remain in her memory, as it was when its servants saved her. She remembered her admiration when she saw the temple for the first time, and really wanted its architecture and facade to never change. Looking at the temple now, Cassandra was glad that its architecture had not changed, and she could admire it as she had in her childhood. To Liam and Alan's surprise, Cassandra said she would do as she had promised Michael, and admitted that she was ready to do the right thing. She said that if no one believed her prophecy, she would do everything in her power to change it. Meanwhile, Siam and Mikhail walked along a path inside the temple that led to the main altar. Mikhail was very surprised when he realized that the middle-ranking priest Siam had stopped and decided to talk for a while. Siam was very curious to know if the young gentleman had really performed miracles granted to him by the Lord when he entered the city. Mikhail did not immediately understand what he was talking about, but then he realized that his demonstration of power had quickly spread as rumors. Then he replied that a magician capable of using divine power was indeed a unique phenomenon, and Siam's eyes lit up. Siam said that he would like to see a hero capable of using magic, and Michael said that they already had a candidate for a hero. Siam then said that they did indeed have a man named Siegfried who possessed great strength, but no intelligence whatsoever. The Archmage of the 6th Magic Circle was very surprised by such a statement from a mid-level clergyman. Siam thought he had said something he shouldn't have and immediately began to apologize, assuring him that it would never happen again. However, Michael took him by the hands and asked him to calm down, saying that he really liked such an honest and open priest. Mikhail understood that Siam, a mid-level priest, could go far if he retained this honesty and openness to everything. When they reached the door, Siam informed him that His Holiness was already waiting for Mikhail behind the door, and that no one below a certain rank was allowed to enter. Bowing, the middle-ranking priest Siam said that he would wait for the young gentleman outside the door. Michael understood that it was time to begin because he was very interested in finding out what the Holy Father Gregory Alexander was like. Opening the door slightly, Michael was very surprised to see hair shining like the sun and eyes shining like gold. Then he realized that it was Siegfried standing before him, so Michael immediately tried to pull himself together in order to control the situation. A few minutes earlier, Cassandra had confessed to Michael that she had left the temple, not only because no one believed her prophecy. The prophetess said that the true prophecy she had seen was very different from the one she had told in the temple. She decided to tell Mikhail the true prophecy she had seen in her visions. For in her visions, there was a demon king who wiped everything off the face of the earth. Cassandra confessed that in her visions, a lion with a golden mane had come out against the demon king, walking slowly and confidently. She also confessed that an inverted sun hung around the neck of the lion with a golden mane. Cassandra understood that such a sun was a symbol of a hero, but it also meant that the heroes would fail. Michael understood that the temple simply could not accept the second interpretation because it meant the defeat of the temple along with humanity. The prophetess admitted that when she told the priests about her prophecy, they refused to listen to her, believing that the prophecy was wrong. Cassandra asked to tell her prophecy to the whole world, but she was refused and simply expelled from the temple, considered a deceiver. Then Michael wondered what the lion with the golden mane could mean because it was very symbolic. Remembering Siegfried's appearance, Michael understood what kind of golden mane was meant and knew for sure that only loss awaited Siegfried. Michael was completely unprepared for such a sudden and early meeting with the second candidate for the role of hero of the new era. Saint Gregory greeted Mikhail and invited him inside for talks. It was very difficult for Mikhail to concentrate because the only thing he wanted to do was to strike Siegfried. Trying to control his emotions, Mikhail bowed, saying that he was the lowest in rank in this temple. Saint Gregory was very surprised by the magician's knowledge of etiquette, which had been revered in the temple for many years. He then introduced the second candidate for the role of hero of the new era, Sir Siegfried, who was a member of the Order of the Golden Lion. Siegfried took a few steps toward Michael and extended his hand, saying that he was very pleased to meet him. Keeping all his emotions under strict control, Michael extended his hand in response and shook it, saying that he was also pleased to meet him. Mikhail noticed that Siegfried's divine power was bursting to get out, so he wanted to test his abilities. After the Archmage of the 6th magical level, a very interesting idea came to him to test Siegfried's true abilities. Then Mikhail decided to use the energy self-circulation mode, and Siegfried began to feel pain in his hand. However, the 6th level Archmage had no intention of letting him go and wanted to see the second candidate's reaction. The Guardian Vitechka asked the young master to calm down and control his emotions, because otherwise something bad could happen. Mikhail let go of the second candidate's hand, and Siegfried did not understand what had happened to his arm. Saint Gregory noticed that Michael possessed a powerful divine force that was greater than his own. Mikhail bowed his head and confessed that he had received a revelation, and that was why he had come to the temple to take part in the competition. The Guardian Vitechka listened attentively to Michael and wondered if he ever felt ashamed of the lies he had told. Siegfried began to shout that this was impossible, for after the great battle, the deity had refused to speak to humans. He added that even His Holiness had not received any revelations, but to his surprise, Michael only began to laugh. Michael said that the existence of the hero of the new age was in itself a revelation from the deity. To the great surprise of Saint Gregory, Michael said that the hero exists and does not obey the will of the Holy Church. Siegfried was also very surprised when the Archmage said that the hero of the new age had the task of serving and accompanying the deity. Siegfried understood that his rival's words had struck his pride, for then he was a traitor to the deity he served. That is why, after the Archmage's speech, Siegfried bowed his head and asked for forgiveness for his distrust. Michael wanted to continue his speech, but suddenly, he saw a girl sitting on the steps and did not understand how long she had been there. The girl noticed that she had been seen and was very pleased by this. She then decided to approach Michael and asked if he could really see and hear her. Mikhail was very surprised because he had not planned to see a deity at all and was preparing to give a speech. The stranger immediately stopped time with a snap of her fingers and asked Mikhail to tell her who she was. He understood that very few deities could control time, so he immediately realized that he was standing before Heka. Valfurgius thought that Heka looked very young, even though she was already a deity, which was strange to him. On the other hand, Vetter was also very young and a deity, so perhaps there was nothing surprising about it. Heikau looked at the Guardian, Breeze, and said that she had not been seen or heard from for a very long time. Breeze looked at Heika and said that she should not talk about who had not been seen or heard for a long time. Hekau was the ancestor and possessed half of Asari's power, so she did not want to argue with Vetter and simply pushed her aside. Falling to the floor, the guardian Vitechka was very upset because she had always been treated as if she were nothing. Afterwards, Heka approached Michael and said that she was pleased to meet the heir who possessed one of the great Asari's artifacts. Mikhail did not understand why, when the world tree was suffering and the demon king was beginning to gain power, Hekau did not take action. Hekau did not understand why the heir had decided to show such deep disrespect towards her. She understood that the Archmage was probably angry that she had not responded to his revelation, but she had her own compelling reasons for not doing so. Michael refused to believe Heka and thought she was just making excuses for her inaction. Covering her mouth with her hands, Heka told him that her words would not reach him anyway and he would not be able to hear them. Mikhail did not understand why Hekau was behaving this way, since she was not just close to a deity, but was herself a deity. Heka told him that for some reason her voice had stopped reaching her followers, and she couldn't understand why. Mikhail looked at Heka and did not understand what she wanted from him, because she had not given him any rewards for the lowest level of trust. Heka ignored his jokes and said that he was the only one who could hear her, and had to understand why. After her words, time resumed, and Siegfried looked at Michael, asking him to respond to the revelation he had received. Michael thought for a moment because he had just spoken with a deity and had not even had time to analyze their conversation. Hekau reminded him that he had to find out why he was the only one who could see and hear her. Then Michael decided to throw out some bait and said that God was very concerned about the current situation and deeply disappointed by what was happening. Siegfried immediately began shouting that this was a deception, and that God could never say he was disappointed in the actions of the temple's followers. To his surprise, Michael said that they couldn't even verify whether he was telling the truth, so they had no right to accuse him of deception. Michael then turned his gaze to Gregory and said that he knew about two girls, one of whom they had managed to catch. Michael understood that his words were not revelations from Hekau, but the Holy Father Gregory must have understood his words. Saint Gregory decided to end the conversation for today, believing that their acquaintance had come to a logical conclusion. Looking at Siegfried and Michael, Gregory said that he had high hopes for them, and that the one who proved his strength and knowledge would become a hero. Suddenly, Father Gregory wanted to address Michael, who stopped and was ready to listen attentively to the clergyman. However, Father Gregory changed his mind and decided not to address him, and Mikhail said that everything was fine and that he understood his feelings and emotions. Smiling before leaving, Mikhail turned around and firmly stated that they would definitely accomplish the tasks assigned to them. Mikhail noticed that there was a mark left on his hand by Hekau, and he was surprised because he hadn't even noticed it. The Guardian Vetek said that at this rate, there would be no free space left on Mikhail's body because it would all be covered in mark. Mikhail thought for a moment and realized that they needed to consult the prophet Cassandra first to clarify the situation. Meanwhile, Liam Pavlov was talking to Cassandra and noticed that someone was heading towards them. Seeing the approaching man who was clearly hostile, Knight Allen immediately drew his sword. Liam Pavlov wondered when Mikhail would return, as he had been gone for too long. The unfamiliar knight who approached them asked about the fortune teller's whereabouts because he wanted to talk to her. Knight Allen asked who exactly was standing before them, and why he dared to ask such strange questions. The knight did not want to answer the questions and asked why they had returned, and why they did not agree that the will of the temple was the truth. The unknown knight was very hostile and did not understand why strangers standing on the temple grounds would not answer his questions. Approaching Knight Allen, he said that the prophetess Cassandra was a member of the temple, and that he had the right to know where she was. Knight Allen looked closely at his opponent and remained silent because he had no idea what to say. The stranger began to push Alan's sword away and tell him not to worry because it would not be his fault. Suddenly, Liam Pavlov stepped between them and asked the stranger to stop behaving in such a manner and to remember the code of honor. The stranger had no idea who he was talking to and did not want to argue with the young gentleman, so he asked him to clear the way. Liam smiled and said that usually only a glance from the Pavlovs was enough to take a life, but today he was willing to spare his colleague's life. The stranger took a few steps back, realizing that he was standing before a promising knight and the only heir to Count Pavlov. Seeing the stranger's sword, Liam realized that he was standing before Knight Habe, the commander of the Holy Knights of the temple. Liam Pavlov did not want to give up his place and repeated that he would not clear the way and would not allow anyone to harm those who had come with him. He then drew his sword and immediately moved forward to attack, curious to see how much his skills had improved. The commander of the Golden Lion's Holy Knights, Habe, realized that he was about to be attacked, so he also drew his sword. Liam and Habe began to face each other, each demonstrating their skills and sword-fighting abilities. Suddenly, Lady Cassandra appeared and ordered them to stop, informing Habe that she was standing right in front of him. Assessing the situation, she said that even for the commander of the sacred knights of the temple, such behavior was unacceptable. Habe said that the archbishop deeply regretted what had happened and asked them to follow him because everything would be different now. Then Cassandra realized that Knight Habe was probably very fond of Archbishop Callium. This meant that if she agreed and took their side, she would never be able to leave the temple and its walls again. The prophet Cassandra decided to clarify whether, in case of her refusal, they would take her by force and keep her against her will within the walls of the temple. Hobbes said that if necessary, he was ready to do anything, and suggested that she agree voluntarily first. Suddenly, a pillar of fire appeared before the commander of the temple's sacred knights, and he realized that a magician had joined them. Looking around, Habe saw that the renowned Michael Valfergius had joined them. Michael said that he had made a magical promise to protect Lady Cassandra, and would not allow any actions that went against her will. Habe informed him that Cassandra was the temple's responsibility, and that the young heir to the Valfergi family had no right to interfere with him, fulfilling his duty. However, to his surprise, Mikhail said that he had no right to speak to a candidate for hero of the new era in such a manner, and could remind him of the laws. Mikhail understood that only a select few knew about the laws concerning the heroes of the new era. Therefore, he said that Lady Cassandra had left the temple of her own free will because she was accompanying a candidate for hero of the new age. Mikhail pointed out to the commander of the knights that her mission was actually closely related to the affairs of the temple. Habe began to understand that, given the circumstances, there was absolutely no justification for his actions. Seeing this, Mikhail decided to clarify whether he should send a complaint directly to Archbishop Killian to resolve the situation. Mikhail added that they could simply end the conversation if Habe decided to disappear like darkness at dawn. The commander of the Sacred Knights of the Order of the Golden Lion realized that he really would have to leave. Mikhail, Liam Pavlov, and Knight Allen were glad that they had managed to protect the prophet Cassandra this time. Cassandra herself was very sad because she understood that all the difficulties were because of her and her prophecies. Knight Allen could not bear to see Cassandra in such a state, so he immediately approached her and decided to support her. Michael looked closely at the members of his team and informed them that they needed to discuss something urgently. Realizing that it was not appropriate to talk on the street, the whole team decided to go to their room to hold negotiations. Mikhail admitted that before he began the conversation, he would very much like to confirm one detail that was important to him. Looking at Sir Alan, Mikhail asked him to take off his helmet immediately so that he could confirm his suspicions. Sir Alan was confused because he had no intention of revealing his identity at that moment. Mikhail felt that he had been tormented by vague doubts for a long time, and had a feeling that he already knew this man. Cassandra tried to stop Michael, saying that Sir Alan was accustomed to wearing his helmet and that it was not necessary. However, the knight informed Mikhail that he was right and that they could no longer hide his true identity. Taking off her helmet, Ed Niberin introduced herself and said that she was Siegfried's younger sister. Michael understood everything and asked Ada to explain why she was helping Cassandra and had accompanied her escape from the temple. Cassandra was very upset, and Ed began her story saying that she and her brother were orphans, just like Cassandra. She explained that as children, their only home was the streets, and they were always hungry and cold. Ada said that people at that time were too cruel to small children, so they had to hide all the time. She understood that at that time they were just toys in the hands of fate and could do nothing about it. Ida said that neither she nor her brother could get out of this or influence it in any way until they met a certain man. Mikhail began to realize that this man was Callium, who had invited the children to live in the temple. Ida said that the Archbishop was their last ray of hope in this terrible world in which they had lived for so long. Ada said that when they came to the temple, their lives really changed a lot, and they were no longer dirty and unkempt children. The temple servants began to take care of them, gave them new clothes, and always fed them when they were very hungry. Ida admitted that everything was fine until her brother began to be called a candidate for a new hero. She noticed that at some point, Siegfried began to show a selfish side, and everything started to change. Ida admitted that at that time she no longer recognized her brother, who completely ignored other people. Ida reported that when her brother became a candidate, his first task was to attack Cassandra and her entourage. Cassandra became very sad because Siegfried was really persecuting her and all her followers. Ida said she felt that her brother's mind had been clouded by Archbishop Callium, but there was nothing she could do about it. She explained that prophecies were always ambiguous and could be interpreted in different ways, and that was exactly what Killiam was taking advantage of. Ida sighed and said that Killiam had shown her brother those who had suffered from the prophecy and had begun to play on his sense of justice. Michael suspected that Killiam was involved in Cassandra's disappearance, but he couldn't even imagine to what extent. Then he realized that the Archbishop had not accepted Heka's prophecy, and perhaps that was the reason why it was no longer being heard. Most importantly, Michael now knew Siegfried's true weaknesses and could use them to his own advantage. In any case, Michael understood that nothing could be known for sure yet, so he decided to come up with a plan. To Cassandra's surprise, he asked her how long she planned to remain deceived and when she would shed light on everything that was happening. Cassandra understood everything, but she knew that even if she revealed the truth, no one would believe her because no one believed her anymore. Mikhail had heard that the seer was indeed called a false prophet by the people, and this was a proven fact. However, he also understood that if Killiam continued to act in the same way, they would have to tell the truth to everyone. Cassandra listened attentively to Michael, who was convinced that Siegfried attracted so much attention only because of the image created by the temple. Michael knew that all of Siegfried's abilities were just a deception, which meant that they had to show this to everyone, and then the suffering would end. Meanwhile, inside the temple, Siegfried was training as usual because he was preparing for the hero selection competition. However, after meeting Mikhail Valfergius, he began to doubt whether he could handle the role of a hero of the new era. He remembered how his only sister had begged him to stop, so that he would not put himself in such danger. Siegfried understood that his sister knew nothing about the demon invasion, or that he was destined to become the hero of the new era. However, he remembered his sister's sad look and did not understand why she had started looking at him with sad eyes so often. Siegfried felt very bad and annoyed that all his warm feelings for his sister had disappeared forever into the depths of his soul. Remembering his beloved younger sister, Siegfried realized that he had become completely insensitive. During training, he tried to understand why everything had happened and why he had lost that special connection with his only soulmate. He was sure that he was not to blame, but he did not understand why his only blood relative did not understand him at all. His thoughts were interrupted by the Archbishop, who had come to his training session to assess its effectiveness. Siegfried said that he was just about to finish training for the day and asked the Archbishop why he had come to see him. Archbishop Callium sighed and told Siegfried that he definitely needed to know something about the second candidate. Siegfried said that he had met Michael Valfurgius during a conversation with Father Gregory. To Siegfried's surprise, Callium said that Michael was working with the prophet Cassandra and his sister Ida. He even dropped his sword at this news because he couldn't believe that his own sister had come with the magician Mikhail Valfurgius. Archbishop Killiam said that he would soon inform St. Gregory of this news, but thought it best to tell him everything first. Siegfried did not understand what they should do now, and Killiam replied that it was all God's will. He also reminded Siegfried that the gods do not grant grace to those who do nothing, so they should work harder. The Archbishop reminded him that no one believed the prophecies of the prophetess Cassandra, and she could not be their problem. Then Siegfried realized that their only problem could be Michael, which meant he had to prove himself much better than him. Archbishop Killiam said that he would definitely help Siegfried show himself in the most favorable and best light. Suddenly, Siegfried sensed that someone else was present with them, eavesdropping on their delicate conversation. A week later, Mikhail's team gathered again for negotiations because they needed a plan for further action. Liam Pavlov asked Mikhail how he planned to proceed in the current situation so as not to lose face. Mikhail understood that in recent years, a heated debate had been raging between various priests and archbishops within the church. It was then that Archbishop Killiam and the others declared their support for Siegfried as a hero of the new era. Siegfried himself was a knight of the Sacred Order and had earned a good reputation for the Holy Temple. So many supported him. Liam understood that they were stuck in the temple for a week and was sure that Mikhail had a special plan and knew what to do. Sitting down at the table, Liam Pavlov reminded Michael that Siegfried had more than half the votes, and they couldn't change that. To Liam's great surprise, Michael pointed out that it was completely absurd to talk about it. Mikhail said that his statistics did not include the archbishops who had remained neutral and had not interfered. He explained that there were high-ranking officials in the temple, such as Archbishop Alea, who remained neutral. Mikhail understood that those who abstained were not yet confident in the outcome, so they were not taking any action. Liam said that he meant that theoretically, Siegfried's victory was most likely given the current vote statistics. Mikhail knew that his reasons for becoming a candidate for hero of the new era were not so simple, and that the statistics could be wrong. He remembered that before the regression, an archbishop had been killed and everything had been blamed on demons, which is why they had begun to hastily choose a hero of the new era. Mikhail could not explain to the team that he had locked himself in the temple only to prevent an attack and catch the attacker. Suddenly, Mikhail turned to Cassandra and asked her what progress she had made regarding his request. Cassandra reported that she had checked everything and was sure that the man would agree to a meeting, but there was no news yet. Mikhail understood that the man could not refuse the prophet because he was one of the few who believed in her until the very end. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a knock at the door, and Cassandra stood up to open the door and let the guest in. Mikhail was very glad that the guest had accepted Cassandra's invitation and visited them today. St. Gregory began to remove his cloak because he had disguised himself so that no one would know about his visit. The prophet Cassandra looked at the Holy Father as if spellbound because she had given up hope of meeting him. Holy Father Gregory immediately began to apologize to Cassandra for having to reveal himself in this way. He was very ashamed and sad that he had been unable to provide proper protection for Cassandra and her entourage. Cassandra said that she understood everything and also said that she was very grateful to Michael for protecting her all this time. Mikhail replied that he had protected her and would continue to do so because in the current situation, he could not act otherwise. St. Gregory understood that there was no way he could repay the young gentleman, and he was very ashamed of this. Mikhail showed the mark of Heikao and said that he had spoken with her, and she had asked him to convey that the church must change greatly and that this was her revelation. Looking at St. Gregory, Michael said that this was why they needed his help and assistance. The next day, Archbishop Killiam was in his office in a state of rage and even hit the table. A few hours before this outburst, an extraordinary meeting of the temple ministers had been held on the subject of the heroes of the new era. In front of everyone, Archbishop Niran announced that he planned to support only Michael Valfurgius because he was convinced that he was worthy of it. Archbishop Killiam was completely taken aback by this news because he was sure that everyone would vote for Siegfried. Other church representatives began to whisper among themselves because they were tormented by doubts. Killiam understood that Archbishop Niran was the right hand of the Holy Father Gregory, which meant that their choice was the same. Then, after the general meeting, he decided to gather those who were on Siegfried's side to determine the next steps. They understood that Siegfried was losing ground because of them, as they were confident that they could defeat Michael. Other members of the assembly believed that the situation was not so clear-cut because their opponent was Walpurgis and anything could happen. The archbishop was convinced that Edward's son could not win the trust of the majority, especially since he was a magician. Then all the members of the assembly began to think about how they needed to eliminate all possibilities of Siegfried losing. Caliambus said that since the truth was on their side, they had to be ready to get their hands dirty for a while. Archmage Michael was very happy that a whole week had passed, and he could devote himself entirely to his work. Analyzing the situation, Michael realized that Archbishop Naran had indeed agreed to support them. On the other hand, Father Gregory and Archbishop Naran had no choice but to support Cassandra. Mikhail Valfurgius understood that his main task now was to prevent the Archbishop from being killed. He remembered that before the regression, the incident involving Naroon's death had greatly reduced the level of trust in George, who had no support. The Archmage began to analyze the situation and realized that the only person who would benefit from such a situation was Archbishop Killiam. Mikhail was so absorbed in his thoughts and reflections that he did not notice the butler Mortar approaching him. The Archmage was startled and did not understand why Mortar was there again, since he had given him official leave. The butler, Mortar, said that 1 week was enough for him to fully rest. Then the young gentleman realized that if the butler did not continue working, Marquis Edward might start complaining. Mortar said that he had not rested well because something was happening in the temple, and it was connected with the Holy Knights. The guardian Vatek interrupted their conversation and said that she had suddenly begun to feel a sense of unease in the air. Mortar turned to the young gentleman and told him that he needed to know some more important information. The butler said that he sensed very negative energy from Archbishop Killiam, which meant that he was plotting something bad. Mikhail listened carefully to the butler and realized that they really should check on Archbishop Killiam. The butler Mortar was very surprised when he heard the young gentleman praise him for his good work during his vacation. Mikhail decided to reward the butler and offered him an elixir that would keep him healthy. Butler Mortar was grateful to the young gentleman for offering to reward him for his work. Therefore, he decided to ask when he would tell him about the reward and when exactly he would receive it. However, Mikhail Mortar replied that after they had finished all their business, they would definitely return to the conversation about the reward. Liam Pavlov was very surprised that Mikhail had decided to go straight to the lair of the Holy Knights of the Order of the Golden Lion. Mikhail said that they definitely had something to take care of, so he was going to the knights serving the temple. Liam did not understand why the Archmage had taken him with him, since last time he had failed to stand up to the commander of the Knights of Habe. Mikhail told him that this time he would have such an opportunity, so he asked him to try his best. As a bonus, Liam received a small gift from Michael and did not understand what it was or how to use it. Mikhail told him that he should infuse it with his aura and then he would immediately understand how to use the item. Liam Pavlov decided not to wait and tried to infuse it with his aura, and the item immediately transformed. And then Mikhail said that it was a magic sword. Mikhail asked him to think about how this magic sword was capable of spreading aura, and then Liam saw a man. Looking closely at the image, Liam Pavlov couldn't believe his eyes, because this was the same man who had appeared in his dream. Mikhail Valfurgi confirmed Liam's guess and said that this was indeed someone who was better at wielding the sword. Liam was very puzzled because in his dream this man had attacked him, but now he had to defend and help him. Mikhail asked Liam not to worry because the Phantom would still train him, even if they couldn't establish a connection with each other. The Guardian Breeze was surprised that Mikhail had prepared both weapons and a training partner in just a week. Liam Pavlov wondered if he had the right to accept such a gift, since he had not yet been of any use to anyone. Mikhail replied that he was sure Liam would be very useful to him in the future, so as a token of gratitude, he asked him to improve his skills. On the way to the building of the Sacred Knights, the guards stopped the travelers because they did not understand why a candidate for hero had come to them. Mikhail replied that as a candidate for hero of the new era, he had come to speak with their commander. The knights immediately began to worry because they understood that their commander was busy and they could not let the candidate pass. Mikhail immediately noticed this and became curious as to why the knights did not want to let him pass right away. They asked the travelers to wait a little, but Mikhail and Liam confidently moved forward, saying that everything was fine and they needed to pass. Suddenly, the commander of the Sacred Knights appeared before Mikhail, and the Archmage was surprised that he had come out to meet him personally. Habe understood that he couldn't let Mikhail pass right now because they were busy with preparations on special orders. Mikhail said that he was very pleasantly surprised by such increased attention to his completely ordinary person. The commander of the Sacred Knights of the Order of the Golden Lion, Habe, did not understand the purpose of the Archmage's visit. Mikhail said that Liam Pavlov wanted a rematch because he wasn't happy with the first match. Hab was very puzzled because he understood that if a knight asked for a rematch, then according to the Code of Chivalry, he had no right to refuse. Mikhail said that they were really sorry that they had not been able to meet since the incident with the Prophet. Liam listened attentively to Mikhail Valfurgius, who said that the meeting could hardly even be called a duel. Seeing no reaction from Cabe, Liam Pavlov decided to provoke him and suggested that the commander was simply afraid. Then Mikhail added that he really didn't want to conclude that the commander of the knights had accidentally shown his sword last time. The commander of the Sacred Knights of the Order of the Golden Lion, Kabe, began to shout that he had not meant that at all during their previous meeting. Mikhail said that as a candidate, he had every right to know about all the problems and corruption within the temple. Hab advised Michael not to stick his nose into these matters and told him that they could go inside and he would personally give them a tour. Inside, there were numerous training halls where the knights serving at the temple could practice. Following Kabe through the halls, Mikhail and Liam carefully examined everything around them, so as not to miss even the smallest details. The commander of the Sacred Knights, Habe, said that they never stopped training so as not to fall in the eyes of the Lord. Liam Pavlov admitted that he used to admire the Sacred Knights and considered them role models, but now he had mixed feeling. The Guardian Vatek suddenly flew forward and informed the young lord that she strongly sensed the energy of the deity Hekau. Looking around, the Guardian reported that the symbol of Hekau was hanging on one of the beams, but it looked a little different. Mikhail understood that the priests serving in the temple had the strongest faith and divine power in the world, so demons could not appear there. He also understood that the demon was very cunning and used various tricks to gradually break his prey. The Archmage recalled that before the regression, the demons had put on performances that were worthy of praise. Michael analyzed this for a long time and came to the conclusion that the demon also had weaknesses that only needed to be discovered. The problem was that when a person begins to deceive themselves, they forget where the truth lies and begin to believe that all lies are the truth. The Guardian Vetex said that she could feel the energy of darkness but could not determine where it was coming from. Mikhail decided to ask the commander of the Knights if he had noticed anything strange about the Holy Knights lately. Haba was very surprised by this question and, turning around, said that he had not noticed anything strange among his knights. Mikhail looked closely into Habe's eyes and realized that he was most likely not lying. However, he couldn't shake the thought that there might be a traitor among the knights, so he said that he would like to check everything himself. Michael raised 2 fingers to his forehead and cast a magic spell called Detection to check everything. Everything around him immediately turned black and white, and he began to carefully examine the rooms and the people in them. Looking through the halls and at the people who were training hard, he did not notice anything suspicious. His vision extended beyond the temple, where everything was also calm, and only after finishing his analysis did he see the threads of a strange creature. Mikhail Valfergius began to remove his hand from his forehead in order to quickly analyze everything he had seen. Lowering his head, he realized that the creature was in the basement, which was why he hadn't noticed it right away. Then Mikhail decided to ask Kabe again if anything suspicious had happened among the knights recently. Receiving a positive answer from Sir Kabe, Mikhail decided to find out exactly what was located on the lower level. The Archmage of the 6th Magic Circle asked if the commander of the Temple Knights would mind if he took a look at the basement. Kabe's gaze shifted slightly and Mikhail realized that he was on the right track, as the commander should have known everything. Hab was very surprised that Mikhail had decided to visit the temple basement and said that there was nothing on the lower level. Mikhail replied that in that case there was no problem with going down to the basement, but Haba said that he should not go there. The commander said he would go to the basement with him because it was best to go down to the lower floor with an escort. To Habe's surprise, Mikhail said that he was completely sure that the commander of the Temple Knights must have more important things to do. Mikhail also asked if the commander doubted the skills of his escort, the swordsman Count Liam Pavlov. Mikhail understood that Kabai would not let him go down to the basement alone, so he began to wait for Siegfried. A few minutes later, the second candidate for Hero of the New Era, Siegfried, arrived. Unaware of what was happening, Mikhail was very happy to see him and, pointing to Sir Siegfried, said that he would accompany him. Siegfried, who had just arrived, had no idea what was going on or why Mikhail was at the training ground in the first place. Mikhail had no desire to explain anything to a man who was incapable of understanding anything, so he simply pointed at him. Sir Siegfried had no idea why Mikhail was behaving so strangely or where he was supposed to accompany him. Mikhail silently turned around and walked toward the stairs leading to the basement of the temple, which was located under the Knight's training hall. Siegfried started shouting and asked Michael to explain, because he had already asked dozens of questions and the only answer was silence. Mikhail said that there was something in the basement, but Siegfried replied that this was impossible because the basement had been abandoned for a long time. The Guardian Vetek said that she also felt something unpleasant in the basement and found it strange that everyone considered it abandoned. Mikhail understood that Siegfried would have to accompany him anyway, so he continued down the stairs in silence. Siegfried was getting nervous and decided to ask why Mikhail had called him overly confident. Mikhail didn't understand the question, and Siegfried decided to clarify why he had called him that, since he didn't know him personally. Then Michael sighed and decided to ask Siegfried if he really believed that all the actions of the temple were absolutely right and true. Siegfried confirmed this, saying that all archbishops had a special mission and could not go against the will of God. Then Michael decided to ask Siegfried if he had ever thought about how his actions affected his loved ones. Such a direct question made Siegfried very upset, and he said that he always thinks about others and acts cautiously. Mikhail decided to ask even more directly why they had decided to expel the prophet from the temple. Siegfried tried to justify himself, but Michael said that there could be no question of justice or humanity, since they had expelled a young woman. Michael said that he immediately understood what Archbishop Callium had told Siegfried about Cassandra's prophecies, confusing people's minds and bringing evil and turmoil to the masses. And out of a strong sense of justice, Siegfried decided to completely change this world on his own, following the path that Callium had shown him. Mikhail asked him if he had ever thought about making his own decisions and choosing his own path. Seeing Siegfried's reaction, Michael decided to end the conversation because he knew he couldn't say anything nice to him. Mikhail understood that Siegfried was simply incapable of changing, so he cast a spell of magical light and moved forward. Looking around the basement, Siegfried was very happy because there was indeed no one else there. Mikhail was very focused, so he rudely asked Siegfried to just stand there silently and not interfere with his business. The Guardian Breeze asked Michael to lean on her because she immediately began scanning and analyzing the space. The Archmage of the 6th Magic Circle decided to increase the concentration of magical light in order to illuminate the dark space. He then activated the staff made from a branch of the World Tree, which could help in the search for darkness. Siegfried watched closely and couldn't even imagine that Michael had so much divine power. Discovering the demonic brain in the basement, Michael turned to Siegfried and asked him how he could have missed it. The Guardian Vetek reported that the energy of this darkness was very similar to what had tormented Yggdrasil for many years. Then Michael understood why Heka had been silent, for she could not deal with the situation herself, nor could she ask for help. Siegfried did not understand what was before him, and Michael asked him what to do in this situation and asked him to make the right choice. Pointing to Siegfried's head, Michael asked him to think about it on his own, without the help of others. Meanwhile, Habe sat on the steps of the temple and thought that he was sure Mikhail would back down after a week of confinement in the temple. Recalling the contents of the basement, Habe thought that he had never seen anything suspicious there that could cause chaos. However, Mikhail looked very confident, and Habe began to worry that there really might be something strange in the basement. Liam Pavlov didn't understand why Habe was sitting around instead of fighting to see who was really stronger. Habe bowed his head and reminded him that he had said earlier that their first meeting was not a duel, and that they had simply misunderstood him. Liam Pavlov didn't want to believe him because he remembered their first meeting very well, when they had defended the Prophet. Habe said that he did not hold the title of Commander of the Holy Knights for nothing, and had heard a lot about Liam, who was no match for him. Liam Pavlov began to laugh loudly and suggested that his opponent immediately prove who was no match for whom, and who had better swordsmanship. Drawing his sword, the heir to Count Pavlov asked the commander of the Knights of the Temple, Habe, to prove that he was truly superior in skill. Liam understood that he was indeed facing a very worthy opponent who, although not a master, possessed great skills. However, he also understood that he was still far from Mikhail Kabe, and wanted to prove this to him by demonstrating his sword skills. Liam Pavlov was eager to try out the weapon he had received as a gift from Mikhail, so he immediately directed his aura toward it. As he attacked Kabe, Liam noticed that this time it was much easier to do so, and he no longer had any doubts. The commander of the Sacred Knights of the Temple, Kabe, tried to block Liam's attacks and was truly surprised by his swordsmanship. Habe was indeed a worthy opponent because his sword was renowned for possessing divine energy. Liam noticed that the moment their swords crossed, time seemed to speed up, and he became more alert. Feeling that the situation was becoming dangerous, Liam began to think about his battle tactics, using his sword techniques. Therefore, he decided to push his opponent back to a safer distance to better control the situation. Habe understood that the Holy Knights were watching them, so he couldn't afford to lose and lower their trust in him. That's why he was ready to use all his strength and skills to defeat Liam. Suddenly, Habe simply stopped because he collided with a pillar of fire, and Liam did not immediately understand what had happened. Mikhail decided to draw their attention to himself and said that he was very glad that they had all gathered together. Habe looked at the candidate for the hero of the new era and couldn't understand when he had appeared, because he should have been in the basement. Mikhail asked for a moment of attention and announced that, starting today, all tasks for the Holy Knights were suspended. The Holy Knights listened to Mikhail but did not understand what he was talking about, because they had never stopped their training before. All the knights began to look closely at Mikhail and Siegfried, and Kabe asked how it was possible to deprive the Holy Knights of their work for no reason. Michael replied calmly that the reason was that a demonic creature had built its nest directly beneath them. Looking at Siegfried, Michael said that Sir Siegfried agreed with him completely, and that no one could leave this place. Raising his magic staff, Michael said that they must capture the demonic entity, so he began to open the sanctuary. All the Holy Knights stopped their training and watched intently, feeling a powerful divine force. Michael used a combination of the powers of Hekau Veterka and the World Tree to find the demonic entity as quickly as possible. After opening the divine sanctuary, Michael asked the demon to reveal its true form and come out. All the sacred knights of the Order of the Golden Lion began to look at each other and Michael, not understanding what was supposed to happen. The commander of the knights, Habe, also became interested and began to look at his knights who were just standing there. Liam Pavlov looked around carefully because he did not understand what was supposed to happen. Then Michael said that whoever started coughing suddenly was a demonic entity that was carefully hiding it from everyone. Suddenly among the knights, Knight Miles began to cough and could not stop, not understanding what was happening to him. The commander of the knights, Habe, looked at Miles and did not understand what had happened to him because he was an ordinary knight. Miles immediately threw himself at the feet of Michael Valfergius and, trying to stop his coughing, said that it wasn't him and that it was all some kind of mistake. Miles shouted that he was a holy knight and served the temple itself, which meant that he could not possibly be a demon or its essence. Mikhail asked him to stop immediately because the actor playing the demon was not very good, and he had already discovered him. Mikhail understood that he was facing a disgusting creature that had taken over the body of an innocent man and completely controlled him. He had no other choice, so Michael activated his magic staff to reveal the demon's true face to everyone, the face of the knight. Miles began to change under the influence of the magical staff created from a branch of the World Tree. To Michael's surprise, the demon began to talk about how he had worked for many years on all of this, and now it had all been so easily destroyed. The other knights watched closely, unable to believe that all of this was really true. Mikhail realized that this demon was involved in the death of Archbishop Narun, who had decided to switch sides. Seeing the knight's face transform, Michael immediately realized that he was facing the demon Delos. Mikhail immediately began to analyze everything he knew up to the moment of regression in order to understand what to do next. Delos began to smile because he could not even imagine that someone among humans would know his name and understand who was standing before them. Mikhail immediately realized that he was facing a low-ranking demon who was not very well known in the history of demons. Nevertheless, Delos managed to earn Meryl's trust and become her right-hand man, and also the commander of the 6th Demonic Squad. The demonic essence of Delos began to get angry because he didn't like that Michael was saying such ugly things about him. Delos immediately began to activate his demonic energy in order to hide and escape pursuit. The knights serving the temple were very frightened, and began to look around carefully so as not to fall into the hands of the demon. Michael asked everyone to calm down because they had already caught the demon, and he would now choose the target closest to him. At that moment, Michael realized that Delos was no longer interested in the Archbishop, which meant that he himself had become the target of the demonic entity. He then decided to activate the Storm Protective Kit to protect himself and his life. The demon Delos was very surprised because he did not expect the candidate for Hero of the New Age to have such powerful strength. Delos was a skilled demon and knew how to hide his location, so he did not understand how the mage had managed to detect and expose him. While the demonic entity was in a state of confusion, the Archmage of the 6th Magic Circle immediately seized him. Looking into the demon's eyes, Michael turned to Meryl because he understood that she was watching him and his actions by any means necessary. Delos was very surprised by Michael's behavior because no one knew that the demoness could observe what was happening through his eyes. Michael said that he did not know what plans Meryl was making, but he gave her a magical promise that none of her plans would come to fruition. After that, Michael activated the Divine Spear, which possessed a great amount of divine energy, and aimed it at the demon. The knights serving the temple watched in awe and were amazed by the abilities of the candidate for Hero of the New Age. Siegfried, a knight of the Order of the Golden Lion, even opened his mouth in amazement because he could not imagine such great power. Michael used the purification spell to completely rid the demon of even the smallest particles of its demonic essence. Siegfried watched closely as the hero eliminated evil and showed humanity the right path. He looked closely at Michael and understood that he saw in him a true hero of the New Age who was worthy of this title. Siegfried felt very bad because Miles was his only friend and candidate to accompany him. Despite the fact that they often spent time together, he had never noticed even a hint of a demonic essence. Siegfried thought that any shortcoming could be compensated for, which meant that he had to put in even more effort and hard work. However, he remembered Michael's words that Siegfried could not be sure that he could save the world alone. Siegfried felt very bad and useless, but he wanted to prove everyone wrong because Callium believed in him. Michael turned to the knights and asked them to be more attentive and vigilant because demons know how to be friendly in order to gain trust. The knights did not understand how Michael knew this, and he said that he would not claim to be a hero if he did not have the necessary qualifications. Michael looked at the knights and said he was disappointed that they had failed to recognize the demon among their comrades. Habe tried to defend all the holy knights, saying that they always remained neutral and did not simply blindly carry out the archbishop's orders. Then Michael reminded the commander that they had raided the temple because of a prophecy and had been unable to expel the demons in this way. The commander of the temple knights, Habe, bowed his head because he understood that they had expelled the girl from the temple and did not even understand the situation. Michael said that he had nothing more to discuss with them because they were merely puppets in the hands of the archbishops and their desires. Then he turned to Siegfried and asked if he agreed with him, since he was also a candidate for Hero of the New Era. It was very difficult for Siegfried to admit this, but he gathered his strength and said that Michael was absolutely right in his judgment. Michael was very pleased that Siegfried had finally decided to make his own decision, using only his own mind. However, Siegfried said that he had some questions he would like to discuss with all the holy knights. Michael was very surprised, so he turned and asked what exactly Sir Siegfried wanted to say in his own words. Gathering all his willpower, Siegfried said that he wanted to personally test Michael's true strength and therefore challenged him to a match. The Archmage was very surprised by Siegfried's decision and realized that he was truly broken and had lost his way in life. Michael looked closely at Siegfried, who had already drawn his sword and was ready to attack. The Archmage was curious to know why Siegfried had decided to find out whose sword was stronger and longer, but he knew there would be a price to pay. Siegfried realized that his audacity had a price and asked what exactly Michael planned to get if he won. Then Michael looked at Siegfried and named his price, the Holy Spirit pendant that he always wore on his chest. After thinking for a moment, Siegfried said that he would accept such a high price and was ready to pay it if he failed. Michael understood that he already had one trump card less because he had used Seth's absolute defense during the activation of the storm set. However, for an Archmage of the 6th Magic Circle, this was not a big problem because he knew Siegfried's abilities very well. Moreover, he understood that Siegfried was in a state of despair because he had lost confidence that he would become the hero of a new era. That is why Siegfried could no longer maintain his composure and decided to take such a desperate action. Mikhail understood all this well because he did not like Siegfried anyway, especially because of his actions before his regression. Siegfried demonstrated the seriousness of his intentions and said that he did not plan to lose this time because he was a worthy candidate. The Guardian Vetek offered her help to Mikhail, but he refused and said that this time he would manage on his own. Siegfried began his attack and Michael noticed how fast he was and how time began to stretch. He understood that if Siegfried did not demonstrate all his strength from the very beginning, he would think that he could defeat him. Therefore, to block Siegfried's blow, Michael immediately used a 5-level magic shield for protection. Siegfried easily destroyed the 5-level shield, and Michael realized that the match was actually not a bad idea. Then the Archmage used a magic spell called Reflection to redirect all of Siegfried's power back at him by reflecting his strength. Siegfried steadfastly tried to take the blow, but he was still thrown aside because he could not resist himself. Then he decided to change tactics and let Michael prove himself in order to prepare for his attack and analyze it. Michael began to activate the magic of the 5th Magic Circle in order to demonstrate his abilities to the second candidate. After that, he activated the 100 Sword spell, and a multitude of phantom magic swords rushed towards Siegfried. Mikhail knew that this spell was second circle magic, and he had often used it before his regression as a support spell. Siegfried began to exert all his strength to deflect all the magic swords heading towards him. It was very difficult for him to deal with so many magic swords coming at him from all sides, but he tried very hard. Michael watched Siegfried's actions closely and realized that he had not yet begun to show his true abilities and skills. The Archmage knew Siegfried too well from before his regression, so he understood that he would soon reveal his true power. The most important condition for the manifestation of power was to fight a fair battle, and Mikhail tried to observe this main rule. Seeing that Siegfried was actively approaching him, Mikhail realized that he had decided that the mage would not be able to use defensive magic in such a short time. Looking at the new batch of falling magic swords, Mikhail realized that Siegfried was too conceited. Siegfried did not understand where Mikhail was looking, so he also decided to look up and saw a large number of magic swords. Mikhail cast a 5-level slowdown spell on Siegfried so that he would not have time to react to the attack. Falling to the ground under the onslaught of magical swords, Siegfried was very upset that he could not cope with such an attack. Looking at Michael, who didn't even have a scratch on him, Siegfried said that this wasn't the end and he wasn't ready to give up so easily. Michael calmly bent down to his opponent and pointed to the sky, saying that it really wasn't over yet. Siegfried looked up in surprise because he didn't understand what the 6th level Archmage was talking about. Michael smiled and replied that there were still 10 magic swords left, which were rapidly falling from the sky. Siegfried wanted to object, but Michael gently covered his mouth and informed him that the night would be very long for him. Siegfried looked very frightened because he realized that it was still daytime, and it wasn't even getting dark yet. The sacred knights of the temple watched and did not understand how a person could be so cruel to another human being. Liam Pavlov, observing the situation, was once again convinced that Michael was indeed a very strange and cruel man. After some time, Siegfried, fully admitting his defeat, handed Mikhail the deity pendant that he wore every day on his chest. Upon accepting it, Mikhail said that he would use it wisely, and Vetek noticed that the pendant was very beautiful. Mikhail understood that the Holy Spirit pendant increased divine power and accelerated recovery. Siegfried bowed his head and said that their match had been fair, but his skills were much weaker and he had a lot to learn. Mikhail decided to ask Siegfried what would have happened if it had not been a duel. Would he have attacked differently? Siegfried did not understand Michael's strange question and decided to clarify what exactly he meant by other methods of attack. Then Mikhail calmly asked if the knight would have attacked from behind or used a secret weapon. Siegfried was very angry at such assumptions and said that he would never do such a thing because a hero must be honest. Mikhail then decided to rephrase his question and asked if he would use a secret weapon if he knew that people could be hurt. Siegfried thought about this question because he had never imagined a situation in which people could be harmed. Mikhail decided to clarify further whether a person who was completely incapable of protecting ordinary people could be called a hero. Siegfried understood that Mikhail's questions compromised him as a worthy candidate for a hero of the new era. Mikhail understood that Siegfried would, as always, begin to justify himself, but he did not want to waste his time on that. He understood perfectly well what Siegfried wanted to say, so he simply left silently and prepared for his meeting with Liam. Liam Pavlov approached Mikhail and asked him what he was talking to himself about for so long, and why he was muttering about Sir Siegfried. Without even turning around, Mikhail decided to clarify what exactly Liam meant because he hadn't said anything. He was just thinking about it. Liam said that he had been watching Siegfried closely and could say that he was very good with a sword. To Liam's surprise, Mikhail said that if he were an ordinary person, he wouldn't take such risks and participate in the match. Turning around, he said that the status of a candidate requires much more responsibility than they can imagine. Liam Pavlov pondered the Archmage's words because if the prophecy was to be believed, the hero would indeed have a very difficult time. Suddenly, Mikhail stopped, and Liam Pavlov couldn't figure out why they had stopped, so he decided to ask. Mikhail gestured toward where Liam saw one of the archbishops approaching the priests and talking to them. Mikhail immediately recognized Archbishop Killiam and did not understand why he had come alone, since he never traveled alone. Then the Archmage suggested that the Archbishop had most likely come because of the prophet Cassandra. Liam Pavlov was also surprised to see the Archbishop in such a place, and did not understand what his purpose could be. Liam did not know what to do, and Mikhail said that they would have to meet face to face. Liam Pavlov and Michael Valfergius slowly made their way toward Archbishop Killiam to greet him. The Archbishop immediately realized that the candidate for hero of the new era was heading straight for him. Then Killiam decided to show his goodwill, and his face immediately lit up with a smile. Mikhail decided to reciprocate and also smiled happily at him to demonstrate his openness. Killiam shook Michael's hand and greeted the second candidate for the role of hero of the new era. Archbishop Killiam admitted that he had not expected to meet him here and that he was very lucky. Mikhail said that Killiam was not only lucky but also blessed because he had not succumbed to the demon's prophecy. Continuing to smile, he said that Callium did not believe Cassandra's prophecy, but it could very well turn out to be true. Archbishop Killiam began to get very nervous after Michael's words and, apologizing, said that he had important business to attend to. Before leaving, Killiam said that such expressions and words were unacceptable for a hero of the new age. Michael replied that he didn't care because the heroes of the new era were chosen by the wise goddess Heike, not by them. Archbishop Killiam was surprised by this behavior and, as he left, said that they would definitely see everything with their own eyes. When Killiam passed by Michael, the Guardian, Breeze immediately covered her nose with her hands because he smelled of darkness. Michael understood that such a smell could not come from the Archbishop himself, but from someone who was walking with him. The guardian Vetek understood that one of them was a toy in the hands of a demon, and Michael replied that he had already realized this himself. Then Michael remembered that the demonic entity Delos had a twin brother named Lotus. Lotus was Delos' infamous brother, and it was most likely he who was controlling Archbishop Callium. Upon arriving at his chambers, Callium began to wonder how the Holy Knights could have failed to notice the demonic entity hiding among them. One of the clergymen informed the Archbishop that due to this incident, all work had been temporarily suspended for an indefinite period. Archbishop Callium was terrified and found it very difficult to control and restrain his anger, so he took it out on a vase. The vase did not simply break, but began to split into multiple fragments that flew in different directions. The priest decided to leave the Archbishop alone with his thoughts, and Callium understood that Valfurgius was interfering with him again. When the priest left the Archbishop's chambers, another clergyman, Haran, noticed this. He decided to visit Archbishop Callium to understand what had happened and caused him such anger. Haran was the high priest, and Archbishop Callium trusted him implicitly with all the problems he faced. With sadness, the Archbishop told Haran that, starting today, the knight's activities had been suspended indefinitely. Haran was surprised by this news, and Callium said that it was all because of the wizard Michael, who had ruined all their plans. Callium asked what they should do and asked Haran to use his intuition and foresee all possible outcomes. Receiving a negative answer, Callium was very upset that God had not shown Haran what they should do in the current situation. He had high hopes for Haran and trusted him because his predictions were accurate, unlike Cassandra's prophecies. Callium understood that God was most likely being cautious, so he decided to let Haran go, since he could no longer help him. Haran did not understand how so much could have happened, because they had recently spoken with the Archbishop and everything was going according to plan. The high priest was very angry that the appearance of Michael Valfurgis had completely ruined all the plans that had been made over the years. Meanwhile, in the main temple, Michael told the steward Mortar that demons were still present on the temple ground. The butler asked the young master not to write him off because he could be very useful in resolving the issues. Mikhail said that they needed to find and kill the remaining demon as soon as possible, as this would help them on their journey. Cassandra understood that Archbishop Killiam was connected to the demons, but this was too bold a statement and required irrefutable proof. Mikhail agreed with the prophet because they really needed accurate material evidence that could be recognized. Liam Pavlov understood that everyone was right, but he didn't understand how they could leave everything as it was, even for a short period of time. Michael asked them not to think so much because the high priest was already on their side, and the knights' activities had been completely suspended. He also added that thanks to the answers of the commander of the sacred knights of the Temple of Hebea, they already had some evidence. And it was this evidence that confirmed that Archbishop Killiam was involved in activities that were illegal for the temple. Mikhail reminded them that he had the mark of the goddess Heka herself, which meant that the power of the high priest was on a completely different level. Liam Pavlov reminded him that in 3 days there would be a qualifying exam for the position of hero, and all the archbishops would gather there. Mikhail began to form a plan to expose the archbishop's misdeeds, and for this he needed the help of the prophet. Mikhail reminded Cassandra that he trusted her and would always respect her choice, and she had chosen to defend her prophecy. The Archmage understood that he had no right to allow Cassandra to find herself in the same position she had been in before his regression. The prophet Cassandra bowed her head because she had never spoken to the Lord before and was worried that she might not succeed. Michael reminded her that ordinary people could not even see visions like she could, which meant she had a gift that connected her to God. Cassandra looked at Michael with hope and asked if she could handle all of this, and the Archmage replied that he was completely confident in her. Then the prophet asked when she would need to do it, and Michael replied that it would be in exactly 3 days during the exam. Cassandra began to worry that she might not be able to do it, but Michael said that he had already made arrangements with the one above. Smiling, Michael added that it had been an incredible, even divine conversation, so the prophet should not worry. In the morning, Archbishop Narun went out onto the stairs to get some air because it was a pleasant morning. Naren noticed that for the first time in a long time, the morning was very calm and pleasant. Memories came flooding back of a girl who had no hobbies, and whom he had decided to teach the art of identifying the region of tea by its aroma. He and Cassandra even managed to develop their own method of preserving the taste of tea, which they came up with together. However, Archbishop Narun was very sad that he had been unable to protect his best student from the actions of the other archbishop. He always remembered that sad day when Cassandra ran out of the temple with tears in her eyes. Naru understood that he had no choice but to watch as the prophet's daughter was expelled from the temple. Archbishop Naren had no idea what to do in this situation, and whether the girl would ever understand and forgive him. Suddenly he heard the voice of Michael, who had come to him and said that everything must be returned to its place and that this would be the best solution. After that, the Archmage of the 6th Magic Circle turned to the Archbishop and said that they needed to talk immediately. Mikhail thanked Archbishop Narun because it was thanks to his efforts that they were able to spend time comfortably in the main temple. Archbishop Niran was a little worried and did not understand what exactly had brought the candidate for Hero of the New Era to him for a conversation. Michael informed him that the election of the Hero of the New Era would take place in 2 days, and that he understood that many would support the Knight Siegfried. Archbishop Niran bowed his head, understanding that standing before him was Mikhail Valfurgi, who did not have the best past. He knew that Mikhail had disgraced his family by being abandoned at the altar. Niran understood that after all the rumors surrounding Mikhail Valfurgius, it was very strange to see him like this. To Mikhail's surprise, Niren said that he was a completely different person in real life, so he wanted to ask him for a small favor. Archbishop Narun bowed and said that even if the magician did not become a hero, he still asked him to continue protecting Cassandra. Mikhail considered this statement very rude, as the Archbishop had literally said that he could not become a hero of the new era. Mikhail Valfergius decided to ask Archbishop Nerun why he was asking him to protect the prophet Cassandra. Nerun explained that if Siegfried became the hero of the new era, anything could happen to Cassandra because no one believed her. He also said that Cassandra had suffered too much pain as a prophet, so he wanted to help her in some way and protect her. Michael saw that the Archbishop was truly hurt by this, so he said he was sure he could get approval. Archbishop Nerun looked at Michael in surprise and wondered where he got so much self-confidence at such a young age. Mikhail was a very open person, so he didn't understand why no one believed him, since Siegfried was indeed weaker than him. Nerun said that Kilium had a great deal of influence over the others, because he had literally raised most of the priests. Michael confidently stated that he had the support of St. Gregory, who had no doubts about his candidacy. Archbishop Narun admitted that his influence was very small, and could not be compared to that of Archbishop Kilium. Michael patted Archbishop Nerun on the shoulder and said that he was wrong in his judgment because God was with them. Nerun understood that if the Lord was truly with them, this could give them some guarantee of success. Then Michael approached a large window, and behind him a large number of feathers appeared that looked like angel wings. Nerun thought he was seeing things, so he even decided to rub his eyes with his sleeve to see again. The Archbishop looked at Michael with great surprise, as if real wings had grown on him for a few seconds. Then Narun decided to say a prayer so that God would tell him what to do. Michael was glad that the Archbishop turned out to be quite talkative, probably because he sensed Heika's mark. He understood that before his regression, the Archbishop had been deprived of his life, and now he could not allow even the slightest possibility of such an event to occur. The guardian Vitechka looked with surprise at the object in Michael's hands, because it bore the seal of a demon. Mikhail said that it had been engraved for Archbishop Narun, and proved that they had deliberately wanted to send him to eternal rest. Veterok said that she had also been with him in the temple and had carefully checked him. It was there that she met the deity Heka, who asked her to find out why she could not communicate with Mikhail. She also reported that there was a very dangerous demonic creature in the form of a demon's right eye on the premises, which was why Heka was silent. Then Michael realized that this was why the demonic particles were spreading so quickly, because they could feed on demonic energy. The guardian Vater hoped that the young master would praise her for all the work she had done. However, to her surprise, Michael said that they must immediately find the demon's eye and resolve this matter so that no one else would be harmed. Veterok did not understand where Mikhail was going, since they did not even know where the demon was. But Mikhail said that he knew exactly where to find it. Mikhail asked the Guardian not to get distracted, as they had a very urgent and important task to complete. Veterok looked at Mikhail and realized that he had a very satisfied expression on his face, which meant that he had already figured everything out before she had even told him. Mikhail smiled even more and said that the Guardian Vitechka was not only very sweet and charming, but also very perceptive. The Guardian Vedek was very angry because she realized that she had wasted a lot of time and done a lot of work for nothing. 2 days before the qualifying exam, Mikhail and Vetek came at night to a place that was considered the holiest in the temple. Guardian Breeze was very surprised that the demonic eye could be kept in the holiest place in the entire temple. She was even more surprised when she realized that they had come to the tomb of the very first sacred hero recognized by the church. Veterok noticed that the statue was very large, and Mikhail said that the hero wanted a small crypt, but they had gone overboard in the temple itself. The Guardian realized that this was only the first hero, so she became curious about what number Michael would be if he were recognized. Mikhail said that if he was recognized as a hero of the new era, he would be the 8th, because there had already been 7 before him. Looking at the statue, Mikhail realized that if the first hero were still here, he would have long ago changed the temple's power structure and kept a close eye on them. The Guardian Vetek and Mikhail noticed that everything around them was very clean and tidy. Mikhail understood that the temple did not ignore the authority of the first hero recognized by the church, even though it was now a shadow of the past. Climbing the large stone staircase, the Archmage of the 6th magical level realized that he had a very bad feeling. However, Mikhail Valfergius really hoped that things would not turn out according to the worst-case scenario, and that they would be able to win. A few minutes later, Mikhail was already standing near the tomb of the first hero of the time and looking around carefully. Seeing the defenses, the Archmage asked for forgiveness, then used his magical powers to destroy the protective field. The Guardian Vatek was very worried because Mikhail planned to open the coffin, where the remains of the very first hero were kept. She couldn't even imagine what could be hidden inside. Mikhail explained to her that the coffin of the first hero of that time would be the perfect hiding place, and no one would even think to look there. Veterok believed that this was impossible, as there would be no point in doing so, and then Mikhail said that it could have happened while the hero was still alive. The Divine Guardian Vetek became very sad at the thought that Mikhail's words could actually be true. Mikhail explained that they had to check everything for sure, and if he was wrong, they would only find fragments of the hero and nothing else. When they opened the coffin, they were both surprised because there was nothing inside except cracks and holes. The Guardian, Breeze, began to worry very much because she did not understand what to do next. She thought they had made a mistake, and now they had to leave and put everything back in its place, hoping that no one had seen them. To her great surprise, Mikhail said that everything was not so bad and planned to go downstairs. Looking at the Guardian Vetek, he said that everything was fine because now they knew the truth, and then jumped into the big hole. Meanwhile, the High Priest Haran was trying to contact his brother Delos, but he had been unable to do so for a long time. After thinking for a moment, Lotus Haran realized that his brother was no longer alive, which meant that this was also the work of Michael Valfurgius, who stood in his way. Lotus thought that using Archbishop Callium had been too easy a task for him, but now he had to figure out how to get Mikhail Valfurgius out of his way. Lotus was very upset that after Mikhail's appearance, all his plans began to change rapidly. Suddenly, he felt a very strange sensation and realized that someone was in the crypt of the first hero recognized by the church. Haran began to laugh loudly and could not calm down. He did not understand how anyone could have guessed that the demon's eye was there. Lotus couldn't even imagine that Michael could handle it so easily and find the location of the source of darkness. Meanwhile, Mikhail and Vetek went downstairs and looked around to figure out where they were. In front of them, they saw a hero sitting on a throne who was very happy that they had come to him. The foremost hero of that time looked closely at the guests who had come to him and informed them that he had been expecting them. Mikhail looked closely at his interlocutor in order to correctly identify him and understand who exactly was sitting in front of him. The first hero of that time, recognized by the church, looked closely at Michael and asked him for forgiveness for his actions. Pointing to his eye, he said that everything he would do would be the will of the demon's eye because he was completely under its control. Mikhail, understanding this, began to activate his magical abilities and skills in order to protect himself and the guardian Vetek. Smiling, he asked the hero of that time not to worry about anything because he told him that he understood everything and accepted the situation. The hero of that time was very surprised by Michael's insight, and the Archmage explained that he was currently a candidate for the heroes of the new era. Realizing everything, the hero of that time apologized to the Archmage and said that he was very sorry that he had appeared before him in such a state. Mikhail saw that the demon's eye completely controlled the body of the hero of that time, so he immediately decided to set up a magic shield. The Archmage of the 6th Magic Circle put in a lot of effort because the hero's powers were really strong. However, looking closely at what was left of the hero of that time, Michael did not understand how any sanity could remain under such circumstances. Michael saw that the body of the hero of that time was completely dried out, and there was not a single muscle, which meant that it was controlled only by demonic power. Therefore, he decided to find out if the hero of that time was trying to restrain himself, since he had not yet used his aura. The first hero recognized by the church said that this was not the case at all, and that he could not use his aura because he was originally a magician. Michael noticed that a powerful fiery magical blow was directed at him, and therefore began to activate his protective mechanisms again. However, the power of the first hero recognized by the church at that time was very strong, and it was difficult for the Archmage to restrain it. At some point, the Archmage of the 6th magical level realized that he was indeed facing a mage, so he decided to ask about the Divine Sword. The hero of that time said that he did indeed have the Holy Sword, but he preferred the Holy Mantle, which was more effective. Bowing his head, the hero of that time said that the Holy Mantle was a relic on which many blessings were placed. Michael listened attentively to the hero of that time and understood that he had long wanted to leave the world because he was too tired. The hero of that time bowed his head completely and said that he had now seen his heir and was ready to hand over all his powers. The guardian of the deity Asari Vatechka flew up to the hero of that time and said that they could no longer waste his time. Therefore, Vetirok thanked the hero of that time for everything and asked him to leave this world with peace of mind. Mikhail could not even imagine how long the hero of that time had been resisting the demonic force and wanted to help him break free. Then the Archmage of the 6th Magic Circle used a Magic Circle expansion to increase his own power. The demon gained complete control over the body of the hero of that time and was happy because now he had power. Mikhail watched closely to assess the situation and plan his next moves. He understood that much had changed for him since he had risen to the 6th Magic Circle, as this was a serious level. However, thanks to the magic of expanding magic circles, Mikhail had access to 8th Circle magic and used the Ice Throne spell. A small drop that fell from his finger began to transform into a snowflake and turned into large ice rocks. The Guardian Breeze watched the young master's actions closely and admired his magical abilities. The demon in the body of the hero of that time also began to actively prepare for an attack and prepared a divine holy sword for his attacks. After that, he actively began to cast spells to activate the magic of the 6th Magic Circle and strike his opponent. The Guardian Breeze began to worry greatly for Michael because she saw a large number of magical weapons heading towards him. Mikhail looked closely at all the magic circles heading towards him and calculated his tactics. The Archmage of the 6th Magic Circle watched the enemy's actions closely, realizing that he was quite strong. After analyzing the situation, Mikhail began to concentrate his own mana to increase the power of his spell. By mixing mana with divine energy, the Archmage of the 6th Magic Circle managed to create a directed beam. After that, Mikhail began to actively use the magic spell Liberation to reduce the power of his enemy's spells. The hero of that time, who was under the complete control of demonic power, did not understand how Mikhail managed to block his attacks. Michael sensed this, so to increase his chances of victory, he decided to use the magic spell Flicker. A few seconds later, Michael was just a few centimeters away from the hero of that time, who was under the power of demonic energy. However, the demonic eye was very pleased that his opponent was so close to him. The Guardian Breeze noticed that there was a pretty strong magic seal behind the demonic creature. Mikhail also noticed this seal, realizing that his opponent was cunning and was simply stalling for time to strengthen his magical attack. However, activating his magical power, Michael apologized to his opponent because he was not the only one who had used such a trick. The Archmage's magical chains rushed behind the hero of the time and headed to cancel the enemy's magical seal. After that, Michael touched his opponent's forehead to free him from his sins and cleanse the hero's mind of demonic power. Michael looked closely at the demon's eye because he understood that ordinary magic could not completely destroy some powerful demon. Therefore, he prepared his own magic that imitated the appearance of his former colleague, a martial arts master. So he decided to borrow some power from Suwon, who was his friend and teammate before the regression. Using the power of the Divine Fist, Mikhail delivered a precise blow to the demonic entity inside the hero's body. The entire room began to glow with magical light emanating from the enemy who had been struck by the magical fist. Michael watched closely to assess the situation, but the space around him began to transform. The Archmage looked around and noticed that he was surrounded by crystal clear purity of a completely white color. Mikhail remembered that he had once seen such purity in a place created by God, so he waited for him to appear. Suddenly, he heard a voice behind him saying that he needed to wait a little longer, as preparations were taking time. Michael turned around and realized that before him stood the hero of that time, who looked quite different from his own statue. The hero of that time was a little embarrassed and said that it was only natural for people to exaggerate reality a little. Mikhail was very impressed by the hero's honesty in admitting that he had always dreamed of becoming a knight of the temple, despite being a magician. Therefore, he looked at the hero of that time who had been called to the temple and hoped that he really enjoyed being a knight recognized by the church. Covering his face, the hero of that time said that he liked it very much because at that time he was more determined than ever in his convictions. However, he admitted that hope had left him, even though he was sure that he was much more patient than the others, but his mind was gradually being destroyed. The hero of that time replied that now that his descendant was before him, he felt much more confident and everything was beautiful again. Mikhail was very happy because now the hero of that time, who had gone through a great deal of pain, could rest in peace. The hero of that time thanked his successor for this opportunity, but Mikhail said that at the moment he was only a candidate. The hero of that time thought for a moment and said that he was sure that Mikhail was worthy of taking his place and would be able to protect their world. Mikhail bowed his head and smiled, saying that he himself very much hoped that he would indeed become a worthy hero of the new era. At that moment, Heka flew up behind Mikhail, very happy to see him because she had missed him. Mikhail said that he had not yet finished his mission, but Hekau told him not to worry and that she would take care of everything herself. The hero of that time was very happy and grateful that he had finally been freed from his demonic essence after such a long time. The goddess Heka told him that now all she had to do was restore her connection with her children, and now it would be much easier for her to do so. Hekau praised Michael highly and said that she would be very happy to work with him in the future and told him that she could give him any gift he wanted. Michael thought deeply about Heka's words, for she had said that everything was truly over and she could now restore communication with her children. Then, staring intently at the goddess Heka, Mikhail immediately thought about her resuming her connection with the prophet Cassandra. Mikhail decided to ask Heka to give her blessing to the girl to whom she had revealed her prophecy for the very first time. The Archmage said that the girl was a prophet and had already suffered too much pain and suffering because no one believed in her prophecy. Hekau said that she had already planned to do this for the girl, but that it was not his wish and that she wanted to thank him specifically. Michael began to think about what he would like to receive as a gift from the deity, since he already had Heka's mark. Then the Archmage began to analyze his current state and realized that he had no problems with mana either. After thinking about it for a while, Mikhail realized that he had a great idea about what he would like to receive as a gift from Heka. After some time, Michael opened his eyes and realized that he was once again in the crypt dedicated to the hero of that time. The guardian Vatek looked closely at the young gentleman and noticed that he looked really good. However, she noticed that Mikhail was deep in thought and decided to ask him what he was thinking about. Then the guardian Vedek realized that Mikhail had ascended and met with Heka there, who did not allow Vedek to be present. The guardian Breeze was very sad that the deity Hekau completely ignored her and did not even allow her to accompany the Archmage. Mikhail covered his ears because Vitrika began to shout loudly that she had not expected such behavior from Hekau. The guardian of the Breeze, in a state of anger, asked what exactly Heka had decided to give Michael, but at that moment, something began to approach her. Mikhail did not understand what was happening and what exactly had appeared right in front of him in such a miraculous, divine form. The package was labeled as a gift from Heka, and to Mikhail's surprise, it was a saint's robe. The guardian Vetek tried to free herself from the trap that had so unexpectedly fallen on her and asked what it was. Putting on the sacred robe, Mikhail said that he had received this item as a gift, but not from the goddess Cat. He then decided to connect with the magical artifact and began to activate his aura and fill the sacred robe with magic. The guardian Vetek watched closely and couldn't believe that stigmata were beginning to appear before her. The goddess Heka, watching from above, was also very surprised that Mikhail possessed the art of placing stigmata on objects. Michael was very pleased and said that of all the gifts he could have received from the deity, this was the best. Heka was very surprised because she had not expected to hear such a thing, but she found it very amusing and interesting. Heka admitted that she was very interested because she had never seen anything like it before. The hero of that time admitted that he also had such an opportunity, but he was very worried that having received a part of the Lord, he would not be able to save himself. Heka approached Michael and told him that everything would be different for him because he had not thought about it at all when he accepted the stigmata. Michael understood that his semi-divine state was most likely due to the fact that before his regression, he had managed to briefly reach the 10th circle. Hekau looked closely at Michael and realized that he probably wanted not only the mark, but also the stigma from her. Mikhail agreed, and Hekau said that she would now prepare him for the appearance of the engraved mark and endow him with special abilities. Hekau informed him that the abilities would manifest as Mikhail developed his skills and abilities. As soon as the goddess Heka let go of his hand, Mikhail's body began to fill with divine energy, and he began to assess his sensations. Suddenly, the energy began to spread throughout Michael's body, and he began to experience terrible pain that completely filled his mind. Heka watched him, and Michael understood that if he could overcome and destroy his predestined fate, he would be able to achieve his desired goal. The goddess Hekau told him that she would always protect him because she believed in him strongly and relied on him. Michael looked at his cloak and saw that a memory spell had been cast on it, allowing him to cast spells without preparation. He was very surprised because memory magic belonged to the 7th circle of magic and, with improvement, could reach the 9th circle of magic. The guardian, Vetek, couldn't believe that the young lord had received the mark from the girl with cat ears. She believed that Michael had no right to receive such a gift from a deity, and immediately began to assess his physical condition. Mikhail asked the guardian to pull herself together and, confirming that he felt fine, said that he would like to leave. He was glad that he had been able to help the hero of the time, who had been chosen and appointed by the temple. High Priest Haran watched closely to understand what powers Mikhail possessed. However, he could not even imagine that the heir to the Valfurgi family could possess such a wide range of skills and abilities. Haran felt very ill because he no longer felt the support of demonic energy, and he understood that Meryl's plan could be ruined. He knew that the Archbishop would no longer be enough, so Haran decided to take the life of the Holy Father Gregory. Realizing that he would now have to significantly alter his current plans, Haran immediately ran back to the temple so as not to waste any time. Meanwhile, Michael and Viterko sat in a tree and watched the High Priest's actions and words closely. Meanwhile, Archbishop Killiam was in his office thinking about how to influence the qualifying exam. He had a terrible headache and couldn't understand why he had to suffer so much because of Michael Valfurgius. Killiam couldn't understand why God was against him, since he himself had sent Haran to guide him on the right path. The Archbishop was certain that Haran had been sent by God because he could receive revelations from him and hear his instructions. Killiam was very grateful to the High Priest Haran, who had always been on his side and helped him choose the right divine path. He remembered the prophet Cassandra with horror and said that he was glad he had not trusted her, because otherwise nothing would have worked out for him. The Archbishop was sure that by getting rid of the lying prophet, everything would work out, so he couldn't let Valfurgius win. Killiam realized that he was ready to get his hands dirty and use any means necessary to prevent Michael from taking control. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a familiar and dear voice, and he realized that Haran had come to him, who would certainly be able to help him. Archbishop Killiam immediately began to ask Haran if he had received any revelations or prophecies that could help them. To Killiam's surprise, Haran said that Saint Gregory had chosen the wrong path and that Michael Valfurgius should not set foot in the temple. Archbishop Killiam looked closely at the High Priest and said that he completely agreed with this view of the situation, but he did not understand how exactly they should proceed and what they should do now, and Haran said that they must make every effort. Haran revealed the essence of the lotus and said that the Archbishop must be prepared to use any means necessary to protect the temple from the magician. Archbishop Killiam's soul was completely crushed, and he said that he was ready to carry out any task to ensure the protection of the temple. The next day was the day of the qualifying exam to select the hero of the new era from among the candidates. Archbishop Narun carefully read the preliminary results and was surprised that many saints had changed their minds in favor of Valfurgius. Michael reported that during this time, many events had taken place that had led many to decide not to vote for Siegfried. Narun was surprised that Siegfried himself had not tried to change the situation, and Michael said that he had simply hurt his pride. Archbishop Naren said that the exam would last only 3 hours and that Siegfried could prove himself again during that time. Mikhail said that as a candidate for hero of the new era, he could not act dishonorably, so he would give Sir Siegfried a chance. Archbishop Neron was very surprised by the wisdom of Michael Valfurgius, about whom there were various and not very flattering rumors. After thinking for a moment, Neron said that he could not even imagine a better candidate for the heroes of the new era. Mikhail was very pleased and proud of himself that he had managed to win over so many holy representatives in such a short time. When he went outside, Mikhail saw Siegfried, who informed him that he had been waiting to talk to him in a relaxed setting. Archimage of the 6th Magic Circle, Mikhail Valfurgius, decided to ask Siegfried if he had thought about his words. Siegfried bowed his head and admitted that he had thought long and hard about Michael's words, and had even been unable to sleep at night because of his worries and thoughts. He also added that many of the temple's holy knights were suffering from the situation, especially Commander Habe. Siegfried reported that Commander Hebe had indeed admitted his mistake and apologized to Mikhail and the prophet Cassandra. The other knights of the Order of the Golden Lion also suffered greatly and denied what had happened, but they accepted their mistakes and acknowledged them. Michael understood that it was really difficult for the knights to understand that the demon Delos was living and acting right under their noses, and that they had failed to notice him. Siegfried admitted that he had always believed Archbishop Killiam's words to be true, for he was ready to guide him on the path of a hero. Siegfried was sure that the priest wanted to guide him on the path of God, so he never doubted that it was the right thing to do. He recalled that everyone around him had always supported him in this, so he put a lot of effort into his training. Siegfried admitted that there was only one person on his path who told him that he had chosen the wrong path. Then Michael realized that Siegfried was talking about him, because he had indeed told him that his path was completely wrong. Siegfried looked very sad and lost because he had no idea what to do next or how to proceed. Then he looked at Michael and asked him not to abandon him and to show him the right and correct path he should follow. Siegfried confessed that until recently he had been trapped and did not realize it because he blindly believed Archbishop Killiam. He remembered well that when he was a child he found a book of fairy tales about heroes in a garbage dump and dreamed of becoming one of them. After reading this book, Siegfried began to feel special, realizing that it was his destiny to become a hero of a new era. He was greatly inspired by the Archbishop's teachings and worked tirelessly to live up to Killiam's expectations. Siegfried admitted with regret that he considered all the other candidates completely unworthy of the title of hero of the new era. Mikhail Valfurgi listened attentively to Siegfried's confession and did not interrupt him because he wanted to understand his true feeling. Siegfried confessed that when he saw Michael in action, he realized that he was worthy of the title of hero of the new era and should be recognized as a temple. After finishing his confession, the Knight of the Order of the Golden Lion begged Mikhail to give him guidance and tell him how to live his life from now on. Michael thought about his answer because he had already expressed his opinion at the very beginning of their first meeting. Siegfried looked hopefully at the Archmage because he understood that he had indeed spent too much time in captivity, living under an illusion. He understood very well that it was because of his actions that he had lost the only person he had ever loved, his sister Edda. Siegfried didn't know what to do, but to his surprise, Mikhail just asked him how long he planned to keep whining. It was very difficult for Michael to control himself, and he wanted to bring Siegfried to his senses quickly, so he struck him with a magical blow. Falling to the ground, Siegfried curled up in pain because he had no idea why Mikhail had done this to him. Mikhail smiled and said that if he really wanted a farewell, he should have chosen someone else. Siegfried couldn't understand the Archmage of the 6th Magic Circle at all, and asked him to wait and not leave. Siegfried was truly in great pain and had no idea what to do with his life, so he begged for mercy. Meanwhile, clergymen from various churches across the continent began to gather at the temple and greeted each other. Many of them could not believe their luck at having the honor of attending the election of the hero of a new era. Many clergymen did not understand how a magician from the Walfurgi family could be one of the candidates for the hero of the new era. Others argued that there was no law in the Holy Scriptures that forbade a magician from being a hero. A little later, Archbishop Alea joined the clergy, surprising everyone as he was rarely seen. Archbishop Alea said that hero elections didn't happen that often, so of course he had to be there. Ali said that he had come to support the candidate Michael, who had managed to defeat the evil that was hiding in the capital on his own. Archbishop Killiam saw Archbishop Alea and immediately decided to approach him to greet him and thank him for coming. Ali immediately extended his hand to Killiam and said that he was very pleased to receive the invitation and to see the clergy. Archbishop Alea smiled, but he was well aware of Killiam's misdeeds and was curious to know what he had in mind this time. Killiam bowed and decided to ask Ali if he believed that the Lord was truly pleased with everything that had been happening lately. Ali immediately understood that this was a provocative question, so he smiled and replied that it was not for them to judge what was happening. Killiam replied that the Lord's will could change at any moment, then shook Archbishop Ali's hand. Ali began to look from side to side because Archbishop Killiam had simply disappeared, and he did not understand how this could have happened. Mikhail appeared in the temple building, dragging Sir Siegfried behind him, so that both candidates could take the qualifying exam. Siegfried's face was badly injured, and he had no idea why Michael had treated him this way, since he had come for guidance. Michael remembered that he had no intention of stopping because this was a life lesson for Siegfried. Therefore, the Archmage said that if the prophet Cassandra had not come and stopped him, everything could have been different. Mikhail was very upset because Siegfried began to ask him again what exactly he lacked to become a hero of the new era. Siegfried was very ashamed and sad and did not want to take the qualifying exam, but Michael continued to drag him along. Meanwhile, Archbishop Ali ran as fast as he could to Michael to report important information. Mikhail was very puzzled and did not understand what could have happened in such a short time. Seeing Archbishop Alea, Mikhail decided to ask him what exactly had happened because he looked very bad. To the surprise of the Archmage of the 6th Magical Circle, Archbishop Alea, trying to catch his breath, reported that they had big problems. Meanwhile, Archbishop Killiam was in one of the halls, thinking about how he had begun to hear the voice of the Lord, from whom he had never before received revelations. As soon as he thought about it, he immediately heard a voice telling him that the time of the great judgment had come and that Killiam was to be the judge. At that moment, Cassandra approached him and asked Archbishop Killiam to stop and cease his evil deeds. Killiam began to laugh, saying that he could not believe that their deceitful prophet Cassandra would dare to return to the temple grounds. Cassandra begged the archbishop to stop, and Ed stood up to defend the prophet, showing her sword and saying that Killiam should not cross the line. Ed looked intently at the archbishop and asked if he really didn't understand, or was just pretending not to. Memories of how Michael had been completely right about all the events immediately began to flood Ed's mind. She clearly remembered Michael saying that Archbishop Killiam would definitely take bad actions. Ida couldn't understand how Michael had foreseen everything so well and asked Killiam to stop or she would help him do so. Killiam looked at the prophet and the knight and did not understand where all these sinful children who wanted to interfere with his plans had come from. Activating a large flow of energy, Archbishop Killiam directed it toward the girls and said that God was always on his side. Edda was completely unprepared for such a powerful blow, so she was unable to resist and was thrown against the opposite wall. The prophet Cassandra began to worry greatly for her friend, who, despite everything, had always been completely on her side. Like a true knight, Ida immediately began to assess the situation and the strength of the enemy, and realized that the Archbishop had not used divine power. Archbishop Killiam began to transform, and a great deal of demonic energy filled the temple around him. From the demonic matter, a black goat began to appear, possessing great demonic power and carrying with it only eternal peace. Knight Ida was very surprised to see a black demonic goat in front of her and could not believe her eyes. The black demonic goat began to fill with the power of darkness and prepared to attack its opponent. Facing it head-on, Ed looked into the black goat's eyes and couldn't believe that the last seconds of her existence had come. To Ida's great surprise, a huge magical shield suddenly appeared in front of her, separating her from the black demonic goat. Ada didn't understand what had happened and turned around and hoped to see the face of her savior, which even made her laugh nervously. Seeing Michael, she told him that he was a little late, but Michael replied that he had arrived just in time. Archbishop Killiam fell to his knees because he did not expect to see Michael, who had once again interfered with his plans. Michael looked intently into his eyes and asked how pleasant it was for Killiam to become an ordinary vessel and to have a demon living inside him. Archbishop Killiam had no idea what Michael was talking about, because he was sure he was right and that God was with him. Seeing Siegfried, Killiam immediately turned his attention to him and asked him to come closer, because he had invested so much knowledge in him. Archbishop Killiam smiled and held out his hand to him because he was the one who had raised Siegfried, taught him, and set him on the right path. Siegfried began to worry greatly, and Archbishop Killiam reminded him that he had to make his choice and choose the right side. Michael calmly continued to hold Siegfried by his cloak, and Siegfried began to ponder again what to do and how to act correctly. Michael understood that Siegfried was completely incorrigible and unable to think for himself, so he told him that he had to decide for himself. Siegfried was very sad because he realized that he had to make his own choice and take responsibility for it. Archbishop Killiam continued to smile and hold out his hands in the hope that Siegfried would choose his side and come to him. However, to his great surprise, the Knight of the Order of the Golden Lion stood against him and even drew his divine sword. Siegfried said that a knight cannot choose the side of someone who is friends with a demon, and Killiam began to get very angry. Michael informed Siegfried that he should now step aside if he did not want to be struck by Archbishop Killiam's demonic blow. Michael informed Archbishop Killiam that all the revelations he had been waiting for and had begun to receive did not come from the Lord but from a demon. The Archbishop raised his hands and began to ask for revelations, but suddenly his body began to change and transform. Michael remained completely calm and watched closely, waiting for the real demon to reveal itself. Archbishop Killiam continued to transform, and his body was no longer under his control because it belonged entirely to the demon. Michael said that they could find common ground, so he asked Merrill to show his true face. Archbishop Killiam began to grow large horns, and his eyes began to turn red because the demon was already inside him. Merrill asked the Archmage how long he had known about everything, and Michael replied that he had understood everything from the very beginning. Merrill decided to clarify whether the man before him was the one who had been able to capture the Ugly Lord on his own without help. Michael replied that he was indeed the one who had captured and neutralized the Ugly Lord, and believed that Merrill would be next. Merrill began to laugh because he understood that Michael was indeed powerful, but he had existed for too long. The demonic entity inside Archbishop Killiam began to laugh loudly because it was sure that it could not be defeated. Michael remained completely calm because he understood that the demonic entity was simply bluffing. Of course, the Archmage understood that Merrill was much stronger than the Ugly Lord, but that did not diminish his confidence in his own abilities. Merrill continued to laugh loudly because she was confident of victory, having managed to capture not only the old Archbishop's soul. However, to her great surprise, Michael Valferchius informed her that he knew everything and even knew where Lotus was. Merrill did not understand how he could have guessed, but Michael replied that it was obvious because all demons think very primitively. At the same time, Liam Pavlov arrived at the cathedral to carry out Mikhail's important task. Liam looked around carefully because he knew that the demon had to be somewhere nearby. Pavlov remembered Mikhail's instructions to find the demon-possessed person, and he knew that the Archmage was never wrong. Liam understood that if he made even the slightest mistake, everyone in the cathedral could be in danger. Liam Pavlov understood that his task was very important and responsible, but he did not understand why Mikhail had entrusted it to him. He was only a knight and had no ability to recognize magic or divine power, so it was very difficult for him. Liam remembered how Mikhail had smiled and said that the most important thing in his task was the outcome, so he had to be careful. Pavlov began to worry greatly because he felt and understood nothing, and hoped for at least some kind of clue. At that very moment, a man passed by him, and Liam Pavlov's sword suddenly began to glow with a divine light, which surprised him. Realizing this, Liam Pavlov immediately caught up with the gentleman who had passed him and asked him to stop for a moment. The clergyman did not understand why the knight had suddenly asked him to stop, and Liam saw a black goat on his shoulder. Seeing the black demonic goat, Liam Pavlov immediately drew his sword, and the gentleman was greatly frightened, not understanding what he had done. The clergyman was filled with divine light and fell to the ground, not understanding what was happening, and saw a black goat coming out of his body. Liam Pavlov assessed the situation and realized that he had a very bad feeling, which frightened him a little. He sensed a very strange energy in one of the priests and realized that a demonic entity was somewhere nearby. High Priest Haran stood in a dark corner watching what was happening and laughing because it was already too late. When he saw Liam, the demon Lotus said that now they were all prey to demonic energy and no one could simply leave. At that moment, black demonic goats began to spread rapidly among the temple servants, and everyone began to panic. Liam Pavlov was very confused and had no idea what to do or how to act in this situation. Liam felt that he had to do something and not give in to the influence of darkness, when suddenly an illumination came from the sky. Divine light descended from the sky in large quantities in the form of small balls, and everyone was very surprised. The clergy could not believe their eyes because they had never seen divine light before. Everyone began to kneel and pray because they understood that the Lord himself had come to protect them from the darkness. The demonic black goats stopped because they could not resist the divine light and go against it. The Lord asked everyone to listen to him and stand up. Liam, whose body suddenly stood up, did not understand what was happening. Liam remembered Michael's words that the outcome would be the most important thing, and understood why he had sent him on this mission. The heir to Count Pavlov could not believe that the young gentleman could even communicate with the Lord himself. Liam Pavlov understood that now none of that mattered, and he decided to ask God what exactly he was supposed to do next. The divine light replied that he should free her so that she could protect all her children from darkness. Liam Pavlov immediately understood what he had to do, so he prepared the divine sword and was ready to get to work. Everyone present knew well from childhood that there had once been two elements, and their names were darkness and light. Darkness had always existed, but light had advanced and expanded its own capabilities, enabling it to create Earth. Thanks to the fact that light could create laws, the very first grain appeared on Earth after some time. Light always went hand in hand with the law, and later humanity called this light the mercy of God. Liam Pavlov understood that divine power also had divine light, and he began to think about what he could do. Black demonic goats began to increase the flow of their powers in order to free themselves from the shackles of divine light and God's mercy. They immediately began to run toward Liam Pavlov because they saw that he wanted to connect the divine sword with the earth. Liam Pavlov directed all of his aura through the divine sword in order to expand its range of action. Meryl immediately began to feel the changes and did not understand how the Lord could exert his influence so quickly. Michael reported that the demon had indeed done a good job but would not be able to escape them and his punishment so easily. On the other hand, he even thanked the demon because, thanks to his work, the temple had truly become cleaner for the first time in a long time. The demon Meryl was very angry because he did not want to accept his defeat, so he began to resist. Michael understood this, so he used his magical abilities to protect himself from the demon's power. The Guardian Vetrica assisted Michael with the storm set so that he would not be harmed. However, to the great surprise of Guardian Breeze, Michael announced that he no longer needed her and could handle it on his own. The Archmage understood that he now had to become the true embodiment of evil for the demons, and was ready to carry out this task. Breeze had no idea what Michael was up to, and he told her that he had probably started thinking like a demon. The Divine Protector Asari, the Guardian Vatek, was very surprised by the young lord's statement. Realizing what Michael was up to, Vatirek said that he should not flatter the demon, for the demon's thinking was too primitive. Meryl, in the body of Archbishop Killiam, wanted to defeat the mage Valfurgius by any means necessary and used demonic power. Michael remained completely calm and used a divine shield as protection, which completely shielded him from the darkness. Meryl was very surprised when Mikhail told him that he couldn't even think about running away from them. Growing in size, Meryl was in a state of rage and planned to kill everyone and everything around him. Mikhail watched Muriel's behavior closely and realized that he had completely lost his mind. Suddenly, Mikhail felt that the goddess Heka was near him, which meant that he must not forget that they were in a temple. The temple had always been a holy place where the power of God was unbreakable and the Hall of Faith was filled with devotion to the Almighty. Activating his divine power, Mikhail looked at Meryl and told him that he had missed all his chances. A large beam of light shot upward and began to envelop every corner of the temple hall where they stood. Meryl was completely engulfed by the divine light and screamed that he would remember Michael Valfurgius forever. Michael just smiled and said that he would eagerly await their next meeting to end the demon's power forever. A huge pillar of light rose above the sanctuary, and everyone looked intently at the temple to understand what had happened inside. The priests and parishioners of the temple knelt down and joined their hands in prayer because there was only grace and peace around them. Everyone felt reverence because God, who had been absent from the temple for so long, had finally returned. Meryl was terrified because the soul she had tried so hard to capture could not withstand the ordinary wizard Michael. Meryl was the 6th commander of the demon squad, and she was very angry at Valfurgius's interference in her carefully laid plans. The demonic entity did not understand how a young lord could come and single-handedly destroy everything she had spent so long building. Meryl understood that no matter how talented a mage was, not all demons could be defeated so easily, which meant that Hekau was involved. She knew she had to find out everything and check it, but suddenly the black goat returned and spat out Lotus. Lotus realized that he had failed in his task, so he asked the great Meryl to forgive him and allow him to make amends. Lotus understood that Meryl could have taken his life back in the temple, so he thanked her for sparing him and giving him life. Meryl looked at him in surprise because he thought she had spared him, but in reality, she needed his memories. Lotus realized that his life was completely unimportant and that his last hour had come because he was no longer needed by the lady. Meryl attacked him with her demonic horn, and all that remained of Lotus was his red magic core. Meryl took the core and realized that she had to eat it in order to get more memories of Michael. She felt very negative towards Michael Valfurgius and understood that next time she would have to take his life. A week later, everything calmed down in the temple, and St. Gregory invited all the priests to enter the temple. Father Gregory thanked everyone for coming to the ceremony to appoint the hero of the new era who had been approved by the church. Edward Valfurgius also came to the ceremony because his only son and heir to the family was taking part in it. Liam, Cassandra, and Ida also watched closely because the world would never be the same again. Gregory announced that to protect them from evil and darkness, God had sent them a messenger named Valfurgius Michael. The Guardian Vetier was very surprised that the church had prepared everything so quickly, and Michael agreed with her. A few days earlier, Siegfried had announced that he planned to resign as a candidate for Hero of the New Era. Michael did not understand what was driving Siegfried, so he wanted to hear his opinion and thoughts. Siegfried said that during the confrontation, he had no idea how to behave, which meant he was unworthy of being a candidate for hero. Siegfried said that he was renouncing his past and everything he had gone through to get here because he realized that Killiam was truly possessed. Mikhail was curious about Siegfried's relationship with his only sister, and he replied that she would not be able to understand or accept him. Mikhail did not understand why Siegfried had decided to come to him and most likely wanted to tell him something. Siegfried said that he had come to terms with reality in a very short time and understood why Michael had behaved so strangely towards him. Mikhail thought that he was probably heavily influenced by his memories of Siegfried's actions and deeds before his regression. Looking at Siegfried now, the young gentleman noticed that he had indeed changed. The prophet Cassandra had also changed greatly, and Mikhail realized that everyone in this world had changed except him. Mikhail Valfurgius caught himself thinking that he was even somewhat saddened by the fact that everything in this world was different. He knew that Archbishop Killian would spend the rest of his life in prison for helping the demon. Siegfried understood that Michael should have done the same to him, but for some reason he did not. He understood that Michael had always treated him very badly, so he didn't understand why he was so cruel to him. Michael remembered that before the regression, it was Siegfried who was the hero of the new era. Michael himself was among the guests who were very happy that Siegfried had been appointed to this important position. Today, however, it was Mikhail himself who stood before St. Gregory, receiving divine blessing. The Guardian Vatek understood that the cat goddess had done well to ensure that Mikhail was indeed chosen as the hero of the new era. The Archmage of the 6th magical level understood that this was only the beginning of what he still had to change and correct. Liam Pavlov praised Mikhail, for now he had truly taken a big step toward his goal. He was very happy that Mikhail Valfurgi had become a hero, that the demons had been defeated, and considered this a truly great success. Mikhail understood that Liam was completely right in all his reasoning, but he was still very sad. Liam Pavlov was very puzzled by Mikhail's mood, as he showed no emotion of joy at his own victory. Mikhail said without a smile that he was really happy that he had managed to become a hero of the new era. Mikhail understood that becoming a hero of a new era was only the starting point on his long and difficult journey. He understood that as long as great evil and demons existed, the world was still in danger. Mikhail Valfurgius understood that his comrades knew nothing yet, but all their trials and tasks were just beginning. Therefore, he informed them that since he had become a hero of a new era, he must be ready to act immediately in the event of a disaster or danger. Then Liam Pavlov realized that Mikhail had some crazy plan again, and that they would also have to take part in it. Mikhail confirmed that he had indeed developed a plan and intended to leave the next morning to prepare everything. Liam had no idea what the young gentleman was planning to prepare, and Mikhail replied that he should prepare his body. Liam Pavlov understood that it was completely impossible to argue with an archmage of the 6th magical circle, so he said that he would just go to bed. Knight Edda, who listened attentively, was very surprised that Liam Pavlov, with his character, simply agreed and left. Mikhail decided to turn to her and ask what she thought and how she felt about everything that was happening. Knight Ida was surprised by the question but understood what the young gentleman meant. Therefore, she said that if she had the choice between following him or staying in the temple, she would definitely choose the latter. Mikhail completely understood Ed's choice because he knew that she needed to look after her brother Siegfried. Therefore, he asked Edda to contact him immediately if anything unexpected happened. Ada agreed to keep in touch with him and report on what was happening at the temple. Their conversation was interrupted by the prophet Cassandra, who did not understand what to do now and how to act correctly. The young gentleman Michael smiled and said that it would be best for Cassandra to stay at the temple as well. Cassandra began to worry a little and asked if he really meant it or was just saying that because she was a prophet. She understood that her power was limited and that she was not very useful, but Michael explained to her that this was not the case at all. To her surprise, Michael said that he didn't want anyone to look down on her because she was the only one who could communicate directly with Heka. He also added that he very much hoped to make every effort to become better than he was. The prophet Cassandra began to worry a little and said that prophecies were just following fate. She understood that this was precisely why all the parishioners had rejected her prophecies and did not believe her. Michael informed her that this was not the case at all, and that her prophecies only provided guidance on how to act in situations that had not yet occurred. Tears of helplessness and powerlessness flowed down Cassandra's cheeks, but she was curious to understand what exactly Michael meant. Michael told her that she should not see everything in a negative light and should learn to think positively. Ida smiled when Michael told Cassandra that their main task was to interpret the prophecy and prepare for possible events. Mikhail stroked Cassandra's head and told her that her role in all this was very important. Cassandra immediately began to wipe away her tears and said that she understood everything and would now really try her best. The guardian Vitechka was very surprised by Mikhail's behavior and found his excuses very sweet. She understood that from the very beginning he could have made Cassandra completely dependent on him, but he did not choose that path. The guardian wind thanked Mikhail because he was the only one who believed in her prophecy and gave her the right to choose. Mikhail replied that he had no need to make Cassandra dependent because she could decide everything for herself. Suddenly thinking about everything that had happened, the Guardian Veterok said that she was very lucky that they had met. After saying this, she became very embarrassed and began to tell Mikhail that she meant something completely different from what he might have thought. Mikhail replied that he was willing to believe whatever she said and whatever she wanted, as long as she stopped teasing him. Then he looked up at the dark night sky and, seeing the beautiful moon, realized that he had always been directly connected to it. He remembered that before his regression, his teacher had been Twilight, who had taught him many techniques and methods of magical combat. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by the butler Morden, who reported that his vacation was going quite well. Mikhail understood that Morden had had enough time to think everything through and make the right decision, so he waited for his answer. The butler Morden informed him that in the past there had been a school of magic that used the moon as its special symbol. He said that this school had followers who tried to start an independent circulation of mana to achieve improvements. Morden understood that such actions were very dangerous and therefore had been completely stopped at some point. However, the butler decided to confess and say that he himself was one of those who had managed to automate the circulation of mana within his body. Mikhail remembered well the day that became the most terrible day of his life because on that day his family was completely destroyed. He remembered how he felt pain and torment for not being able to save anyone from his family and planned to take his own life. It was at that moment of despair that the butler approached him and said that Mikhail was not worthy of becoming the head of the family because there was no family left. Then, to Mikhail's great surprise, Mortar decided to ask him why he considered himself brave if he had decided to take his own life. The butler, Mortar, was very upset by Mikhail's actions and considered him completely unworthy of being a young master. The butler's words brought Mikhail to his senses, and he realized that he could still influence the situation and help save the world. The Archmage always remembered the butler's words and was grateful to him for turning his attention to him before his regression and setting him on the right path. Meanwhile, Mortar said that from generation to generation, many had tried to achieve automatic circulation of mana in the body. The butler looked at Michael and asked him what he would do if he found out that someone could possess such a gift from birth. Mikhail decided to ask a counter question and ask what Mortar would have done if he had known that he could achieve the same result through effort. Then the butler realized that the young gentleman had guessed everything from the very beginning, but Michael said that he had had this talent since birth. Mikhail smiled and said that it was a little different because he wasn't just born with such a unique body, but he also had a mind. The butler, Mortar, was very surprised because he realized that the young gentleman had managed to analyze his innate abilities. To the butler's surprise, who was very interested and listened attentively, Mikhail said that he had managed to interpret everything. Mikhail understood that Mortar and everyone else were very surprised by his abilities because he was only 20 years old and had been studying magic for 3 years. On the other hand, Mortar knew that many were born with skills that other people could not develop, even after countless attempts. Mikhail just smiled and said that the world was full of paradoxes, so it was simply impossible to deny many things. Mortar couldn't quite understand the young master, and Michael reminded him that his body was not just a bag of bones. He understood that he had become a Twilight mage and defeated many sorcerers, but he had never managed to reach the 8th magic circle. The butler admitted that in order to keep up with his trained skills, he had to put a lot of strain on his body. Mikhail pointed out that despite such intense physical exertion, Mortar had lived quite a long time. The butler thought about the young master's words and said that it was only because he had completely stopped training. Mikhail understood that the butler was convinced that his body was at its limit, so he refused to use magic. To the butler's great surprise, Mikhail informed him that everything could still be fixed, and that it was not that difficult to do so. Mikhail reminded him that God had chosen him to be a hero, but Mortar said that he knew his body very well, and that it was no longer capable of anything. Mikhail smiled broadly and said that thanks to the help of the deity, words simply ceased to exist. Then he touched the butler's head with his hand and asked him to sleep for a while to settle some matters. The butler had no idea what the young master was up to, but Mikhail had already cast a magic sleep spell. Mortar could not resist and fell asleep, and Mikhail noted that the butler's character had not changed at all. Seeing that the butler, Mortar, had indeed fallen into a deep sleep and was no longer resisting, Mikhail decided to move him to another location. Laying the butler on the bed, the Archmage of the 6th magic circle prepared to cleanse his body of side effects. Mikhail understood that he had not done this for a very long time, but he was confident in his ability to modify the human body. The Guardian Vetek watched the young master's actions closely and could not understand what he was up to. Unbuttoning the butler's shirt, Mikhail noticed that his body was covered with numerous scars of all kinds. Mikhail understood that the very fact that the body could resonate with mana was a blessing, because Mortar was not born that way. He remembered that before his regression, Mortar had never been able to overcome his limitations, and had simply lost his mind. Beginning treatment, Mikhail knew for sure that he had not returned to the past, so that everyone he cared about would repeat their fate. The young Archmage of the 6th magical level really wanted to give the butler back his Twilight so that he could develop again. Using divine energy and the power of mana, Mikhail began to prepare for the ceremony to return the Twilight power to the butler. After some time, the butler began to wake up and tried to understand what had happened and why he had slept for so long. Sitting up in bed, he immediately grabbed his back, which had been bothering him constantly lately. However, he began to look at his hands and analyze his condition because the pain that had been with him for so long had suddenly almost disappeared. Mortar immediately decided to test his abilities and understand why the pain that had been with him for years was no longer haunting him. Standing on his head, the butler even decided to try Australian meditation as an experiment. He couldn't understand why his body felt so light again, a feeling he had only experienced in his youth. Mortar realized that this was directly related to his ability to circulate mana, and after examining his body, he could not find his scars. He then decided to go straight to the young gentleman to find out what exactly he had done to him and his body. He decided to clarify whether all the actions had been performed only by the young gentleman, and Mikhail replied that he had done everything himself, because there was no one else there. Mikhail asked Mortar to be more careful at first because his body was not yet accustomed to such changes. After that, he gave the butler the medicine and asked him to take one a day and learn the correct training method. The butler looked at the medicine bottle in amazement and could not understand what it was. Mikhail smiled and said that he had decided to give him the fruit of the world tree as medicine. The butler was even a little frightened because he couldn't believe that he was holding the fruit of the world tree in his hands. Mortar did not understand why the young gentleman could so calmly give him such a valuable medicine since its price was very high. Mikhail calmly said that he very much hoped that the methods of the world tree would help restore the magic. To the butler's surprise, he added that if he managed to restore the magic of the 8th circle, any price would be insignificant. Mortar was sure that he simply did not have enough ability to do so, because magic circles were earned as ranks. He understood that it would be impossible to simply lose his skills because they had already been trained by his body. The butler remembered that he had undergone various training methods to develop his own potential. However, despite all the various methods of this very complex technique, he had not managed to achieve the magic of the 8th magic circle. Mikhail decided to interrupt the butler and firmly told him that he could handle everything and that he would help him along the way. He also said that he had already come up with some methods to help him and hoped that the butler would trust him. The butler, Mortar, pondered the young master's words because he was no longer young and had already traveled a long and difficult road. Then he began to recall everything that Mikhail had achieved in a very short time and realized that the results were truly impressive. Therefore, the butler decided to clarify whether Mikhail really intended to help him, and Mikhail answered in the affirmative. Mikhail had no reason to delay, so he immediately taught the butler how to circulate mana. Mikhail understood that his personal method would not suit Morton, so he taught him a method that was very suitable for him. After trying it, the butler was very surprised and did not understand how this could be possible, and Mikhail replied that it was his own invention. The butler looked at the young master and could not understand how he could have developed such an interesting method of training mana. Mikhail said that it was simply the result of knowledge accumulated by many generations of his family, but he had removed the side effects. After using the magic, Mordred decided to stretch a little to see how his body reacted. Realizing that he really didn't feel any pain, the butler understood that this was very good and became very interested. A few days later, Mikhail and Liam Pavlov were preparing to go on a trip to explore the land. Liam was enjoying himself and showing off his appearance because his armor was flawless, and as a knight, he was very proud of it. Realizing that Mikhail had no intention of sharing such positive emotions with him, he decided to ask where they were going. Mikhail was very surprised because he was sure that he had already informed Knight Liam several times about his plans in the trip. Nevertheless, he decided to remind Count Pavlov's heir that they were heading to the county of Draculian. Liam was very surprised that they were heading to the Sleepless Estate, which was surrounded by many bad rumors. Realizing that Mikhail was not joking, Liam raised his hands and began to ask the goddess Heka to bring her subject to his senses. Liam begged Heka to save him from Mikhail's reckless actions, as Mikhail was completely unconcerned about his safety. Mikhail understood Liam Pavlov's feelings well, but he still needed to go to that county at that particular time. The county of Draculian had once flourished, but then its lord began to dream of eternal life, and the church banished him. Mikhail understood that this estate was home to many monsters, but they had to go there. Liam Pavlov couldn't understand why they had to go to such a terrible and gloomy place, so he asked Michael to explain. Mikhail replied that he had two reasons, the first being that there was also a dungeon there. Liam thought about it because he understood that many artifacts and rewards could be found in the dungeon. Mikhail said that the second reason was that the seal of Draculian would soon be broken, and he had to be there. After a while, the guardian Vetek woke up and was very happy that she had managed to sleep so long and so sweetly. After that, Vetek decided to ask how much longer they had to go, and the young gentleman replied that they had almost reached their destination. Turning around, Vetek was very surprised because she saw Mortar using magic to carry Liam Pavlov's horse. The butler looked very tired and did not understand why he had agreed to fulfill this condition. Liam was tied to the horse from above and was sleeping soundly because nothing bothered or distracted him. The Guardian of Breeze had many questions about what she had seen, but looking at Mikhail's satisfied face, she guessed what had happened. Mikhail decided to tell the Guardian what had happened to them a couple of days ago during their journey. Listening to Mikhail and Liam's conversation, Mortar couldn't believe that the seal could be removed from Draculian. He even began to argue about it because he understood that the coffin in which the monster was locked could not be opened from the inside. Liam didn't understand why they couldn't just take the monster's life instead of sealing it away. Mikhail said that Draculian wasn't called the Eternal Monster for nothing, and that's why he wouldn't go there without a plan. Liam Pavlov understood that Mikhail was right, as always, and he had also heard rumors that the monster Draculian was very powerful. He understood that Mikhail did not like to take risks, so he always tried to calculate the situation in advance, taking into account all the nuances. Butler Mortar added that they were in the presence of a genius, which was why he always managed to keep the situation under complete control. Mikhail looked closely at his companions and told them that they relied on him too much. Then they asked him to tell them his plan, and to their surprise, Michael began to glow with happiness. Liam immediately felt uneasy and decided to ask the Archmage of the 6th Magic Circle what exactly had caused such a strange smile. Mikhail said that he did indeed have a plan, but that certain preconditions were necessary for its implementation. Liam said that he knew nothing about the conditions and was therefore not ready to carry out the task, so he asked to postpone the trip. Mikhail smiled even more broadly and said that the sooner they completed the task, the sooner they would be completely free. Realizing that Liam was getting ready to argue with him again, Mikhail immediately decided to cast a sleeping spell on him so that he could gather his strength before the task. He then tied the knight Liam Pavlov to a horse so that Liam would not get lost and could sleep peacefully. The butler watching the situation did not understand what the young master was up to, and Mikhail said that he would leave him like that for now. Mortar looked closely at Liam and realized that the spell was not so simple because the knight was in a state of controlled sleep. Mikhail was very surprised that even the butler couldn't easily recognize the spell he had used. The butler began to complain that in his practice he had analyzed even the most complex spells of the 8th Magic Circle. However, to his great surprise, the young gentleman decided to argue and said that the stakes would be the revelation of the spell. Mikhail said that the conditions would be simple. Instead of riding the horse, Mord would have to carry it using magic. The Archmage added that if he lost, he would carry the horse himself, and they would have 2 days to do so. 2 days later, Mortar indeed lost the bet and carried the horse using magic because he was obliged to fulfill the terms of the bet. He looked at Mikhail and could not understand how the young gentleman had managed to distort magic so much that he could not identify it. However, Mikhail was not at all surprised because the theory of mixing magic belonged to the 9th magical circle. The guardian Vetek did not understand why Mikhail had allowed the elderly steward to carry such a heavy horse. But Mikhail decided to ask her about the dungeon, but Vetek said she couldn't help him because she didn't have much information. Mikhail was very surprised because he was sure that she must have been familiar with all the guardians of the tombs. Veterok thought for a moment and said that Draculian's tomb was not the usual shape and size he would expect to see in a dungeon. She only knew that Azar's tomb had many obstacles and pre-prepared trials. However, Veterok pointed out that Mikhail was lucky because his first dungeon was fairly simple. To Michael's surprise, Breeze informed him that none of the previous dungeons were of the type where a person could expect to suffer torture in case of failure. Veterok said that each tomb had its own guardian who watched over everything there. Mikhail thought about this because before his regression, he only knew that Dracul was driven by the fear of eternal sleep. He understood that there could have been other reasons for his imprisonment, so he wanted to check everything himself. His thoughts were interrupted by the butler, Mortar, who asked for a short rest because he was very tired from carrying the horse on his shoulders. Mikhail told the butler that he could put the horse down because they had almost reached their destination. Throwing down the horse, Mortar immediately fell onto the lawn and began to rest because he realized that he had expended too much energy. Mikhail turned to the butler and told him that he should not rest but think about how they could have lasted longer. The butler, Mortar, was very surprised because he began to feel that the young gentleman was thinking and reasoning like someone much older. Mikhail was very surprised by this conclusion and did not expect to hear it from the butler, so he thought it was a kind of compliment. Butler Mortar began to laugh and said that he had not intended to give compliments, but had only said that his master was behaving like an old man. In response, the young magician of the 6th Magic Circle and sole heir to the Valfurgi family simply smiled. Morden was afraid that as punishment he would have to carry the horse again, but Michael said that he was starting the circulation of the 6th Circle. Mikhail said that this was necessary for the butler to reach the 8th Magic Circle. The guardian, Vitek, listened attentively to their discussion and understood that although Mikhail was doing the right thing, he was completely unable to lose. On the other hand, she knew that this was probably how Mikhail, as a representative of the Valfurgi family, should behave. Approaching the castle, Mikhail noticed that a very high fence had been erected around Count Draculian's estate. The Archmage understood that such a large barrier was meant to separate the place with monsters from the outside world. Michael understood that this was direct evidence that the Empire and the Church took Draculian very seriously. Liam Pavlov looked around because he found it very strange that there were no guards on the perimeter. The butler suggested that the world had already seen enough incidents, so installing security was pointless. The Archmage touched the barrier and realized that it had endured a great deal and absorbed the dark energy that he was trying to keep inside himself. Mikhail was sure that this barrier should have lasted for hundreds of years, but it was indeed crumbling. He knew that the man who had sealed this place was the best knight of the church and had spared no expense in setting up the defenses. The guardian Vetek reported that she had started to feel unwell because there was a terrible smell around her. Covering her nose with her hands, she said that something was wrong because the smell completely surrounded her and was not coming from the castle alone. Looking around, Guardian Breeze said that she had the feeling that there was a demon pen somewhere nearby. Mikhail smiled because he found the comparison to demons quite interesting and even amusing. His thoughts were interrupted by Liam Pavlov, who didn't understand how they could get inside, and also said that he had no intention of going inside at all. Mikhail confidently said that before they went inside, they really needed to do something else first. Liam Pavlov looked questioningly at the 6th level Archmage because he didn't understand what he meant. Mikhail pointed to a small village not far away and said that they should tidy themselves up first. Looking around, Liam was very surprised because he was absolutely certain that no one should be living in such a place. Mikhail remembered that before his regression, he knew this place well, and that not all of the villagers had taken part in the Great Battle. Therefore, about half of the villagers had managed to survive and continue their existence in the county. Liam Pavlov listened attentively to the stories of Mikhail and the other residents, and began to realize that he knew absolutely nothing about life in this area. On the other hand, Mikhail understood that in such circumstances, there were advantages to the monsters not entering these lands. At the same time, due to the peculiarities of these lands, the Empire did not collect tribute from them, and they still had no owner. The Archmage understood that Draculian was not a simple man, because he knew from the very beginning what would happen after the seal was placed. The butler listened carefully to the conversation and decided to ask whether the gods had given any special instructions in case Draculian was able to remove the seal. Mikhail thought for a moment and said that he had only heard that Draculian had an ally who might be a demon. Suddenly, a man approached them, greeted the travelers, and informed them that they had not had guests for a very long time. The man bowed and said that he was the head of the village of Piakulian, and that his name was Davlos. Davlos smiled and said that there was no place as cozy and pleasant as their little village anywhere nearby. Mikhail listened attentively to the village chief, then decided to dismount his horse to talk to him. Smiling, the Archmage thanked Davlos and said that they were looking for a place to stop and spend the night. Liam, who was watching Mikhail, was a little confused because he couldn't understand what Mikhail's strange smile meant. Davlos said that they had a wonderful place where guests could stay for the night and asked them to follow him. Mikhail said that they had come here to resolve the issue of Draculian, and Davlos was surprised to realize that he was a representative of the church. Mikhail said that he was indeed connected to the church but had come out of personal interest because he loved history. Davlos was very surprised but decided not to pry further and led the guests to the house where they could spend the night. Upon arriving at their lodgings, Mikhail looked closely at the butler, Mortar, and asked him what he thought of all this. The butler confidently stated that demons did indeed often use techniques to charm people. He also added that it would be much easier for demons if the fish caught themselves on the hook. Liam was deeply offended by the butler's words and asked him not to compare the great knight and candidate for the Order of the Sword to fish. Mikhail sighed deeply and told Liam that, unfortunately, the butler was not far from the truth. Liam asked for an explanation, and the Archmage said that while they were still thinking, those behind the scenes were already plotting something. The Archmage realized that the demons were connected to these villages because there were 6 other villages around Piccolione, and that was a magical number. Liam Pavlov could not understand this logic because there were 7 villages if you counted the village of Piakulion. Mikhail said that Piakulion was the central village, and in the very center of the square was a magical core. Similar cores were located in other villages, and it was more like some kind of magical scheme. Realizing what Mikhail was talking about, Liam Pavlov became very angry and found it difficult to contain his rage. Mikhail asked him to calm down because he understood that the swordsman's anger would not help them at all right now. The butler looked at the young master and decided to clarify what they were going to do in the current situation. Calming his anger, Liam Pavlov decided to listen carefully to the hero of the new era called by the church to understand their next steps. Mikhail thought for a moment and said that, to begin with, he planned to meet with a very important person. Then, at sunset, Mikhail, Liam Pavlov, and the butler Mortar set off in search of a certain special person. When they reached a certain place near a barrier, they saw a humble knight, and Mikhail said that he had found the man. The knight, seeing the uninvited guests, continued to sit calmly and look at them to understand the purpose of their visit. The butler, Mortar, warned his young master that the man before them looked very much like a demonic entity. At that moment, the knight stood up and walked toward Michael, saying that he had been waiting for him for a long time and was glad to see him. Liam Pavlov had a very bad feeling, especially after he saw the spear in his opponent's hands. The knight immediately raised his spear, filled it with his aura, and headed toward the travelers he did not want to see. With a single snap of his fingers, the butler created a magical shield that the knight could not pass through. Then Mortar thought for a moment and realized that the knight was trying to attack him in the same way as during their first encounter. It was very difficult for the knight to resist Mortar, and he began to fall to his knees and press himself against the ground. Mikhail began to see a large amount of darkness surrounding the knight and cast a magic spell to stop him. Sensing that the butler planned to continue his attacks, Michael asked him to stop as well. The knight did not understand who was standing before him, and Michael informed him that they had come only to talk. Taking out the Order of the Temple, Mikhail Valfurgius introduced himself and said that the gods themselves had recognized him as a hero of the New Age. The knight began to laugh loudly because he understood that after everything that had happened on their lands, the church had decided to help too late. Mikhail replied that there were reasons for this, and that he had never tried to run away or hide, which was why he had come to their aid. Then he asked why the knight was guarding the barrier, but the knight just kept laughing, realizing that no one and nothing could help them now. After calming down a little, the knight said that they simply could not coexist in the same world, which was why he was guarding the barrier. After that, the knight calmly used his own spear on himself to demonstrate everything to them. Liam Pavlov was confused and did not understand why the knight had suddenly decided to take his own life. However, the wound on the knight's body healed in a matter of seconds, and Liam realized that they were facing a man who could live forever. Liam knew that only demonic beings could do such a thing, so he activated his divine sword. Michael asked Liam to lower his sword, but Liam said they had to do something, because the knight was just like Draculian himself. The Archmage realized that he was very familiar with this knight, or rather with the future that awaited him. Seeing that Michael was approaching, the knight said that they could do whatever they wanted to him because they could not harm him. However, to the knight's great surprise, Michael said that he could not treat him like a monster because he wanted very much to become human. Removing his protective helmet, Michael said that he knew very well that before them stood Sepesh Draculian, son of Count Draculian. Mikhail remembered that before his regression, Sepesh was known as the Eternal King, who had completely lost his kingdom. At the same time, Sepesh was the only one who tried with all his might to stop his own father from his evil thoughts and deeds. Liam was very surprised when he realized that the only heir to Count Draculian was standing before them. Tepesh bowed his head and decided to ask what exactly they planned to do with him, since they knew everything. Mikhail informed him that he might not like their offer, but he was ready to offer him cooperation. Tepesh Draculian raised his head in surprise because no one had ever offered him cooperation before. He was even more surprised that the hero of the new era, recognized by the church, was offering to help him calm his father. At first, Tepesh began to laugh loudly, but then he thought that he had no choice anyway. Mikhail continued to look calmly and attentively at Tepesh because he understood that he also had something to say. Tepesh Draculian did indeed put forward his condition and asked his guest to go with him to a certain place. Mikhail and the other members of the team agreed to follow Tepesh, and he led them to the only passage in the barrier, which was like a crack in the rock. The Archmage admitted that he could not even imagine that there could be such a large, vulnerable crack in the magical barrier. Looking around carefully, he realized that they were in a place where the concentration of pollution was at its highest. To Mikhail's surprise, Tepesh decided to ask why he trusted Draculian's only son, who had a bad reputation so much. Mikhail looked closely at Tepesh and said that all the crimes had been committed by his father, not by him. Tepesh was surprised by Mikhail's frank answer, who said that he had come only to clean up the area. Upon reaching the main square, the Archmage began to look around because everything around him looked empty and abandoned. Liam Pavlov admitted that he had heard a lot about this place, but could not even imagine that it was so destroyed. Tepesh admitted that the father of this place had been a very good ruler, and that many people had blindly followed him. Liam Pavlov was very surprised by this statement, and decided to clarify whether he was indeed talking about Draculian. Tepesh began to reminisce and talk about how things weren't always so bad because he grew up surrounded by love and care. He also admitted that his father's love became especially noticeable after his mother passed away following a serious illness. It was very bitter and painful for Tepesh to remember all this, and he said that they had already arrived at the place he wanted to show them. Tepesh Draculian sighed and admitted that everything had changed dramatically after his father suddenly discovered a dungeon on his property. Mikhail realized that his father had indeed been unsuccessfully planning to find treasure in the dungeon on his property. Tepesh fully confirmed the Archmage's guesses, but said that at that time, other problems had also begun to arise. He explained that after the dungeon, his father had begun to lose his mind and would not let anyone in, not even his own son. Liam Pavlov listened attentively to Tepesh because there was also a dungeon on his estate. The entire team stopped because upon approaching the dungeon, they were mesmerized by its appearance, as everything around them suddenly became bright and colorful. Mikhail realized that they had indeed approached the dungeon, and then the pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place in his head, and he understood almost everything. Recalling everything that had happened before the regression, the Archmage began to guess why they had been unable to enter this dungeon before their return. Mikhail decided to check with the Guardian, Vetek again, but she said she couldn't tell him much. Veterok was very surprised because Mikhail had said that the Keeper of the Crypt had a kind nature but had chosen the wrong path. The Guardian Vetek understood that Mikhail was completely right, but she had no right to answer him. Liam Pavlov looked closely at Mikhail and couldn't even imagine what he was planning to do in this situation. Mikhail simply stretched out his hand toward the dungeon and said that he planned to analyze what was happening inside. A thick, magical light began to illuminate everyone around, completely covering the entire area. Suddenly, Mikhail opened his eyes and, looking around, realized that he had been transported back in time, which was very strange and suspicious. Mikhail sat down to calmly assess the situation and understand when he had fallen asleep and how much time had passed since then. When he saw the source of the pollution, he was very surprised that the sky around him was clear and bright, and that the pollution was simply gone. The Archmage looked at the sky and couldn't believe that they had really managed to do everything and bring the matter to a conclusion. Turning around, he saw all the members of his team behind him, alive and joyful. The saint smiled and told Michael that they had indeed succeeded and defeated all the demons and even the devil. She also added that without Michael's miraculous help, she would never have been able to save her own sister. Michael began to taste sweetness in his mouth and realized that everything around him was just a sweet illusion that he wanted to see. The saint realized that the Archmage had abruptly stood up and was planning to go somewhere, but she did not want to let him go. Mikhail looked into the distance and calmly said that he needed to find or come up with a way to return. Turning around, the Archmage took on his true form for a few seconds to explain his intentions. The saint smiled and said that she understood everything because he had really tried very hard. Mikhail said that he had done enough, and if the Guardian had calmed down, he was ready to talk to her. The Guardian looked intently at the Archmage from above and asked him to enjoy himself a little longer. Michael replied that he had had enough because it was too painful and the Guardian should understand that herself. Nephthys took on her true form and said that she was the guardian of this dungeon and its treasures. Michael noticed that Vetrika was missing, and Nephthys said that Asari did not want the child to see his dreams. The Archmage looked closely at Nephthys as she approached him and asked her if she knew why he had come to her. Nephthys understood that Michael, like everyone else, had come for the treasures and artifacts, but she was surprised when he asked her about Draculian. Then Mikhail began to guess that Draculian had also seen the sweet dream, like everyone else who dared to enter the dungeon. He also told Nephthys that after her sweet dreams, Draculian had become absolutely evil and had even taken the lives of many people. Nephthys said that she was really sorry that everything had happened that way, because she had only shown them what they wanted to see. Michael understood that Nephthys had crossed the line, so there was nothing left in the crypt. It was completely empty and contained no artifacts. Nephthys bowed her head and confessed that not only had everything been taken from her, but she herself had acted in a way that a guardian should not have. Mikhail immediately realized that it was Draculian who had received the artifact, which could not possibly belong to him. At the same time, Draculian could not have obtained the artifact without the help of the guardian Nephthys herself, which meant that she had broken the rules. Nephthys admitted that her guest was indeed very wise and that she could not even imagine that he would figure everything out so quickly. Mikhail explained that the uniqueness of the artifact was not considered a secret, but he did not feel its energy inside the dungeon. Then the hero of the new era decided to tell Nephthys everything that had happened in reality, which was entirely her fault. He then told her that Draculian, having obtained the artifact, had killed a large number of completely innocent people. Nephthys was very ashamed of her wrong and unworthy behavior, so she asked for forgiveness. Michael began to understand that Draculian had attacked the tomb many times, and it had become an illusion for him that everything was fine. Michael realized that Draculian did not want eternal life. He only wanted to make the illusion a reality. Nephthys understood that she should be punished, but Michael told her that he had no reason to punish her for her actions. Michael understood that he had been able to defeat Draculian in the dungeon, which meant that, according to the rules, he was entitled to receive a reward. Nephthys understood that the hero of the new era was completely right, and Michael said that he wanted the dungeon itself as his reward. Suddenly opening his eyes again, Mikhail looked around and realized that he was back in reality and not in the dungeon. Liam had been standing over Mikhail the whole time, trying to bring him to his senses by any means necessary, so that he would understand what had happened. Mikhail said that he was fine and told Sepesh that they still had a chance to fix everything. The guardian, Vetek, began to worry because she couldn't see the artifact and didn't understand what had happened inside the dungeon. Mikhail sadly reported that the artifact was not there, so he had to take something else as a reward. Butler Mortar was very surprised and asked the young master not to keep them in suspense and to tell them everything as soon as possible. Then Mikhail smiled and said that from now on, this colored dungeon belonged entirely to him. Thinking about it, the butler said that this could be useful because the young master had effectively seized part of Draculian's lands. Sepesh Draculian decided to turn to the young archmage Mikhail to resolve the current situation and make decisions. He asked Michael to tell him exactly what had happened inside the dungeon and whether he had managed to obtain any information. After thinking for a moment, Michael reported that his father had most likely been imprisoned in the dungeon for a long time. Then, from Michael's words, Draculian's son understood that his father simply wanted to live in the past, where his beloved was alive. Mikhail understood that what his father had done was understandable, but it could not be justified in any way. Sepesh understood that he had to punish his father for his actions himself, but Mikhail stopped him and said that he had a request. Mikhail said that he would very much like to ask Sepesh to be Draculian's senior for a while for the sake of one event. Sepesh Draculian was very surprised by this strange request, but it intrigued him because he trusted Michael. Meanwhile, the elder of all the villages in the district sat on his throne and waited for news about what was happening around him. At that moment, Davlos arrived to report that strangers had arrived in their village. The elder, wearing a mask over his eyes, listened attentively and was dissatisfied that the guest did not inspire confidence at first glance. Davlos reported that one of the travelers looked as if he had just left the church after receiving a full blessing. The village chief said that the young gentleman was interested in Draculian, which meant that the problems had already spread beyond their territory. The elder thought for a moment and asked his subordinate not to worry because he was sure that it would not be a big problem. He asked the village chief to calm all the villagers and remind them that they had always protected them and wished them no harm. The demonic entity inside the elder's body understood that there were twin brothers in the church, which meant that everything had to be under control. Suddenly, the elder's thoughts were interrupted by an informant who reported that something very terrible and dangerous had happened. The elder was very unhappy that the informant had come to his chambers so quickly and without invitation. However, he was very surprised by the news that Draculian had returned and was ready to take the lives of peaceful residents once again. The people in the villages were very frightened because, in the evening, closer to nightfall, they saw a knight who looked just like Count Draculian. Sepesh agreed to fulfill Michael's request and went through all the villages so that all the inhabitants would believe that his father had indeed returned. As soon as the peaceful villagers saw him, they immediately began to panic and run in different directions out of fear. They called on the knights to defend them, but the knights themselves were also very afraid, even though they tried to protect the villagers. To be more convincing, Kapesh used his magic spear to demonstrate the seriousness of his intentions. He had no desire to harm ordinary people, so he only destroyed walls, but the people, impressed, fled in fear. Afterwards, Caper, trying to imitate his father's voice, announced that Count Draculian had finally returned. The knights of the villages were overcome with fear from what they had seen and heard, and they realized that they would not be able to offer any resistance. After everything was done, Kipesh returned to report the information to Michael, who thanked him for his help. Michael was truly grateful to Kipesh for his assistance because this performance was part of his ingenious plan. Taking off his helmet, Kipesh Draculian reported that he had completed his task and frightened all the inhabitants, but he was not sure that the effect would last long. Michael spread his arms and asked Kipesh not to worry about anything else because the most important thing for him was to create fear. Sepesh could not understand Michael's plan, especially the part about reviving Count Draculian and intimidating the peaceful inhabitants. Mikhail explained that he needed to convince the residents that the land was unsafe, and then the monster would appear on its own. The next day, rumors spread everywhere, and Davlos said that he wanted to resign as head of the village. All the residents discussed only Dracolian, and everyone talked about what they had seen and heard, and everyone became even more frightened. Mikhail, Liam Pavlov, and the butler Mortar watched closely from the sidelines to see who was in charge. From the content of the conversation, they immediately concluded that the village chief was no longer able to keep the situation under complete control. Suddenly, the debate between the village chief and one of the residents was interrupted because their most important person approached them. The elder greeted all the citizens and asked them to gather in the square for an important announcement. Mikhail, who was watching from the sidelines, was very surprised to see the elder because he had never heard of him before. The elder smiled and asked the residents to remain calm and not to worry because yesterday they had seen a fake Dracolian. The residents tried to argue with him because they were sure that they had seen Count Dracolian because he looked the same. The elder touched the ground and thought that the people were lying and that something had poisoned their minds. After touching the ground, the elder said that if Dracolian had really come to them, they would no longer be talking. The people really thought about it and began to doubt that they had seen the real Count Dracolian. Mikhail, whom the church had recognized as a hero of the new era, was surprised by the elder's statements and realized that something was wrong here. All the residents listened attentively to the elder and understood that they really had to unite against evil. Mikhail watched the elder closely to recognize his aura because he understood that something was wrong. Upon closer analysis, he realized that the elder was using mental control to subjugate the will of the residents. Mental control was a complex magical spell that turned people into mere puppets in the hands of a puppeteer. Mikhail was practically in a state of rage because he understood that this type of magic was very wrong and dangerous. The butler, Mortar, noticed that the young gentleman had stood up, which meant he was planning to start right away. The elder was very surprised because a young man had unexpectedly stepped into the center of the square and dared to interrupt him. Mikhail joyfully greeted the elder and informed him that he had already learned his lesson completely. The elder was very surprised by such remarks from a stranger who had arrived in their land uninvited. Mikhail calmly informed him that he was indeed the stranger who had come to their land on business. The elder was very strict and said that the stranger had no right to interfere in the affairs of the territory entrusted to him. The village chief, Davlos, listened carefully to the guest and the elder in order to understand whose side he should be on. The villagers were also under complete mental control and did not understand what they should do now. Demonstrating his magical attributes, Michael said that he had every right because he was a hero of the new age from the temple. Mikhail knew very well that mental control was very difficult to overcome because every second counted. He remembered that before his regression he had had many problems with this, but now he knew the solution in the form of the divine fist. After that, Mikhail began attacking the elder to weaken the effect of mental control. The villagers began to worry greatly and did not understand why the imposter dared to attack their beloved elder. Mikhail continued to smile as he attacked the elder and shouted that the demon must release the old man immediately. However, the elder knew that once someone fell under mental control, they could no longer resist their puppeteer. Mikhail understood that the elder was possessed by a very powerful demon who had no intention of letting him out of his clutches. The elder asked to calm his opponent and inform him that he did not understand what the hero of the new age was talking about. The people began to worry even more and asked for the elder to be released, but Mikhail said that nothing would happen to him. The elder shouted that he was not guilty of anything, but Mikhail had no intention of listening to him and said that he should repent. Mikhail looked at the villagers and told them that he had come with very bad news. Count Dracolian would be returning very soon. The villagers were puzzled and did not want to believe that a demonic entity had taken possession of their revered elder. However, after thinking about it for a while, they realized that they should trust the hero of the new era who had received the blessing of the gods. Mikhail was very happy that he had gained the trust of the villagers, so he asked them all to return to the village together. After some time, the elder began to regain consciousness and looked around to understand what had happened. He couldn't understand why he was tied up and even tied to a pole on the outskirts of the village. When he saw Michael, he couldn't understand why all the villagers had followed a stranger instead of their elder. The demon did not understand why they had spared his life, and Michael told him that he knew who had completely clouded Dracolian's mind so long ago. Mikhail knew that this had most likely happened when the Count lost his beloved wife and was in a state of complete despair. The elder was frightened, but Michael continued to say that the demon could not enter the tomb, while the elder had easy access. He even shouted that the hero of the new age knew nothing, and that Dracolian had always been so evil. Mikhail was very sad that the demonic entity did not want to take advantage of its only chance for salvation. Smiling, he said that the demon could still change a lot, or he would have to attack him again. Mikhail said that the demon was the only key to Dracolian's freedom and had to fulfill his duty to him. The demonic entity in the elder's body believed that all of this was completely impossible and did not understand what exactly needed to be done. Mikhail was sure that the only way was to subdue the elder's mind and the demon inside him. Using his magical and divine power, Michael set to work because he really wanted to change the situation. The demonic entity in the elder's body tried to resist the archmage but was unable to do so. Michael continued to use magic spells to completely cleanse the mind and subjugate it to himself. He remembered well that before his regression, the power of humans was much less and weaker than the power of the demons who had come to this world. Only his Argo expedition led by Siegfried could achieve results, but at too high a price. Mikhail clearly remembered how he had stayed up all night trying to come up with some kind of solution to equalize their strength with that of the demons. It was at that time that he discovered a way to take control of a demon's mind and purify it of its demonic power. Mikhail managed to gain knowledge and methods, and then he saw that the magic used on Draculion was very similar to reverse magic. Analyzing the spell, he realized that Meryl had really tried hard and managed to create a very nasty spell. The Guardian Breeze watched the Archmage's actions closely and could not understand where he had acquired so much magical knowledge. Mikhail remembered that before his regression, Ariandel had to give up half of his life to get answers to such questions. However, now he knew the essence of the spell from the start, and understood that the Sister of Mercy would not have to give up her years for knowledge. Mikhail understood that he had completely finished, after which he used his divine power and completely dissolved the demon's essence. Liam Pavlov, Mordred's butler, and Sepesh watched attentively, and even curiously, trying to understand what was happening. Mikhail looked very tired because he had to expend a great deal of his strength and mana. He said that now the most important and significant part remained, but it was only a matter of time. Sepesh was very surprised when Mikhail told him that now his father, Draculion, could remove the seal himself. He considered this impossible because he remembered well that his father had been sealed by the powers of the Great Holy Knight. Mikhail asked him to trust him and said that it was probably all part of Draculion's plan. He also said that Draculion had most likely sealed himself in order to gather the necessary strength. The Archmage believed that everything was in order because the four of them could definitely handle even such a task. However, he decided to give Sepesh a choice and told him that if it was too difficult, he could refuse to carry out the task. Sepesh bowed his head and after thinking for a moment, said that everything was fine because he himself wanted to deal with it all. Mikhail was really surprised that Sepesh agreed to take on such a difficult task without hesitation. However, Sepesh was very serious and explained that this was primarily a family matter for him. Mikhail did not plan to argue with him because he understood everything well, and they all set off for Draculion Castle. Looking at the castle, Sepesh admitted that he really hadn't been here in a very long time, and many memories immediately came flooding back. He remembered how his father had made him immortal and how he had said many things that were too painful and unpleasant to hear. Sepesh confessed to Michael that the funniest thing was that his father always said he didn't wish him any harm. Mikhail understood that there was a serious struggle going on inside Sepesh, so he decided to find out if he could really handle it. Sepesh gathered all his willpower and said that if he couldn't do it and free his father from his illusions, he would always regret it. He understood that in any situation it was better to help his parents than to harbor pain and resentment inside for many years. Upon entering, everyone was a little surprised because the place looked much better than they had imagined. The butler began to worry about the young master's condition and asked him if he was sure he could handle it. Mikhail understood that Draculion had no intention of abandoning his sweet illusions, but the time had come. Sepesh was a little surprised when Michael began to use his divine staff and say that they would have to destroy the castle a little. However, he truly wanted only the best for his father, so he did not want to argue with Michael and gave him his consent. Mikhail prepared to use his magical powers to break the idol surrounding Draculion's coffin. However, the coffin immediately began to move, and Draculion began to shout that no one dared to enter his chambers and wake him. Michael was very pleased that the master of the palace had decided to show himself, and had not kept them waiting long. The Archmage was eager to see Count Draculion to understand how deeply he had accepted the illusions as reality. Waking up from a long sleep, Draculion was very saddened that he had been prevented from enjoying his long, illusory dream. After that, he decided to look around to see who had entered his chambers without permission or invitation. Among the guests, he did not expect to see his only son, Sepesh Draculion. Draculion asked his son to come to him because he should not be among his enemies, as the estate was a place of remembrance for his mother. To Count Draculion's great surprise, Sepesh said that it was all too long ago and no longer made any sense. However, Count Draculion said that he had found a way to fix everything and bring their mother back to live as before. Mikhail told the Count that all his actions would now be meaningless because he had already taken the demon's life. The Archmage said that his plans were now doomed to fail, so he advised him to prepare for purification. Count Draculion was furious because he could not understand why his new reality could not be, and how he could now go on living. Sepesh was very angry with his father because he understood that his father did not want to admit his own mistakes and the current situation. In a fit of rage, he raised his spear against his own father. Sepesh wanted very much to free him from his demonic chains. Suddenly, Sepesh found himself at his mother's bedside. She was seriously ill and begged him to reconsider and not jump to conclusions. Sepesh felt very ill and found it difficult to control his emotions because he truly loved his mother very much. Michael saw Sepesh's reaction and decided to support him because he understood that what he had seen had made it very difficult for him. Sepesh immediately returned to reality after Mikhail touched him, but the Archmage said that everything was fine. Mikhail understood that he would have to resolve all issues on his own and solve the problem with Count Draculion. Sepesh looked closely at Michael because he understood that he was right about everything and that it was really not easy for him. He admitted that it was really difficult for him to stand up to his own father, even though he was wrong in his actions. Mikhail smiled and said that he understood everything because, despite everything, Draculion was still his father. The Archmage added that Sepesh had managed to raise his spear against his own father, knowing that he would have to bear the burden of being a traitor. Mikhail said that he understood everything and believed that he really didn't have to do it, and that he was ready to decide everything himself. Sepesh was very surprised by Michael's wisdom and insight, as he had planned to cast and use the purification spell. Activating his power in magical circles, Mikhail said that it was just a natural process, which is why heroes from the temple existed. Count Draculian was furious and did not understand why a stranger and a magician had decided to deprive him of the most important thing in his life. Creating soldiers from demonic power, Draculian said that he would not allow his son to follow the hero of the new age. Michael used a multi-shot attack to activate the divine pillars and block the enemy's attack. However, Michael was very surprised to see that Draculian had no intention of surrendering and was preparing to use a new attack with the power of darkness. Meanwhile, Count Draculian activated his demonic powers and began to create a magical dark spear. After crafting it, he immediately aimed it at the Archmage in order to win the confrontation. Mikhail was confused because he was not ready for such a quick reaction from his opponent and his sudden attack. Liam Pavlov, analyzing the situation, immediately came to his friend's defense and blocked the enemy's attack with his sword. The swordsman had to exert great effort to block the enemy's attack, and he realized that his strength might not be enough. Liam Pavlov did not understand where the Count got so much strength, and he began to worry that Draculian could take over all the power. The Pavlov heir understood that Draculian was comparable to Master Set, but he was not ready to give up so easily. The butler watched and asked the young master what he planned to do next, and the Archmage said that they must win. Meanwhile, Count Draculian's soldiers were already ready to attack and were heading toward their enemies. The butler, Mortar, decided to help and cast a firewall spell to counter the multi-pronged attack. Liam Pavlov was ready for the attack and understood that they simply had to buy enough time to prepare Michael for the attack. Assessing the situation, Kepesh Draculian announced that he was ready to help and asked to be allowed to assist. Tepesh looked closely at his father and understood that he really wanted to help him and calm his soul. The Archmage remembered that before his regression, the Count had been ready to surrender when he realized the consequences of his actions. He asked the Elder for forgiveness because he wanted so much to restore everything and be reunited with his beloved wife. Count Draculian really hoped that everything could still be fixed and that the illusion could become real. It was then that the Elder informed him that they would have to bring many gifts in order to restore his wife's life. Tepesh was very attached to his father, so he trusted him completely and was ready to follow his decisions. He refused to believe that his mother was no longer alive and that he would never be able to see her again or feel her warmth and love. It was then that Draculian made a very difficult choice because he refused to be human and agreed to become a monster for the sake of his wife. The guardian Nephis decided to break the rules because she felt very sorry for the Count and really wanted to help him. Count Draculian trusted her because she promised that all people would come back to life, and he decided to do it for his son. That is why Count Draculian could not understand why, after all his hard work and effort, his son decided to go against him. He couldn't understand why Tepesh didn't want to bring his mother back and live in the reality he had worked so hard to create every day. Tepesh was furious and tried to explain to his father that it was all a deception and that he had simply been used by a demon to achieve his own ends. Draculian listened to his son's conclusions but couldn't accept the fact that he was really a puppet in the hands of a puppeteer. He refused to accept that all his suffering and efforts had been completely in vain and that he had simply been deceived. Then Draculian remembered that the Elder had warned him that he might begin to be haunted by illusions. Therefore, the Count decided that Tepes was not real and was simply trying to deceive him because that was characteristic of illusions. Draculian reactivated his powers and began to attack, believing that he was only facing a phantom of his son and considering it a test of faith. However, using divine power, Michael appeared before him and asked him to stop all these evil deeds. Michael himself and everything around him were bathed in a white light that filled the estate. Count Draculian was very surprised because he began to understand that before him stood a white mage who was on the side of justice. Michael gathered some strength and cast the spell of righteous light to prove that they were real and not phantoms. Count Draculian did not understand what was happening, but he did not want to give up so easily as he had spent many years trying to bring his wife back. He was ready to defend his territory by any means necessary to prevent them from taking away what he had worked so hard to achieve. Mikhail knew that he had to hold out for exactly 3 minutes for the spell to wear off. He knew that in 3 minutes he would be able to cast the reverse spell of eternal life that he had found in the demon's mind. That was why Mikhail asked the Guardian Vetrika to help as much as she could. The Guardian Vatek very much wanted to help the young lord in his righteous cause, so she activated the storm set for protection. Draculian couldn't believe he was feeling a divine, powerful force that he simply couldn't resist. Michael said that he had also worked very hard, so it wasn't just Draculian who had gained great power. The Count began to laugh, saying that he had the whole world on his side while they were just ordinary people. However, to his great surprise, Michael replied that he had only 1 minute left, and Draculian asked him to explain such bold statements. Mikhail, who was a hero of the new era recognized by the church, said that there was only 1 minute left and nothing more. Count Draculian was furious and began to actively use all possible types of demonic attacks because he wanted to win. Mortar, Chepesh, and Liam stood together to defend Michael and actively blocked the enemy's attacks to protect the Archmage. Liam did not understand how long they had to hold out, and Michael said exactly 30 seconds. Count Draculian did not understand what his opponents were planning as they counted down and reached 20 seconds. He prepared to launch a new attack, but Michael calmly announced that there were only 10 seconds left and continued counting. Tepesh realized that they only had a little longer to hold out, so he helped his new comrades. 10 seconds later, Mikhail began to cast a spell to reverse eternal life and free the Count. After casting the spell, Mikhail directed it at Count Draculian, because he understood that this was the only way out of the situation. Under the spell, Draculian did not understand what was happening or why his body was beginning to age and feel pain. Mikhail had used up too much of his resources, but he could see that his spell was working as planned. Count Draculian could not understand what was happening and could not believe that he was beginning to completely dissolve. Michael continued to recite the spell and expend his strength and mana to bring the task to completion. Draculian did not understand how his body could become human again, because it required too much strength and mana. Michael replied that it was indeed not a simple spell and required a great deal of magical preparation. However, instead of the artifact, he was able to gain control over the dungeon itself, which gave him a lot of power. Count Draculian did not understand how this could be possible since the artifact itself belonged to him and was at his disposal. Mikhail explained that the artifact would not act against the will of the tomb's owner, and that power based on sympathy could not exist. Looking at Draculian's disappearing body, the hero of the new era, recognized by the church and the gods, said that he could ask Asari. Draculian was confused because he had spent too many years and too much energy to achieve his goal. Falling to the floor, he began to laugh nervously because he began to understand that all his actions had been completely meaningless and futile. Draculian was very upset that he had trusted the Elder, who no longer helped him create a new reality. Sepesh decided to support his father, who was beginning to realize that he had indeed done too many bad things. Sepesh asked his father not to even try to escape because now this was his chance to be saved from everything he had done. Count Draculian confessed that he had only one goal. He wanted to turn back time and restore his family. Sepesh did not understand what had blinded his father so much that he decided to commit such a terrible evil with his own hands. Meanwhile, a heavy rain began to fall outside, which helped hide Kapesh's tears. Sepesh told his father that if all his actions had really been for his sake, he would have at least talked to him. The guardian Vitechka, who was watching them, understood that their conversation was very frank and quite unpleasant. Mikhail knew that Sepesh Draculian had been ignored for too long, and that all his feelings were hidden inside him. He knew that Count Draculian had been a very good and caring father while his beloved wife was alive. Tsitsipesh confessed that he did not like his gift of eternal life because it had caused him to go through a lot of pain and suffering. Draculian said that there was nothing good left in this life, which is why he wanted his wife back. However, to his surprise, his son announced that he would continue to live, overcoming all the pain and suffering because he had accepted everything that had happened to his mother. Draculian pondered his son's words because he realized that he had never been able to accept his wife's departure. Opposite him hung a family portrait depicting their happy family when they were all together. Count Draculian began to laugh loudly because he realized that his family could not be gone, and besides, he already knew what to do. Then he turned to Michael, who was watching the Count's actions closely. To his great surprise, Draculian took the artifact out of the body and said that the mage could take it because he no longer needed it. Taking the artifact of eternal life, Michael realized that Draculian was planning to leave and decided to ask why he had made such a decision. Draculian said that he had to do this a long time ago in order to see his wife, but first he was ready to answer for all his deeds. Then he stroked his only son and asked him for forgiveness for all the pain he had caused him under the guise of love. Sepesh forgave his father and let him go, hoping that now his soul would truly rest and he would find peace. Mikhail just watched CXF humbly because he understood that he needed time to process everything and accept the situation. After that, he went to the dungeon to tell the guardian Nephthys everything. He understood that if the guardian had done her duty and not broken the instructions, none of this would have happened. Nephthys bowed her head because she understood that Michael had not returned to scold her, but to return the artifact of Draculian. Michael asked the guardian how to properly engrave the sacred object so that it could belong to him. Nephthys said she would do everything herself because he had passed her tests and proven himself worthy of possessing the sacred object. Mikhail began to feel his body covered in yellow flowers and warmth spread inside him as his strength returned. Then he saw a new mark on his hand and realized that the sacred artifact was now always with him. Nephthys asked why he was already leaving, but Michael replied that he saw no point in staying there any longer. He turned around, looked at the guardian, and decided to ask her what she thought about everything that had happened. Nephthys replied that she was to blame for everything because she thought that with her gift, Draculian would be able to create something good. Mikhail replied that she should have thought twice before giving a divine artifact to a human being. Nephthys admitted that she had thought about it for a long time and was surprised that the Archmage had no plans to close the crypt. Michael said that he might return to this place himself, so he asked Nephthys to continue watching over the dungeon. A few days later, Michael finished cleansing the minds of the villagers from the effects of mental control. The village chief Davlos was the last person Mikhail completely cleansed of evil and demonic influence. He wanted to thank the hero of the new age for coming to them and saving them from the monsters, but Mikhail said he didn't need it. Mikhail was very surprised when Davlos said that he was not the head of the village because he was only a puppet in the hands of the elder. Therefore, he informed him that governing the village was Davlos's responsibility and that he was not prepared to downplay his importance to the village. Davlos replied that things couldn't go on like this because someone had to lead them forward. He understood that Mikhail could be a good ruler, but the villagers had suffered at his hands. Mikhail understood that Davlos was thinking in the right direction because the villagers might simply not accept him. However, the Archmage also knew that monsters could soon return to these completely defenseless lands. He explained to Davlos that the power of magic could not be infinite and would eventually cease to have any effect. Davlos hoped that there were ways to fix everything, and Mikhail said that he would take full responsibility. Mikhail was very surprised when the village chief suddenly decided to ask why the hero of the new era was helping them so much. The villagers also began to gather around Mikhail to hear his answers and make their own decisions. Mikhail smiled and replied that a hero of the new age did not need reasons to start helping others. After that, the Archmage began to walk around the area and cast the purification spell so that the land could be cleansed. He understood that while the spell was in effect, the land would slowly be cleansed of demonic energy and freed. The Guardian Breeze understood that it would take about a year for the land to be cleansed, but Michael could not settle here and monitor the process. Michael Valfergius reminded her that, among other things, he was the heir to some family, which gave him money and power. Veterok was a little surprised and did not understand what the young gentleman was talking about, who believed that everything would become clear as the situation unfolded. The conversation between Vetek and Mikhail was interrupted by Liam Pavlov, who was heading toward the Archmage. Mikhail looked closely at Liam Pavlov, who had apparently been running after them, and asked what had happened. After catching his breath, Liam Pavlov reported that a very important guest had arrived without notice. Mikhail began to laugh loudly and said that he was even curious to know who the guest was. Liam couldn't understand what had made Mikhail laugh so much, so the young gentleman asked him to simply turn around. When he turned around, Liam couldn't understand how the head of the Rindle family had managed to outrun him, since he was already running as fast as he could. Count Rindle smiled and said that he had been with him from the beginning, and asked Liam to remember that he was no longer a little boy. After that, Mikhail and Rindel went to a tavern to drink tea and discuss current affairs. Mikhail decided to find out what had brought the Duke to such a remote place, which had taken him so long to reach. The Duke replied that he had arrived on the Emperor's orders and that a representative of the Viscounts was originally supposed to go, but everything had not gone according to plan. Mikhail did not understand why the situation had changed so much, and what was so special about his official recognition as a saint by all. Mikhail was very surprised when the Duke asked him to say what he would like to receive as a reward. The Duke explained that it was the Emperor's will, as a reward was due for delivering someone from potential evil. He also said that if the recognized hero refused the reward, it would greatly upset the Emperor. Mikhail understood that they were all just pawns in a big game that was being played out around them. Duke Rindle was very surprised when Michael decided to ask him directly how he felt about the new hero of the new era. He said that he considered Michael to be a new rising hero with great potential and talent. Mikhail remembered that even before his decline, the Emperor had been very serious and knew how to distinguish real talent from mere natural ability. The Duke said he was ready to hear everything, and Mikhail said he would not delay and was ready to announce his conditions for the reward right away. However, Rindle was very surprised and confused when Mikhail said that he would like to declare the lands of Dracolian sacred. Mikhail explained that he needed these lands, so he would like to request autonomy for the entire district. Duke Rindle covered his eyes with his hands because he was horrified by such decisions, and asked if Mikhail understood what he was asking for. Mikhail replied that he understood everything very well, and would not have asked if these were ordinary lands. Therefore, he decided to ask a counter question and clarify how many soldiers would be needed to guard these lands. After thinking for a moment, Duke Rindle said that one baron's soldiers would probably be enough. Mikhail sighed deeply and said that, unfortunately, things were not as simple as he would have liked. Rindle was very surprised when the young gentleman said that even with good training, at least the duchy's soldiers would be needed. Mikhail explained that demons existed and attacked regardless of whether they were considered demons or not. He explained that demons were very different from humans, not only in their thinking, but also in the ways they affected people. The Archmage understood that demons were the embodiment of pure and true evil, which all humans greatly underestimated. Duke Rindle understood that the young lord was absolutely right, but he could not grasp the connection with the autonomy of the lands. Michael explained that he wanted to establish a training center for demon hunters in these lands. The Duke thought about Michael's answer because he understood that his proposal was interesting. This way, the Empire could gain protection from demons by granting autonomy to these lands. But Michael knew that the decision would be up to the Emperor. Michael was also confident that the Emperor would accept his proposal without hesitation and sign the decree. Meanwhile, Sepesh Dracolian came to visit his family crypt, where the souls of his father and mother rested. He prayed that his father would truly be able to purify his soul and meet his beloved as he had wished. Suddenly, he felt the energy of the magician and realized that Michael had come to talk to him. Mikhail was worried about Chepesh's condition because he understood what he had been through and asked if he was feeling better. Tepesh replied that he was indeed feeling better, but there were still some things he needed to take care of. He understood that he could become a normal person again, but he no longer wanted to do so he was contemplating his fate. Then Mikhail suggested that he become a demon hunter, and Tepesh realized that this could indeed be his path in life. The Archmage was even a little surprised because he had never considered revenge in a positive light. Mikhail understood that this must be important to Tepesh, so he told him that he was ready to support him in his choice. He then told Tepesh his plan to make these lands a home for hunters who would prepare for the arrival of demons. Mikhail also informed him that this plan was already being discussed with the Emperor himself. Sepesh Dracolian was very surprised that Michael had entrusted him with the leadership of the demon hunters. He reminded the hero of the new era that he was the son of the one who had brought chaos and destruction to all these lands. Michael replied that none of that mattered because he had based his conclusions solely on his own observations. The Archmage of the 6th magical level said that Sepesh's courage and bravery in the crypt proved his loyalty and value. Sepesh Dracolian was very surprised to hear such words from a hero of the new age, who had been recognized by the church and the gods. Michael asked Chapesh not to be discouraged because he believed that he was truly much more righteous than anyone else. After listening to the Archmage and analyzing everything, Chapesh knelt on one knee and said that he was completely ready to carry out his will. Michael remembered that before his regression, Chapesh had been the leader of the hunters, but not for long, and now everything had to be completely different. He was sure that now Chapesh undoubtedly had to prove his worth, so he blessed him. Meanwhile, Emperor Tezos Rif Alexandros sat on his throne and thought about everything that was happening in the territories entrusted to him. He understood that from the beginning, the hero of the new era and Michael Valfurgius should have been separated once and for all. However, they had merged together, and Emperor Alexandros himself had played no part in this. He also really disliked the fact that he had virtually no way of predicting what the hero of the new era, Mikhail, was planning to do. Continuing to look at the figures arranged in a chaotic order on the chessboard, Alexander decided to ask his interlocutor for his opinion. The head of the Valfurgi family, a magician of the Ninth Magic Circle, knelt before the emperor and listened attentively. Bowing his head, Edward stated that this problem was now completely beyond the emperor's control. The emperor was surprised that the father spoke so strangely about his own son, and Edward reminded him that Michael had always been his own man. Sighing, the Marquis said that children often behaved this way, and that the emperor should understand this. Edward added that it did not matter who became the hero of the new era, but what was important was the fact that the old world was changing during the hero's rise. The emperor looked at the Marquis and understood that the power and influence of the great demon in the capital was growing stronger. The Marquis replied that he could not control his own son's actions because he himself sometimes did not understand his steps and directions. Emperor Alexandros said that the most important thing for them was not to let anyone else gain control over the hero of the new era. He also said that he had granted Mikhail autonomy as he had requested, but reminded him that the role of a father was very important for the hero. Edward Valfurgius understood that he was now indebted to Emperor Alexander, so he was ready to listen to him. To some extent, the emperor had fully accepted the situation, and it even amused him because there had not been a hero magician in history for a very long time. Meanwhile, Chapesh had already changed into his regular clothes and was standing in the central square. He looked up at the sky and thought that if his father could meet his wife, then he too would surely be able to find them later. However, his thoughts were interrupted by the familiar voice of Michael, who informed him that he knew exactly where to find him. Mikhail showed the scroll and announced that the emperor had given his consent, and that from that day forward, all these lands belonged to him. After thinking for a moment, the hero of the new era said that he would name these lands a wholly autonomous territory to make it sound proud. He then informed Chapesh that he planned to continue with his plan and build a house for hunters here. Then, handing Chapesh a certain item, he said that he still wanted him to lead the hunting party. Mikhail created a special pendant that would conceal Chapesh's identity because he wanted him to become a leader and ruler. He also said that he did not plan to claim his personal rights to these lands because he wanted to transfer them to Tepesh's control. Mikhail admitted that he would very much like all these lands to become a real home for demon hunters. He said that for the hunters' comfort, he would stay in the area for a while to organize things. It was at this time that he asked Chapesh to search for the demon hunters who had been hiding all this time. Mikhail understood that Chapesh would not refuse him and would become a truly worthy leader and ruler. Liam Pavlov was horrified when he learned from the young lord that they would have to remain in these lands for several more months. Mikhail explained that he needed time to finish some of his business, which is why they had to stay. To the surprise of Mikhail and the butler Mortar, Mikhail said that this would be an excellent time for their personal training. The young archmage and hero of the new era said that they needed to process the experiences they had gained during their journey. Liam was at a loss for words because he did not want to be in such a strange place for so long. Mikhail looked at him and noted that Pavlov's strength had increased several times compared to when they first met. However, Mikhail looked at Liam and understood that he probably felt that this was not enough. Therefore, he did not want to ask him to be patient because he understood that he could actually become much stronger. Then Liam Pavlov realized that he simply had to take advantage of this opportunity during his training. Mikhail told him that he didn't plan to keep a close eye on him because he knew he was responsible and had to grow strong like bamboo. Liam realized that there were indeed many monsters in these lands on which he could train and become stronger. Mikhail was very pleased that Liam Pavlov had understood him correctly and was striving for his own development and growth. Then it was the turn of the butler Mortar, who said he was ready to listen to his teacher like a true student. Mikhail began to smile, and Mortar explained that in terms of pure magic circles, he certainly had much more experience. However, Mortar pointed out that the young gentleman had already used the magic of the 8th magic circle and made no secret of it. Then Mikhail opened the door, smiled, and said that it was time for the butler to begin his training, starting with running. Mortar was very surprised because he had no intention of running and wanted to continue studying magic. However, Mikhail said that a healthy body always had a healthy spirit, so it was necessary to run. He also reminded him that he had seen his potential when he not only used his magical powers, but also ran with a horse on his shoulders. The butler tried to run away, saying that he had only carried the horse because of a bet, but Mikhail caught him and told him that he really appreciated it. So the young gentleman smiled even more broadly and said that running was also his personal order. Meanwhile, Sepesh was preparing for his trip because he understood that finding hunters and persuading them to follow him would be a difficult task. However, Sepesh did indeed leave without delay and said that he would definitely return in a few months. Mikhail, of course, offered him his help just in case, but Sepesh immediately refused. But the Archmage was not worried about him at all because he understood that Sepesh had real talent and was driven by a genuine desire for revenge against the demons. Mikhail knew he could trust Sepesh just as he had before his regression, so he was completely at ease about it. Looking over his lands, which showed no signs of life, Michael realized that he had to settle down. The Guardian Vatek felt very sorry for Michael because she understood that it was practically impossible. However, to Vatek's surprise, Michael asked her not to ask him such strange questions, and she realized that he already had a plan. Mikhail smiled, knowing what Vatek was thinking, and told her that he had no plan at all, but he knew exactly what he was going to do. First, he planned to reduce the territory where the inhabitants could live in order to control them. Then he planned to clear the area of monsters so that he could cast protective spells and magical charms against demons everywhere. The Guardian Velatok understood that such an undertaking was even interesting, but she did not understand why he had decided to do all this, and simply not give up. Mikhail understood that if he didn't keep an eye on this place, everything would end just as it had begun. After that, Michael prepared to use a magic spell to change the surrounding landscape. The Guardian Breeze was very surprised and watched the Archmage's actions with interest. However, she couldn't believe what she saw in the young lord's hands, the seeds of the World Tree. She did not understand where he had gotten them, for the World Tree was unique and there could be no other like it in the universe. Mikhail replied that they were not real seeds because they had been greatly weakened for mass distribution and grew more slowly. However, he knew that these seeds grew extremely quickly compared to ordinary trees, and had already seen the first sprouts. The Guardian Breeze did not understand how Michael could have created such copies, and more importantly, when he had managed to do so. Mikhail said that he had created them as soon as he saw the World Tree, but in fact, it was even before the regression. These seeds were weakened, so the trees could only live for a year, and the seeds could only be germinated once. Veterok did not understand who would watch over the trees and care for them, and Mikhail said that Nephthys would have to help. The Guardian Vetek crossed her arms, not understanding when Nephthys had become so kind and caring. She wondered if Mikhail had thought of names for his trees, and he said that he would probably call them dream trees. A few days later, Mikhail decided to use the magic ball to tell his father that the time had come. Edward thought his son was talking too rudely and asked him to behave in a more civilized and friendly manner. Waving his staff, Edward said that if it weren't his own son standing before him, he would definitely punish him. Mikhail asked his father not to be so grumpy, especially since he himself had said that he would help him. Edward was very angry because he believed that before organizing autonomy, he should have consulted with his father first. Michael said that he should have gotten used to it by now, and Edward realized that he couldn't even influence his own son. He said that the Empire would not exert pressure because the Emperor was well aware of the importance of the hero of the new era. Mikhail was very surprised because his father told him that the Emperor had ordered the young gentleman to come to the capital. Mikhail understood that the Emperor wanted to meet him, but he knew that meeting Alexander would be quite unpleasant. On the other hand, he understood that nothing terrible would happen during his absence, so he decided to plan his departure for the capital after all. The butler Morden continued to train hard, tying a large stone to himself with straps and diligently doing push-ups. He was even a little frightened when a young gentleman suddenly entered his room because he did not expect to have visitors. Mikhail informed him that he had to leave for the capital to meet with the Emperor, so he asked the butler to look after everything. Morden did not immediately understand what Mikhail meant, and was very surprised when he realized that the young gentleman was going to meet with the Emperor. After a while, a carriage was prepared for Mikhail's trip, which was to take him to the capital. Veterok was surprised that they would be traveling by carriage for the first time, which meant that the trip would be more comfortable than usual. After thinking for a moment, the Guardian realized that Mikhail very rarely traveled alone, which was even strange. Mikhail replied that he simply had no need to do so, but that he was not at all afraid of traveling alone. The Guardian Vetek said that when Mikhail's abilities began to grow, she also began to change and felt it. She was very happy about these pleasant changes in her abilities and said that she would definitely demonstrate them now. A little embarrassed, Vetek decided to ask Mikhail if he wanted her to demonstrate her new abilities. Receiving an affirmative answer, the Guardian Vetek turned around and took on the size of a normal human being. She happily said that she was just like a human, and Mikhail said that it was really unexpected for him. The Guardian Vetek reported that for now she could only maintain this effect for about 30 minutes a day. Mikhail asked if she had learned anything else, and the Guardian held her hand out toward the window of the carriage. Mikhail was very surprised because it seemed to him that the monster's energy had suddenly weakened by half. He didn't understand how this could have happened, and Vatrika replied that she had directed the power of the wind at the monsters, which had weakened their strength and aura. She was a little sad that she had only been able to defeat half of them, because she knew she had much more power. Mikhail asked when she had been at her strongest, and Vatechka replied that people called that period the Age of the Gods. The Guardian explained that they had never been gods themselves, but their power was indeed much greater than that of humans. Michael understood that when he was an archmage of the 9th magic circle before his regression, his power was nowhere near that of the Guardian. That was why they had been unable to obtain the divine artifacts and items that would have helped them fight the demons. He remembered how they had naively believed that if they could get their hands on such powerful items, they would be better able to resist the Demon King. Michael couldn't understand why a civilization of such powerful divine beings had been defeated. The only way Michael could explain it was that there were traitors among the Guardians. Suddenly, Breeze began to deflate and transform back into her original form as a small fairy. Michael was very surprised because he did not expect that 30 minutes had already passed and Breeze would return to her previous form. Breeze smiled and said that she had become carried away using her powers, which is why the time had been significantly reduced. Mikhail smiled and said that it was much more familiar than when she was the size of a full-grown human. The Archmage decided to use his time wisely and test the skills he had acquired, which were completely unrelated to magic. He realized that he felt no resistance between the mana and the divine power, as if a new third power had opened up within him. Mikhail understood that something was happening in his body, so he decided to activate all his powers at once and apply them. At the same time, he noticed that the power of the World Tree and the abundance received from the deities began to merge together. The Guardian Breeze began to worry greatly about Michael's condition because he began to look strange and his gaze was unfocused. After a short time, the Guardian couldn't believe her eyes because Michael began to transform into a druid. The little fairies began to look around and rejoice because they saw a new young master whom they had never met before. Mikhail himself was very surprised because he could not even imagine that he would ever be able to reach the level of a druid. He understood that magicians and druids were fundamentally different because druids could use the power of nature. Mikhail began to ponder because he did not possess the gift of receiving support from nature and animals from birth. The Guardian was also very surprised, even though she understood that he had been able to combine the powers of the tree in abundance. Michael looked at the Guardian and said that it turned out that even such a transformation was possible for him because he was just a human being. The Breeze tried to explain that divine power could not be accessible to ordinary people, so such a thing was impossible. The Guardian even screamed because she understood that everything that was happening to Michael was completely on the verge of reality. Then, after the Guardian's words, Michael remembered that the goddess Heka had called him a demigod and thought that this might be related. The conversation between Vetek and Mikhail was interrupted by a small creature that was heading towards them to introduce itself. The little fairy looked like a flower and seemed very surprised, but despite her fear, she wanted to meet the new inhabitants. The Guardian, Vetek, looked closely at the creature in front of her and could not understand what this mythical creature was. The fairy looked at the new guests in surprise and, pointing to herself, said that she did not know what she was or what her name was. However, she happily pointed to Mikhail and said that he looked very much like her friend, so she would like to be friends with him. Mikhail himself looked very surprised at the creature flying around him and did not understand what it was or how to behave towards it. The Guardian, Vetek, noticed that the fairy's body was glowing, so she suggested that they were looking at a firefly. The Archmage of the 7th Magic Circle thought about it because it was possible that they were indeed looking at a real firefly. To their great surprise, the firefly was holding the Spirit of Thesis, which was a very rare ingredient sought after by all alchemists. Mikhail did not understand how the firefly could have found such a rare alchemical ingredient, but she calmly replied that it was simply a gift. When the Archmage decided to clarify what exactly would happen if he refused to accept such a gift, the firefly became very frightened. The Guardian Breeze asked Michael to stop joking because she realized that the creature had been created at the moment of his transformation into a druid. Meanwhile, the fairy looked very upset because she really wanted to befriend the new druid and make friends. Then Michael, realizing that he should not refuse the fairy's help, decided to accept the gift and asked the firefly what her name was. The firefly replied that she did not know her name but would very much like to have a beautiful name, and she asked him to give her one. Mikhail began to think and realized that the perfect name for the firefly would be Mott, which greatly surprised Vetek. She even decided to check with the young gentleman to see if he really had decided to name the firefly Mott, but in short form. Veterok asked Mikhail to be more serious and thoughtful when coming up with names for new creatures. The firefly fairy from the world of the druids was puzzled at first, but then announced that she now had the most beautiful name, Mott. Mikhail understood that the Guardian Vetek was absolutely right, but pointed out that Mott really liked her name. After that, they decided to continue their journey to the Emperor so that Mikhail could fulfill the promise he had made to his father, Eduard Valfurgius. The Guardian looked around and said that the atmosphere was very pleasant and welcoming. Mikhail understood that he could not go to the Emperor unprepared, so he decided to stop by the temple first to talk to the bishop. Archbishop Ali did indeed look happy and was very pleased to see the hero of the new era as his guest. Upon learning that Mikhail was going to an audience with the Emperor, Alea decided to wish the young gentleman strength and patience. However, to the Archbishop's great surprise, Michael said that he would like to ask for help because he knew something valuable. Ali did not understand what exactly the hero of the new era meant, especially when he decided to ask what Emperor Alexander was ashamed of. He tried to justify himself by saying that he knew absolutely nothing and did not possess such information. The hero of the new era said that he really disliked being deceived, but he did like to joke around a little. Meanwhile, an informant reported to Duke Kalebos that the young Marquis Mikhail Valfurgi had already arrived in the capital. Kalebos did not understand why, among so many worthy people, such a foolish man as Mikhail had been chosen as the hero of the new era. The Duke looked out the window and thought that he had probably been chosen because there was some kind of deal between him and the ruler. After all, less than a year had passed since Duchess Rindal had broken off her engagement, and Mikhail had become a hero. Duke Kalebos understood that such a deal could not be trusted, just like the decisions of the church, which had also lost its status. The informant understood that there could only be one reason for such a sudden visit, an order from the Emperor himself. The Duke was sure that if the Emperor himself blessed the Valfurgi family, it would really mess up the balance of power. Caelebos immediately began to recall Edward Valfurgius and his actions because he understood that it was difficult for him to accept them. More accurately, he simply could not accept the Valfurgi family of magicians with all his heart because he could not forgive the head of the family. Caelebos remembered how he lost his beloved girlfriend, who simply asked him for forgiveness and chose Edward over him. That was why he couldn't calmly watch everything turn out well for Mikhail Valfurgius. Looking at Mikhail, the Duke understood that throughout their lives, people encounter all sorts of circumstances. Meanwhile, Mikhail did not expect his father, Edward, to teleport right to him and immediately grab him. A few minutes earlier, Vetek had suggested that Mikhail take a short break and just walk around the capital. Mikhail agreed and said that he would really enjoy taking a little break and going for a walk. Suddenly, he heard his father's voice and realized that his peaceful plans for the day had been forced to take a back seat. Turning around, he saw Edward, who looked very angry and ready to attack with his wooden staff. Mikhail simply begged his father to calm down and, for starters, just talk calmly and discuss the whole situation. Edward began to laugh because he knew that there was no great magician in the world who could take away the legs of his only son. Looking at his son, he said that he was very proud of him because it was thanks to him that he could open new horizons. Mikhail reminded his father that they hadn't talked in a long time, so they should just discuss everything calmly first. Edward let his son go and put him on the ground because he understood that he was no longer a little boy but a grown man. Mikhail looked closely at his father and realized that he had been completely unaware of everything until the moment of regression and had treated him wrongly. He clearly understood that by running away from Edward, he had always been a problem for him because he had caused him a lot of unpleasant situations. Mikhail had never tried to understand him because he seemed very distant and incomprehensible to him. After the regression, he began to understand that his father was a magician of the 8th magical circle, and that he really did have a great burden of responsibility. The young gentleman could not even imagine that Marquis Edward Valfurgius could even understand him and accept him for who he was. He believed that he had always carried a heavy burden of inadequacy, which was why his father had never been able to accept him and properly evaluate his actions. However, now Mikhail clearly understood that his father simply did not understand what it meant to truly be a father. Edward agreed with his son and decided to just talk things over first, so they moved to a quieter place. Mikhail understood that his panic before the meeting and audience with Emperor Alexander would not change anything. Edward admitted that he didn't understand anything because only yesterday his son was running after Duchess Rendell, and today he had grown so much in his eyes. Trying to understand what was happening to his son and why he was changing so quickly, Edward decided to ask if it had anything to do with demons. Mikhail admitted that their enemy was indeed very strong, so humanity should unite all its forces. Edward listened attentively to his son because he was trying to understand why he was so calm before the audience and what he was worried about. Mikhail calmly finished his tea because he understood very well what might actually await them all. He decided to share his fears with his father and said that he was very concerned about the 4th family of the Emperor's entourage. Mikhail understood that each family had certain skills, which is why they were considered aristocrats under the Emperor's protection. The young gentleman said that at the moment, only the Rindel family could be trusted, and only at that time. Edward understood that Missionel and Caelebos were indeed unique families, and therefore had their own characteristics. Mikhail reported that he had conducted some analysis based on which he had concluded that the most important problem at the moment was the Caelebos family. Edward agreed that the family of Duke Caelebos was indeed not the easiest to deal with, and that something had to be done about it. Mikhail said that he had a plan to expose the Caelebos family, but he would need some help. Edward listened attentively to his son and, continuing to be amazed by his maturity, left the capital. The guardian Vetek said that she and her father did indeed have an interesting and very eccentric relationship. Mikhail replied that everything was within certain limits and boundaries, but Vetek said that was not what she meant. He was very struck by the calm and peaceful atmosphere in the streets of the capital. Mikhail watched intently as a woman haggled with a meat seller to get the best piece at a good price. Children ran carefree across the square and played various games just to enjoy the evening. Closing his eyes, Mikhail clearly remembered that before the regression, the capital looked completely different. The guardian Vatek had been trying to understand what was going on in Mikhail's head, and decided to ask him what their plan was. He said that he planned to go to an audience with the Emperor, but Vetek said that she felt that there was something else in his plan. Veterok tried to understand what was going on, but the young gentleman did not listen to her at all, and just looked away. Then he approached a narrow passageway and told the guardian that he felt they were being followed. Realizing that they might be being followed and their movements monitored, Mikhail decided to walk through the streets to get a good look around. Feeling the energy, he realized that there were 2 people on the right and 1 on the left, but the Archmage couldn't tell who they were. He began to wonder if they were members of the dark guilds or evil people, but the Archmage considered such an action too wrong. Then Mikhail realized that he had not fully anticipated the situation and sensed the aura of another person who was hiding better than the others. However, as he looked closely at the people passing by, Michael realized that he could not see his pursuer at all. The guardian Breeze looked closely at the young gentleman and asked him what they should do in this situation. Mikhail realized that he could simply throw his pursuers off the trail, but he was indeed being followed, and he understood that he had changed the future. The Archmage thought about what would happen to the world of evil people now that the ugly lord and the demon Delos were gone. He knew that this place would still be filled with demonic beings looking for ways to cause harm. The most important thing was that entities like Beelzebub would definitely not be able to come to the capital to carry out their evil deeds. However, the Archmage of the 7th Magic Circle wanted to personally make sure of everything that was happening in the capital, as a hero of the new era. While Michael was thinking about his plan, one of his pursuers was watching him closely. The elf watched from the sidelines and tried to assess the abilities of the hero of the new era to understand how to catch him. She understood that there was a lot of information about Mikhail, but nothing about the hero because everything was too contradictory. The elf couldn't believe that he was the one who had solved the problems with Herculean and the Lord, but perhaps he was gifted from the start. The elf decided to step out of the shadows and attack the hero of the new age, but as soon as she did, Mikhail simply vanished. Looking around, she couldn't understand how the hero of the new era could have simply vanished, since she had only been distracted for a second. The elf knew she couldn't afford to make such a mistake, so she ordered her assistants to find the hero of the new era immediately. However, to her great surprise, Mikhail touched her shoulder from behind and asked her who exactly she was looking for. The elf was very frightened because she did not understand how she could have failed to notice the aura of the hero of the new era standing right next to her. Using her skills and abilities, the elf began to run away, and she did so very quickly. She ran through the crowd, trying to confuse Mikhail and leaving behind a barely noticeable aura. The elf couldn't understand how the hero of the new age had managed to find her, because even a master couldn't do that. She wanted to report this information to the guild as soon as possible and, just in case, chose the most winding route. Mikhail, standing next to her, calmly said that they had finally reached her guild, even though there was a shorter way to get there. The elf couldn't believe her eyes when she saw the hero of the new era because she had deliberately taken the winding route. She didn't understand how this could be possible, but Mikhail said that he was well acquainted with the technique of hiding in the shadows. To the Dark Elf's great surprise, Mikhail immediately realized that she was in the Talia Guild. Mikhail asked her to tell him about the guild because there was no point in hiding anything now that he had discovered her. The Archmage looked closely at the Dark Elf, who was confused. Feeling shy, she asked if they could just part ways there because she was the head of the guild in that area. She admitted that she felt very uncomfortable and uneasy because the hero of the new age had caught her so easily. Mikhail immediately imagined himself as a judge in a court of justice and said that he could not let her go just like that. So he cast a sleeping spell on her. The guild leader Talia could not allow this to happen and asked Mikhail to stop and not use magic spells on her. However, she was completely unable to resist his magic, so she simply fell asleep and fell into his arm. The guardian Vetek watched closely, realizing that the world was a pretty tricky place. Mikhail said that there was no point in doing anything to the elf because if she was the head of the guild in the capital, she must be well respected. The Guardian of the Breeze was very surprised and did not understand why Michael had come to such a serious conclusion so quickly. Continuing to look at the elf, Mikhail said that standing before them was the adopted daughter of the guild leader Talia. Meanwhile, representatives of the Talia Guild were sitting in the tavern, discussing their current plans or simply relaxing. Opening the door and holding the elf on his shoulder, Mikhail asked if he had come to the Talia Guild. All the men sitting in the tavern turned toward the door and looked closely to see who had come. One of them looked closely at Mikhail and asked who he was and why he had come to the guild without an invitation or permission. Placing the head of the Talian guild on the floor, Mikhail said that he had brought a package and that was why he had come to them. The elf girl was sleeping sweetly and everyone in the tavern immediately recognized Lady Mia, not understanding what had happened to her. All the men sitting in the tavern immediately decided to attack Mikhail, not understanding who he was or why their mistress was in such a state. Mikhail had planned for this outcome, so he immediately cast a spell to stop time so that his opponents would freeze. A magical circle formed around each of them, preventing them from moving. After that, Mikhail decided to ask if anyone wanted to say that he had simply been provoked and that he himself was completely innocent. The Guardian Breeze informed him that he himself had cast a restraining spell on them, so no one could say a word. Hearing that Mikhail understood everything, Vetek was even more surprised because she realized that he had simply been joking with the guild members. Sitting down on a chair, Mikhail realized that all the guild members should have told him everything they knew, but they just lay there silently. Realizing that no one wanted to come forward to talk to him, Mikhail prepared himself for the ceiling to collapse. As soon as he began to do so, a man appeared next to him and asked the hero of the new era to stop. Mikhail immediately realized that it was the guild leader, Hados, because he was the one he had been waiting for. Hados apologized for his daughter Mia causing the hero of the new era some inconvenience, but Mikhail just listened to him. Mikhail looked at Mia and asked her not to pretend to be asleep but to simply stand up because she was already conscious. Seeing that Mia was getting up, he said that it was unacceptable for her to follow him. Mia said that as a hero of the new era, he should understand that she could provide valuable information about him. Hados said that he had ordered his daughter to obtain the information and therefore apologized profusely for her actions. Mia immediately defended her father and said that she was willing to do anything, but asked that her father be released. Mikhail decided to assess the situation, so he began to analyze the skills of those with whom he had spoken. He understood well that the head of the Talia Hedo Guild was a master assassin and had excellent skills and abilities. Before his regression, Hados had spent the last minutes of his life before the Ugly Lord, but now everything was about to change. Mikhail understood that the Talia Guild was only a variable, and it was important that variables did not change too much. Then, to Hados' great surprise, the hero of the new era announced that he had not come to blame them. Mikhail explained that the Ugly Lord was the problem because they were currently on monster territory. Mia was very angry because she understood that Mikhail had probably decided to compare their guild to demon monsters. Mikhail tried to remain calm and said that he had initially planned to completely rid the entire territory of monsters. Mia said that there was nothing wrong with occupying an empty territory that currently belonged to no one. Then Mikhail lifted one of the guild members and said that everything would be fine if it weren't for the personal assistant of the demon god. Hidos decided to clarify whether Mikhail really wanted to call their guild followers of demons. Mikhail began to feel as if many sharp blades were aimed at him, even though he knew there was no one around. He understood that he was under a lot of pressure because he was facing a master assassin. Therefore, holding back the pressure exerted on him, Michael tried to remain calm and asked Hido if that was all. Hidos apologized to him, and Michael said that he did not expect to see a master assassin in such an unpleasant place. The head of the guild, Talia, realized that the hero of the new era had very good intuition and could really understand people and their abilities. Mikhail sensed that something was wrong with Hido's heart, and that it was not functioning as it should. Then the Archmage of the 7th Magic Circle realized that a spell had been cast on Hidos in the past, but he was still alive. Hidos did not understand how his interlocutor had figured this out, and Mikhail told him that he was a hero of the new era and that he had had good teachers. The head of the guild, Talia, was surprised because the rumors about Michael Valfurgius were very different from what she was now seeing and feeling. Mia thought that if a hero of the new era could sense and identify a spell, he could probably remove it. Hidos listened humbly because he had no hope that anything could be fixed. Mikhail smiled and said that of course he knew how to cancel the spell that was affecting the heart. Mia immediately rushed to Mikhail because she asked him to tell her exactly how to break the spell and was ready to bring any medicine. Mikhail said that he was not the kind of person who would do anything for nothing. Smiling, he asked Mia to tell him everything she had learned about him while she was following him. In a matter of seconds, a special agreement was drawn up, which Hidos had to sign and seal. The agreement was signed in a matter of seconds because both parties were genuinely interested in the outcome. The complete recovery of the Master Assassin could be very important and become a significant factor in the fight against the demons. Mikhail understood that the importance of the Talia Guild would increase and it would no longer be able to free itself from the shackles of darkness. That is why he agreed to put his seal on the agreement to support the actions of the Talia Guild and take them to a new level. Hibos understood that, according to the terms of the agreement, they had to share information with Michael, or else they would pay with their lives. Mikhail reminded him that Talia must now be absolved of all blame for what had happened, and that their methods of operation needed to be revised. Hidos understood that it would be very difficult for them to show themselves to ordinary people, because everyone perceived them as a guild of bad people. Then Mikhail decided to clarify whether the head of the guild remembered which family he came from. The master assassin Hidos was surprised by this question and, not understanding its meaning, replied that he was from the Valfurgi family. Mikhail informed him that his father was currently in the capital, so they needed to inform him of all the details. Hidos became very interested in whether the Marquis Valfurgius was similar in character to his son or not. Mikhail thought about his answer because he knew that his father was very impulsive and quick-tempered. He immediately imagined his father, the great magician of the 8th Circle of Magic, in all his glory with a magic staff in his hands. Mikhail asked Hidos not to worry about anything because his father was indeed a very powerful and influential man. Looking forward to the opportunity to cure his illness and improve the guild's situation, Hidos believed that everything would turn out well. After that, Michael said goodbye to them because it was really time for him to go to the audience with Emperor Alexander. Mia and Hidos went out to see Mikhail off, to watch him leave and think about how to get rid of the demon followers. Mia was worried whether they could really trust Mikhail since they had only met him today. Her father, Hidos, replied that Mikhail was probably trustworthy because he intuitively felt only good vibes from him. Mia understood that they had lived their lives for a long time until she met him today. Hidos understood that the most important thing for them was the magician's promise, because breaking a promise to such a powerful magician would not be beneficial. He remembered Mikhail's words and understood that there was not even a hint of doubt in his eyes that he would be able to lead them out of the shadows. Hidos understood that being a hero was not easy because you had to be able to negotiate and find the golden mean. Mia listened attentively to her father and understood that he was most likely right about everything, and besides, he had much more experience. However, she noticed that for a hero of the new era recognized by the church, Mikhail looked too worldly. Hidos did not dare to argue with his daughter because he understood that she was right, and the Archmage really did look like an ordinary person. Meanwhile, the Imperial Palace shimmered in the sunlight and majestically attracted attention. Mikhail understood that his feelings when looking at the palace were somehow new, and everything looked completely different. He knew that something was more important to him now than meeting the Emperor, and he was curious to know if that man had become an Imperial Knight. Upon entering the Imperial Palace, Michael was stopped by knights standing guard and blocked his way. Showing his badge, the Archmage announced that a hero of the new era had arrived at the special invitation of the Emperor. One of the knights immediately went to check the information because that was the rule. Not everyone was allowed to see the Emperor. After a fairly quick check, Mikhail was invited inside and told that he would be escorted to the Emperor. Mikhail understood that only a novice knight could be assigned to accompany him. The Archmage of the 7th Magic Circle clearly understood that only Sir Malin could be assigned the role of novice knight. Malin began to greet the hero of the new era, but was very surprised that Mikhail had already called him by name without even hearing him. Mikhail said that they were both heirs to the famous Valfurgi and Kelibos families, which is why he knew his name. After that, the Archmage extended his hand to Malin and said that he was truly very glad to meet him. Mikhail had known him well before the regression because it was Malin who had killed his own father for his connections with demons. Later, Malin was given a very paradoxical nickname because everyone around him began to call him a broken hero. Malin responded to Mikhail's handshake and did not understand how he could know him, since their families had never crossed paths due to the complicated relationship between their fathers. Smiling, he said that he could not even imagine that he could know the hero of the new era, who had been recognized and chosen by the church. Malin was very cheerful and did not stop smiling for a second as he accompanied Mikhail to the meeting room. Mikhail realized with regret that Malin Cabos had indeed always been so cheerful until he was broken. A true broken hero, he had always been a very cheerful young man, and an imperial knight. Malin said that he had not been working at the imperial court for very long, but he was very proud to have become a knight of the emperor. Smiling, he added that of course compared to the status of a hero of the new era, his status was not so high. However, to his great surprise, Mikhail said that the position of Imperial Knight was indeed something to be proud of. Malin was very pleased to hear such a compliment from a hero and said that he would not even argue with him about it. Mikhail understood that Malun's smile was genuine and that there was not even a hint of malice in it. This only meant that Malun still did not know the truth about his own father, which is why he was not broken. Mikhail, meanwhile, had managed to talk to his own father and discuss Marquis Kalibos' actions in striking the first blow. Unexpectedly, Mikhail decided to ask Malun what he thought of his own father, Kalibos' eldest son. He replied that his father was a respected man in the empire and the head of one of the great families who had always been loyal to his family. Mikhail was very surprised by this answer and began to understand why Malun had not even suspected his father of wrongdoing for so long. Malun admitted that he knew his father did not have the best feelings toward the Valfurgi family. However, he added that his father was very young at the time, so now, of course, everything was completely different. Mikhail knew that before the regression, it was Marquis Kalibos who had brought turmoil to the Valfurgi family and accelerated the decline of their clan. After Malun learned about the conflict between the two families, long disputes and quarrels began between father and son. Mikhail understood that now was not the time to tell the knight everything, so he decided to discuss with him the problems happening in the capital. Malin replied that he was aware of the followers of the Ugly Lord, but that this task was very extensive and would require a long time. Mikhail said that this was the direct responsibility of the Imperial Knights, and Malin bowed his head in agreement with the words of the hero of the new era. To Michael's surprise, the knight said that he obeyed only the emperor's orders and his will. Then Mikhail asked what Malun would do if the emperor gave his permission for the knights to act more freely. The archmage looked closely at Malun's bowed head and his longing, which immediately reminded him of his own eyes. Michael realized that even before his regression, Malun had never liked orders imposed on him from above. After all, Malun's actions had been dictated solely by the wishes of his own father, who wanted him to be proud of him. Mikhail said that he sometimes heard the voice of the Lord, who told him that such important matters could only be entrusted to Malun. Hope appeared in the eyes of the Imperial Knight, and he did not know if he could ask Mikhail Valfurgius about this. Mikhail said that he could easily ask him because it was not difficult for him to ask Emperor Alexander. When they reached the meeting room, Malin said that it had been a great honor for him to meet Michael and accompany him. Michael turned back and realized that their journey had indeed been very long and useful. Passing by the Emperor, Mikhail greeted him and said that it was a great honor for him to be there today. The Emperor understood that there was no respect in Mikhail's tone or actions, and he was surprised that a member of the Valfurgi family had become a hero. Alexandro believed that Mikhail was simply not himself and spoke rudely to him, not understanding why he had decided to become a hero of the new era. Mikhail did not argue with the Emperor because he was only trying to assess his human characteristics and nothing more. He understood that his answers would determine the image of Mikhail Valfurgius. That is why Mikhail did not plan to give the expected answers and said that he was indeed a little crazy. Theseus Riffle Alexandros was the most influential man on the continent because he was revered by the emperor. Alexandro understood well, even though he was a monarch, that rights without certain obligations would inevitably lead to disaster. That is why Alexandros was able to use his skill of clear division, which helped him immediately determine what kind of person was standing before him. However, due to Michael's unpredictable behavior, it was very difficult for Alexandros to figure out his true personality. As he analyzed him, he even became interested because it was the first time he had been unable to determine a person's personality. Mikhail apologized if his words seemed in any way rude to the emperor. The emperor replied that it was all right because he was not his father, otherwise he would have been truly offended. Mikhail calmly replied that Alexandrov was completely different from his father, which is why he wanted to speak frankly. After thinking for a moment, the emperor agreed to speak frankly and decided to ask an open question as well. When would the world descend into chaos? The hero replied that if they began preparations immediately, they could minimize the costs, but the scale of the disaster would be great. Looking the emperor in the eye, Mikhail said that the scale of the disaster would depend entirely on their relationship and the degree of their preparations. Alexandro said that he did not intend to be disingenuous, but he really did not expect to encounter the great evil in his empire. Recalling various demonic entities, Michael said that, unfortunately, it was not just about the great evil. The Archmage added that the Lord of Darkness himself might come and sow the seeds of fear and destruction everywhere. Emperor Alexandros was lost in thought because he was completely unprepared to allow the Lord of Evil into his empire. Recalling the story of the Ugly Lord, the Emperor understood that things were not looking good at all. Mikhail looked intently at the Emperor, who decided to ask what exactly the hero of the new era wanted at that moment. Alexandro understood that Mikhail Valfurgius had come not just to look at him, but also to ask for something. The Archmage thought for a moment because he knew he didn't want to be predictable to the Emperor. Feeling pressure from the Emperor, Mikhail decided not to let him carry out his plans and said that he did not need anything. He remembered his conversation with Archbishop Ali, who had thought long and hard about what information could help Mikhail during the meeting. After considering everything, Archbishop Ali said that, as a child, Emperor Alexander had been very similar to a tree frog. The Emperor's tree frog character appeared only once when he was in a very bad mood while solving difficult issues. When the previous emperor asked the current emperor what he would like to ask for, the emperor replied that he did not need anything. After these words, Alexander spent 2 weeks listening to all sorts of strange requests from the empress, the crown prince's mother. Such a man was currently the most respected in the empire, as Archbishop Ali reported. For this reason, upon hearing nothing from Michael, Emperor Alexander began to laugh, realizing that he was well aware of many things. He then offered to make Michael the center of attention of the entire continent, or to provide him with financial support. But Michael calmly refused, saying that he could achieve everything himself, and that the Emperor was already the center of attention. However, the Archmage of the 7th Magic Circle asked if the Emperor could offer him something more worthwhile. The Emperor replied that he would like to give him some very valuable advice, such as to behave more decently than he had just demonstrated. Mikhail said that he would be very pleased if the Emperor saw genuine gratitude and respect in his words. He also said that he really wanted to be like a hero and be braver, but that he was far from it at the moment. The Emperor turned away and began to leave, saying that Michael was indeed not brave, and that he would like to end the conversation. Mikhail smiled, realizing that he really should be more confident in himself and his abilities. The Emperor said that a knightly corps to fight demons could be formed, and that he would send a notification to every lord. Then he tossed a small brooch to Michael and told him that he could always turn to him in any circumstances. Alexandro said that he would not provide financial assistance because he was already very generous in his support of the church. Pointing to the brooch, Alexandro said that it was his personal symbol, and that everyone would help the hero within the empire. Mikhail said that he had one more request concerning the Imperial Knight Melun from the Kalibos family. Mikhail said that this was only his personal opinion, but it would be good if the Imperial Knight could receive certain privileges. Alexandro agreed that most of the new recruits were not yet familiar with field conditions, so one such exception could be made. He then asked that the information be passed on to the young Kalibos, who was already waiting outside for Mikhail to accompany him. Michael bowed and thanked the Emperor for all the blessings he had so generously bestowed upon him as a hero of the new era. Then he turned and headed for the exit, knowing that their conversation was over. Just before leaving, Mikhail turned around and said that next time he would like to talk to the man standing behind the column. The Emperor was very surprised by Mikhail's insight, and especially his attentiveness, because there was no one behind the column. However, realizing that it would be foolish and pointless to deny it, the Emperor smiled and said that it would be just as he said. After that, Michael simply walked out the door and closed it behind him, leaving the Emperor and the man behind the column alone. Emperor Alexander was very ashamed because he could not even imagine that Michael was capable of detecting a person. The head of the Imperial Knights, Hector Lime, came out from behind the column and asked what exactly had interested the Archmage in the young knight. The Emperor admitted that he even found it a little amusing that things had not gone according to plan. Alexander understood that in any case, if disaster and chaos were truly inevitable, they would have to prepare well. After that, he once again placed the figure of the hero of the new era forward on the chessboard. Mikhail was very pleased with the outcome of the audience, with the Emperor's and with the Emperor's approval. When Malin saw Mikhail, he immediately ran to him to find out the results of the negotiations, and Mikhail replied that the Emperor had given his consent. Malin was very happy because the position of Imperial Knight had really weighed heavily on him. He admitted that everything turned out completely different from what he had expected. Defending the Emperor was a great honor, but not at all what he wanted. Michael decided to cut short Malin's speech and summarize that he really did not want to protect and save other lives. He also said that he was not helping for nothing and that there was something he wanted, so he asked them to switch to using informal language. Myron was a little scared, but decided to ask what exactly the hero of the new era wanted, and Mikhail smiled before answering. Mikhail said that he was very interested in the followers of the demonic entity known as the Ugly Lord. The hero of the new era said that, in light of recent events, it was really hard for him to understand what was going on in the demon hierarchy. Malin understood that Mikhail wanted him to learn the history of the Lord and possibly something else, depending on the situation. Mikhail understood that he already knew everything, but he wanted Malin to discover the truth for himself. Besides, Malin was very happy to receive such a task. The Archmage ordered Malin to refrain from taking any action after completing his investigation, and to report directly to him. Malin was surprised by Mikhail's insistence, but said he would definitely follow all his instructions. The Guardian, Breeze, could not understand why Mikhail had entrusted such an important task to such a young knight. The Archmage replied that he had his reasons and that she would soon understand everything herself. After that, he decided to go to his father to tell him about the results of the meeting and discuss current affairs. However, to his surprise, when he opened the door, he saw the Master Assassin and his daughter Mia kneeling before Edward. Mia was very happy to see Michael because she had no idea what else to say to the Marquise. Edward was very unhappy, realizing that these two had been involved in curious affairs that he himself was not privy to. Hebai wanted to say a word in his defense, but Edward ordered him to shut up and not interfere in his conversation with his son. Mikhail explained that before him stood the guild of the evil world of Talia, which would help them maintain balance within the family. He tried to explain that if he could succeed as a hero, the guild could help their family. Edward was still not very pleased because he had asked his son to consult with him first before making such serious decisions. On the other hand, the head of the Valfurgi family understood that the Master Assassin and the Dark Elf could indeed be a good help. After thinking it over, Edward announced that he was ready to make Talia a scout and take the guild under his family's wing. Hebos and Mia were very happy with the decision of the Great Wizard, who would be able to bring their guild out of the shadows. Left alone with his son, Edward wanted to say a lot to him, but decided to ask about the meeting. Mikhail replied that the negotiations had gone very well, and that the Emperor had asked several tricky questions, which were quite expected. He admitted that he was very surprised by the Emperor's sudden gift, but he was sure that the pendant would come in handy on his journey as a hero of a new era. Edward asked his son to always remember that there was no one in the Empire who did not obey the Great Emperor. Mikhail said that he would have to leave soon because he still had a lot of work to do. Edward Valfurgius understood that this was most likely a reference to the head of the Kelebos family, and Michael confirmed his guess. Mikhail said that he had heard that Cecil had left Kelebos for Edward, and that they had quarreled bitterly afterwards. Edward said that this was indeed the case, but after he and Cecil got married, Kelebos continued his attempts. He admitted that he and Kelebos had never been on good terms and that it simply couldn't be true. Mikhail began to understand that the problem was not just how close he and Cecil were. He began to suspect that the problem was most likely Edward's indecisiveness, just as it had been with Viscount Nostra. Edward understood that he needed to be more assertive in his communication with people so that they would understand the seriousness of his intentions. He then said that he couldn't even imagine what to expect from Kelebos, but he had already begun to take measures. The Marquis admitted that he also did not know what to expect from Kelebos' younger son, Mainul. Mikhail recalled the period before the regression and wondered whether such a strong family would collapse from a small blow from outside. Meanwhile, Maelun set off to carry out Michael's task and found the tavern where the followers of the Ugly Lord usually gathered. There he found a man who couldn't understand what an Imperial Knight was doing in such a place. Maelun was very angry because he realized that he had found the head of the Gian Guild. The guild leader had no idea what was going on because he had never challenged the authority of the Imperial family. Maelun reminded the guild leader of Gina that he had not given him permission to speak because he planned to ask the questions himself. After that, Maelun decided to look around the area to understand what exactly was happening in this strange place. Behind the bars in the darkness, he saw a girl who looked very unkempt, hungry, and unhappy. In another cage sat several more homeless children who looked hopefully at the stranger. Then Maelun realized who had decided to continue the Ugly Lord's work and start kidnapping children. The guild leader Giena couldn't understand how the Imperial Knight even knew about the demonic creatures. Maelun did not want to talk to him because he could not understand how innocent children could be used in this way. For the Imperial Knight, the most important thing was to find out who exactly his accomplices were. Realizing that the guild leader had no desire to answer, Maelun began to use force against him. The guild leader began to shout that he did not know his accomplices because those who had status did not want to reveal their identities. Myron realized that someone high-ranking was behind the Hyena Guild and was determined to find out who it was. He then decided to take a good look around the building to see if he could find any clues. As he passed by a table, he found a handkerchief with his family's coat of arms and couldn't understand where it had come from. Maelun began to think that it was all some kind of joke because his family could not be connected to such bad deeds. He didn't want to believe it because he was sure of the nobility and honesty of his family. Throwing the handkerchief on the floor, Maelun decided to go home to figure out what was going on. When he got home and called his father, to his surprise, his father forbade him to conduct his own investigation. Myron tried to explain that he was doing everything within the powers of an Imperial Knight and that the Emperor had given him permission to do so. Kelebos dryly informed him that he would soon arrive in the capital and that until then, he ordered his son to give nothing away and simply wait for him. Maelun was completely confused because his father had always told him to live honestly and with dignity. Trying to understand the reason for his father's behavior, Maelun suddenly remembered the handkerchief with his family crest. He didn't want to believe that his father could be connected to the Hyena Guild, but he couldn't just leave things as they were either. The guild leader Talia watched the conversation and actions of Kelebos' younger son closely. Butler Mortar answered a video call from the young master to tell him how things were going in the autonomous lands. Mikhail asked how the trees were doing and if they were growing well, and Mortar replied that everything was fine. The Archmage asked him not to touch the trees because they were growing beautifully on their own and purifying the land around them. He then decided to ask if the butler was continuing his strength training, and Mortar replied that he had realized something during his training. Looking at the Archmage, he said that strength could not just appear overnight, so he did not want to train anymore. Mikhail understood that even for a Twilight Mage, it was probably very difficult to organize his day to train every day. Mortar didn't understand why Mikhail was ignoring him, since it didn't matter whether he was a Twilight Mage or not. Mikhail asked about Liam, and Mortar replied that Liam was young and from a noble family, so he was developing very well. Mikhail understood that before his regression, Liam Pavlov had indeed developed very quickly and grown as a swordsman. He asked Mortar to invest time and effort in the young Liam Pavlov and to resume his own body training system. After finishing the conversation, the Archmage of the 7th Magic Circle decided to stretch a little because he was a bit tired. He was ready to begin training and knew that Mia should be arriving with her report at about that time. Mia did indeed come to Michael and reported that the head of the Kibos family had just arrived in the capital. The carriage of the head of the Kibos family had indeed arrived in the capital, and the assistant opened the door for his master. Marquis Cabos understood that he had too many urgent matters to attend to because of his son's actions. Mia asked the young Archmage what exactly they should do now to resolve the current issues. However, to her great surprise, Michael informed her that they were now free and should simply continue their surveillance. Hidos did not understand Michael because he considered Kelibos to be intelligent and was sure that he would not take any action against his own son. Mikhail said that he trusted Mylun and therefore believed that they should not interfere in the relationship between father and son. He was sure that the outcome would be exciting, while Malin was surprised that his father had arrived in the capital so quickly. Malin did not understand why his father had come, and Kelibos said that he wanted to make sure that his son had understood him correctly. In reality, Kelibos arrived in the capital because the hero of the new era, recognized by the church, was there. This was because the news of Mikhail Valfurgius's arrival in the capital could not fail to reach Kelibos the Elder. The conversation between father and son lasted a very long time, and Malin did not understand why he had to stop the investigation for the sake of his family's honor. His father said that he had deliberately sent his son to the Imperial Knights in order to restore and increase the honor of their family. Malin was very surprised by his father's words, not understanding why he believed that the family's honor lay solely in this. Kelibos began to say that his own honor would reflect on the honor of the entire clan, because they were one family. Malin was very unhappy with his father's words and actions, who was now behaving very strangely. He began to understand that he had to focus on his position as an Imperial Knight, and continue to be a puppet. But Milun no longer wanted to be a puppet, and thanks to Mikhail's conversation, Emperor Alexandros gave him personal permission. Kelibos considered his son not very intelligent because, of course, their entire family and its status could not be built solely on chivalry. He was even very interested to find out if his son had really decided to challenge him again and break some ties. Malin said that as an Imperial Knight, he believed that helping the unfortunate achieve justice was a matter of honor. Kelibos did not understand why his own son was willing to disobey his orders and allow himself such behavior. Kelibos stood up abruptly and began to shout because he did not know how to influence his own son. Then he decided to remind his son that he had asked him many times not to dwell on the past and not to interfere in things that no longer made sense. Kelibos said that he was the head of the family, but to his great surprise, Mylun asked why. He was serious and had no intention of changing his plans just because his father didn't like them. Kelibos was very surprised because his son had always been quiet and calmed down after he raised his voice. Kelibos was even more surprised that his son had not only gained the emperor's approval, but also retained the title of Imperial Knight. Mylun told his father that after their conversation, he really did not delve deeper into the world of bad and evil people. Instead, Mylun spent all his free time trying to understand why his father forbade him to delve into the details of the hierarchy of demonic beings. He confessed that during his last visit, he had managed to find a handkerchief with their family crest on it. Kelibos was very surprised and began to think that they had probably been set up. Malin replied that he wanted to know the whole truth and hear it from his father before he found out from outside sources. He also said that he was well aware of his shortcomings, and that was why he had turned to the hero of the new era for help. It was then that Kelibos decided to pursue this idea and said that the Valfurgi family had decided to frame them. However, after some time, Malin replied that he had only asked the hero of the new era for help, and that Edward had no control over the situation. Kelibos was very upset because he understood that Mikhail Valfurgius had definitely set something up. He also didn't like that his own son refused to be a puppet anymore and had completely broken away from him. Malin looked his father straight in the eyes and did not understand why he was just silent and said nothing at all. Lowering his head, he began to understand that most likely all of this was true, and Mikhail was right about everything. Meanwhile, Mikhail began to realize that everything was happening exactly as he had said. On the one hand, he was even very pleased that everything was going according to plan. At night, hired workers began arriving at the guilds to carry out the order and resolve the situation. The head of the guild, Sofant Burt, did not understand why they had come to them and why they had begun to cover up the traces so brutally. Burt said that they were not to blame because they had not told anyone who they were working for. However, the masked man said that he had enough information to carry out his actions one way or another. He asked Burt not to worry because he understood that if they were gone, there would be no further problems. Then the masked man took a glass bottle with a special solution out of his pocket. It was a special corrosive solution that the masked man loved to use since he was a child. At that moment, Hedos appeared behind him and said that he did not expect to see such an employee here and that it made him sad. The head of the guild, Talia, decided to introduce himself because he realized that they probably just didn't recognize him. Hedos said that he had many questions for the masked man and asked him to follow him. The masked man asked if there was any guarantee that he would remain alive, and Hedos replied that he gave his word. The masked man clearly felt the pressure being exerted on him but saw no danger, so he decided to resort to attack. Hedos controlled his emotions and his body perfectly, so he looked completely calm. Pulling out his blade, the masked man began to attack, realizing that he was close to a victorious escape. Hedos said that he was offended that his word had been disregarded, but he believed that it was for the best. Then the masked assassin felt himself being held back by darkness and realized that he was facing a true master. Hedos took off his mask and said that since his offer had been rejected, he had nothing more to say. The masked assassin was simply engulfed by the darkness, which was a teleport to the originally set location. Hedos continued to behave calmly, but suddenly heard the voice of his own daughter. Turning around, he saw Mia carrying two members of the guild and waited for her to explain. Mia reported that the two had immediately drunk the eternal sleep potion, so she had been unable to bring them. The guild leader Talia said that this would be enough for them to get all the information they needed. Hidos pointed out to his daughter that the very fact that these creatures were here now meant that Kelebos was impatient. He was a little surprised at Michael's extensive knowledge, as such matters were too lowly for the Kelebos clan. Hidos was even a little curious because if the truth came out, the Kelebos' status would suffer greatly. That is why he was interested to see what the hero of the new era who had come to Mylon would do about all this. Malin told Mikhail that he would like to ask for his help because he was unsure but couldn't ignore it. Mikhail listened attentively, and Mylon said that most likely there was darkness in his family that he simply did not know about before. Malin did not understand what to do next, and Mikhail asked if the world of evil people had imperial support. He realized that Mikhail already knew everything, and the Archmage replied that otherwise he would not have been appointed hero of the new era. The Guardian Breeze watched their conversation closely and was surprised that the young gentleman believed Mikhail in everything. Malin began to understand that when Mikhail approached him and said he would help with everything, he already knew everything. Mikhail replied that he would not deny any of it or make excuses because he really did have the information. Myron was very sad and did not understand what he could do as the second son of the great Kelebos family. Mikhail realized that Malun had not yet lost hope, but there was nothing he could do about it, and he had to break him completely. Therefore, the Archmage of the 7th Magic Circle said that he did not even know how to help him or what to do. On the other hand, he understood that if such incidents continued to occur, it would become a kind of signal for Malun. Therefore, Mikhail wanted to show him something and teleported some people in the form of the Guildmaster Talia and his daughter Mia. Hidos was well aware of Michael's plan, so he began to open a portal of absorbing darkness. People began to emerge from the portal, all wearing masks and possessing excellent abilities for the role of mercenaries. Malun began to realize that all these people were evil, and Mikhail informed him that they had just been captured while carrying out their tasks. Mikhail explained that all these people had recently raided various guilds to carry out their mission. Malin was very puzzled and tried to understand what exactly Mikhail wanted to show him. Mikhail began to approach the captured people and remove the masks from their faces so that the Imperial Knight could see for himself. The Imperial Knight watched closely and stared at the faces of the captured people. His eyes were filled with horror because he knew very well all the people who now stood before him without masks. At one point, Malun decided to sit down because his pulse began to race and his veins throbbed with excitement. Among the workers hired to carry out the killings, he recognized Krex. Malun understood that this was a very dangerous man from the criminal world and could not understand what he was doing here. After removing the masks from all the people, Malun realized that he was facing special criminals who were well known in all circles. However, what frightened Malun even more was the fact that, according to official records, all these people had been killed by Kelebos. Mikhail said that it could have been a waste of skills because their crimes were too serious. Malin's ideas about family honor began to crumble, and he felt great pain because of this. Meanwhile, an informant reported to Kelebos that they had lost contact with all the workers they had hired. Kelebos refused to believe it because he knew very well that no one could stand up to such powerful workers. The informant was very upset and said that the leaders of the bad guilds had reported that everyone had simply disappeared. Kelebos couldn't believe that they had failed and remembered his son's words that he had turned to a hero of the new age. Only then did he realize that Mikhail Valfurgius was involved in everything and had decided to interfere with his plans here as well. He then decided to visit him in person and asked the informant where he could find Mikhail Valfurgi, the hero of the new era. The informant replied that, according to his information, the hero of the new era was in the central temple. Then Kelebos made a rather difficult decision and decided to go to Mikhail. Opening the door, Mikhail was very surprised that the Marquis Kelebos himself had decided to pay him a visit. The hero of the new era decided to clarify what exactly had brought the head of one of the 4 main families here. Kelebos replied that now was not the right time for conversation, so he decided to get straight to the point. Mikhail agreed to get down to business, but pretended that he had no idea what Kelebos Sr. wanted to talk to him about. Kelebos asked Mikhail to stop involving his son in such matters, and Mikhail asked him to explain why he should stop. Kelebos hesitated a little because he didn't know if he should tell the whole truth in the temple, but he finally decided to say that there was a concept of great evil that would always exist no matter what. Kelebos explained that this evil must be watched over and that this had always been the case within their family. Michael listened attentively to the Marquis and understood that controlling and managing were completely different concepts. Kelebos informed him that their family controlled the evil within the empire, and that the Emperor himself was also well aware of everything. Michael was a little bored, but he did not interrupt because Kelebos was trying to explain to him that light alone cannot exist. Then Mikhail decided to clarify whether the Emperor had given his consent to the use of child labor for his own purposes. However, he understood that even if the Emperor was aware of this, it was simply a matter of getting rid of unnecessary chess pieces on the board. Michael informed Kelebos that he had nothing to worry about, as the most he would receive would be a stern reprimand. Then he leaned over and whispered to Kelebos that he didn't care what happened to him after what had happened. He also reminded him that they were in the central temple and that he was a hero of the new era, not a representative of his own family. The Archmage said that there was nothing wrong with them simply controlling the activities of the guilds, but nothing more. Michael offered 2 options, either give up the bad life or accept the status of an inevitable villain. He explained that the choice must be made right now inside the Great Temple to make a true promise. However, to the great surprise of the hero of the new age, the church recognized Kelebos did not answer and simply ran away. Afterward, he turned toward his empty room and asked if he had been heard clearly. At that moment, Malun, who had been present during the entire conversation, emerged from the engulfing darkness. Mikhail was very interested to observe how the eternally cheerful Maelun began to change greatly in appearance. Maelun replied that he had made up his mind to do only one thing: restore the honor of his family. He had been present during the entire conversation and clearly understood that darkness had permeated their entire family from beginning to end. And yet, Maelun himself had been deliberately raised to prevent even the slightest penetration of evil into their family. That was why, from the moment he was born, he had been prepared to join the Imperial Knights so that he could protect the honor of his family. However, after so many years, the true truth that had been so carefully hidden from everyone was revealed to him. Marin understood that he had to change everything, because the inevitability of evil was only an excuse for committing bad deeds. Mikhail was surprised when the knight said he was interested in why the hero had told him everything and shown him everything. The Archmage suggested making a plan, realizing that it would take a long time, probably more than 2 years. Maelun was very serious, so he decided to clarify exactly what he was supposed to do. The Archmage understood that practically everything depended on Maelun, so he suggested that he act as he had before. He told Marlon that he trusted him completely, so he asked him to do what he thought was right. Mikhail asked him not to forget his feelings, not to let anger consume him, and to try not to back down. The hero of the new era was sure that Maelun really had to deal with everything. He understood that Maelun had already made a firm and irrevocable decision, and would stand up to his own father. Mikhail said that if the knight needed help, he could turn to either the temple or his family. He was even curious to see who would prevail, honor and dignity or inevitable evil, but he already knew the answer to that question. Therefore, Mikhail took a deep breath and said that it was time for them to set off. Kelebos was very upset because he did not understand how Mikhail had managed to find out everything and influence what had been built over the years. However, he tried to pull himself together and calm down, realizing that such a boy could not possibly harm his reputation. Kelebos understood that Mikhail could not single-handedly resolve the situation with the large number of criminal guilds in the Empire. However, he understood that he had to lie low because if the rumors reached the Emperor, there would be little good to come of it. Kelebos was very afraid because he understood that Maelun could be the first to be targeted. He wanted to talk some sense into his son so that his sense of justice wouldn't cause trouble. Kelebos began to think that the best thing to do now was to lock Maelun inside the family home to protect him from the consequences. He understood that the great evil had already been eliminated, so the temple could not judge him for his actions. At one point, Kelebos even found it funny because he realized that the priests were more like toothless kittens who knew nothing of the world. His thoughts were interrupted by an informant who had urgent information to report to Marquis Kelebos. Kelebos listened attentively, and the informant said that Archbishop Alea was speaking in the temple at that very moment, wanting to defend the temple's way. Archbishop Ali announced that he planned to put forward the idea of completely eliminating the entire criminal world. Meanwhile, Alea was impressed by the words and actions of the hero of the new era, who had made important decisions in a short period of time. He was very pleased that Michael and Sir Maelun wanted to take an active part in cleansing the capital of bad and evil people. Mikhail looked at Archbishop Ali and thought that now he looked more like a kind and harmless grandfather. But in his youth, it was Archbishop Ali who was nicknamed the most formidable and just slayer of demons. The Archmage knew that Ali was the best demon hunter who had managed to expel them from the temple. Michael announced that Kelebos Jr. would be the chief assistant and reminded everyone that not all Kelebos were the same. Ali was pleasantly surprised because exposing the criminal world, especially as an Imperial Knight, was a great honor for him. At that moment, the door burst open and their conversation was interrupted by Kelebos, who rushed into the temple shouting that Michael had no right to do this. Kelebos did not understand how a man who had nothing to do with these actions could involve his son in all this. Michael turned around, smiled, and said that he had no idea what Kelebos Sr. was talking about. After all, Maelun was an Imperial Knight and had received personal permission from the Emperor to conduct an investigation in the Dark World. Kelebos shouted in desperation and begged his own son to stop and not take action against his own family. Marin replied that he had received permission from Emperor Alexandros himself, so he would act as he saw fit. He also said that he believed that his noble father would not object and would not prevent him from fulfilling his knightly duty. Kelebos had no idea what to do or say, so he decided to say that in that case, he could be disowned. Maelun replied that he understood everything and that no matter what his father did, he would always stand by him. That is why he asked his father to surrender here and now, and Mikhail was pleasantly surprised by Maelun's courage. Kelebos was confused and realized that Mikhail had arranged all this, saying that the work of a hero is very difficult and complicated. After that, Mikhail told the Guardian Vetek that it was time for them to go because they had already spent their time usefully. Veterok believed that Mikhail's actions were too aggressive towards one of the 4 great families close to the Emperor. Mikhail knew that now Sir Maelun would definitely take care of everything personally and make the right decisions. 4 days later, Maelun and the representatives of the Sacred Knights of the Temple were able to deal with all the criminal guilds. Maelun was able to accomplish all of this in just 4 days, which was an amazing result for everyone. Of course, rumors of everything that had happened quickly reached the Emperor, and he knew that many guilds were connected to Kelebos. Later, rumors spread that when the Emperor realized the whole situation, he laughed for a very long time and couldn't even stop. Veterok believed that Mikhail should be helped, but Mikhail did not want to get his hands dirty. He was confident that Sir Maelun could handle it on his own and was ready to intervene briefly if necessary. Veterok thought Mikhail was very strange, but she saw that he was always right and his plans always worked out. Mikhail only smiled mysteriously because he knew he couldn't tell Vetek everything he knew. After leaving the capital and returning to Dracolian, the Archmage stayed there for a year and a half and noticed that everything had become much livelier. Chepesh was glad to see Mikhail because he understood that if it weren't for him, all these lands would have simply turned into ruins. Chepesh himself had returned to the settlement only a week ago and brought with him 30 demon hunters. Mikhail realized that he had met some of the hunters before, while others he was seeing for the first time, but they were all training hard. Some of the hunters had demonic eyes, which sometimes prevented them from concentrating and organizing their thoughts. Some were werewolves who were learning to control their newly acquired powers and abilities. Chepesh warned Michael that some of the hunters were not very friendly and did not always listen willingly. Their conversation was interrupted by one of the hunters, Ansbach, who greeted Michael. Mikhail decided to ask if he was still tormented by nightmares, and Ansbach said that he couldn't get rid of the nightmares that came to him every night. The other hunters decided to ask if they could really harm the demons if they stayed there, since they had lost their families because of them. Michael addressed the hunters and told them that they must become stronger, both mentally and physically, in order to stand up to the demons. He understood that there would inevitably be those among the hunters who would cross all boundaries, and he wanted to warn them about this. However, the Archmage had an excellent plan, and Chepesh reported that the dungeon was currently being prepared. Chepesh said that he felt a little awkward and even ashamed that Mikhail had helped him so much. Mikhail asked Chepesh to trust him completely and that everything would be fine because he was acting according to plan. Meanwhile, Liam was actively trying to resist himself in order to assess his current capabilities. However, it was very difficult for him to resist such a strong opponent, and he found himself losing again. The ghostly knight said that he himself had been like that in his youth, and had the same level of abilities. Liam understood that his opponent was strong and he still couldn't see a crack in his aura, but he was doing much better. At the very beginning, Liam Pavlov knew absolutely nothing about cracks and how to apply this knowledge in practice. The knight helped him during his training and told him that he needed to follow the blind spot. Liam couldn't see the cracks and realized that it might take him too long to get back. So, to start with, he decided to defeat his opponent by any means necessary. He understood that Miller's technique was based on the idea that there were no restrictions on the use of the aura. However, in addition to the aura, Liam realized that other types of energy could also be used. Liam's ghostly opponent was very surprised that his opponent had decided to use divine energy. Liam did not fully understand what powers were being used and acted mainly on instinct. Liam's prototype was very surprised because the knight had learned to use divine power to instantly heal all wounds. Count Pavlov was at the limit of his own abilities and had almost managed to unlock a new power. That is why he announced that this time everything would be completely different, and that was the main factor for him. The prototype noticed that Liam had really excelled during his training and had become stronger. However, Liam missed one of the blows again and could not understand when exactly he had missed it or why. Falling to the ground again, he realized that it was all just an illusion and that he needed to train even harder. Liam thought that he simply hadn't noticed the attack, which is why he hadn't been able to parry or block it. The prototype said that it wasn't that Liam couldn't block the attack, but that he couldn't even see it. He also said that Liam shouldn't ignore what he could use during a fight and what else he could achieve. Liam Pavlov was very surprised and couldn't understand what exactly he was talking about, because Miller was a great swordsman. The prototype laughed and said that this is what history books say because Miller was actually the king of all diseases. That is why Miller as a swordsman was only one of the many masks of his personality. The prototype explained that this term was used for masks that corresponded to the roles of actors in the theater. Liam Pavlov was very surprised and did not understand what all this could really mean. The prototype explained that Liam was completely absorbed by the swordsman's mask, and therefore completely unaware of other ways of attacking. Meanwhile, Mikhail continued to chat with Chepesh, who was not sure that using the dungeon was a good idea. He was certain that Nephthys' kindness was not cruel and that it could be used to their advantage. Chepesh understood that the girl could really help them, but he didn't know how to look dignified after everything that had happened. Mikhail understood that what he had done was very cruel, but he had no other options. After all, it was because of Nephthys that the tragedy of the Draculian family had occurred, which had taken Capesh's own father away from him. Mikhail was sure that Chepesh had to deal with all this because he was a true knight. Chepesh Draculian was very grateful to Michael for supporting him in everything that had happened and would happen. After gathering the demon hunters, Michael announced that he planned to use a certain medicine to suppress their aggression. Ansbach was a little upset because they had no plans to obtain the medicine, but Michael said that it was a simple illusion technique. The Archmage explained that the treatment would be a common sweet fantasy, but they had never seen anything like it before. After that, he went to Nephthys, who was ready to welcome new guests in her dungeon. Mikhail asked her to be more attentive and careful this time because her direct goal was to help. Nephthys said that she had become stronger and wiser, so now she was sure she could handle the task. Afterward, Michael suggested that Chepesh at least occasionally visit the dungeon to calm his own soul. Chepesh did not respond, but merely bowed to Mikhail in gratitude for the offer. Mikhail was very pleased that he had managed to settle all issues with Chepesh and Nephthys and organize their joint work. After that, he planned to find Liam Pavlov to find out how his training was going. When he saw Liam standing on crutches and completely covered in plaster, Mikhail did not understand what had happened. Liam started smiling because he knew that Mikhail had already guessed that Pavlov had decided to get involved in something again. Throwing away his crutches, Liam Pavlov asked Mikhail to watch closely because he had managed to take another step forward. Mikhail looked closely at Liam, who began to walk toward him, stepping on his cast and saying that he was closer to the level of the gods. When he stepped on his leg, Liam felt a sharp pain and immediately fell to the ground, crying out that he was sorry for his little leg. Liam Pavlov couldn't stop and kept screaming because his leg hurt and caused him considerable discomfort. When Liam calmed down and explained everything, Mikhail was very surprised that Liam had learned to use divine power. Liam explained that when he realized he could use divine power, he immediately went into battle. While he was telling the story, he hit his chin, which upset him greatly because it was very painful. Mikhail realized that Liam had managed to understand the true purpose of Miller's teachings and considered Liam's achievements worthy. Then, seeing the Archmage's reaction, Liam realized that Michael already knew everything and was simply not saying anything. Mikhail replied that he only knew what kind of being Miller was and why he had disappeared, nothing more. The Archmage informed Liam that he would have had to go through his own personal journey in order to learn everything. Mikhail knew that Liam had not been able to reach even that level before his regression, so he knew that things had gone differently. However, at that time, the problem was that Liam simply did not have enough time to develop all his abilities. He thought that Miller's technique could have been greatly simplified during that time, and Liam didn't understand why Michael hadn't told him everything. Mikhail continued to analyze all possible options and realized that Liam needed to develop in his own way. Liam Pavlov looked closely at Mikhail and did not understand why he was silent and said nothing at all. Then he decided to tell the Archmage that the guy had said that even if he broke down, he would still understand the truth. Then Liam Pavlov began to remove the bandages, realizing that even if he broke down, he would be able to understand everything and become much stronger. He also said that he had managed to get some medicine that might come in handy someday. Mikhail caught himself thinking that various memories of what had happened before the regression immediately began to surface in his mind. So, smiling at Liam, Mikhail said that he would be happy to help him right now. Realizing what the young gentleman might have in mind, Liam said that he didn't need any help because he planned to handle it himself. Activating his magic spells, Mikhail began to laugh, saying that he would only help a little. Liam Pavlov looked frightened and realized that he needed to run away as quickly as possible to prevent Mikhail from using his magic. However, running on one leg with a crutch was too difficult and not easy. Mikhail smiled and said that running was pointless because training had to continue as soon as possible. Liam wanted to rest and lie down in his bed, but Mikhail said that when a crisis arises, one must learn to overcome it. Liam raised his head and saw a huge number of magical weapons above him that he would have to deal with. Count Pavlov really hoped that there was an easier way to gain strength so he wouldn't have to suffer so much. Mikhail just smiled and told Liam that there was already a magic arrow aimed at him from behind. Mikhail felt nostalgic and enjoyed watching his friend learn, thinking that the only thing missing was music. A month later, Kepesh came to thank Mikhail because the proposed treatment had indeed produced positive results. Mikhail was very happy that the demon hunter sent to Nephthys had indeed begun to recover and feel better. This meant that the guardian Nephthys was no longer repeating her past mistakes and was really trying very hard. He was glad that Nephthys had not wasted this chance and that he could now rely on her. That is why the Archmage decided to go down into his dungeon himself to check everything. Nephthys was the guardian of the dungeon, and she was pleased that the hero of the new era believed in her and decided to come back. She herself was very happy that everything was starting to work out for her, because losing the same battle twice would be unacceptable to her. The Guardian Breeze agreed with Nephthys and decided to use her new abilities to grow to her full potential. Nephthys was pleasantly surprised that Breeze had regained her abilities, but she said that she had not yet fully restored them. She smiled and said she was very happy that the Guardian Breeze had been able to free herself from the shackles of the past. Michael had no idea what the Guardians were talking about, but decided not to interfere in their conversation. Vedorok replied that she had never been dependent on the shackles of the past and would not be dependent on them in the future. Nephthys couldn't understand Vetek's reaction at all and said that they simply had to discuss everything. However, to her surprise, Vetechka asked her to stop the discussion, because that was precisely why she did not want to meet with Nephthys. Looking at Mikhail, Vetrika's guardian said that she did not want to discuss anything in front of others. Mikhail was puzzled because he could not understand how Nephthys' guardian had managed to heal herself. Then Nephthys explained that she could show the future to those who could be happy about what they had lost in the past. She knew that someone could be happy to live their whole life with their beloved wife. Someone could be happy that a promise made in childhood had finally come true and been kept. Nephthys said that each of the demon hunters had simply shown her their most cherished dream. Michael was very happy that Nephthys had made such progress because then the hunters could learn to control their aggression. Nephthys noticed that Michael was really good at understanding people. Then Michael decided to move on to the main part because he understood that a great evil had already begun to awaken. Looking at Nephthys, he realized that he could not know what had happened in the past, but she could help him with that. The Archmage of the 7th Magical Circle understood that Nephthys had the ability to show fantasies and illusions. Therefore, he asked her to show him some of her own memories of the past, and Nephthys did not believe that he had come to her for this reason. Michael calmly told her that he wanted to see the devil with his own eyes. He remembered that before his regression he had seen the devil, or at least he was sure that he had looked him straight in the eyes. However, he had been unable to understand its essence at the time because he had not been ready to go beyond the boundaries of reality. Therefore, Mikhail was very sad to realize that he had never been able to see the real devil, who was absolute evil. Nephthys admitted that her subconscious was very complex and could cause irreparable psychological damage. The Guardian Vedek reported that Nephthys should not even try to dissuade Mikhail from what he wanted to achieve. Vedorok explained that if Mikhail was very passionate about something, it was simply impossible to change his mind. Michael smiled because he understood that Breeze was absolutely right. After thinking for a moment, Nephthys decided to agree and asked Mikhail to simply close his eyes. Then she began to use her magic of illusions, saying that she was ready to show the hero of the new era that very day. However, Nephthys warned that she would only show a fragment of that day for safety reasons. Mikhail began to sink into Nephthys' subconscious, which caused him terrible headaches and nausea. Bad words quickly filled Mikhail's subconscious, and it became very difficult for him to control his emotions. All around him was only the seething earth and not a single living soul, and he realized that he had entered the age of the gods that Vetek had spoken of. Red rain fell from the sky, and Mikhail began to realize that the devil was standing right behind him. Turning around, he saw only the figure and outline of the devil he had seen before his regression. Mikhail tried with all his might to look the devil straight in the eyes in order to try to understand his essence. However, his subconscious completely rejected what was happening, and it was not easy for him to overcome his inner feelings. His subconscious stopped him, telling him that he should not look and should not understand. But Michael tried to stand up with all his strength. Mikhail believed that he did not need such a subconscious because he was obliged to understand the essence of the devil and know his true nature. He thought that even if it was all an illusion of Nephthys, he still wanted to understand and realize everything completely. At one point, it seemed to him that the devil really looked at him and their eyes met. The Guardian Breeze watched the young master closely and realized that something was wrong. She asked Nephthys to stop because she understood that Michael was being enveloped by dark energy and something had gone wrong. Nephthys looked closely at Michael and realized that she had nothing to do with it and that her imagination had been interfered with. Mikhail looked closely at the devil to understand what kind of creature he was and why he had become absolutely evil. The devil uttered a word in an unknown archmage language, and the entire space was filled with its sound. Mikhail understood that this was no longer a fantasy and that something equally powerful was preventing Nephthys from concentrating. Then the Archmage realized that it could only be the devil himself, so he told him that they were meeting for the first time. Michael felt no fear because he understood that he had a chance to learn the essence of absolute evil. Nephthys did not understand why the Demon King was here since he was unable to penetrate the mind and control it. The Guardian Breeze realized that the only being capable of penetrating the mind was the devil himself. Veterok became very sad because she understood that no matter how strong Mikhail was, he would not be able to stand up to the devil himself. Nephthys knew that she could not interrupt the session with a snap of her fingers, so she was ready to take her own life to stop the chain. Nephthys was sure that this would be much better than losing a person who possessed a sacred relic. Suddenly, the Guardian Breeze began to scream and asked Nephthys to stop and not make any rash decisions. Pointing to Michael, Breeze asked Nephthys to look there to understand what was happening inside her own imagination. Lifting her head and looking at Michael, Nephthys was very surprised because she completely stopped understanding what was happening. Archmage Michael was shrouded in darkness, but above him, illusory magic and divine power covered him once again. That is why the Guardian Velatok asked the Guardian Nephthys to wait a little while to better assess the situation. They looked closely at Mikhail's face because they understood that he looked calm, but something was happening inside his imagination. Michael had always understood that the devil was not a simple creature, so he expected something like this in his behavior. Looking straight into the devil's eyes, Michael said that he did not know why he had come to this fantasy. The Archmage said that he had come here to achieve his own goal, so he began to rise slowly. The devil smiled because he was very amused that an ordinary man had dared to challenge him. Michael understood that his only goal was to learn the true origin of the devil and nothing else. The Archmage of the 7th Circle of Magic did not seek to defeat the devil. He wanted to understand him, so he concentrated his divine power in his eyes. When he noticed that the devil had slightly eased the pressure, Michael put everything on the line to study his opponent more closely. Michael entered the devil's memories and began to hear a voice asking Asari to stop, hoping that he would be understood. Various fragments flashed before him at a rapid pace, and he heard that nothing was over and that much could still be done. Then Mikhail began to feel that he was losing touch with the devil's memories and realized that time was running out. The devil was very angry because no one had ever managed to penetrate his mind and consciousness, so he began to curse in an unknown language. Mikhail understood that he had barely touched the devil, but the devil had already quickly cut all the threads and was behaving like an ice statue. The devil was furious that an ordinary human had dared to take so much upon himself. Michael realized that he had managed to read information about his opponent, so he began to activate the magic of the 7th Magic Circle. The 7th Magic Circle was difficult because it closed at the very moment when the devil's existence was recognized. Michael understood that he was in a fantasy, but the essence of it did not change much, and he had a tangible advantage. The Archmage understood that this place was not the devil's territory, so he decided to destroy the fantasy itself. The devil watched the man closely in order to remember him well and recognize him the next time they met. Michael really wanted to anger the devil even more before leaving, so before leaving he decided to say a word whose meaning he did not know. So he turned around and said that he would see him later, then uttered a word that he thought was the devil's name. The Guardian Breeze held the Archmage's head and called out to him to come to his senses and recover quickly. There were tears in her eyes because she was very afraid of losing a man who was very talented and possessed a divine artifact. Mikhail did not understand why she was crying, and Vetek told him that she was very worried about him, even though she believed that he would be able to cope. However, despite her strong emotions, Vetek was very happy that Mikhail had found a way to leave the fantasy world. Nephthys said that she was also very worried because the Archmage had spent 3 days in a deep sleep. Mikhail was very surprised because he had spent little time in the fantasy, but in reality, a lot of time had passed. However, he was not very surprised because he understood that when a powerful entity interferes with a fantasy, complications are inevitable. The Guardian Vetek admitted that she was very worried because she did not expect the devil to interfere in the fantasy. Nephthys decided to ask Mikhail what exactly he had learned because she understood that he had not left empty-handed. Michael replied that he felt an endless sense of futility, but at the same time, understood why he felt that way toward divine beings. However, Michael was able to obtain a trophy, so he decided not to talk about it but simply to show it off. Nephthys looked around carefully and saw a beautiful golden glow that sparkled like divine light. Vedera couldn't believe her eyes because the young gentleman had demonstrated the divine magic of the seventh circle. She did not understand how at the age of 22 one could already achieve the magic of the seventh divine magic circle. However, to her great surprise, Michael informed her that he was simply progressing a little faster than everyone else. Mikhail said that these were not all his trophies and began to show a small stone he was holding in his palm. He then began to analyze the unique characteristics demonstrated by the devil. Mikhail tried to recreate them and began to analyze the composition and structure of the stone he was holding in his hand. Then he began to direct his mana in order to fully explain everything he had seen and learned about his opponent. The stone in his hands began to disintegrate into many small particles and atoms and then simply disappeared. Mikhail explained that he was primarily trying to reproduce the awareness he had attained while in his fantasy. However, it was difficult for him to comprehend everything because he had spent all of his 7th magic circle mana in an instant. The Archmage realized that he could not use his new ability in a real battle. Distracted from his thoughts, he noticed the Guardians, who looked very frightened and did not understand what had happened. Michael didn't understand what he had done wrong again, and Breeze began to shout that this was not a situation where he could respond like that. Nephthys tried to explain that Michael had just used the devil's power, which was total annihilation. Mikhail was very puzzled because the chain of magic circles had indeed evaporated, which meant that he had used evil powers. Vedorok was both frightened and furious because the Archmage had recreated the devil's main power. Michael was puzzled because he couldn't even imagine that his new skills were so powerful. Meanwhile, Meryl was furious because she didn't understand how Michael could have uncovered all her plans. She recalled her brilliant plan involving the Central Temple and Cassandra, and couldn't understand how everything could have been ruined. The story about the county of Dracolian also drove her crazy because she was sure she could see it through to the end. Meryl was furious that an ordinary boy who had been appointed the hero of the new era had so skillfully ruined all her plans. She tried with all her might to find even the smallest breach in Michael's defensive system, but all her attempts failed. Meryl understood that she needed to find at least one small weakness in the Archmage in order to carry out her plans. While Meryl was angry and thinking about what to do in this situation, she was unexpectedly visited by Belphegor. Meryl did not understand the purpose of her visit, as the monks had originally agreed not to interfere in each other's affairs. Belphegor informed her that everything had changed after Beelzebub, and now if the ranks were reduced by 1, no one would even notice. Meryl clearly understood what Belphegor meant when she said this, especially since her plans had indeed failed. Therefore, she said that she was developing a plan and that her current goal was Asari's crypt, as Michael was actively collecting artifacts of the deity. Meryl said that since the Archmage had ruined her plans, she now wanted to ruin his current plans. Belphegor agreed to give her one last chance and entrusted the task of disrupting the hero's plans to Meryl. Meryl replied that she would do her best to carry out her plan effectively. Meanwhile, at the shelter named after Gerthon, a meeting was beginning to discuss current issues. One of the senior guides, Kum, came to the elder because he did not understand how a stranger could be allowed on sacred ground. Kum knew that since birth, strangers had never been allowed to enter the greatest place in Gerthon. The elder remained completely calm and said that his decisions were necessary. Kum looked closely at the elder and realized that he was most likely under a spell because his eyes were completely empty. He immediately realized that the mysterious woman who had appeared in Gertona about a month ago was to blame for everything. Kum told the elder that strangers should not be allowed on sacred ground, especially since they had not even taken an oath. He was very angry because the elder pretended not to understand anything and was confident in the correctness of his decisions. The elder said that his path was endless and that he had already built Gertona on a solid foundation and invested all his energy in it. However, he understood that he could not raise Gerton above the level of a small kingdom, and certainly could not compete with the church states. Kum tried to explain that the woman could not guide them on the right path and show them how to develop Gerton properly. The elder began to shout because he did not understand how someone who had served Ruth could be so afraid of change for the better. Kum began to argue because he was sure that Ruth had never wanted to be above others. However, to his surprise, the elder wanted to end the conversation and said that he was ready to strip the senior guide of his qualifications. Kum decided to stop arguing and went back to the forest, not understanding why the elder had become so ignorant. He remembered that from early childhood he had been taught that sacred lands must be inviolable and that strangers must not be allowed to enter. He had also always been taught how to properly guide travelers through the lands, and he had always known that he would become a senior guide. Kum thought that he should probably turn to the hero of the new era chosen by the church. However, he was astonished when he realized that the hero of the new era was none other than Gerton. A week ago, the butler Mortar and Liam Pavlov were very surprised when Mikhail told them that Gerton was their next destination. Liam only knew that Gerton was outside the empire and was a small kingdom with its own peculiarities. Mikhail was surprised that Liam knew even more about Gerton than planned. The butler understood that Gerton was a heretical state, which meant that a hero of the church might not be accepted. Looking at Michael, Mortar did not understand how exactly they were supposed to get into Herton, and more importantly, for what purpose. Michael smiled and said that he was simply going to go on another mission with them. Liam, Mortar, and Vitek decided to honor the great Archmage of the 7th Magic Circle for fun. Mikhail just spread his arms and said that nothing bad would happen to them, so he asked the team not to worry. Liam realized that Mikhail always said that before visiting places where it was very dangerous, and Mortar also began to worry greatly. Mikhail replied that they had too low an opinion of him, but the whole team said that Mikhail never went anywhere unsafe. On the other hand, they were right because the third tomb and Meryl were in Gertone. Mikhail knew that the third tomb of Asari was in Gertone, and that was where he was last seen. Liam Pavlov was very surprised because he didn't understand why Asari was in Gerton, since they didn't like change there at all. Mikhail realized that Liam believed that everyone in Gerton worshipped a non-existent god. Mortar thought about how the priests of Gertone really did get their power, which meant their god might actually exist. However, to his surprise, Mikhail replied that if their god was indeed Ruth, then perhaps they did receive power. The Archmage explained that no one knew the true nature and power of the deity Ruth, who was called the Way. He decided to ask Mortar if he believed that people would continue to worship a god who was only an imitation. The butler thought about it and came to the conclusion that people would not accept an imitation of a god and would stop worshiping him. Michael said that if Ruth was real, then the will of the people was righteous, but if it was only an imitation, then the will of the people was false. Meanwhile, the senior guide, Kum, was very surprised to see the hero of the new era, as he was on his way to the Empire to meet him. Mikhail was going to Gerton with the aim of turning everything upside down and showing its inhabitants who they were really worshipping. Seeing the tourists, the guides immediately began offering their services, quoting various competitive prices. Looking around, Liam Pavlov was very surprised because he had not seen such a large number of escorts at the entrance. Butler Mortar, noticing Prince Liam's violent reaction, told him that there was nothing surprising about it. He explained that the main attraction of Gertona was that the city itself was like a large maze. Mortar said that there were many confusing paths in Gertona, and each of them had various amazing things. Liam was very surprised, and the butler said that many tourists were fascinated by this and came back again and again. All kinds of guides continued to offer their services to accompany guests to the most beautiful sights. Mikhail knew that the paths always changed and that there was no point in memorizing them, but the guides could use the blessing of the paths. Liam listened carefully to Mikhail and realized that it would be better to hire a guide in this case, even if it was a little expensive. However, to his great surprise, Mikhail said that he did not understand Liam because he had no intention of hiring a guide. Then Mikhail explained that the guide was needed for ordinary people, but he himself was unusual and could sense changes in the paths. Liam looked at Mikhail in confusion, and the Archmage realized that his gaze was not very approving. Scratching his head, Liam Pavlov realized that arguing was useless, so he agreed to continue on his way. However, Mikhail stopped him and said that this would not work either because he had planned to wait for the guide. After that, the Archmage of the 7th Magic Circle simply sat down on a large rock and announced that he planned to wait for the guide. Liam looked at Mikhail with disbelief because he didn't understand whether they needed a guide or if Mikhail himself could lead them to the required place. Resigned to the Archmage's opinion, the whole team sat down on the large rock and waited for some kind of special guide. A little later, their serene calm was interrupted by a male voice that apologized and drew attention to himself. The senior guide, Gertona Kum, approached Mikhail and asked him if they needed a guide or if they were just resting. Liam Pavlov couldn't believe his eyes because Mikhail was right again, and an advanced guide really did approach them. The guardian Breeze was also very surprised and looked closely at the guide because she felt divine energy coming from him. Mikhail understood that this was the very reason why he had suddenly decided to visit Gerton. The Archmage of the 7th Magic Circle knew that among the many guides of Gerton, there was one who was special. Kum was very upset by the elder's behavior, but did not know whether he should share his difficulties with the hero of the new era. He apologized to the guests for taking them on a completely different route and wasting their time. Mikhail noticed that Kum had noticed everything much faster than he could have imagined. The chief guide, Kum, replied that he had a very well-developed intuition, so he immediately understood that the hero was planning to visit the tomb. After gathering his thoughts, the specialized guide decided to ask the hero chosen by the church for help. Mikhail understood that Kum wanted to know the reason for their visit, but it was a rather delicate question. However, he was well-informed, so he asked a counter-question about whether anything suspicious had happened in Hartford recently. The senior guide Kum decided to tell him that a woman had come to the Sacred Lands a few months ago. He also said that at first there had been no problems at all and everyone had treated her neutrally. The woman mainly comforted the elder, who was very upset. Mikhail listened very carefully to the guide in order to determine from his story whether he was talking about Meryl and her followers. Kum reported that later the woman began to actively claim their sacred land and the tomb of the deity. The elder told her how he had spent his entire life raising Gerthon, but Meryl said that everything could still be fixed. Meryl actively convinced the elder that the church was to blame for everything because it had imposed its gods and its faith on them. The elder immediately began to recall how the archbishops refused to believe in the existence of Ruth and that he could bestow power. Meryl said that she would never forget the elder's kindness in allowing her access to the sacred place. The elder remembered that his predecessors had ordered no one to enter or set foot on the sacred grounds. However, under the influence of mental control, he no longer saw any point in such prohibition. The elder wanted very much to believe in a bright and beautiful future with the woman who believed in him. Meryl was very happy that she had so easily gained access to the sacred place of Gerton to carry out her plan. Mikhail remembered how, before the regression, Meryl had managed to capture a large number of sources of power to implement her own authority. The Archmage under Siegfried's command watched this and was terrified because they did not understand what to do now. At that moment, Meryl was happy because all her plans had come to fruition. and she had accomplished her task. Mikhail was terrified because the demon had managed to outsmart him and lead him around by the nose. He remembered how, at that very moment, the senior guide Kum had fallen before him and begged for forgiveness because he realized that he should have told him earlier. He understood that if he had taken Mikhail to the sacred lands, Muriel might not have been able to gain so much power. At that time, Kum knew that the mysterious garden needed visitors, but he did not expect Meryl to behave in such a way. Until the moment of regression, Mikhail did not yet know what Kum meant by the garden, because he did not understand what he was talking about. Now, however, the Archmage understood everything and was certain that the leader of the mysterious heron was indeed under hypnosis. This meant that the demon Meryl was acting much faster than they could have imagined. Liam did not understand why Meryl could not fall asleep or calm down after making so many mistakes. Mikhail hoped that this was the last time they would encounter the demoness, and Liam asked what their plan was. Mikhail lowered his head in thought because his plan had to be really well thought out, and of high quality. Butler Mortar and Count Pavlov were greatly surprised when they heard that Mikhail planned to simply wait and observe for now. Mikhail understood that Muriel was a demon, which meant that her plan was 100% well thought out and included counterattacks. The Archmage of the 7th Magic Circle understood that he had to act cautiously so as not to become part of Meryl's plan. He knew for sure that Muriel would have to postpone her plans, but she did not realize this yet, and Mortar did not understand the essence of her actions. Michael understood that it would take several days to figure out Gerthon's path, so he wanted to take a short tour. The senior guide Kum was very surprised that the hero of the new era had decided to go on a short tourist excursion. Kum was puzzled because the hero of the new era himself had reported that a great evil had arrived in Girton. Mikhail admitted that he did not fully understand Girton at the moment and would like to get to know him better. The Archmage said that Girton was like a labyrinth, and that until they studied it, they would not be able to properly oppose the absolute evil. Kum said that if that was his wish, he was ready to accompany him around Girton and get to know him. Mikhail understood that there were many tourist attractions in Girton, some of which were particularly remarkable. However, many tourists were unable to visit these places because only a select few guides knew about them. After thinking for a moment, Michael asked the guide Kum to take them to the most beautiful view in Girton so that he could get to know it. Kum agreed to accompany them, and Mikhail knew that they were heading to a special place called the Garden of Cornes. The locals considered the Garden of Corns to be the true heart of Hertona and the center of the main labyrinth. As they got closer, the whole area was enveloped in a warm, thick fog that made it very difficult to see. Kum decided to clarify whether the hero of the new era chosen by the church understood exactly where they were going. Mikhail calmly replied that there could only be one most hidden place in the entire complex of Girton, and that was probably the sanctuary. Kum was very surprised that Mikhail knew about this, but the Archmage explained that he was a hero and therefore had access to this knowledge. Mikhail knew that this place was not known to the general public and that the sanctuary itself was not located here. Kum explained to Mikhail that this place was only a shell, but Meryl was trying with all her might to get inside. After thinking for a moment, Mikhail realized that this was very similar to when Siegfried received the storm set before his regression. Kum said that he did not see Mikhail as a simple hero because he understood that otherwise he would simply be representing the will of the goddess Hekau. The Guardian Breeze warned Mikhail that the question was very difficult, and that much could depend on his answer. The Archmage immediately remembered Siegfried before his regression, and realized that the appearance of the hero of the new era depended on his answer. After thinking for a moment, he decided to answer that he had never thought about it so deeply. Michael understood that he had done everything to prevent Siegfried from becoming the hero of the new era, and simply losing the battle with the Demon King. However, at present, he had been chosen by Heka herself, and he had to follow her and believe in her. Mikhail said that he was a hero of humanity and was not bound by the church, so he could be a hero of the church and a hero of Gertona. He immediately remembered Cassandra and realized that he truly represented the interests of all humanity. Remembering the King of the Elves, he added that if Heka decided to harm the world, he would be ready to stand against her himself. Lord Ruth watched Michael closely and was very impressed by his answer and his independence from the church. Meanwhile, Liam and Mortar remained in Gertona and watched its inhabitants because Michael had asked them to. Liam was a little surprised because he understood that Girton was on the brink of destruction, but all the inhabitants looked very calm and happy. Mortar believed that even professional guides could not comprehend the seriousness of the situation due to their lack of such skills. Liam continued to observe the residents and guides, as well as the arriving tourists. Mortar understood that the situation was indeed dangerous, and thanks to Michael, they were able to control it. Liam understood that it was not the demon's weakness that was the problem, but Mikhail's insight. He analyzed the words of the Archmage, who had said that Meryl would not interfere in Gerthon's affairs without first preparing the ground. And that was why he left Liam and the butler to watch the people in order to understand Marielle's real plan. Liam then began to analyze the situation because the demon was cunning and could have minions among ordinary people, as was the case in the church. However, this time, Meryl already had very strong power in the form of the Elder of all of Gerthon. Liam Pavlov began to think that this time Meryl might resort to more serious measures and methods. At one point, Liam caught himself thinking and reasoning like Michael, and it scared him a little. Mortar was surprised when Liam asked him what a demon could do to take complete control of Girton. Control? The butler thought for a moment and began to consider various possible ways and methods that demons could usually use. After looking again at the tourists and guides, The butler noticed that they were all under a magical influence. After quickly analyzing the auras of the people in front of him, Mortar informed the young gentleman Liam that the situation was very complicated. The butler then asked Pavlov to pay attention to the tourists and guides passing by. It was then that Mikhail's team realized that all the people in Hertna, or who had arrived as tourists, were under mental control. Meanwhile, Mikhail looked closely at Kum, realizing that it was Lord Ruth who had simply changed his appearance. Lord Ruth was very interested in when exactly Mikhail noticed that the real Kum was no longer next to him. Mikhail replied that he had understood everything as soon as the fog had thickened, and he had felt the change. The Guardian Breeze was hiding because she had no desire to see Ruth. Lord Ruth informed Michael that he had managed to uncover the secrets of the tomb, so now he was a candidate to visit it. He was curious to know how Mikhail had found out about this sacred place and why he wanted to visit it. The hero of the new era decided to lie and said that he had simply found the records, and therefore wanted to receive a divine artifact as a reward. Lord Ruth laughed, realizing what the candidate was talking about, but told him that he would still have to pass all the tests. Bowing, he admitted that he had no doubt that Mikhail had obtained other divine artifacts in the proper manner. Lord Ruth understood that Michael undoubtedly possessed sufficient qualifications, but his trials were special. Mikhail understood that Ruth was very principled and would not compromise his principles even if the artifact was in danger. The Archmage decided to clarify whether the details of the test itself had already been determined, and Ruth replied that they had been determined from the outset. Lord Ruth explained that he had to change the structure of the main trial after the demon decided to obtain the sacred artifact. Michael decided to clarify exactly which artifact of divine significance was being discussed, and Lord Ruth showed him the labyrinth. The deity Ruth showed that this was the main principle of the test, so he was obliged to conduct it. However, since Muriel interfered with the trial, he decided to make more appropriate adjustments. Michael carefully examined the labyrinth to understand the essence of the artifact itself. Lord Ruth explained that Meryl was trying to force her way into the labyrinth, which he did not like very much. Then Mikhail realized that if someone was trying to break into a house, it was necessary to drive the intruder away. Lord Ruth was pleasantly surprised that Mikhail understood what he was talking about so quickly. Then Ruth said that he would lend him his powers for a while, and if Michael could stop the demon, he could also get the artifact. The Guardian Breeze understood that the main essence of the test would be a confrontation between a spear and a shield. Lord Ruth decided to clarify whether the contender was confident that he could become an indestructible shield. After thinking for a moment, Mikhail said that this would not be enough for him, and that he planned to simply break the spear. The Elder was already completely under Meryl's control, but he still asked her if he had done the right thing. He was worried that removing the seal from Lord Ruth's sacred lands could lead to irreversible consequences. Meryl, using her demonic power, said that the Elder was doing everything right, and that it was long past time to remove the seal from these lands. Meryl said that the church, which recognized only Hekau, had to see the real root with its own eyes. The Elder understood that because of the church, he had to endure a great deal of humiliation, which led him to despair. Meryl was simply happy that she had managed to convince the Elder so easily, and she believed that people were too stupid. Her happiness was interrupted by one of her own demons, an informant who reported that they were having some problem. Meryl flew into a rage when she learned that someone was influencing the labyrinth from within, and that it was beginning to change. She refused to believe it because she knew that Lord Ruth would never interfere in such matters, let alone change the structure of the labyrinth. However, her informant reported that someone else might have agreed to help Ruth rebuild the Girthon labyrinth. After thinking for a moment, Meryl realized that the only one who could have interfered was the hero of the new era. Meanwhile, Mikhail, having been temporarily granted Ruth's powers, began to actively read all the spells of the labyrinth to understand its structure. Vedorok and Ruth watched him, and Lord was surprised that Mikhail was only 22 years old. Ruth realized that he had underestimated people because they could possess potential that simply could not be fully understood or studied. He saw that Mikhail's soul had already greatly surpassed the human level, and that he had access to semi-divine methods. Vedorok said that heroes had always been unusual, and Ruth said that not everyone was capable of such things, and that he had seen many heroes. Ruth understood that if Mikhail had been an ordinary person, there would have been no point in Vatek staying here. The Guardian Vitechka began to worry because she understood very well what Lord Ruth was talking about. She tried to explain to him that she was ready to accept any punishment in order to atone for her guilt in some way. Ruth replied that perhaps what had happened that day was just a coincidence, but Vitrika was definitely involved in everything. Guardian Breeze tried to explain that she was simply confused and did not really want to do anything wrong. Lord Ruth said that he had been very angry with her at the time, and had only calmed down after spending time in the Garden of Roots. Mikhail continued to figure out the maze in order to understand how to change its structure to enhance his abilities. He found it very interesting because the maze changed its structure every second, and its paths changed as a result. Then the Archmage of the 7th Magic Circle realized that the labyrinth was not a path, but a creation of a goal, and the way to achieve it. At some point, Michael managed to find the path that Muriel had chosen, and he began to study it thoroughly. Mikhail understood that she was already halfway there, and he didn't want to completely change her path in order to distract her. He planned to do this so that Muriel would not give up immediately, but would try to continue on her path. The Archmage was very happy because he understood that very soon Muriel would realize that he had simply decided to joke with her and play a prank on her. That's why he left Liam and Mortar on the other side to keep full control of the situation both inside and outside the maze. Mikhail was very interested to see how the two would fare because he had high hopes for them. Meanwhile, the swordsman Liam Pavlov continued to analyze the situation. in order to understand what exactly they should do now. At some point, he realized that Mikhail couldn't have been unaware of such a complicated situation and had probably just abandoned them here. The butler, Mortar, was surprised by the young Count Liam Pavlov's violent reaction and his remarks. Liam thought that perhaps he had been too harsh and had no right to insult the young lord. Butler Mortar was very angry and, releasing negative salgi, mentally asked Liam to apologize. Count Pavlov thought that the matter was indeed very unusual and he did not understand how exactly they should proceed. Mortar asked Liam to pay attention to the extent of the mental control, realizing that it had already completely enveloped the entire city. The butler thought that if they could take advantage of this, they could probably subjugate the entire city. He explained that human lives were less important to the demon than roadside pebbles, and that the residents seemed very calm despite everything. Then they realized that Michael had probably deliberately drawn all the attention to himself, so that they would remain unnoticed by both the demons and the residents. Liam Pavlov began to realize that things were not as hopeless as they had seemed at first glance. Suddenly, a moth appeared on Liam Pavlov's shoulder, looking at him happily and smiling. Liam looked at the magical butterfly with great distrust and did not understand what had landed on his shoulder or what its function was. Mikhail informed him that they were in the presence of a fairy that he could control remotely, which he had left behind unnoticed before leaving. The Archmage also added that he had heard their entire conversation from beginning to end. He knew that the butler, Mortar, was a professional in the field of dark magic. Therefore, he decided to clarify whether mind control would be ideal if it was only half effective. Mortar began to understand that if mental control was only partial, then it was most likely totem that was being used. However, he understood that there were probably a large number of Meryl's minions throughout the city of Grotoni. The Archmage decided to use a magical fairy to remind the butler where they were. Then Mortar realized that they were in a labyrinthine city, which meant that a guide could show them the way. Mikhail was glad that the steward quickly understood him and informed him that they could follow the fairy who would be their guide in the labyrinth. The magical fairy Mott was very happy that her new friend had entrusted her with her first important task and was ready to accompany the others. Mikhail said that their task now was to destroy the hidden totem to free Gerton from control. The butler Mortar and Liam Pavlov immediately followed the magical fairy to carry out their task. Meryl stood in front of the map and did not understand what was happening because her hidden totems were disappearing one after another. She couldn't understand what had gone wrong because she had been in an extremely advantageous position from the start. Meryl didn't understand because she had already failed so many times to defeat the new hero chosen by the church. Then she began to think and realized that the difficulty was not at all that her plan was poorly thought out. Meryl began to realize that the Archmage had much more information and was using it to his advantage. Meryl was furious because she realized that Michael had gained access to the labyrinth by means completely unknown to her. She was very frightened that she could simply be eaten by her own ruler, and realized that she had only one option left. Meryl was not ready to accept this, so she decided to take extreme measures and summoned Takon. Takon immediately arrived to hear his mistress's orders and do whatever he was told to do. Meryl ordered him to gather all the people in Hurton who were still under mental control. Takon decided to ask what his mistress was planning to do, and she told him that she wanted to take the hero's life. After that, Meryl immediately went to the Elder to simply take his heart and fill herself with energy. The Elder did not understand why Meryl had decided to do this to him, as he believed in her and trusted her completely. He didn't understand why she was doing this, since she had promised that Ruth would come down and reward him. However, to the surprise of the elders, Meryl said that she was not at all bothered by such trifles as Ruth's movements. Meryl understood that she had been sent down to the world of humans, but she made every effort to regain her name and part of her ancient appearance. She understood that this was her last chance, as humanity still bore the burden of original sin. Meryl understood that she still had a chance to win, and her body began to transform. Lord Ruth sensed that the demon Meryl had regained her name by binding herself to time, which meant she was in a state of despair. Michael reminded him that Meryl was just an uninvited guest who had entered a stranger's home without permission. Smiling, he said that all those who refused to be judged must be punished. Lord Ruth thought for a moment because he understood that he was originally an ordinary person. He then said that if he were a contender, he would not have interfered in all this, but now it was a completely different story. He tapped Mikhail on the shoulder and said he was ready to cooperate with the Archmage of the 7th Magic Circle. The Guardian Breeze began to worry greatly because she understood that if the demon regained his name, he would become much stronger. Looking at Mikhail and Lord Ruda, she asked if they were sure they could win. However, to her surprise, Michael simply smiled mysteriously and reminded her that she had been with him in various situations for a long time. Lord Ruth also began to smile because he himself had begun to trust the Archmage and believe in his abilities. Mikhail added that if he wasn't sure he could win, he wouldn't have taken the initiative. Meryl's true form was the demon Asmodeus, who had come to harm all of humanity. Meanwhile, Liam and Mortar actively fought the demon's minions to free the people from mental control. Pavlov thought they were doing well, but looking around, he realized there were too many demons. Suddenly, the butler Mortar and Liam Pavlov were drawn to a loud noise coming from the sky. Mortar immediately realized that this was the demon accepting his true name and gaining power. He asked Liam Pavlov not to worry because he was confident in the professionalism of Mikhail and Vetek. Building a large magical protective shield around himself and Liam, he informed them that they must continue doing what they were doing. At that moment, a large number of residents under mental control in the demon Tarim were heading toward the uninvited guests. Ruth, seeing Asmodeus, also began to build a magical shield to protect Mikhail and Veterka. Lord Ruth was very interested in understanding what plan Michael had come up with and what they should do. Meryl shouted that no matter how heroic he was, he would not be able to stand up to a real demon who had regained his true name. Michael found it funny and didn't understand why Meryl was talking so much instead of taking action. After saying this, he immediately cast a spell that expanded the magic circles and increased their power. After that, the Archmage of the 7th magic circle began to create the divine heavens above Asmodeus. The Guardian Breeze was very surprised because the young master was using high-level divine magic of the 8th circle. Meryl was furious because she believed that it was simply impossible to stop her with such ridiculous tricks. Returning to Asmodeus' body, she immediately began to condense demonic energy in order to launch an attack. To block her attack, Michael immediately used a divine magic shield. He understood that Meryl planned to use Asmodeus' lightning bolts, which is why she was gathering demonic energy. Michael remembered well that before his regression, Asmodeus' lightning could simply transform hundreds of knights into ash. However, at present, he was in complete control of the situation, and Asmodeus' lightning bolts were completely absorbed by the sanctuary. That was why Michael looked at Asmodeus with contempt, considering him a stupid and reckless demon. All of Asmodeus' lightning bolts were completely blocked by magical spheres that together formed a divine sanctuary. Lord Ruth understood that Asmodeus was a very dangerous demon because he possessed great destructive power. Meryl was very angry because she understood that this was her last chance, and she was ready to do everything in her power to win. Looking at Michael, she shouted that no human could stand against a demon who had earned his name. However, Meryl froze in surprise when the Archmage of the 8th Divine Magic Circle said that it was all too simple. Using the maximum amount of demonic power, Muriel launched a very powerful attack. Michael carefully calculated all her actions in order to execute his plan of teleportation. He understood that Meryl could not even imagine how much greater demons he had faced before his regression. Asmodeus did not understand what the hero of the new age chosen and appointed by the church had in mind. Meanwhile, Michael continued to carry out his plan, remembering how many failures he had to endure to learn everything he knew. In his memories were all the friends and comrades who had passed away, who had left the world because of Meryl. That was why he had accumulated so much hatred for Meryl and wanted to take revenge on her. Mikhail was ready to use all the memories he had and knew exactly what to do. A few moments later, Mikhail cast the teleportation spell and found himself very close to Meryl. Meryl couldn't understand how a mere human could dare to challenge a great demon who had regained his name. Holding the staff made of the Tree of the World, Mikhail informed Meryl that she had spoken too much. Then, using his magical staff filled with divine energy, Mikhail attacked Asmodeus. Meryl couldn't understand how this was even possible, for she was a true great demon. Looking at the hero, she said that he couldn't do anything to her because she was a great demon and was closest to magic. Meryl shouted that Michael was only using an imitation of real magic because it was inaccessible to humans. Michael smiled and replied that he was not using simple magic against her, but divine power, after which he surrounded himself with a divine glow. Meanwhile, Liam Pavlov actively resisted Tarkhan, who was also a powerful demon. During the battle, Liam actively calculated all tactical options in order to correctly and effectively use his new abilities. He tried to pass straight through the crowd of Gareth residents who were under mental control. Pushing off them as if they were a trampoline, Liam Pavlov wanted to get as close as possible to the demon to attack him. Butler Mortar used his own magic to wrap chains around the demon's body to keep it at a certain distance. Thanks to Mikhail, he managed to restore his body and increase his physical abilities, so he was able to use his magic calmly. Using magic, Mortar managed to not only shackle the demon, but also his minions and the residents under his mental control. Mortar's butler tried very hard to keep the demonic dark force at bay in this way. Liam Pavlov was very surprised because, in his opinion, the demons had completely lost their patience and were already attacking indiscriminately. The butler understood that this meant only that the demons had suffered many failures and were now attacking with all possible means. He noticed that Tarkin was using all the residents under his mental control as a shield, which could greatly complicate the situation. Liam listened carefully to Mortar because he understood that they would then have to go straight through the inhabitants to get to the demon. However, to the butler's great surprise, he said that he had a feeling he could handle the demon. Looking at the young Count Pavlov, Mortar was amazed by his incredible concentration. The butler really wanted to believe that Liam Pavlov already had a plan in mind, and that was why he was so confident. However, drawing his sword, Liam said that he had no plan at all, but his intuition told him that he would definitely succeed. Liam began to recall everything he had learned from his own prototype with whom he had trained. Looking ahead, he carefully calculated his path and told himself that he could do it because he believed that everything would work out. After calculating his plan, Liam immediately moved forward because he didn't want to harm the residents and planned to attack only the demon. The demon Takar was very surprised because he had not expected to see a human next to him. Liam delivered a confident blow which allowed him to sever the demon's head. The butler, Mortar, watched the swordsman's actions closely and was even surprised by his steadfastness and accuracy. Liam wanted to believe that it was all over, so he began to ask the residents to stop and come to their senses. Meanwhile, Michael began to activate the praise spell, which was a ritual of remembrance and purity. He learned about this spell from the very first hero chosen by the church and received it along with the sacred mantle. Until the moment of regression, he had been unable to use this spell, but now everything was completely different. Meryl was very surprised and did not understand how Mikhail could possess such great divine power. She froze, realizing that her last seconds of life had come, and Michael wished her a happy journey. However, when she saw a small ray of divine light, Meryl began to laugh loudly because she had expected much more. Meryl looked at the hero of the new era and laughed at him because she understood that he had a lot of pomp, but the light was small. That is why Asmodeus decided to cover the divine light with his palm in order to continue his attack. However, her hand was immediately engulfed by a large divine flame of purification that quickly spread throughout the demon's body. Michael understood that the situation was different from what had happened with Beelzebub because Asmodeus had been able to regain his own name. That is why he changed the structure of the spell, which looked like a small light and nothing more. In fact, this small light was only a key that activated a large spell prepared in advance. Therefore, the memorial ritual would turn Asmodeus into a creature that simply could not exist in this world. Asmodeus and Meryl began to scream in pain, but continued to say that it was simply impossible to stop them this way. Michael looked closely at Meryl and couldn't understand if she really thought he would just sit there and do nothing. After his words, the Archmage of the 8th Magic Circle immediately cast the Divine Spear's spell and directed it at Meryl. She couldn't believe that her future was ending right here and now, because she had put so much effort into it. Mikhail replied with a smile that she had simply lost again, which had long since become her style. Lord Ruth, approaching closer, was surprised that Michael had not only been a good shield, but had also destroyed the spear. Ruth understood that Mikhail had completely kept his promise and helped him free him from the demon Gerthon. However, to his surprise, Mikhail informed him that it was not over yet, because there was one more important thing left to do. He understood that he was owed a lot and that now was the time for careful calculations. Lord Ruth understood that Michael was right, so he invited him to his private garden to discuss everything. Ruth noticed that Michael had Storm and Abundance, but they were not very effective for defense and restoration. The Lord admitted that he was still deeply shocked by the very fact that such a strong and courageous person existed. Mikhail realized that he was too perceptive for an ordinary person, which meant that he had already gone beyond the norm. Then Ruth decided to ask Michael if he had managed to get anything special from Heka. The Archmage replied no, because he was sure that his return had nothing to do with her. Hekau could not have known anything about his moment of regression, and she did not reveal her knowledge of it during their conversation. Lord Ruth looked at the Archmage with disbelief because he could not accept that everything had happened naturally. The Guardian Breeze decided to act as a translator and said that Ruth did not mean that Michael was bad. She explained that the unpredictability of the future usually causes a certain amount of anxiety, but Michael was calm. Michael understood everything and said that he was worried, which was why he was keeping his emotions under control. After his response, Lord Ruth agreed to fulfill his part of the promise and accompanied him to the divine artifact of the labyrinth. Mikhail looked closely at the artifact, which was shaped like a large blue flower, and felt a great deal of energy emanating from it. However, he had no idea how such a large artifact could be used, as it was very different from the ones he had seen before. Ruth was surprised because Michael had already used it, but Michael said he wanted to unlock the artifact's full potential. Lord Ruth said that he could no longer help him, and Mikhail did not understand what that meant. He explained that the hero had already used the labyrinth artifact in the best possible way, and that he simply had nothing more to offer him. Mikhail knew that this was not true because he was sure that he could use the artifact much better. Then he decided to think, because he had managed to reach a level that even Hekau could not recognize. And if that was really the case, then there must be a better way to use the divine artifact in the form of a flower. Touching the stems of the flower, Mikhail realized that it was only an imitation of the storm, which meant that the flower had not yet bloomed. Mikhail remembered that, according to Rut, this flower had never opened or revealed itself before. However, Mikhail could sense that the flower had long been ready to bloom and reveal its true nature. He understood that a divine power was hidden inside the labyrinth and that something was preventing it from coming out, so he began to analyze it. The Archmage understood the true nature of the labyrinth and the divine object that even its guardian did not know about. Everything around him began to fill with a large amount of blue light, and Ruth did not understand what was happening. However, to his great surprise, the divine artifact in the form of a flower suddenly began to bloom. Mikhail stood near the flower and examined it closely to determine its nature. Suddenly, he began to hear a voice that seemed to be speaking to him or coming from the center of the flower. Mikhail was surrounded by complete darkness that prevented him from seeing anything, but he could hear. He heard someone say that he simply had to do it and couldn't change anything. Turning around, the hero of the new era saw only a pair of bright red eyes staring through him into the distance. Looking into the eyes, Mikhail noticed that they reflected a large number of different negative emotions. Soon he realized that the eyes were not in the present but reflected events from the distant past that had already happened. Suddenly, the red-eyed figure's companion appeared and said that no one but them could save everyone from what had happened. Mikhail could not understand what was happening or why the labyrinth was showing him all this. Then the Archmage began to fall and heard the red eyes reply that no one would ever be able to replace them. Gradually, his consciousness began to fade, and he tried to understand why he had to learn all this and why the labyrinth had shown it to him. Suddenly, his interlocutor looked at the red eyes and began to shout that Asari was greatly mistaken. At that very moment, Mikhail began to understand what exactly was being said and why the labyrinth had shown him all this. Ruth watched what was happening and did not understand what was going on, because he was sure that the maze was incomplete from the beginning. Veterok said that his lack of understanding of his own artifact was probably intentional. She suggested that perhaps there was something that only the creator and owner of the divine artifact knew. Lord Ruth thought that perhaps something could happen with the 3 divine artifacts that was unknown even to the apostle. Michael was unconscious, but analyzed the conversation he had heard so as not to forget it. 2 days later, everything was calm in Gertona, and the residents were still alive because Liam and Mortar had exposed the demon's actions in time. Girton's image as a tourist town suffered greatly, but the chief did not despair because he wanted to believe in Girton's success. He thanked Mikhail as a hero of the new era and understood that the demon did not want Gertona to become great. The chief recovered after Asmodeus' disappearance, but wanted to take his own life for his sins before the whole people. At that very moment, Ruth appeared before him, cheered him up, and asked him to continue his faith. Although Lord was very uncomfortable and even ashamed to pretend to be a god, he could not refuse Michael. Michael was very happy that Ruth agreed because thanks to this, the chief regained his will to live and everything turned out well. The chief said that he believed in the hero just as Ruth did, and since the guides were everywhere, they would become allies of the hero of the new era. Veterok was very happy that Mikhail had really succeeded and was able to restore peace to Gerton. She understood that everything had turned out for the best, while Mikhail kept thinking about why the labyrinth had shown him this particular passage. Seeing a new mark on his wrist left by the divine artifact, the labyrinth, Mikhail decided to try it out. After using the summon spell, Liam Pavlov immediately appeared before him, most likely having just taken a shower. Liam didn't understand what was happening, but Mikhail realized that the summon had worked perfectly and returned Liam back. Mikhail realized that the labyrinth was a divine object that allowed him to summon anyone without any losses. Returning to the shower, Liam Pavlov had no idea what had happened or how Mikhail had been able to move him. Mikhail, however, understood that this skill could prove to be very useful and decided to use it in the right situations. However, his thoughts were completely occupied with memories of the past that he had heard and seen while inside the flower. Only at the very end did he realize that it was a conversation between the devil and Asari, who were two gods. Mikhail decided to ask Vetek if she could really learn information about ancient times as they developed. She explained that he had the right to know this with the appropriate qualifications because without knowledge, it was impossible to oppose the devil. Then the Archmage realized that he could look into Asari's memories, and Vatrika realized that he had probably already seen them. Vaterka understood that ordinary people usually reject all such memories, and did not understand why Mikhail could remember them. She explained that people usually lack the strength of spirit to accept such memories, but Michael was truly different. Then Mikhail remembered that his family had once told him that one of his distant ancestors had not been an ordinary person. Veterok understood that Mikhail was a special being who was capable of enduring even the memories of the Great One. The Guardian Vetek was very surprised because she found it hard to believe that Mikhail was really so special. After that, they looked at each other and realized that it was time to move forward to save all of humanity from absolute evil. Meanwhile, Gerton and his people began to regain their strength and tried to develop their city no matter what. The most important thing was that the second most important demon after Beelzebub had been completely eliminated, and Meryl could no longer carry out her plans. Michael understood that if everything had gone according to Asmodeus' plan, a real catastrophe could have happened. It was very good news for him that they had finally managed to capture and permanently stop the two archdemons. However, Michael understood that this was only the beginning, and that the most difficult and dangerous part was yet to come. He knew that Vilzavola was considered a fool among demons, and Asmodeus was the lowest demon. The Archmage knew that 5 archdemons still awaited him, including Belphegor, who should not be underestimated. Michael understood that Belphegor had probably already found her true name, but was not acting only because she was afraid of attracting Hecate's attention. He understood that the archdemons would not remain silent forever, and that after Asmodeus' disappearance, they would have to take action. He then decided to conduct an analysis to understand what the strongest demons would do first. Then the hero of the new era realized that the archdemons' first target would be the great masters and magicians. He understood that the demons would target those who could resist them, and the first likely target would be Milium Archeoran. Putting on his cloak, he realized that if he was right, his next target would be the Zone of Lawlessness, and he decided to go there. Lord Ruth thought for a moment and asked if the hero of the new age was really going there. Michael replied that he had planned to visit that very place and had come to him to say goodbye. Ruth informed him that it was completely impossible to stop the devil, which was why they had only managed to seal him away temporarily. Mikhail understood that if he managed to gather all the divine relics, he would be able to appear and confront absolute evil. Lord Ruth said that this was precisely why the devil was in such a hurry, so that his opponents would not have enough time. He explained that there were already many heroes, but none of them had yet figured out a way to oppose him. Michael recalled that before the regression, Siegfried had only found a copy of the real artifact. Lord Ruth explained to Michael that once they had obtained one divine relic, their return was impossible. Veterok understood that Mikhail was a true hero and that Asari had chosen and approved him. This meant that the devil was actively interested in Michael, so that he could not interfere with his plans. Mikhail looked at Vetek and Ruth and said that he didn't care what the demons were planning to do because he had his own faith. The Archmage was sure that the most important thing was to free the apostles like Vatek, Nephthys, and Lord Ruth. He understood that he had not only received divine relics, but had also been able to revive the sacred place where the Round Table was located. He learned of the existence of the Round Table from the writings of Thoth, but they were incomplete, though they contained useful information. Thoth wrote in his writings that on the day when all the relics were gathered and the apostles were freed, the sacred round table would reveal itself. Lord Ruth listened attentively to Michael and said that he had been chosen by Asari and therefore had to follow the right path. Michael announced that from that moment on, he was leaving all of Gerton in Lord Ruth's care so that he could watch over him and his people. Ruth said that he would definitely protect Gerton and asked Michael to undergo all the trials to obtain more relics. He also said that from now on, they would all be Mikhail's most loyal allies. Mikhail replied that he would definitely succeed for the future that no longer existed and to fulfill the dreams they had cherished. Later, Liam was very happy that they were heading to the Lawless Zone because he could gain a lot of experience there. Mikhail was surprised by Liam Pavlov's determination and pride because he had never been so excited before. However, Mikhail's thoughts were interrupted by the butler, who asked the young master to pay attention to him. The butler, Mortar, decided to show off his new body because he had been working out and training hard every day. Mikhail noticed that Mortar really did look much stronger and better than he had 2 years ago. The butler began to flex his muscles to show off the results of his hard work. Mikhail looked closely at the butler because he had really changed a lot and started to look better. Even before his regression, Mortar had never managed to achieve such flawless form and a stable flow of magic. Mortar said that he had become a mage in an unusual way, so he stopped striving to be an ordinary mage and began to control his circulation. Mikhail was even a little scared because Mortar easily created a fireball that was several times larger than usual. Mortar explained that his magical powers were now completely proportional to his physical strength. He explained that over the past year he had realized that his strength, which was lower than his magic, was his personal lower armor. Liam Pavlov and Mortar surrounded Michael and began to demonstrate to him the powers and skills they had acquired over the past year. Meanwhile, on the western border, Count Ishion, who was the 6th Knight of the Empire, asked who had arrived on their territory. His servant and informant reported that Judge Lady Milliam had arrived in the county of Ishion, having decided to return to her native lands. Lady Milliam was a judge of lawlessness and had become one after losing her husband and entire family. Count Ishion was surprised by her return because he had not heard from her for the past 2 years and thought she had found her way. Ishion did not understand why Milliam had decided to return, as the lawless zone had never been part of his personal domain. The 6th Knight of the Empire understood that he would have to speak with the judge directly because she was not someone with whom one could simply come to an agreement. Count Ishion really hoped that nothing serious had happened and that Milliam had arrived for personal reasons and business. Putting on all his armor, the Count decided to go out to Milliam to talk to her and discuss all the issues. Milliam bowed her head and apologized to the Count for her unplanned visit to his territory. Ishion remained calm and said he would talk about it later because he wanted to understand why she was looking for him first. Unexpectedly, Milliam said that she knew that the Count had wonderful children. Ishion agreed with her but pointed out that his children rarely listened to their father. Milliam laughed and said that all children were the same, but the 6th Knight of the Empire could not understand what she was talking about. At one point, Count Ishion even began to worry because he realized that the Judge of Lawlessness was very special. Milliam said that she had a request for the Count because she couldn't solve a problem on her own. Count Ishion looked closely at the Judge of Lawlessness and waited for her to continue talking about what she needed. Suddenly, Milliam said that her son had run away from home and she needed help finding him. Count Ishion did not immediately understand what Milliam meant, and a multitude of questions immediately popped into his head. So he even asked her to repeat what had happened, and Milliam said that her son had run away from home. Meanwhile, Michael, Liam, and Mortar approached the county fortress and thought that the devil could have destroyed the wall long ago. Liam suggested that the devil had probably broken through but couldn't guarantee that he would survive, which is why he was being cautious. Michael understood that if Asmodeus had succeeded in the vanguard, the wall would most likely have been destroyed long ago. However, he still decided to meet with Count Ishion first to negotiate and clarify the situation. At that moment, a young man with fiery red hair rushed past Michael, completely unaware of their presence. The young man was very angry because he did not understand why Rendell had decided to treat him this way and allowed justice to be served. Mikhail, hearing Eileen's familiar voice, was very happy because he understood that if she was here, Milliam must also be here. Liam Pavlov and Mortar couldn't believe their eyes and ears because they didn't expect to see Duchess Rendell. Hiron didn't understand why she treated him that way and attacked him, because he was an important person in the county of Ishon. Eileen laughed at him, saying that all she had heard was that Heron was the leader of a small, insignificant group of trash collectors. Hiron started shouting that the Duchess would not get away with treating them with such disrespect. However, Rindle launched a small attack and Heron decided to simply flee, saying that they would meet again someday. Eileen was very happy because she realized that today was a very good day to do a good deed. Turning around, she suddenly realized that Mikhail Valfergius, Liam Pavlov, and Mortar had been standing next to her the whole time. Realizing that they had also seen and heard her, Eileen felt a little embarrassed and even confused. Mikhail greeted her because he understood that they hadn't seen each other for about 2 years and asked if Milliam was with her. They all decided to go to the tavern to discuss current issues and everything that had happened over the past 2 years. Mikhail noticed that Rindel really looked good, but she was very embarrassed. Smiling, Mikhail said that he meant no offense, that Eileen had always looked good, but now she looked happier. Duchess Rindel admitted that she really did feel more alive and even happy now. The hero of the new era decided to clarify whether Milliam had really been here on the Earl of Ishon's territory. Rindel understood that Lady Milliam must have been with Condor, because she was actively searching for her son. Mikhail realized that Milliam had indeed met her son at Condor's, but apparently they had been unable to mend their relationship. Eileen explained that Milliam had tried to establish a connection with her son, but their relationship was tense and there had been some problems. Then Michael realized that Milliam's son had run away again and she had returned here to find him. However, he knew that Eileen hadn't told him the most important thing because he was very interested in the reason for Karia's escape. Eileen Rindel looked at Mikhail with longing and did not know how to explain to him everything that had happened on Condor's territory. Mikhail understood that Carrie had most likely run away because something had happened to the Condor mercenary squad. Duchess Rindel lowered her head and, after thinking for a moment, said that she was ready to tell him everything. She then began her story, saying that as soon as the lady had left the capital, she had immediately reunited with her son in Condor. Carrie was indeed working for Condor and was so happy to see his mother that tears completely clouded his eyes. Mikhail asked Duchess Rindle not to give him so many unnecessary details and asked her to get to the point. Milliam then simply watched with pleasure as Kari adapted to his new society after being reunited with his mother. At the same time, Carrie was developing his abilities very well and was an excellent person with many principles. Milliam watched her son who, thanks to his principles, fit perfectly into Condor's mercenary squad. Sighing, Eileen Rindle said that the problem was that Condor's squad was too principled. Mikhail listened attentively to the Duchess because he was trying to understand what exactly had gone wrong and why Carrie had run away again. Rindle reported that while carrying out their next assignment, the mercenaries had discovered a demon in one of the villages. The village was quite isolated from the outside world, and the demon had managed to spread its poison throughout it. All the villagers, without realizing it, began to turn into monsters, and no one could stop the process. Condor's hired workers did not bother to find out if there was any way to save the villagers and decided to eliminate them completely. The workers were convinced that monsters had no place among ordinary people. Carrie watched the squad's actions and was not ready for this, either psychologically or morally. Eileen explained that the squad was sure that the residents couldn't be saved, but not all of them had turned into monsters. She explained that later people learned that small children, thanks to their innate purity, had not been affected by the monster's poison. Mikhail understood that not everyone in the squad knew this, and that was why they had made hasty decisions without thinking things through. The Archmage understood that the squad had to make the best decision possible under the circumstances in order not to let the demon escape. Eileen Rindle understood that the squad had been too hasty and had therefore made an irreparable mistake. Mikhail said that there are no absolutely correct decisions in the world, and that each side was wrong in its own way. However, he was sure that in order to truly distinguish right from wrong, it was necessary to listen to all sides of the story. Eileen was very surprised by Mikhail's statement because she understood that Carrie had run away, and they had no way of talking to him because they couldn't find him. However, to the Duchess's great surprise, Mikhail smiled and said that he had a way to hear him and find him. He then asked if Milliam had given Carrie the medicine he had given her, and Eileen replied that she had and that it had indeed helped him. Mikhail was very happy because the medicine was not easy to make, and he had specially altered its structure a little. The Archmage understood that Carius was a new figure in this timeline, so he couldn't just let him go and kept watching him. That was why he added a certain function to the medicine so that he could easily determine Carius's location. After determining Carrie's location, Mikhail thought about it because it was strange, and Eileen didn't understand what was going on. Suddenly, Michael asked Eileen to talk to Liam, or the butler, or if they weren't there, to talk to anyone she could find. Liam, who was present during the conversation, did not understand what was happening and asked Michael to wait and explain what was going on. However, Mikhail simply teleported away and said that he would explain everything as soon as he returned. Liam, Rindle, and Mortar were left alone and looked at each other because they didn't understand where Mikhail had gone or what they should do now. After standing around the table for a while, the companions decided to sit down and just talk. Meanwhile, Mikhail went to the place where Carrie was located by a magic spell. He was very surprised that the abandoned area was in Bakrin, and then he realized why they had been unable to find Kari for so long. Mikhail examined Carrie and realized that it was not just a matter of escape, because the shadows of people could not move on their own. He then decided to approach Carrie to fully understand what was happening to him. After analyzing Carrie's energy, Mikhail immediately realized that he was in the process of demonization, and that was why he had run away. Mikhail looked closely at Korea because he wanted to assess at what stage the demonization process was. The guardian Vetek did not understand what to do, so she decided to ask the young gentleman what he planned to do. Mikhail understood that if everything was left as it was, Carrie would inevitably transform into a monster, and Vetek realized that he had simply been abandoned. The Archmage understood that purification could easily reverse the process, and the guardian Vitrika did not understand why he was just standing there. He understood that Carrie was Milliam's real son, which meant he could be the real organizer, but he had been poisoned. Michael thought about what the right thing to do was because he didn't want to hurt Carrie or Milliam. He understood that he was facing a difficult demon, and that the devil was probably trying to show that he had taken a hostage. Michael decided to use a special spell and filled his staff with divine power and struck Carius. The Guardian Breeze realized that using the precious staff as a regular club was probably a family tradition. Michael asked Vetier not to worry so much because he was attacking the demon exclusively in this way. The demon inside Caria began to transform more actively, and Michael realized which demon was behind it all. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Archmage's team continued to sit around a round table in the tavern, waiting for their commander to return. Liam Pavlov was starting to worry and even get a little nervous because he had completely run out of topics and ideas for conversation. Eileen Rindle tried to drink her tea more slowly because she realized that she had no right to judge other people for being rude. However, she couldn't understand why it bothered her so much, since she no longer had any feelings for Mikhail Valfergius. The butler, Mordred, observing the young duchess's reaction, decided to address her. He asked her not to try to understand the young gentleman because people were unable to stop a natural disaster. Lady Rindell was very surprised and could not understand how Mordred knew what she was thinking at that moment. The butler remained completely calm because he understood that the duchess was very agitated. To his surprise, she noticed that the butler had grown a little, and he was very pleased that she had noticed. Demonstrating his muscles, the butler told the duchess that she could even touch them if she wanted to. However, they were suddenly distracted because Millennium entered the tavern. Millennium was very surprised to see Mordina and the young swordmaster near Duchess Rindle, so she asked why they had come. They greeted Lady Millennium and informed her that they were simply following the young hero of the new era. The Duchess apologized to Millennium because she had not been able to find Korea, and the informant had given her false information. Suddenly, the butler Morden decided to intervene in their conversation and said that most likely everything would be fine. Millennium looked at the butler and did not understand why he was so calm, because she could not even imagine what state her son was in. Suddenly, there was a loud noise, and right behind Milliam, a wall began to crumble. It was Mikhail with Carrie, who realized that he had teleported incorrectly and saw that Lady Milliam was also there. He was very happy because he realized that this would speed things up, but the innkeeper was terrified to see the large holes in his walls. Milliam looked at Mikhail and realized that Carrie was his benefactor, so she began to ask where her child was. Mikhail calmly replied that he completely understood Milliam's feelings, but first asked her to answer one question without deception. The hero of the new era asked Milliam to be completely honest with him and tell him what had happened to all the people of Condor. Milliam felt very ill and tried to gather her thoughts to answer the hero's question. Mikhail looked around and said that he understood her feelings and that it was not easy for her to talk about it. Realizing that a crowd of local residents had gathered around them, he suggested they move to a more secluded place to talk. Mikhail explained that there were some other people who also needed to be present during their conversation. Meanwhile, Count Ishan looked out the window at the fortress and thought about how they were already prepared for the demon's attack. However, he understood that they had absolutely no experience in fighting demons, and he really wanted to get advice from the famous hero of the new era. Suddenly, the Count heard a familiar dull sound and wondered what could be happening outside. He knew that the mansion was protected by guards, but he prepared his sword just in case. Count Ishan began to worry that a demon might have entered his mansion, and suddenly an unfamiliar voice rang out behind him. The sixth sword master in the Empire instinctively began to strike with his sword because he was very afraid. He realized that the person did not have a sinister aura, so he tried to stop his blade, but he could not. However, his blade was stopped by a magical shield, and he asked his unexpected guest to identify himself. Mikhail Valfurgi apologized to the Count for his unexpected visit and informed him that he was a hero of the new era, chosen by Heka. At first, Count Ishan calmly said that he understood that the young gentleman before him was a hero of the new age. However, after a few seconds, Isian realized that he was indeed a hero of the new age who had come at the right time. Seeing the knights who were sleeping, Isian could not understand why the hero of the new era had so unceremoniously broken into his house and chambers. Count Isian was very surprised and did not understand what could have happened to cause the hero of the new era to burst into the house. Mikhail said that he had broken into the house because he believed that His Excellency should also know about the current affairs. He then showed him Korea, who was in a magical cocoon, and informed him that the matter concerned demons. Count Isian began to worry because he understood that Michael was showing him a half-demon who was Milliam's son. The Archmage said that it was still at a stage where purification was possible, so everything could be fixed. Milliam screamed and begged Michael as her benefactor to take immediate action and save her only son. Michael said he was willing to help Korea, but only after the lady told them what exactly had happened to the Condor Knights. Milliam then decided to ask if he thought they were involved in the poisoning of her child, and Michael said he was considering all possibilities. Milliam replied that there had been many suspicious moments involving the Condor squad members. She also noted that the knights themselves had always been very cautious with her and had said practically nothing. Mikhail understood that Milliam and Eileen were only guests, but the caution was probably unusual. Count Isione listened attentively to Milliam because he began to understand that they were most likely talking about demons. Milliam said that the leader of the squad was Miles, a knight who valued honor and dignity. She informed Count Ishione that she had been there for over a year and had never once seen the organizer, Miles. Milliam noted that she had never seen him even once, and at first simply assumed that he was too busy. Everyone in the room listened attentively to Milliam's story because they began to realize that the squad was most likely demonic. Looking at Kareem, Judge Bezaconia realized that if her son had not ended up like this, she might not have given it any importance. However, now she was almost certain that Miles did not exist, and that Condor's squad was a school for monsters. She decided to ask her benefactor if he knew that all new students in Condor's squad were given new names. Mikhail was aware of this and thought it was done to strengthen the new recruits' personalities and give them confidence. Milliam admitted that she found these new names very strange and didn't know if it was a long-standing tradition or had started with her son. Then the Archmage decided to ask if she knew the name her son had been given, and she said that he had been given the name Mel Orn. Mikhail began to laugh loudly because he understood everything and even found it absurd. Count Ishalion could not understand the reaction of the hero of the new era, and decided to ask him what exactly had caused such delight. Mikhail explained that demons often gave their subordinates names that contained the syllable elm. Even if the spelling was distorted and looked like Mel, the demonic spell still worked, but not at full strength. He understood that such deception was entirely consistent with the level of a lower demon, and therefore began the process of purifying Karyem. Michael, using the divine magic of the seventh magic circle, began to extract the demonic essence from Karyem. The Archmage knew that when the demon's name was distorted, the poison acted more slowly, so there was time for purification. Count Ezion watched Michael Valfurgius's actions closely because he had never seen demons before. Michael transformed the demonic energy into a fox and reported that archdemons also had their own levels. Mortar realized that this creature corresponded to the lowest archdemon, Enoch, who was mentioned in continental history textbooks. Mikhail reported that the archdemon Enoch had the ability to track his symbols and could break into Count Ishi's fortress. Count Ishion realized that the hero of the new era was trying to explain to him that the archdemon had set its sights on his territory. Liam Pavlov said that they should visit the Condor workers, so he asked Count Ishion to mobilize his forces as well. Their conversation was interrupted by Knight Jackson, who reported that there was something suspicious near the western wall. Ishion realized that the soldiers had seen something black and writhing and wanted to personally check his territory for integrity. Mikhail understood that the 6th Imperial Knight's help might indeed be needed near the western wall. Michael himself headed with Milliam to Count Ishi's fortress because he was tormented by vague doubts. Milliam decided to ask her benefactor if he thought the knight's timing was strange. Mikhail began to smile because he thought he was the only one who had noticed this, but Milliam's speculations were quite rational. He did not understand why the demons were so zealous and how they were preparing for their task to carry out their own plans. Michael asked Milliam to be ready for anything because he sensed that the demons were already arriving. At that moment, the demons really began to pass through the magical portal and were right inside the Count's fortress. Michael understood that the demons' followers had decided to come for them, wanting to get their subject back. Mikhail was completely calm, but Rindel and Liam were very surprised to see the demon who had come to them. Milliam immediately drew her sword and asked the demon standing before her to give his name. The demon laughed and spread his arms, realizing that it would make no difference if he told his name to the great master swordsman. He said that he had only one goal and planned to return to his clan, but upon seeing Karyam, he had second thoughts. The demon looked closely at Karyama and realized that he felt neither demonic nor divine energy from him. Michael looked at the demon in surprise and said that he couldn't feel any energy because Karyama had simply gotten rid of it. The demon did not understand how a human could remove the blessing that had been given to Karyama, and Michael said that there was no such thing as perfection. The demon was very angry and asked Michael not to get cocky because, after all, he was a real demon standing before him, not an ordinary human being. Michael asked the demon to be quieter because the demon was planning a grand entrance. However, it seemed that he had ruined his plans and the dramatic entrance did not work out, which was very embarrassing. The demon began to spew large streams of demonic energy and power because he really wanted to attack Michael Valfergius. The hero of the new era decided to clarify whether the demon really had no intention of surrendering peacefully. The demon was terrified and couldn't even understand how a human could be so arrogant and confident in his own abilities. Therefore, he reactivated his demonic magic and directed it toward Michael in order to attack him. Duchess Rindel was surprised because the entire room began to be enveloped in darkness. Michael watched the demon's actions closely and saw that the entire space around him was beginning to be covered in darkness. At some point, he realized that the darkness was not simple and consisted entirely of a large number of shadows. The demon looked at Michael and was sure that he was frozen with fear and therefore could not even move. Mikhail was very tired of this spectacle, so he activated the sanctuary and destroyed the darkness around him. Only then did the demon suddenly realize that he was facing a true hero of the new age, chosen by the church and blessed by Heka. The demon immediately turned to his partner, Marlon, and asked him to attack the hero from behind. The archmage of the 7th magic circle was not immediately ready for such a sudden attack by the demon. However, as soon as he turned around, he immediately saw that he was already being protected by the guardian Vatek, who was ready to use Storm of Set. Seta's storm was very powerful and immediately spun the demon around, throwing him far away. The demon did not understand why Marlon could not deal with an ordinary human, even if he was called the hero of the new age. Michael immediately used his magic staff on the demons to stop them from talking and interfering with him. Milliam understood that Michael had already entered a frenzy and therefore calmly put away her sword, realizing that he could handle it on his own. The demon asked Michael to stop and calm down because he was ready to give him any valuable information, but Michael refused to listen to the demon, saying that the interrogation had to be conducted quietly. He then informed Milliam that these two demons would not tell them everything because their faith was too strong. However, given that the traitors had come after all, he realized that Milliam's assumption was most likely correct. Milliam realized that they could only learn more interesting things from her son, Karyam, who had been in the squad. For Michael, the question remained whether Sir Miles had succumbed to the demon Enoch or whether his will was still intact. The Archmage wanted to hear Karyam's story in full first because he had been at the center of events and could know a lot. Karyam said that he remembered well the day when his father was taken away from him and that his mother had been broken ever since. He understood that he had a choice, either stay with his broken mother or help her move forward. Now Karyam understood that running away from his mother was not worth it because he was too young and was simply caught by the ugly lord. Over time, thorns began to appear in his heart, and after a while he saw his mother, who had finally found him. He looked at Milliam and realized that time had healed her wounds because she was no longer broken and could move forward. Karayamu even felt as if the sharp thorn had been removed from his mother, and she was no longer burdened by anything. He also wanted to be like his mother because he dreamed of removing the burden of his father's loss from himself. However, at that moment, an incident occurred, and he became Mel Oren, who joined the squad and became one of the workers. When Karyam came to, he saw Mrs. Milliam and couldn't understand how his mother could be there. Milliam immediately rushed to hug her son because she had come all this way to find him and figure out how she could help him. Karyam asked his mother to step away from him because he was certain that a demonic monster was still inside his body. Michael informed him that they had managed to completely defeat the monster, so it was now safe to embrace and communicate. Mikhail Valfergi bowed to Karyam and introduced himself, saying that this was the first time he had seen him in his right mind. He also said that he was a hero of the new age, recognized by the church and blessed by Heka. Karyam was delighted to be able to meet and talk so calmly with a hero who could defeat any demon. Mikhail knew that Karyam valued principles, which meant that they would probably have a good conversation. Afterward, the Archmage accompanied Lord Karyam to 2 demons to see if he was familiar with them. Karyam examined the demons and immediately recognized them as Marlin and Baskerville, who had been his senior mentors in the Condor Squad. Lord Karyam reported that these 2 men had voluntarily undergone demonization on their own initiative. Michael did not understand why Karyam had left so hastily after realizing his situation, yet had not asked Milliam for help. Karyam remembered that when he was Mel Olin, his body had begun to decay, and he didn't want his mother to see him like that. Then Mikhail realized that no child would want their parents to worry so much. Therefore, taking a deep breath, Mikhail said that he understood this attitude well. Karyam reported that a large number of workers had been captured, and even some of the squad commanders were in prison. Mikhail noticed that everything was going completely differently than it had before his regression. Liam Pavlov decided to clarify what Mikhail planned to do with the 2 half-human, half-demon creatures who had chosen this path of their own free will. Mikhail said that he planned to use them, and the butler decided to clarify what kind of magic the young master planned to use. Milliam and the butler were very surprised when the young Valfurgia said that he planned to use soul binding. Mikhail explained that he needed the most accurate information about what was happening there, and about those who believed in Enoch. He planned to destroy the demons' bodies by force and imprison their souls captured by Enoch in magical spheres. This spell was very painful, but Michael understood that he was not using it on people, but on souls that had been willingly given up. After turning the demons' souls into 2 magical spheres, the Archmage bound them to his magical staff and set off on his journey. Marlin and Baskerville begged to be killed because they did not want to spend the rest of their lives like this. Michael knew that he would not allow these souls to find peace, for they had lived terrible lives and wanted to become demons. He was very angry because it was because of people like them that humanity had lost its future. The Guardian Breeze watched the young lord closely because she did not always understand his reactions in anger. She decided to address Mikhail, and this distracted him from his thoughts. So he turned to the Guardian. Veterok said that Mikhail was working too hard and putting in a lot of effort, but asked him not to overexert himself. Mikhail began to laugh, realizing that Vetek considered him a simple man who had become a hero, so he gave her a slap. The Guardian Vetechka realized that she had probably said too much and held her forehead because it had started to hurt. Mikhail felt that the world before him was not destroyed, as it had been before the regression. This meant that he still had a chance to fix everything and give this world a chance at a bright and warm future. Meanwhile, Mikhail decided to check out the outer borders of Count Ishin's territory to see how things were going there. The 6th Imperial Knight looked at the hero of the new era and realized that things had indeed come to the point where demons had begun to appear in the territory. The Count did not understand why Miles had succumbed to the temptation of the demons, and why the entire Condor Squad had become a training ground for monsters. Michael explained that he was not yet completely sure about everything, so he planned to come to Miles himself and see everything with his own eyes. However, before that, the Archmage planned to find out from His Majesty what he himself thought about the demons based on everything that was happening. Ishion admitted that when he received the decree from the Emperor, he did not immediately believe everything that was written and treated it very superficially. Michael understood that many Marquises reacted the same way because there was always a limit to what people could believe. The Archmage understood that before leaving this place, he had to demonstrate everything to Ishion so that he would begin to understand the seriousness of the situation. Ishion listened carefully to Michael, then invited Kill, who was his best knight. Kill was very pleased that His Excellency trusted him and was ready to carry out any order. Michael looked closely at Kill because he had excellent manners. He seemed like the perfect knight with his shiny armor and flawless posture. Ishion reported that he had been talking to his good friend, and they had remembered Sir Kiel, which is why they had decided to invite him. Mikhail extended his hand to the knight and said that he was very pleased to meet him. As he extended his hand for a handshake, Michael informed Count Ishion that it was time for him to do what they had just discussed. Count Ishion immediately understood what Mikhail meant and took out a special amulet in the form of a token. As soon as he took out the token, the impeccable knight Kill immediately showed his true demonic face. Realizing that the Count had now seen everything with his own eyes, Michael immediately used his divine staff on Kill. He explained that demons do not always attack from the outside because they prefer to infiltrate and control what is happening. Michael pointed to the token and said that it was a sacred artifact capable of identifying any demon. He also said that demons had crossed the county border before and still remained unnoticed. Then Count Isian realized that the demons were most likely already hiding on his territory and that he needed to check everything himself. Mikhail understood that now the Count really understood everything and could more systematically guard and defend his territory. Looking at the demonic body of Kile, whom he considered his best knight, Isian was horrified. The Count was ashamed because he had almost left such an evil demon undiscovered, and this could have led to great damage. Michael said that everything could still be fixed, and as a hero, he was sure that Count Isian could handle everything. After that, Michael entrusted everything to Marcus Isian and set off in search of Miles, following Condor's squad. Mikhail quickly realized that his reasoning had not been wrong, because the Count had indeed succeeded. The next day, with the help of a sacred artifact, Count Ishion managed to find 5 demons. Liam Pavlov continued to ask Michael when they would continue their training to develop the sacred sword they had obtained. However, the Archmage did not really want to spend his time on this right now, so he considered Liam a bit useless. Mikhail understood that even though Liam Pavlov looked confident on the outside, he still had many doubts inside. Suddenly, Mikhail stopped and said that he was ready to take back his words, but not all of them, only some. Liam Pavlov was very surprised, but Mikhail decided to call him slightly useless. Sensing some energy ahead of him, the Archmage of the 7th Magic Circle said he was ready to help Liam right away. Liam Pavlov was very happy because he wanted to develop his powers and abilities, and therefore trusted Mikhail. Meanwhile, Hayren's squad was already very close because they were looking for Lady Eileen Rindell to punish her for her words. Hayren shouted that Rindell had no right to show such a high degree of disrespect to his squad. Eileen Rindell was a little surprised that they didn't just give up on the idea and went looking for her after all. Mikhail found it funny because Hayren said that they were only a small group that could not stand up to the great Hayren. Then the hero of the new era decided to send Liam Pavlov forward so that he could demonstrate all his skills. Mikhail asked Liam not to use his aura and to try to win using only his sword skills. Liam Pavlov did not want to do this at all because he was confident that he had trained well enough for a long time. Haylen's squad had no intention of waiting and was already ready to move forward to attack. Mikhail stood up to support Liam Pavlov, who had to figure out the situation on his own. Meanwhile, the commander of the Condor squad was in a dungeon, his hands bound in chains. Miles had no idea how long he had been imprisoned because time passed very slowly, and he did not know whether months or years had passed. Every day it became more difficult for him to keep his sanity because he was surrounded by demonic shadows the entire time. He heard someone say that he was already at his limit, but Miles still tried to hold on to his sanity. When he looked into the darkness, he saw his own brother Kyle, who was just watching him through the bars. Miles didn't understand why his brother was doing all this, or what the reason was for his actions that were harming the Condor squad. Miles couldn't understand why because he had never upset his brother and had always listened to his requests and demands. He was furious because he couldn't understand how his own brother could trust a demon and take the lives of innocent people. He begged Kill to pull himself together and finally understand that he had chosen the wrong side, but Kill only laughed. Kyle said that if a certain poison was used, it would be possible to turn a person into a monster and then take their life without remorse. Then Miles realized that his brother was already completely a demon because his mind was clouded. He begged him to stop, but Kill said he had no intention of stopping because it was already too late. Miles was left in the dark again, but he didn't lose hope because he knew of the existence of a hero and believed that he would definitely come to them. Before his eyes was the image of the hero of a new era, chosen by the church and recognized by Hekau. Miles hoped that the hero would come and save them, and most importantly, stop his brother Kill from his evil deeds. Meanwhile, on their way to Condor's squad, Mikhail and his team were stopped by various monsters and bandits. All this time, the swordsman Liam Pavlov was leading the way, demonstrating all his skills and abilities to the Archmage. Liam tried his best to clear the way of monsters and demons for the team. Butler Mortar was surprised because Liam was not using his aura and was relying solely on his swordsmanship. Mikhail reported that Count Pavlov Jr. was beginning to better understand his power, which was indeed a very good thing. Liam became more confident and proud because he managed to defeat some fairly large monsters. After defeating another monster, Liam began to scream like a ferocious beast because he wanted to release the energy that had built up inside him. Mikhail watched Liam Pavlov closely and realized that this gesture was becoming Pavlov's trademark. They decided to stop for the night and eat, and Eileen Rindell told Liam that he had done a really good job. Mrs. Milliam also watched Liam's actions closely, and Mikhail decided to ask her opinion. She replied that she had heard about Liam Pavlov because he was an exceptionally talented child and had earned his title through hard work. However, Milliam felt that Liam's path had changed because when she saw him in the capital, he simply possessed talent. Now, observing Liam Pavlov, she realized that he had truly exceeded all her expectations. Milliam felt that Liam Pavlov had seen a very bleak future, which is why he had begun to prepare and develop himself so thoroughly. Looking at Mikhail, the lady realized that this was most likely the work of a benefactor. The Archmage smiled and said that no one could know for sure and that he was truly amazed by Milliam's insight. At dawn, they set off again and came much closer to the place where Condor's squad was located. Liam was surprised because in front of them was a real fortress that was very well fortified. The Guardian Breeze was glad that the place was remote because after the Archdemon, there might not be anything left of the buildings. The Archmage of the 7th Magic Circle thought that the Archdemon Enoch's true form was most likely located elsewhere. Eileen, examining the fortress, wondered what Michael's plan was because it was unlikely that they could enter through the main entrance. However, to her great surprise, Michael informed her that they would brazenly enter through the front entrance. Michael had an interesting idea, so he asked Karya if he had excellent acting skills. Karya was a little surprised, but Mikhail's eyes told him that he had indeed come up with something interesting to get inside. At the main entrance to the fortress where Condor's squad was located, there were guards who completely controlled the entire perimeter. Suddenly in the distance, he saw Mel Orla, who was a deserter because he had simply abandoned his unit and fled. Caden left the man who had abandoned their unit and asked him why he had come to them. However, Mel Orn said that he had never abandoned them because he needed a little more time to accept grace. Kadan thought it was all nonsense, but at that moment, Deputy Commander Kylie approached them. The Deputy Commander began to laugh loudly and asked Kadan to simply leave his post and go guard another perimeter. Mel Kadan did not understand why he had to move to another position, but he simply did not have the right to argue with the Deputy Commander. The Deputy Commander laughed, saying that they had no problems at all and that one of their own had simply returned to them. Kadan realized that the Deputy Commander was serious, so he immediately went to another point to guard the perimeter. Carrie reported that his grace was special and specialized in infiltration, so even the hero couldn't notice him. Miles' brother gladly welcomed Mel Orn back and said that his grace had evolved beautifully. However, to the deputy commander's surprise, Mel Orn reported that he had a report because he possessed valuable information. Carrie told Mr. Killu that the hero had arrived with him and that he would like to invite him to headquarters. Mikhail praised Carrie because he had indeed done a very good job. Carrie looked at the two shadows behind him and asked how long he would have to carry them with him. Mikhail explained that he had placed the souls of Marlin and Baskerville in Korea's shadow so that no one would realize he was not a monster. Carrie reported that, as planned, no one had even thought that someone could imitate the process of demonization. Mikhail understood that so far everything was going according to plan, and Kill really couldn't suspect anything. He knew that the fortress was the headquarters of the hired workers, so they were happy to accept the hero in order to eliminate him. Mikhail asked Carrie to continue pretending to be a monster's comrade so that they would not suspect him of anything. After that, everyone went to the fortress, and the members of the squad watched the hero closely, trying to control their instincts. The Guardian Breeze realized that there were too many monsters and felt uncomfortable there. Their escort informed them that the deputy was in a room at the end of the hall, and asked the hero to go there for negotiations. Mikhail understood that the conversation with the deputy commander would fall on his shoulders and on those of Korea, who continued to play his role. The rest of the team received their personal assignments to check everything themselves. They reported that they would definitely check everything themselves and remain unnoticed. Liam Pavlov confidently added that after checking, they would definitely return at the appointed time. Mikhail was very pleased that his team was understanding and efficient, after which he cast an invisibility spell. The entire team vanished in an instant and dispersed, each to their assigned tasks and duties. Karya was very concerned about one question, and he did not know whether he should ask the hero of the new era. Finally, he decided to ask if it could be that, despite his willpower, Kaylee had simply succumbed to the demons. Mikhail understood Karya's feelings and that he didn't want to believe any of it, but the fact remained that Kaylee had indeed become a monster. Michael understood that Kaylee was a real monster who had deceived the entire Condor squad. At the same time, it was Miles and Kaylee who had saved Korea from the ugly lord in their time. Understanding Korea's feelings, Michael asked him to focus because there was no time for emotions now. Before he could even finish speaking, Korea slapped himself on the cheeks and said he was completely ready. The hero of the new era was even a little glad that his help was not needed at all. Deputy Commander Kill threw open the doors to the meeting room and greeted the hero of the new era. Mikhail noticed the large amount of light as if Kill was trying to show that he had nothing to do with demons. Kill couldn't understand the hero's reaction, so he decided to clarify what exactly made him laugh. Mikhail simply spread his arms and said that it was too bright here and that it was a little unusual for him. A large hawk landed on a branch and began cleaning its feathers while Kaylee wondered what had brought the hero to his territory. Kaylee asked Mel Orna to leave them alone in the meeting room because he wanted to discuss everything with the hero in private. Mikhail explained that he had received a revelation, but it concerned Sir Miles, and he wanted to convey it personally. Kali smiled and replied that Miles had temporarily stepped away from his duties, so he was ready to accept the revelation from the hero himself. Mikhail replied that he was sorry because he had planned to deliver the revelation himself. Meanwhile, the Guardian, Breeze, carefully examined the deputy and informed Michael that their assumption had proven to be true. Realizing this, Michael decided to pass the revelation on to Kaylee because he understood that he would not be able to see Miles. He said that the revelation was simple because it was about a great hawk sitting on a branch and plucking its feathers. Then the hawk flew high into the sky because it had freed itself from all its unnecessary little feathers. Michael said that this revelation could be interpreted in any way because the gods like to convey information in a vague form. Afterwards, Kaylee invited Mel Orna and informed him that the hero already knew about the blessing of their squad. He said that he was ready to entrust Mel Orn with a special mission so that he could live as a valuable member of their squad. Mel Orn was tasked with gaining the hero's trust and keeping him on the squad's territory for a long time by any means necessary. Kali knew that the vessel would soon be ready, and then Enoch would come, whom even the hero of the new age would not be able to stop. The deputy commander was thrilled at the thought that he would be ahead of all events and take a place in the front row. Mikhail returned to his team and wanted to find out what they had managed to find out during his absence. The butler reported that although everything was very well hidden, they had managed to find demonic marks in several places. Milliam reported that they had also managed to determine the locations where there were unusually large numbers of people. Mikhail understood that they had not progressed further because they simply did not know what kind of cunning traps might have been prepared. Liam said he would like to hear news from Michael and asked him to start with the good news. Mikhail replied that during his conversation with the deputy commander, they had managed to roughly determine Miles' location. However, he added that the bad news was that if things didn't go according to plan, they might encounter Enoch. The team members understood that this was indeed bad news because Enoch was, after all, an archdemon. Liam decided to clarify whether Enoch was not on the same level as Asmodeus, with whom they had previously fought. Michael said that at the moment they could assume that Enoch was even slightly stronger than Asmodeus. Milliam admitted that she couldn't understand why a great demon would intervene so directly. Michael explained that he and Wind had found the demonic mark of a lord on Kaylee's tunic. Then Eileen Rindle realized that everything was not as smooth as they had initially thought. Michael also reported that the demons were most likely planning to use Miles' body as a vessel for Enoch. Mortar didn't know what to do next because he had heard that Kaylee was keeping Miles in a dungeon under a spell. However, to the great surprise of the team members, Michael replied that it was not his intention to complicate matters. He understood that the purification process could take too long, so he planned to first break the integrity of the vessel. Meanwhile, Miles was in a very depressed state and was already ready to accept his fate. He felt that even his 5 senses were beginning to leave him, and he was almost ready to give up completely. The demons surrounding Miles told him that it would be much easier for him if he simply agreed to work with them. Miles understood that he had no hope left, which meant that agreeing to work with demons might now be the best option. Suddenly, a small magical fairy appeared right above him on the ceiling, very happy to have found Miles. Miles looked at the little creature with great surprise, realizing that it was kind and magical. The fairy motte told him that she was a digger and could plow even the heavens because she was very strong. Miles couldn't understand why the magical fairy was here with him, and she replied that she had brought a message from a hero. He looked closely at the fairy and thought that if she was proof of the hero's existence, then his hope must still be alive. Looking closely at the magical little creature, Miles asked what exactly the hero had said. Moth looked at Sir Miles and pointed at him, saying only one word, and that word was despair. Liam did not understand what Michael meant and asked how he planned to influence Miles. Michael explained that Enoch wanted to obtain a 100% vessel, and they would do everything in their power to ensure that the vessel was not completely ready. Rindle was surprised and listened carefully to Mikhail's plan to trap Enoch in an imperfect vessel. Liam Pavlov did not understand what could happen to an archdemon in an imperfect vessel. The Archmage replied that he planned to think about it a little later because they were very limited in time right now. Eileen thought about it because she realized that Michael planned to defeat Enoch inside Miles in order to purify him at any moment. Michael agreed that Lady Eileen Rindle had indeed understood him correctly because it would be destruction with the goal of creation. The entire team pondered because it began to seem to them that the true demon was the hero of the new age. Mikhail was sure that the fairy would be able to find Miles and give him a message so that he would understand everything about the current situation. The hero of the new era told his team that he was completely serious and was now planning to get into the enemy's fortress. Carrie reported that if they took this road, they would reach the deputy captain who was waiting for them. Mikhail understood that there could be many traps in such a place, but he tried to remain calm and was confident in himself. Carrie asked Mikhail to be more careful and attentive because there were many demons and monsters in this area. Mikhail did not understand why Korea was studying his magic staff so closely, but decided not to dwell on it. The Guardian Vetek reported that they were in a place where the aura of the archdemon Enoch was very strong. Michael decided to continue on, but noticed that a magical barrier made of demonic energy had been erected there. He understood that in magical terminology, this barrier was at the 8th level, which meant that the monsters and demons were so confident. Kali was already waiting for Michael Valfergius and was glad that he had come at his request. Mikhail reported that he had received information that Kaylee needed help, so he had come to find out what exactly was going on. Suddenly, Korea drew his sword and launched a surprise attack on the hero of the new age, who did not expect it. Mikhail began to pretend that he was in great pain and asked why and for what reason Korea had done this to him. Karya calmly watched Mikhail suffer and fall to the ground, not understanding why he had been treated this way. Deputy Commander Kaylee was beside himself with joy because he was sure that his plan was simply perfect. Looking at Mel Orna, he said that it didn't matter what kind of hero he was because he was completely incapable of seeing the true souls of people. Suddenly, Mikhail stood up and hugged Korea, laughing loudly, realizing that everything had gone according to plan and had turned out so well. Kali was furious because he realized that he had been deceived and that Korea's dark aura was just a facade. Filling everything around him with an aura of negative energy, Kaylee said that it was too late anyway. He was sure that he had cornered the hero because he had invited all his comrades for a large-scale confrontation. Mikhail understood that Kaylee had not yet fully realized what had happened and which one of them had been cornered. Hearing the sound, Kaylee realized that Mikhail had taken the life of the vessel in which they were supposed to place Enoch. Demonstrating the mark of Hekau, Mikhail said that he was only doing what he had been blessed to do. After using the power of the labyrinth, the Archmage told Kaylee that this was his karma, and he had to accept it humbly. Then Kaylee looked up and saw Milliam Arian standing before him, possessing enormous power. Kali began to understand that his karma had indeed caught up with him in the form of the goddess of lawlessness, who had come specifically for him. Milliam Ariaran looked at him intently, realizing that he still had a chance to return to his human form. Then she decided to turn to her own son because she understood that she did not want him to be a judge. Karyam looked closely at his mother and began to understand how she had managed to overcome all the pain after losing her beloved husband. Karyam truly began to understand everything, and therefore went to his mother because he wanted to be with her and support her. Smiling, Karyam said that he was now ready to go with her and continue her journey as the judge of lawlessness. Milliam told Michael that he could do what he had to do because now they were ready to pass a fair sentence. Kali saw that the hero smiled and began to leave, but he did not want to let him go because he had spent too much effort. Milliam realized that Kaylee had given up on the idea of becoming human, so she raised her sword and was ready to pass sentence. Kali was furious and ordered all his comrades to deal with anyone who dared to stand in his way. A large number of monster knights immediately began to carry out their commander's orders and charged forward. Milliam was a true master of the sword, so she activated her powers and immediately began to form a large meteor to launch an attack. At the same time, in Condor Fortress, Miles' body was completely possessed by the archdemon Enoch. Miles' soul watched what was happening from above and did not understand what had happened, or how despair worked. The magical fairy explained to him that all this had been done specifically to preserve his mind and soul. Miles hoped that someone would be able to stop his body, and was surprised to see Twilight and 2 children next to him. Liam Pavlov, Lady Eileen Rindle, and Twilight Mortar watched Enoch closely as he was inside Miles's body. Mortar understood that he had the closest magical power, so he used the modified type of Twilight's power. At first, he began to use destructive physical abilities against Enoch in Miles's body. Enoch understood that his vessel was not perfect because the body was fragile and could not recover quickly. His thoughts were interrupted by Liam and Lady Rindell, who continued to attack him, not giving him time to recover. Enoch did not understand why the two children were attacking him so aggressively while still managing to smile. Miles' soul watched from above and came to the conclusion that the children were undoubtedly very strong, but that was not enough. Enoch was an archdemon and began to activate his demonic powers to show his enemies who would be victorious. Revealing his true form, he said that he would show them what a real demon was and was ready to start with the youngest. Liam Pavlov saw that a long demonic arm was heading straight for him and did not understand what he should do to protect himself. Mortar began to worry and asked the young swordsman Liam to be more careful and attentive. Miles's spirit was very upset because he knew that his body would not be able to withstand so many attacks. However, to his great surprise, Mott informed him that they had already arrived and asked Miles not to worry about anything. When Liam opened his eyes, he didn't understand what had happened because the last thing he remembered was the hands of the demon Enoch. Michael was already nearby watching closely to adjust his strategy.